Charmed under her call. Written by S. Poor Prince Wolf. Chapter 1. The Zero Mana Student. The air inside the induction hall tasted of ozone, cheap copper polish, and the stagnant, humid chill of subterranean stone. It was a sharp, chemical sting that clung stubbornly to the back of Elian Vane's throat every time she took a deep breath. All around her, the Grand Academy's primary amphitheatre hummed with the quiet, terrifying rumble of old money, lineage, and structural mana. Highborn recruits decked out in tailored enchanted silks that caught the ambient light, carrying runic-focused staffs tipped with flawless mana crystals waited in disciplined, arrogant queues under the hovering silk banners of the corporate syndicates. Elian shifted her weight from one boot to the other, wincing slightly as the thin leather of her left sole gave way to the cold stone floor beneath her. Her robes were old. They were made of thick, coarse scholar's weave, dyed a drab slate grey that had long since faded to the colour of wet ash around the cuffs. Her sleeves bore faint, persistent ink stains at the wrists from years of scribbling structural schematics on scrap parchment. She carried no family crest, wore no enchanted rings, and held no high-grade focus staff. Her entire inventory consisted of a tarnished brass core caliper tucked into her belt, a chipped slate pencil, and a battered, leather-bound notebook crammed with handwritten mathematical equations. High above the chaotic floor of the staging arena, suspended in the cool upper air on floating marble platforms, sat the elite intake. And sitting at the absolute centre of that elevated VIP balcony was the undisputed frontrunner of their entire generation. Victoria Vance. Victoria didn't look down at the unranked queues below. She didn't need to. Surrounded by a retinue of Vance conglomerate handlers, personal physicians, and tactical advisors, she stood completely immaculate. Her platinum blonde hair was styled in intricate, high-class noble braids, held securely by a signature silver and sapphire hairpin that caught the ambient mana light and refracted it in soft, crystalline halos. Her posture was razor-sharp, her shoulders set back with the casual, effortless authority of someone born into a family that owned 3 separate planar dungeon sectors. Her piercing amethyst eyes were locked straight ahead, cold and unreadable. The murmurs sweeping through the crowds below were suffocating. That's her right, Victoria Vance. Yeah, they say her family spent 50 million credits on her baseline core alignment before she even turned 16. I heard she's guaranteed an S-rank holy attribute. Her personal estate is already modelled after the ancient ethereal citadels. It must be nice to start the race at the finish line. Elian listened to the hushed chatter without joining in. She simply kept her eyes fixed on Victoria's hairpin, her analytical mind automatically calculating the mana refraction index of the sapphire setting. 300 units of pure light element stabilization per second, Elian estimated silently. More mana in a hair accessory than I've seen in my entire life. Quiet on the floor. The voice boomed through the high vaulted arches of the amphitheatre, amplified by acoustic runes carved directly into the high pillars. An academy official clad in crisp white and gold robes stepped onto the elevated dais at the center of the arena floor. Before him sat the awakening pedestal, a massive, intricate construct of black iron and blown glass, housing a swirling, dormant vortex of raw planar energy. When your name is called, step forward and place your right hand flat upon the diagnostic orb, the proctor barked, his eyes sweeping over the nervous sea of thousands of students. The system will assess your soul's structural capacity, awaken your latent talent, and assign your initial class and dungeon sector. Remember, the Academy does not accommodate weakness. Your rank today dictates your survival tomorrow. One by one, the students were called. Julian Apex Syndicate. A slicked-back young man in gilded plate armor stepped up. He placed his hand on the glass. The orb flared a brilliant, roaring crimson. Class A-rank Flame Legionnaire, assigned sector, Fire Realm Stratum 2. The crowd cheered. Julian grinned, casting a smug look back toward his corporate entourage before being swept away in a flash of gold teleportation light. The process continued for nearly 2 hours. Students awakened C ranks, B ranks, and the occasional rare A rank. Those with low-capacity D ranks and E ranks were quietly ushered toward the lower, damp subterranean sectors, their faces pale with the sudden realization of how hard their academic survival was going to be. Then came the summons. Elian Vane, Sector 7, Pedestal 3. The murmurs on the floor died down, replaced by a wave of indifferent silence. The name carried no corporate weight, no house crest and no sponsor backing. Elian took a slow, steadying breath. She smoothed down her faded grey sleeves, stepped out of the queue and walked up the low stone steps of pedestal 3. The white-robed proctor barely looked at her. He held a diagnostic slate in one hand, his monocle gleaming with scanning runes. Hand flat on the glass, girl, don't linger. We have 3,000 more recruits to process. Elian reached out. Her calloused fingers brushed the cool, polished surface of the glass globe. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. The air inside the glass remained still, a foggy swirl of pale grey smoke. Then, deep within the hidden architecture of her soul, something snapped open. It wasn't a spark. It was a violent, tearing sensation like a rusted gear being forcibly slammed into a running engine. Cold, needle-like energy pierced her wrist, rushing up her arm and flooding her chest. The central glass globe didn't just light up. It flared a blinding, agonizing shade of deep, bruised violet, flickering erratically as if the energy inside was trying to tear the glass apart. High above the arena floor, the giant glass leaderboard monitors hummed loudly, their mechanical dials spinning wildly as they tried to calculate her structural parameters. BZZZT. In the top corner of Elian's field of vision, hidden from the proctor and the crowd by her private interface layer, a razor-thin, pale blue text box flickered into existence. It vibrated violently, its borders jagged and broken. Error core count exceeds standard parameter 1-2, attempting system reconciliation. Warning, spatial logic collision detected. Elian's heart hammered against her ribs. Core count 1-2. What does that mean? Every human soul only has one core. Before she could finish the thought, the blue text box dissolved into chaotic visual static. The glass globe under her hand gave off a faint, high-pitched whine, and the system forced an overwrite, dumping a crimson-bordered notification directly onto her reticle. ++. System status, matrix collision overwrite complete. ++. Primary talent, copy creation rank X. Allows user to scan and duplicate physical assets. Blueprints and structural components using MP. Secondary talent, core ownership rank X. Allows user to register legal system authority over. 1 secondary external dungeon core. Class status, class, anomaly uncategorized matrix. ++. Elian stared at the floating words, her breath catching in her throat. Rank X, duplicate assets, register authority over a second core. Above her, the mechanical diagnostic dials on the main leaderboard stopped spinning with a dull, anticlimactic clack. The public display above pedestal 3 updated, washing out the violent violet glow into a flat, boring grey text box visible to the entire arena. Elian Vane, class, anomaly defective/utility, potential rank, F. The proctor blinked, tapping the side of his diagnostic monocle with a disappointed scowl. Tusk, another glitched utility node, unstable mana output with 0 offensive projection. He made a quick, dismissive mark on his slate. F-rank structural utility, proceed to Sector 7, Cell 104. Orientation wave begins in 60 seconds. Defective, Elian repeated under her breath, pulling her hand back from the glass. Her skin was still tingling with static electricity. Move along, recruit, the proctor snapped, already calling the next name. Don't hold up the line. Elian didn't argue. She lowered her head, hiding the sharp, calculating gleam in her silver-grey eyes, and stepped down from the pedestal. Before she could take 5 steps toward the lower transit gates, a deafening, angelic chime echoed through the entire amphitheater. The sound was so pure, so resonant, that it rattled the stone tiles beneath her boots. The crowd erupted into a collective, gasping roar. Elian turned. High on pedestal 1, Victoria Vance had finally stepped forward. Her right hand rested lightly on the diagnostic glass. The globe wasn't glowing grey, crimson, or violet. It had transformed into a blinding, miniature sun of pure, radiant gold. Feathers of light drifted from the ceiling, and the scent of ozone was instantly replaced by the clean, overpowering fragrance of crushed lilies and holy incense. The main leaderboard monitors shattered their previous records in real time, flashing gold text across every screen in the arena. Victoria Vance, class, ethereal citadel, potential rank, S. The VIP balconies broke into thunderous applause. Corporate reps from the Vance conglomerate stood up, cheering and raising their glasses. Chapter 8, Star Steel and Economics. The heavy iron-reinforced door of cell 104 shuddered as the first shockwave from the hallway hit. Dust rattled down from the ceiling joints, settling over the polished basalt partitions and the smooth, copper-laced stone of the central bunker. Outside in Sector 7's primary concourse, the spatial rupture was tearing open with a sound like wet leather being ripped across a brass anvil. The crimson smoke venting from the rift smelled of ozone, scorched iron, and raw abyssal rot, the unmistakable atmospheric marker of a Tier 2 dread breach. Screams echoed off the subterranean mountain stone, cut short as terrified recruits ran directly into the path of whatever was crawling out of the tier. Inside the cell, the atmosphere remained strangely, absurdly calm. Victoria Vance held her rapier horizontally across her palms. The weapon was a masterpiece of highborn craftsmanship, a 36-inch blade forged from crystalline star steel that shimmered with an internal pale azure luminescence. Its guard was intricately wrought from polished silver-gold alloy, shaped like unfurling raven wings that cupped a flawless violet-cut mana gem at the pommel. "The starlight needle," Victoria said, a subtle trace of pride warming her tone as she held the blade toward Elian. "A custom gift from the Vance master artisans on my 16th birthday. It is forged from star iron retrieved from the third crater, quenched in pure glacial mana spring water, and inlaid with a Grade 4 spatial alignment matrix. Market value is 350,000 credits. In the hands of a master-rank duelist, it cuts through standard iron armor as if it were warm butter." Elian didn't reach for the weapon with reverence. She didn't look at the glittering pummel gem or the immaculate silver-gold guard. Instead, she stepped close, her pale grey eyes focusing entirely on the structural weave of the metal itself. She brought her index and middle fingers to the flat of the star steel blade. Talent activated, the 5 MP rule structure scan, target item, Starlight Needle S-rank enchanted rapier, analyzing material composition. Material matrix, 64% crystalline star iron, 22% silver gold alloy, 14% refined mana quartz threading, spatial alignment matrix identified. Grade 4 efficiency, 88.4%, material blueprint acquired. Duplication cost, 145 MP standard production, /48 MP structural proxy. 145 mana points, Elian muttered under her breath, her eyes narrowing as the system data flooded her reticle. Excessive. The artisan over-engineered the guard by 22% to fit decorative scrollwork. It adds aesthetic value to a highborn mantelpiece, but it creates a structural drag on the weapon's spatial conductivity. Victoria blinked, her long lashes fluttering in genuine shock. "It's an heirloom piece crafted by Master Vane Thorin. It took 7 months to balance." "He wasted 7 months," Elian said flatly, her thumb sliding down to the pummel. "If I trim the decorative wingtips on the handguard and optimize the mana quartz channel into a linear spiral, I can drop the material footprint by 32% without altering the blade's edge geometry or its armor-piercing threshold." She pulled her hand back, tapping her pencil against her chin as the math resolved in her head. "Spatial proxy duplication cost, 48 MP, Elian announced, looking up at Victoria. "It won't have the permanent enchantment durability of the original. It will collapse after 45 minutes of continuous use, but it will deliver 92% of your original's combat output." Victoria stared at her, half offended and half captivated. "You can replicate an S-rank weapon for 48 mana." "I can replicate 3 of them right now," Elian corrected. "My pool is currently at 160. I'll maintain one for you as a sidearm, construct one for myself, and hold the remaining mana reserves for dynamic cell repairs when Wave 3 hits our perimeter." Down in the serpentine entry maze, Captain Vance shifted his weight, his heavy boots scraping against the caltrop-strewn floor. He looked up at the platform where the 2 young women stood. "Lady Victoria," the captain called out nervously, his eyes scanning the dropping stone blocks suspended above his head. "The corridor sensors are reporting at least 40 abyssal ironclad hounds entering our sector block. If the spatial tier expands, we could face a sub-boss within 6 minutes. My men and I are prepared to form a defensive phalanx at the cell entrance, but we are currently unarmed." Victoria turned her eyes back to Elian, a sharp, questioning eyebrow raised. "Well, partner, are you going to rearm my guards, or do you expect 4 elite Vance mercenaries to fight iron-scaled beasts with their bare fists?" "Unarmed labor is inefficient," Elian agreed smoothly. She turned away from the bunker core and walked to the wall panel overlooking the maze. She raised her left hand, tapping her fingers against the basalt wall in a rhythmic sequence. Dungeon core conversion engaged, target material. Scrap iron from Wave 1 crawler corpses. Executing blueprint, heavy Vanguard boarding pikes, grade B optimized, MP consumed, 24-6 MP x 4 units. Remaining MP, 136/160. Clang, 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 clang. 4 6-foot pikes of dense, matte black iron materialized from the ceiling recesses above the guards, dropping straight down and embedding themselves 3 inches deep into the stone floor right in front of the 4 men. The shafts were thick, wrapped in textured leather grip tape, and capped with diamond-shaped broadleaf spearheads that gleamed with fresh, cold oil. The guard captain grabbed the nearest pike by its shaft, pulling it free with a low grunt. He ran a gloved thumb over the iron edge, his eyes widening as he tested the balance. Grade B Vanguard steel, the captain muttered, looking up at Elian with a newfound, almost fearful respect. Balanced to within a millimeter of the pummel weight, she materialized 4 of these in less than 2 seconds without an alchemical circle. They are 5 credits each, Elian called down, her slate pencil already scratching across her balance ledger. Deducted from the Vance conglomerate's 40% profit share of our upcoming Wave 3 spoils. Victoria let out a bright, ringing laugh, leaning against the stone bunker wall. You don't miss a single credit, do you? Credits are the tangible representation of localized energy and labor, Elian said, her tone absolute. Ignoring small transactions leads to systemic ledger hemorrhaging. Now step back. Elian closed her eyes, extending her right hand toward the floor of the central bunker. Talent activated, the 5 MP rule structural proxy generation, materializing, Starlight Needle optimized proxy blueprint, MP consumed, 48 remaining MP, 88/160. A brilliant, pale blue hum filled the central bunker. The ambient copper wiring beneath the stone platform began to glow as spatial mana gathered into a dense, shimmering point in the air. Particles of light drew a razor-thin geometry, outlining a 36-inch narrow blade, a streamlined handguard devoid of superfluous scrollwork, and a crystalline pummel focus. When the light faded, a near-perfect replica of the Starlight Needle hovered in the air before Elian. It didn't possess the warm, antique gold luster of Victoria's original, but its azure star steel edge hummed with a sharp, resonant vibration that made the surrounding air ripple. Elian reached out and grabbed the hilt. The system instantly fed the weapon's physical telemetry straight into her brain. Weight, center of balance, spatial thrust vectoring, and structural integrity durability counters. Item Starlight Needle Proxy Blueprint V1. Quality S-Rank Modified Structural Geometry. Durability 100/100 decays by 1 per minute during combat. Passive effect armor-piercing vector plus 42%. Elian swung the rapier once. The blade cut through the air with a high-pitched, musical whistle that left a faint trail of pale blue light hanging in the damp room for a fraction of a second. Victoria watched the movement with sharp, analytical eyes. She stepped forward, touching the guard of the duplicated sword with her fingertip. Remarkable, Victoria whispered, her voice carrying a rare note of genuine awe. The spatial channel isn't just intact, it's smoother than the original. By stripping away the decorative scrollwork, you reduce the mana resistance along the ricasso. It will draw 40% faster. The geometry dictated the efficiency, Elian said simply. She offered the proxy rapier to Victoria hilt first. Take it, you will use the proxy for general combat. We do not risk damaging the 350,000 credit original on low-tier wave mobs. Victoria took the proxy, spinning it through her fingers with practiced deadly grace before settling into a fluid duelist stance. A brilliant, gold and violet aura erupted around her boots as her primary ethereal citadel core flared into activity. "And what will you be doing while I hold the line, partner?" Victoria asked, her eyes gleaming with combat excitement. Elian stepped over to the core bunker control console. She reached into her belt pouch, pulling out 2 small, round wooden tokens she had carved during the 5-minute lull between Wave 1 and Wave 2. "I will be managing the kill funnel," Elian replied. Sector 7 main concourse wall breached. Enemies approaching cell 104, 14x abyssal ironclad hounds level 12, 2x crimson rupture scuttlers level 15. Estimated time to perimeter impact, 00:00:15. Boom. The iron door of cell 104 groaned as a massive weight, slammed into it from the outside corridor. The heavy bolts holding the hinges to the stone frame creaked, small fragments of mortar bursting out as something massive battered itself against the entrance. Down in the maze, the 4 Vance guards leveled their newly materialized iron pikes, their boots digging into the basalt floor. "Form line," Captain Vance roared, his voice cutting through the rising sound of screeching chitin and snarling beasts outside. "Shields up, pikes forward, do not let them breach the lower corridor." "Captain," Elian's calm, unhurried voice echoed from the elevated bunker platform above. The captain glanced back over his shoulder. "Do not hold the entrance," Elian instructed, pointing her slate pencil down toward the serpentine path. "Fall back 3 meters into the secondary choke point. The maze is designed to force targets into single-file procession. If you stand at the doorway, you allow them to engage you in a 4-on-1 broad front." The captain hesitated for a fraction of a second, but a single cold look from Victoria made his decision for him. "Fall back to Mark 2, the captain ordered immediately. The 4 guards retreated 3 paces in unison, their iron pikes held low and steady, locked directly onto the first tight turn of the maze. Crack! The heavy cell door gave way. The wooden frame shattered into splintered shards as a massive, 4-legged beast burst into cell 104. It was the size of a black bear, covered in overlapping plates of rusted abyssal iron armor, its maw dripping with smoking, greenish-yellow acid. Behind it, 6 more abyssal hounds squeezed through the ruined doorway, their glowing red eyes fixing instantly on the guards below. The lead hound let out a gut-wrenching roar and lunged forward. It didn't make it 2 steps. The moment its front paws hit the basalt floor of the entry maze, the brass caltrops embedded in the ground ignited with a pale blue flare. Traps activated, reinforced brass caltrop matrix, damage applied. 12 piercing plus spatial armor puncture, target movement speed reduced by 65%. The beast screeched as 3-inch brass spikes punched straight through the soft flesh between its armored foot pads. It stumbled, its momentum carrying it sideways directly into the first basalt partition wall. "Now, Miss Vance," Elian said quietly. Victoria didn't need to be told twice. She blurred forward. Her figure became a streak of violet and gold light as she bounded off the top of the stone partition, descending from above like a falling star. The proxy starlight needle flashed. A single, perfectly executed thrust of pale blue star steel punched directly through the hound's armored skull, entering between its eyes and exiting out the back of its neck. The spatial alignment matrix on the proxy blade flared, disintegrating the beast's internal core before it could even hit the floor. Target neutralized. Abyssal ironclad hound level 12, exp shared, plus 120x loot materialized, 1x damaged iron plate, 1x minor beast core. Before the hound's corpse had even finished collapsing, Victoria reversed her grip, using the flat of the stone wall to push off into a second, blinding vault. Her proxy blade traced a brilliant 3-point arc through the air, severing the necks of 2 more hounds trapped in the narrow single-file turn of the maze. Down below, the 4 guards worked with mechanical precision. As hounds tried to leap over their fallen packmates, the guards' heavy iron pikes thrust forward in unison, impaling the beasts through their unarmored underbellies and pinning them against the stone walls while Victoria delivered the lethal strikes from above. It was not a chaotic battle, it was an assembly line. Elian stood on the central platform, her grey eyes scanning the entire room like a grandmaster watching a chessboard. Her hands moved continuously across her leather notebook, her slate pencil making quick, precise entries as she monitored every variable in real time. Guard 2, step left 3 inches. A scuttler is attempting to flank via the ceiling pipe, Elian called out without looking up from her ledger. Guard 2 immediately shifted his weight, driving his pike upward without question. A massive, crab-like chitin beast dropped from the dark ceiling right onto his point with a sickening crunch. Victoria swapped to left-hand guard stance. Your proxy blade's durability is at 64%, Elian added smoothly. The secondary hound's shoulder plate is reinforced iron. Strike 3 inches below the collar joint to preserve edge alignment. Victoria adjusted her grip midair, her blade flashing in an imprecise vertical down strike that sheared through the indicated joint like paper. Your tracking blade wear in real time while managing 5 targets. Victoria called back, a breathless, exhilarated laugh bubbling up from her chest as she landed gracefully atop a partition wall. I am tracking resource depreciation, Elian corrected calmly, turning a page in her notebook. Every point of proxy durability lost represents 0.4 credits of mana reinvestment. Efficiency demands optimization. In less than 3 minutes, the hallway rush had slowed to a trickle. 14 abyssal hounds and 2 crimson scuttlers lay dead inside the entry maze, their bodies dissolving into shimmering blue system particles that flowed straight into cell 104's central bunker floor. Wave 3 defense progress. Sector 7 local block clear, total exp gained, plus 1840 user level up. Current level 4 max MP increased, 160-210 material ledger updated, plus 14x abyssal iron scrap, plus 16x minor beast cores. The silence that returned to cell 104 was absolute, broken only by the ragged breathing of the 4 guards down in the maze as they wiped dark monster blood from their leather armor. Victoria stood atop the highest basalt partition, her glowing proxy rapier held low at her side. Her silk robes were slightly disheveled, a few strands of dark hair framing her flushed, beautiful face, but her amethyst eyes were burning with an intensity that had been completely absent when she first entered the cell as a dying, desperate heiress. She looked down at the floor of the maze, where 14 glowing monster cores and piles of raw abyssal iron scrap lay neatly stacked by the system's automated collection grid. 1,800 experience points and 14 raw monster cores in 3 minutes, Victoria murmured, stepping off the partition and landing lightly next to Elian on the bunker platform. She looked at Elian with a deep, unreadable expression. Upper-tier guilds spend hours clearing dungeon floors to achieve this kind of loot density. Elian didn't answer immediately. She tapped her pencil against her ledger, calculating the numbers. 14 cores at an average market value of 45 credits each yields 630 credits, Elian recited smoothly. 14 units of iron scrap at 8 credits each yields 112. Total gross revenue, 742 credits. She subtracted the material costs from her head in less than a second. Minus proxy mana maintenance, caltrip wear and pike degradation. Net profit is 588 credits, Elian finished, looking up at Victoria. Your 40% share is 235 credits and 20 copper. I will credit it to your balance on our master ledger. Victoria stared at her for a long moment. Then she shook her head, a low, rich laugh escaping her lips. You really are something else, Elian Vane, Victoria said, leaning her hip against the stone console. Most people finish their first wave and celebrate surviving. You finish your third wave and hand out dividend statements. Surviving is an operational baseline, Miss Vance, Elian said, capping her slate pencil and tucking it securely into her leather pouch. Profit is the metric of success. Before Victoria could reply, the emerald orientation timer near the ceiling flashed blindingly bright, ringing out with a deep, resonant chime that echoed throughout the entire mountain sector. Freshman orientation wave 3, complete, sector 7 survival rate, 14.2% ranking calculation in progress. Attention recruits, sector barriers dropping. Main academy gates are now open. The heavy stone walls at the rear of cell 104 shuddered, slowly sliding upward into the ceiling, to reveal a massive, sunlit arched corridor beyond. The gateway leading out of the subterranean holding cells, and directly into the central courtyard of the Grand Academy of Arcane Engineering. Fresh air, smelling of pine, open sky and distant magic, surged into the damp basalt room. Victoria turned toward the daylight, pulling her pristine, high-born posture back into place. But before she took a single step toward the gate, she turned back to face Elian, extending her hand once more. Well, partner, Victoria said softly, her amethyst eyes flashing with quiet, sharp ambition. The orientation cell was small. Let's see how much profit we can make off the rest of the academy. Elian looked out at the bright sunlight streaming through the open gate, her slate pencil already resting lightly against her index finger. The academy has 32 material distribution hubs and a 16,000 student consumer base, Elian said, taking Victoria's hand with a firm, businesslike grip. The market potential is acceptable. Let's begin. Chapter 9: The Value of Raw Material. The grand courtyard of the Grand Academy of Arcane Engineering did not look like a place of learning. It looked like an imperial fortress built from white marble, polished copper and sheer, uncompromising wealth. Massive, soaring aqueducts carried liquid mana through suspended crystal conduits overhead, casting shimmering blue reflections across the vast cobblestone plaza below. Thousands of newly passed freshmen were pouring out from the 64 subterranean sector gates, their voices creating a deafening hum of excitement, exhaustion, and territorial tension. Most recruits were battered, bloody, and desperate. They huddled in small, anxious groups around the perimeter, their cheap iron weapons notched and broken, their standardized academy robes stained with dark monster gore. Upper-class cadets, wearing the crimson and silver coats of recognized campus guilds, strode through the crowds like hawks, thrusting high-interest protection loans and predatory guild contracts into the faces of traumatized commoners. Then came Cell 104. When Victoria Vance stepped into the daylight, the plaza went noticeably quiet. Despite her torn silk robes, her posture was imperious, her dark hair falling in immaculate waves down her back. Escorting her were 4 Vance conglomerate mercenaries, marching in a tight, impenetrable diamond formation. Their black leather armor was spotless, and in their hands they held identical 6-foot, matte black vanguard pikes that gleamed with fresh oil and cold, lethal perfection. And walking half a step behind Victoria, holding a plain leather ledger and a well-worn slate pencil, was Elian Vane. Elian wasn't looking at the soaring crystal aqueducts. She wasn't looking at the majestic central spire that pierced the clouds or the floating mana carriages drifting through the sky. Her grey eyes were fixed entirely on the economic ecosystem surrounding her. Talent activated, the 5 MP rule environmental scan, target, Academy Central Courtyard Exchange Node consumer density, high approx. 1,200 freshmen in immediate perimeter, dominant market need. Low-tier health elixirs, weapon repairs, basic material liquidation, predatory pricing detected. Iron-grade repairs currently marked up by 340% by upper-class guilds. A 340% markup on simple hot forge hammer work, Elian noted internally, her pencil scratching a quick note into her ledger. Gross operational inefficiency. They are pricing out 80% of the consumer base to squeeze maximum margins from desperate low-tier survivors. They look like vultures, Victoria murmured softly, keeping her chin high as several highborn recruits from other sectors turned to stare at her retinue. Look at the Iron Lotus Guild over by the fountain. They are charging 50 credits for a single low-grade bandage. They are operating a localized monopoly, Elian replied calmly, not breaking her stride. In the absence of a competitive utility node, desperate consumers will pay any price to avoid permanent stat degradation. It's mathematically sound but long-term foolish. They are destroying their customer base's future earning potential. My lady. A sharp, arrogant voice cut through the noise of the plaza. A tall young man with slicked-back blonde hair and a pristine velvet coat embroidered with the crest of a coiled golden serpent stepped out from the shade of a marble pillar, flanked by 6 heavily armed senior cadets. Julian Malacca, Victoria whispered under her breath, her tone instantly cooling into liquid ice. Second son of the Malacca mining syndicate. My family competes with theirs for subterranean excavation rights in Sector 3. Julian approached with an open, charming smile that didn't reach his cold blue eyes. He bowed lightly to Victoria, ignoring her 4 guards entirely, and completely overlooking Elian, who stood silently at her shoulder. Lady Victoria, Julian said, his voice carrying easily across the cobblestone plaza. We heard Sector 7 suffered a severe spatial breach during Wave 3. My informants claimed your personal guard was wiped out and that you were trapped in a low-tier holding cell. I was preparing to send a Malacca extraction squad to retrieve you. He glanced at the 4 guards, his eyes lingering on their matte black iron pikes. He frowned slightly, failing to recognize the highborn crest usually stamped on Vance weaponry. It seems you survived, Julian continued, his smile returning. Though your robes suggest it was a desperate affair. Come, join us at the Malacca high-tier lounge in Sector 1. We have master healers on standby and high-grade man refreshment arrays. There is no need for a Vance heiress to stand among the common filth in the central courtyard. Victoria didn't budge an inch. Thank you for your concern, Lord Julian, but my retinue is entirely intact, fully equipped and perfectly comfortable. Julian chuckled, a patronizing sound. Intact, Lady Victoria, your guards are carrying unbranded, unenchanted iron pikes, your robes are scorched, and he finally turned his gaze toward Elian, his eyes narrowing in disgust at her faded commoner tunic and dusty boots. You appear to have picked up a stray technician along the way. Did the Vance conglomerate run out of budget for proper retainers? Behind Julian, his senior guild members let out a brief, coordinated laugh. Elian didn't look offended. She didn't even look up from her ledger. Target entity, Julian Malacca, Elian said aloud, her tone dry and matter-of-fact. Armor, silver-grade mana meshweave, market value 12,000 credits. Weapon, grade 3 rapier, heavily over-enchanted with secondary light effects that reduce structural integrity by 14%. Overall assessment, high expenditure, low practical efficiency. Julian's smile froze. What did you just say, commoner? She said your sword is shiny trash, Julian, Victoria chimed in smoothly, her amethyst eyes glittering with delight. And her assessment is usually accurate to within 2 decimal places. Julian's face flushed a dark, angry red. He reached for the hilt of his rapier, his aura flaring with aggressive blue mana. You dare insult a member of the Malacca syndicate in the central courtyard, a nameless, unsponsored rat who smells like subterranean copper. Lord Julian, Captain Vance stepped forward, lowering his black iron pike until the sharp, diamond tip rested 6 inches from Julian's chest. Step back. The 4 guards moved in perfect synchronization, their iron pikes locking into a terrifying vanguard line. The 4 men were completely unbothered by Julian's aura, their eyes were steady, their stances battle-tested from the meat grinder of cell 104. Julian hesitated. He looked at the 4 pikes. There were no flashy magical glows on the weapons, no intricate runes, no family crests. But the metal was impossibly dense, the balance flawless, and the edge alignment terrifyingly sharp. Fine, Julian hissed, taking a step back and smoothing his velvet coat with a twitching hand. Boast all you want, Victoria, but the post-orientation audit begins in 10 minutes at the Central Registrar. Every recruit must present their collected raw materials for official ranking and sector placement. If your retinue failed to harvest high-tier cores because you were stuck in a bunker. He smirked, turning his back on them. We'll see who stands at the top of the freshman ledger, Julian called over his shoulder as he walked away. And who gets relegated to the outer slum sectors. Victoria watched him go. Her jaw tightening slightly. He's arrogant, but he's not entirely wrong. The Malacca syndicate brought 30 dedicated harvester teams into the orientation. They likely cleared hundreds of high-tier cores in Sector 1, if sector placement is based on total harvested asset value. She turned to Elian. How many cores did we collect in total from Wave 1 through Wave 3? Elian flipped a page in her leather notebook. 16 minor beast cores, 14 units of iron scrap, 3 units of scuttler chitin, and 8 gallons of low-grade monster blood. Elian read off instantly. Total estimated liquidation value on the open market, 1,120 credits. Victoria's shoulders dropped slightly. 1,000 credits. Julian's team will present at least 50,000. Even mid-tier merchant guilds will present 10 to 15,000. We will be ranked in the bottom 20%. Raw core count is a primitive metric, Elian said, her grey eyes calm and unbothered. The Academy Registrar doesn't value raw cores for their beauty. They value them for their utility potential, the amount of mana and material that can be converted into usable infrastructure. She looked over toward the massive, white marble registrar building at the center of the courtyard, where a massive holographic scoreboard was being prepared to display the freshman class rankings. We don't need 50,000 credits worth of raw cores, Elian added, a faint, razor-thin smile touching her lips. We just need to process our raw material into finished goods before we reach the desk. Victoria stared at her. Process them now, in the middle of the courtyard. Refining raw ore into finished inventory increases its system-assessed value by a factor of 3 to 5, Elian explained, turning toward an open, marble bench near the fountain. And since my talent eliminates processing time and furnace overhead, we are about to execute a rapid value injection. Elian sat down on the marble bench, placing her leather notebook beside her. She gestured to the 4 guards. Captain, Elian instructed, dump our entire inventory of raw abyssal iron scrap and minor beast cores onto this bench. The captain didn't question her. He unslung a heavy canvas sack from his shoulder and tipped it over. A pile of rusted, dark iron plates, sharp chitin fragments and glowing red beast cores spilled out across the white marble, drawing curious, disdainful glances from passing recruits. Look at them, a passing student whispered to his friend. They brought a pile of rusted trash to the central registrar. Are they going to try to sell scrap iron to the academy? Elian ignored the whispers. She placed her right hand directly over the pile of rusted iron and monster cores. Talent activated. The 5MP rule: batch conversion and fabrication. Input materials: 14x abyssal iron plates, 16x minor beast cores, 3x chitin fragments. Executing blueprint: high-density mana conductor ingot, grade A structural. Processing math: 14 iron plus 16 cores, 8 refined ingot matrices. MP consumed: 45 MP x 8 ingot units. Remaining MP: 170/210. A brilliant, blinding flash of pale blue light erupted from Elian's palm. The air around the bench filled with a heavy, metallic hum as the rusted iron plates melted instantly, their impurities burning away into thin, odorless grey smoke. The crimson beast cores dissolved into pure, liquid mana, intertwining with the liquid iron in a tight, hyperdense structural grid. The light faded in less than 3 seconds. The pile of rusted trash was gone. In its place sat 8 perfectly rectangular, mirror-polished ingots of deep silver-black metal. Each ingot was etched with fine, natural blue circuits that glowed with a steady, rhythmic pulse of contained mana. They looked less like raw metal and more like sculpted blocks of frozen lightning. Victoria gasped, leaning in close to look at the ingots. "Is that abyssal silver iron? That's a grade A refined composite. It normally requires a master forge alchemist 3 days in a high-temperature crucible to bind raw cores into iron like this." "It's a stabilized conductor ingot," Elian corrected calmly, picking up one of the heavy silver bars. "By using the beast cores as a structural flux rather than an energy source, I eliminated 99% of the material waste. Each bar has a mana conductivity rating of 94%. She opened her notebook and scribbled a new line under her asset column. "Raw scrap value, 1,100 credits, Elian recited smoothly. "Refined grade A ingot value, 4,200 credits per bar. 8 bars equal 33,600 credits. She looked up at Victoria, whose jaw was slightly open. "We just quadrupled our declared asset value in 3 seconds using 40 points of mana," Elian said, her tone as dry as if she were reading a grocery list. "And we haven't even processed the monster blood yet." Down the marble steps of the registrar building, a loud trumpet blared, signaling the opening of the official ranking audit. "All recruits," a loud, magically amplified voice echoed across the plaza. "Form lines by sector. Present your harvested assets to the senior registrars for valuation." Victoria looked from the shimmering pile of grade A ingots to Elian's calm, completely composed face. A slow, brilliant smile spread across the heiress's lips. "Julian Malacca is going to have a stroke," Victoria declared softly. "His cardiovascular health is not on our balance sheet," Elian replied, standing up and picking up 4 of the heavy silver bars while the guards took the rest. "Let's go get our sector placement." Chapter 10: The Ledger of the Registrar. The Central Hall of Audit stood at the heart of the Grand Academy of Arcane, engineering like a mountain carved into a cathedral. High above the sea of polished white granite floorboards, 7 colossal chandeliers forged from translucent mana quartz cast an azure radiance across 96 official appraisal stations. Each station was manned by a senior registrar wearing the heavy, silver-embroidered robes of the academic senate. Behind the main appraisal dais hung the Grand Freshman Matrix, a towering 50-foot-tall glass slab suspended by gravity arrays. Shimmering gold and green light danced across its surface, continually updating the names, asset valuations, and sector rankings of the top 100 freshmen. The air inside the hall smelled heavily of alchemical ink, cold brass, and the distinct, static ozone tang of raw monster cores being measured by high-grade diagnostic scales. "Next, Sector 1, Retinue 4, Malacca Syndicate Secondary," a proctor shouted, his voice echoing across the vault. Julian Malacca stepped forward, flanked by 2 of his senior retainers carrying an iron-bound chest between them. He walked with a smooth, arrogant strut, tossing his slicked-back blonde hair over his shoulder as he reached appraisal station 12. The senior registrar at the station, a sharp-eyed, grey-haired scholar named Master Thaddeus, barely looked up from his brass ledger. "Place your harvested assets on the scale." Julian smiled smugly, nodding to his men. They flipped open the heavy lid of the chest, revealing a glittering mountain of monster cores. Red, green, and dull bronze spheres spilled across the velvet-lined appraisal tray in a cascade of raw magical energy. 52 Class C cores from the Sector 1 rupture, Julian declared loudly enough for half the hall to hear. Along with 11 pounds of raw spatial chitin and 4 intact harvester appendages, harvested under the direct leadership of the Malacca mining syndicate. Master Thaddeus raised a brass diagnostic monocle to his left eye and tapped the appraisal tray with a small, enchanted silver rod. A series of bright orange glyphs swept over the pile of cores. Appraisal complete, Station 12, raw material count, 67 units, total mana purity, 41.2% standard unrefined batch, system asset valuation, 54,200 credits. A murmur ran through the crowd of watching freshmen. 54,000 credits, a recruit whispered near the entrance. That's enough to secure a Class A private dormitory block in the first sector. He brought an entire syndicate harvesting squad with him, another commoner grumbled bitterly. They just cornered the monsters and collected the cores while he stood back and took the credit. Julian grinned broadly as the grand freshman matrix behind the dais shuddered. His name surged to the very top of the leaderboard, flashing in bright, bold gold letters. Rank 1, Julian Malacca, 54,200 credits, Sector 1 housing granted. Acceptable, Julian said smoothly, turning to glance at the crowd. A modest start for the Malacca family. His eyes scanned the room until they landed on Victoria Vance and Elian Vane, who were standing in the Q3 stations over. Julian let out a low, mocking laugh as he caught sight of the plain wooden crate carried by Captain Vance. Still waiting to present your rusted scrap, Victoria, Julian called out, stepping away from his station with his arms crossed. You might want to hurry. The bottom 50% of the class gets assigned to the sub-level 4 barracks. I hear the moisture pipes leak acid down there. Victoria didn't give him the satisfaction of a response. She simply tilted her head, her amethyst eyes cold, and gestured toward the open desk ahead of them. Appraisal Station 15, the proctor announced. Sector 7, Retinue Vance Vane. Elian stepped up to the desk first, setting her leather ledger on the edge of the marble counter with a quiet thunk. Victoria took her place beside her, while Captain Vance carefully lifted the wooden crate and set it squarely in the middle of the evaluation tray. The senior registrar at Station 15 was an elderly woman with silver wire-rimmed spectacles and the deep blue robes of a master material analyst. She glanced at Victoria's torn silk robes, took note of the 4 armoured Vance guards, and finally looked down at the modest wooden crate. Name and retinue designation, the registrar asked, her quill hovering over an official parchment roll. Victoria Vance, Vance Conglomerate, Victoria replied smoothly, partnered with Elian Vane, Master Architect. The registrar paused, her sharp eyes darting to Elian's faded commoner tunic and slate pencil. A highborn heiress partnered with an unsponsored commoner node, unusual. She shook her head and tapped the wooden crate with her diagnostic rod. Open the container, declare your raw harvest. Captain Vance pulled off the wooden lid. Julian, who was lingering nearby to watch their humiliation, let out a loud snort. Look at that, 8 metal bars and a few vials of liquid. They couldn't even fill a full crate. They don't even have 50 cores to their name. Several passing recruits chuckled, shaking their heads at the seemingly pathetic display. The registrar sighed, lowering her diagnostic monocle. Recruits, the audit requires raw harvested assets, unrefined monster cores, hide ore or spell scrolls. 8 bars of standard iron alloy will barely clear 600 credits. They are not iron alloy, Elian interrupted calmly. She reached into her belt pouch, pulled out a small cloth, and wiped a speck of wood dust off the top ingot. The movement caught the sunlight streaming through the high-arched windows above. The surface of the 8 ingots didn't just shine, it pulse-glimmered with a deep, mirror-polished silver-black luster. Fine, razor-thin lines of natural blue lightning traced across the metal, humming with a frequency so dense that the brass balance scales on the registrar's desk began to vibrate on their own. The registrar stopped, her hand froze mid-air. Slowly, she raised her diagnostic monocle back to her eye. What is the structural composition of this metal? The registrar asked, her voice dropping all traces of bureaucratic boredom. Abyssal silver iron composite, Elian recited flatly, as if reading from a standard textbook. Grade A structural conductor, formed by binding 14 units of unrefined abyssal iron scrap with 16 minor beast cores via localized molecular realignment. Mana conductivity rating, 94.2%. Tensile yield strength, 1200 megapascals. Julian's smirk wavered. Nonsense, that's a high-tier synthesized alloy. It takes a Tier 4 alchemical crucible and 48 hours of continuous mana forge work to bind monster cores into iron matrices without structural fracture. It takes 3 seconds if your math is correct, Elian noted, her pencil tapping her ledger. The registrar didn't speak. She brought her silver diagnostic rod down directly onto the central ingot. ZLAP. A blinding wave of sapphire blue light erupted from the appraisal tray. The diagnostic rod didn't just glow, it let out a high-pitched, harmonic chime that echoed across the entire central hall of audit. The blue light surged up the brass conduits of Station 15, instantly blowing past the standard evaluation thresholds. On the registrar's brass console, the automated rune counters began spinning out of control. ++, Material Diagnostic Report, Station 15. ++, Item, Refined Abyssal Silver Iron 8 ingot units. Purity rating, 94.2%, flawless lattice integration. Impurity loss, 0.08%, exceeds Masterforge benchmark. Value multiplier, 4.8x finished utility asset. ++, asset base valuation, 33,600 credits. ++, 33,000, the registrar stared at the reading, her jaw slightly slack. 33,600 credits, for 8 ingots. Wait, Elian said, pointing her pencil down at the bottom of the crate. You haven't scanned the secondary container. Victoria stepped forward, her graceful hand lifting 2 small glass vials filled with a shimmering, ruby-red liquid that hummed with liquid vitality. Grade A monster blood extract, Victoria announced, her voice ringing clear and haughty across the room. Refined from Sector 7 crimson scuttler fluid, stripped of corrosive acidic enzymes and converted into pure alchemical potion base. The registrar picked up one of the vials with trembling fingers and set it on the scale. Chime. Item, purified crimson alchemical base, 2 vials. Purity rating, 98.1%, utility value, 8,400 credits, total submission asset value, 42,000 credits. Julian's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. 42,000 credits, for scrap from Sector 7, that's impossible, they only had 16 minor cores, the math doesn't work. The math works because we didn't waste 90% of the energy during extraction, Elian said, turning her cool grey eyes toward Julian. Your squad brought in 67 raw unrefined units with a 41% purity rating. You paid for heavy transport, lost half your mana density to environmental oxidation, and presented low-tier bulk. We processed our entire inventory at 0 overhead. She turned her ledger toward him, showing him a single, neatly drawn column of numbers. You spent 12,000 credits in operational costs to harvest 54,000 credits of raw value, Elian stated mercilessly. Net yield, 42,000 credits. We spent 0 credits in operational costs to yield 42,000 credits of net refined value. Our capital efficiency ratio is infinity. Yours is 3.5. The registrar didn't wait for Julian to respond. She slammed her official Senate stamp onto Elian's parchment ledger with a resounding thump. Valuation confirmed, the registrar declared loudly. She paused, looking down at the 4 black vanguard pikes carried by the Vance guards. Her eyes widened slightly as she caught the subtle spatial alignment runes etched into the metal. Wait, the registrar leaned over the counter. Those weapons are those custom-fabricated proxies. Grade B vanguard pikes, Victoria answered, stepping close to Elian's side with an imperial smile. Designed and materialized on-site by my co-owner, Master Architect Elian Vane. Estimated utility value, 20,000 credits. Inclusion approved, the registrar yelled, slamming her stamp a second time. ++, final audit score, retinue VNC Vane. ++, material ASSETS, 42,000 credits. FABRICATD equipment, 20,000 credits. Production bonus, plus 15000 credits, flawless efficiency multiplier. ++, total score 77,000 credits. ++, boom. A deep, reverberating gong echoed through the central hall of audit, as the grand freshman matrix suspended high above the room began to flash uncontrollably. The gold text at the very top of the board blurred, dissolving into light as it recalculated the rankings. Julian Malacca's name was ruthlessly shoved down to second place. At the absolute peak of the leaderboard, glowing and radiant, crystalline white light, two new names materialized side by side. Rank 1, Victoria Vance and Elian Vane, 77,000 credits, status, top efficiency metric achieved, reward, Sector 1 Imperial Tower Workshop and unrestricted material pass granted. The entire hall erupted into absolute chaos. Hundreds of freshmen gasped, shouted, and surged forward to get a look at the two girls standing at Station 15. Guild scouts from upper-class factions immediately pulled out communication crystals, frantically reporting to their leaders that an unsponsored commoner technician had just smashed the Academy efficiency record alongside the Vance heiress. Julian Malacca stood frozen in place, his face pale, his mouth opening and closing like a landed fish. 77,000, this is a mistake, she's a commoner, she doesn't have a blueprint library. Victoria stepped past him, her silk robes sweeping across the marble floor with aristocratic grace. She didn't even grant Julian a glance, but her voice carried a sharp, decisive sting as she spoke. Next time you bring 50 cores to an audit, Julian, Victoria said softly, make sure you know how to forge them. She turned to Elian, her amethyst eyes blazing with pure, triumphant satisfaction. Partner, Victoria said, extending a slender arm toward the grand archway leading out of the hall and into the elite Sector 1 Spire district. Shall we inspect our new Imperial workshop? Elian closed her leather notebook, tucking her slate pencil behind her ear. System alert. Sector 1 Imperial Workshop privileges unlocked, access granted. High-grade material vaults, advanced crucible arrays, central guild network, talent active. The 5 MP rule, current mana pool, 210/210. An Imperial Spire workshop, Elian calculated silently, her mind already mapping out the spatial dimensions of their new base of operations. Floor area, 400 square meters. Dedicated mana conduit hookup value, 12,000 credits per month. 0 rent overhead. The location has optimal utility potential, Elian agreed, stepping into stride beside Victoria as their 4 armored guards formed a protective perimeter around them. And the material vaults contain Grade S monster metals. We have work to do. As they strode out of the central audit hall into the brilliant sunlight of Sector 1, leaving the stunned crowds and broken egos behind them, the commoner technician and the highborn heiress walked not as master and servant, but as equal partners about to rewrite the economy of the entire Grand Academy. Chapter 11, The Cost of Architecture. The heavy, brass-bound oak doors of the Sector 1 Imperial Workshop swung open with a deep, resonant groan that had not echoed through the high-arched foyer in nearly a decade. Spanning 400 square meters of pristine, white-veined marble and reinforced basalt, the workshop sat perched on the third terrace of the Imperial Spire. High, vaulted ceilings framed massive arched windows of enchanted leaded glass, offering an unhindered panoramic view of the Grand Academy's central courtyard and the soaring mana aqueducts below. The air inside was thick with dust, stale ozone, and the faint, sweet scent of dried alchemical preservation resins. The previous occupant was Master Architect Archobert, Victoria said, her leather boots tapping a sharp, rhythmic measure across the floor as she stepped inside. She reached out, running a manicured finger over a massive, cold iron drafting table covered in layers of cobwebs. He held the rank of Senior Imperial Craftsman before he was reassigned to the Abyssal Front 6 years ago. The Senate locked the workshop afterward. It has remained untouched ever since. Elian didn't look at the sweeping view of the campus. She didn't look at the high ceilings or the intricate silverleaf moldings along the archways. Her grey eyes swept across the room with cold, diagnostic precision. Talent activated. The 5 MP rule environmental audit, target location. Imperial Spire Workshop 4 spatial area, 412 square meters integrated infrastructure, 1x Tier 3 mana conduit array inactive, 2x high-pressure crucible pits dormant, 1x subterranean storage vault sealed, structural integrity, 98.4% current utility efficiency. 12.1% severe dust accumulation, conduit oxidation. It's dirty, Elian stated flatly. She set her heavy leather ledger on the central drafting table with a crisp thud, pulled her slate pencil from behind her ear, and immediately began sketching a structural floor plan on a clean sheet of grid paper. The spatial geometry is acceptable, Elian noted, her pencil moving across the page with mechanical speed. The ceiling height permits suspended storage racks. The floor load-bearing capacity exceeds 20 tons per square meter, which will support heavy-density press machines. However, the primary mana conduit has suffered 18% oxidation at the primary intake valve. Down near the heavy double doors, the 4 Vance guards carefully set down the wooden crate containing their refined ingots and remaining monster cores. Captain Vance cleared his throat, adjusting his vanguard pike. "Lady Victoria," the captain said politely, "the retinue has secured the outer corridor. The Malacca Syndicate has stationed 2 scouts at the end of the terrace hallway, but they are maintaining legal distance. Shall we post a permanent guard outside the workshop door? Keep 2 men on the outer threshold and 2 in the secondary reception lounge," Victoria ordered, turning to face him. Her tone was back to its commanding highborn cadence. "No one enters without my personal seal or Elian's explicit authorization. That includes upper-class guild envoys, senate proctors, and my family's regional representatives." "Understood, my lady," the captain bowed, signaling to his men as they withdrew into the outer hallway, pulling the heavy oak doors shut behind them. With the guards outside, the silence of the massive workshop settled between the 2 young women. Victoria unclasped the high collar of her torn silk robes, letting the heavy, scorched fabric slide off her shoulders to reveal the dark leather undercorset beneath. She stretched slightly, her dark hair falling over her collarbone, where the faint violet pentagram of her abyssal core hummed with a quiet, stabilized warmth. She walked over to the drafting table, leaning against its edge, and looking down at Elian's rapid sketches. "We have 2 hours before the mandatory freshman convocation in the main amphitheater," Victoria said softly. "The Senate will officially register our retinue status and assign our academic course loads. What is our immediate operational priority?" "Cleaning," Elian said without looking up, "and conduit restoration." Victoria blinked. "Cleaning, we have access to an S-rank material vault in the basement, 42,000 credits in refined capital, and every major guild on campus trying to figure out who you are. And you want to sweep the floor. Dust accumulation on precision blueprint tables introduces an error margin of 0.02 millimeters per drafting line," Elian replied, her slate pencil making a final, decisive stroke on the grid paper. "Over a 10-meter structural blueprint, that translates to a 20-centimeter spatial displacement in the final materialized object. Inefficiency breeds catastrophic failure." She tapped the finished drawing with her index finger. "Furthermore, an oxidized mana conduit wastes 42 units of ambient mana per hour," Elian added, turning her gaze to Victoria. "At current sector energy rates, that is equivalent to burning 16 credits of raw core material every 60 minutes while doing nothing. I do not tolerate leaking assets." Victoria stared at her for a moment, then let out a low, amused chuckle. She straightened up, sliding her proxy starlight needle from her belt sheath and resting the blade lightly against her shoulder. "Very well, Master Architect," Victoria said, a teasing smile playing on her lips. "Show me how an independent utility node fixes a 6-year-old Imperial conduit." Elian didn't waste time with witty retorts. She stood up, picked up her ledger and walked directly toward the rear wall of the workshop, where a massive brass faceplate, resembling a stylized mechanical lion, was embedded into the reinforced basalt. The lion's open mouth held a crystalline socket designed to receive raw mana cores. Thick, oxidized copper pipes ran from the faceplate, disappearing down through the floorboards toward the subterranean spire lines. Elian knelt beside the lion's head, pressing her fingertips against the cold copper. "Talent activated. The 5 MP rule conduit diagnostic. Target array. Imperial Tier 3 mana intake valve fault identified. Crystallized mana slag in secondary valve housing repair blueprint. High-frequency resonance purge MP consumed. 5 remaining MP, 205/210. A micropulse of blue light shot from Elian's fingers straight into the copper pipe. Clink, 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 clink. Inside the sealed brass pipes, the sound of hardened, brittle crystal shattering into fine powder echoed through the walls. A second later, a deep, heavy shudder ran through the basalt floor as the dormant intake valve snapped open with a sharp metallic thunk. From deep below the spire, a surge of raw, brilliant azure mana rushed through the copper lines. The brass lion's eyes ignited with a piercing blue light. The suspended quartz chandeliers high above flickered, then burst into a warm, flawless white illumination that washed away every shadow in the 400-square-meter room. Imperial Workshop 4 Utility Grid, Online Ambient Mana Density, plus 45%, System Efficiency Restored, 94.8%. Victoria raised her hand to shield her eyes from the sudden brightness, watching in genuine astonishment as the dormant forge hearths at the back of the room began to glow with soft, automated orange pilot flames. 5 points of mana, Victoria whispered, shaking her head. The Academy's Facilities Maintenance Division charges 2,000 credits just to dispatch a repair technician for conduit purges. Facilities maintenance is an inflated bureaucratic cartel, Elian said, standing up and dusting off her knees. They use low-frequency heat pulses that melt the slag slowly, taking 4 hours of billable labor. High-frequency resonance shatters the crystal structure instantly at a fraction of the energy cost. She walked over to the wooden crate sitting in the center of the room. Now, Elian said, her tone sharpening, let's inspect the basement storage vault. Victoria followed her as Elian led the way to a heavy iron hatch embedded in the floor near the back of the forge. A heavy, intricate mechanical lock, consisting of 5 concentric brass rings etched with ancient runic dials, sealed the hatch shut. A small bronze plate above the lock read, Master Clearance Only, requires Tier 4 security key or Senate bypass token. Victoria reached into her pouch, pulling out a polished silver signet ring bearing the Vance conglomerate crest. My family signet has an administrative bypass override for low-tier Senate locks. It should take me about 5 minutes to align the runic rings. 5 minutes is 300 seconds too long, Elian said. She stepped past Victoria, reaching down to place her bare palm directly over the center of the 5 concentric brass dials. Talent activated. The 5MP rule structure scan and override, target lock, Senate standard tier 4 mechanical dial array analyzing internal pin alignment. Internal geometry identified, 5 tumblers 12 spring pins dual counterbalancing weights executing structural proxy force pulse. MP consumed, 5 remaining MP 200/210. Click 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 snapper. The 5 heavy brass rings spun violently in opposite directions, aligning themselves into a flawless vertical line in less than 1 second. The heavy iron locking bolts retracted into the frame with a loud, hollow clang, and the heavy hatch popped open 3 inches, venting a cloud of freezing, dry preserve air from below. Victoria stared at the open hatch, then at Elian's right hand and finally at Elian's calm, impassive face. You didn't even use a pick, Victoria said, her voice a mix of disbelief and sheer delight. You just ordered the internal pins to move. I matched their mechanical resonant frequency, Elian corrected calmly, pulling open the heavy iron hatch. A lock is merely a gate that refuses to move until its mathematical conditions are satisfied. I satisfied the conditions. She peered down the stone spiral staircase into the darkness below. Hold the proxy rapier, Elian requested, pulling her notebook back out. The ambient lighting in the stairwell is inactive. Use your blade's star steel luminescence to provide zero-cost illumination. Victoria chuckled, stepping onto the top stone step and letting her glowing proxy rapier illuminate the dark stairwell with bright azure light. You really do treat an S-rank weapon like a high-end flashlight. It produces 70 lumens of cold light without consuming fuel, Elian noted, descending the steps. It is an efficient secondary utility function. At the bottom of the spiral stairs lay the vault. It was a windowless 10 by 10 meter stone bunker lined with heavy, lead-shielded cabinets and glass-fronted display cases. Unlike the dusty workshop above, the vault was pristine, preserved by an active stasis field that hummed softly from 4 corner pedestals. Elian's eyes swept over the shelves, her reticle lighting up with a dizzying cascade of system notifications. Vault inventory identified. Master Architect Archobert's reserve stock item, 12x grade S mithril scrap ingot item, 4x unrefined void chitin plates tier 4 item, 1x partial schematics, void rupture siege ballista incomplete item, 1x concentrated essence of abyssal mercury 1.5 liters, total estimated valuation 185,000 credits. Victoria walked up to the central glass cabinet, her amethyst eyes widening as she read the labels on the lead-shielded boxes. Mithril scrap, Victoria murmured, her fingers touching the glass, and void chitin from the deep rupture, Archobert left his entire high-tier research reserve behind when he was drafted to the front. She turned to Elian, her expression turning serious. "Elian," Victoria said quietly, "if the Senate proctors realize this vault wasn't cleared 6 years ago, they will attempt to reclaim these materials under the academic abandonment protocols. They will claim it belongs to the state." "The state did not maintain the conduit," Elian said, her grey eyes reflecting the dim light of the vault. "The state locked the door and let the intake valve oxidize for 6 years, under independent utility code. Abandoned infrastructure claimed via physical restoration belongs to the restorer." She stepped up to the cabinet containing the 12 mithril ingots. "Do not move them," Elian instructed. "If we move the physical ingots out of the vault, the Senate's spatial inventory wards will trigger an alert." "Then how do we use them?" Victoria asked. Elian placed her index finger against the lead glass, touching the point directly in front of the top mithril ingot. "Talent activated. The 5MP rule: deep structure scan and blueprint capture. Target item: Grade S mithril scrap ingot scanning atomic grid and mana lattice. Blueprint acquired: Grade S refined mithril composite. Duplication cost: 180 MP standard/60 MP structural proxy." "I don't need to take the metal," Elian whispered, her grey eyes flashing with a sudden, intense silver light as the blueprint settled into her internal buffer. "I have the blueprint. The physical original can stay in this cabinet for the next 10 years. I can replicate its structural properties whenever we have 48 points of spare mana." Victoria stared at Elian, a slow, breathtaking shiver running down her spine. In the Grand Academy, wealth was measured by access to raw materials. Guilds fought blood-soaked wars in the outer abyssal sectors to mine a few pounds of mithril or haul back a single slab of void chitin. And Elian Vane had just stolen the structural soul of an entire S-rank vault in 4 seconds, without touching a single item or triggering a single alarm. "You're not just a technician," Victoria said softly, stepping closer to Elian in the dim vault light, her voice laced with deep, profound realization. "You are an economic catastrophe to every guild on this continent." Elian closed her leather ledger, capping her slate pencil with that familiar, precise click. "I am an optimizer, Miss Vance," Elian said calmly. A loud, deep chime echoed down the stairwell from the upper workshop, the 5-minute warning for the freshman convocation. Elian turned toward the spiral stairs, her posture perfectly composed, her faded commoner tunic contrasting sharply with the 100,000 credit vault behind her. "The convocation is starting," Elian said, looking back at her partner over her shoulder. "Let's go see what the Academy's elite plan to teach us." Chapter 12: The Architecture of Authority. The grand amphitheatre of the first spire was built to make human beings feel small. Rising 70 rows high in a seamless, circular tier of polished black granite, the amphitheatre could accommodate 5,000 spectators. Suspended at the exact geometric center of the room hung the Aegis core, a massive, slowly rotating orb of raw crystal energy 30 feet in diameter. It radiated a heavy, ambient pressure that pressed down on the chests of everyone seated below, a physical reminder of the academic senate's absolute authority. Down on the main arena floor, 1,600 surviving freshmen were assembled by sector block. The commoner recruits from the outer sectors, battered, bruised, and wearing stained, low-grade robes, were squeezed into the narrow bench rows along the far eastern rim. On the opposite side, seated in plush, velvet-cushioned boxes reserved for corporate sponsors and highborn retinues, were the elites of the first sector. Among them sat Julian Malacca. He had changed into a fresh, double-breasted coat of navy silk trimmed with real gold thread, flanked by 8 newly hired upper-class bodyguards. His blue eyes glared across the arena floor, tracking 2 figures who had just entered through the highborn archway. Victoria Vance walked with the effortless, sharp elegance of a born sovereign. Her torn robes had been replaced by a tailored, charcoal-grey coat bearing the refined silver embroidery of the Vance conglomerate. Her platinum-blonde hair was pinned back with a simple, unenchanted barrette of polished black iron. Walking beside her, matching her stride with absolute mechanical calm, was Elian Vane. Elian still wore her faded grey scholar tunic, but her leather notebook was tucked neatly beneath her left arm, her slate pencil held ready in her right hand. She didn't look at the hostile glares from the Malacca seats. She didn't look at the towering Aegis core overhead. Her grey eyes were calculating the room's structural acoustics and emergency exit throughputs. Talent activated. The 5MP rule: structural audit, location, Grand Amphitheatre of the First Spire, Aegis core output, 12,000 MP/sec, restricted ambient discharge, structural load points, 42 primary columns, marble composite, acoustic echo lag, 0.14 seconds, optimized for public oration. They are staring, Victoria murmured softly, her eyes remaining fixed straight ahead as they took their seats in the front row of the Vance retinue box. High visual focus is expected, Elian replied, flipping her notebook open to a fresh page. Our combined submission value of 77,000 credits disrupted their pre-established ranking projections. They are currently attempting to determine whether our asset density was an anomaly or a repeatable process. It's not just the students, Victoria added, tilting her head slightly toward the elevated dais at the center of the arena floor. Standing atop the marble dais were 5 individuals wearing the heavy, midnight blue robes of Senate deans. At their center stood Dean Raymond Malacca, Julian's uncle, a broad-shouldered man with iron grey hair, a severe jawline, and a chest covered in gold Senate medals. He held a long, silver-headed staff of office, his sharp, dark eyes fixed dead on Elian and Victoria. Gong! A heavy, resonant strike sounded throughout the amphitheatre. The chatter of 1,600 students died down instantly as the ambient pressure from the Aegis core surged upward by 10%, forcing everyone to sit rigidly in their seats. Dean Raymond Malacca stepped up to the brass podium, his magically amplified voice echoing off the black granite tiers like thunder. Freshmen of the 142nd class, Raymond began, his voice cold, heavy, and resonant. You have survived the trial of the orientation sectors. You have proven that your souls possess the baseline resilience required to walk the halls of this institution. But survival is merely the floor upon which true authority is built. He paused, his piercing gaze sweeping across the rows of commoner students, before settling squarely on the front row of Sector 1. The Grand Academy is built upon a single, unyielding law. Resource allocation follows demonstrated value, Raymond declared, raising his silver staff. Those who demonstrate superior martial prowess, high-tier core compatibility, and strategic leadership are granted the wealth of the Senate to fuel their ascension. Those who rely on tricks, low-grade utility exploits, or unsustainable anomalies will find themselves weeded out before the first term concludes. Beside Elian, Victoria's jaw tightened slightly. He's laying the groundwork to contest our audit ranking, she whispered under her breath. Let him lay it, Elian replied flatly, her pencil scratching a quick note on her page. Public rhetoric does not alter mathematical ledger entries. In accordance with Senate Bylaw 402, Dean Raymond continued, his voice hardening, the Academic Senate reserves the right to review any orientation audit score that exceeds 3 standard deviations from the historical sector average. A high score achieved through raw material collection is valid. A high score achieved through unindexed spatial processing must be validated through an official Senate technical demonstration. The entire amphitheatre went dead silent. Julian Malacca leaned forward in his plush velvet seat, a smug, cruel smile spreading across his face. He's calling out the commoner, a student in the third row whispered. The Senate is going to force her to demonstrate her fabrication method in front of the entire class. If she fails to replicate that grade A silver iron under Senate anti-magic fields, another cadet chimed in, they'll strip their 77,000 credit score and invalidate their workshop lease. Dean Raymond looked down from the high dais, his eyes locking directly onto Elian Vane. Student Elian Vane, Raymond called out, his voice echoing through the massive hall. Step forward to the testing platform. Victoria instantly reached out, her hand resting on Elian's forearm. Elian, don't move. By Senate Charter, a freshman retinue partner cannot be singled out for individual trial without 24 hours written notice. I can invoke the Vance conglomerate's legal veto right now. Elian looked down at Victoria's hand, then up into the cold, expectant face of Dean Raymond Malacca. Vetoing a Senate review creates a prolonged legal dispute, Elian said, her tone utterly devoid of heat or panic. Legal disputes consume billable hours, require retainer fees, and freeze our capital assets during the injunction period. It is an inefficient expenditure of time. Elian, Victoria warned, her amethyst eyes flashing with genuine concern. He has an anti-magic suppression field embedded in that testing platform. If your talent relies on standard mana channels, the field will choke your output to zero. He's setting a trap to humiliate you. A trap assumes the creator understands the mechanism of the prey, Elian said calmly. She gently lifted Victoria's hand off her arm, closed her leather notebook and stood up. The movement of a single girl in faded grey scholar robes drew the eyes of all 5,000 spectators in the amphitheatre. Elian walked down the aisle of the highborn section, her boots stepping onto the smooth marble floor of the central arena. She walked with a steady, unhurried pace, her grey eyes fixed entirely on the testing platform at the centre of the floor. The platform was a 10-foot-wide disc of dark, runic iron, embedded into the marble. 4 heavy silver pillars surrounded the disc, humming with a harsh, high-frequency anti-magic aura that distorted the air inside like heat rising off hot asphalt. Warning: high-density anti-magic suppression field active, standard spell channels reduced by 98.4%, external mana intake blocked, talent status. The 5 MP rule X-rank anomaly, system status, unaffected by local field. As expected, Elian calculated silently as she stepped onto the iron disc. Their suppression field operates by disrupting external mana draw from the ambient environment. It suppresses environmental spellcasting. But my talent doesn't draw from the environment. It operates through localized blueprint replication, powered by internal system math. Dean Raymond looked down at her from the elevated dais, a cold, patronizing smile touching his lips. "Student Elian Vane," Raymond said, leaning over his podium. "During the orientation audit, your retinue presented 8 bars of grade-A abyssal silver iron, claiming they were fabricated from raw scrap and minor cores in less than 3 seconds. The Senate finds this claim highly irregular for an unsponsored commoner with an unassigned utility rank." He gestured to a small wooden table beside the testing platform, where a single rusted iron plate and 1 cracked, low-grade goblin core sat under the anti-magic field. "To validate your 77,000 credit score and retain your lease on Imperial Workshop No. 4, Raymond declared, his voice booming across the tiers, "you will forge those raw materials into a Grade B functional asset right here, under the full suppression field of the Senate. You have 3 minutes. Julian Malacca let out a sharp laugh from his box. "She can't even draw 10 points of mana inside that field. Her channels are completely paralyzed." A wave of low chatter washed through the commoner rows. Many looked on with bitter sympathy, another unsponsored student about to be crushed by the Senate's institutional weight. Elian stood on the iron disc. She didn't touch the rusted iron plate. She didn't pick up the cracked goblin core. She simply stood with her hands at her sides, looking up at Dean Raymond. "Dean Malacca," Elian's voice carried through the quiet amphitheatre. It wasn't loud, but it possessed a razor-sharp clarity that cut through the acoustic echo of the room. "Before I begin, I require a point of procedural clarification." Raymond frowned slightly. "State your question, recruit." "If I complete this fabrication within 30 seconds rather than 3 minutes, Elian asked, her grey eyes dead calm, "does the Academic Senate recognize the structural blueprint as legally registered under Independent Utility Patent Code?" A few upper-class cadets chuckled at the absurd confidence of the question. Dean Raymond's eyes narrowed into angry slits. "If you can fabricate a Grade B asset inside a 98% suppression field in 30 seconds, student, the Senate will not only register your patent, we will cover your workshop's utility taxes for the entire semester. But if you fail, your workshop lease is revoked, and your score is reset to 0. "Acceptable," Elian said. She extended her right hand toward the table. "Talent activated. The 5 MP rule field fabrication pulse. Input materials. 1x rusted iron plate, 1x cracked goblin core command, replicate blueprint Grade B Vanguard boarding pike optimized, MP consumed. 12 remaining MP, 188/200. She didn't chant a spell, she didn't form an alchemical circle, she didn't even draw a deep breath. Clang! A blinding, sapphire blue pulse of energy exploded outward from Elian's palm, completely overwhelming the suppression field's silver pillars. The rusted iron plate and cracked core on the table vanished instantly, consumed by a localized spatial vortex. The air above the testing platform screamed as raw matter folded in upon itself at blinding speed. Less than 2 seconds later, the light vanished. Elian reached out, catching a 6-foot, matte black Vanguard pike midair as it dropped from the spatial nexus. The spearhead was polished to a mirror finish, its diamond leaf point glowing with cold, flawless azure runic energy. The balance was immaculate, the weight distributed to within a fraction of a gram. Elian set the butt of the pike against the iron platform with a heavy, echoing thud. The entire grand amphitheatre went dead, suffocatingly quiet. 1,600 recruits, 50 proctors, and 5 Senate deans stared at the black iron pike. The 4 silver anti-magic pillars surrounding the platform let out a high-pitched, agonizing whine before their internal mana crystals shattered under the sheer density of the spatial pulse Elian had just unleashed, plunging the platform's suppression field to dead zero. Fabrication time, 1.84 seconds. Asset quality, Grade B Vanguard boarding pike, flawless lattice integration, Senate suppression field, DSDROAD. Elian looked up at the elevated dais, her expression completely unchanged, as if she had just handed a customer a store receipt. 1.84 seconds, Elian reported flatly, her voice ringing clear through the silent vault. Material conversion complete, utility tax waiver confirmed, please update your administrative ledgers accordingly. High up in the Vance retinue box, Victoria Vance threw her head back and laughed aloud, a rich, triumphant sound that echoed off the high granite walls. Down on the dais, Dean Raymond Malacca stood frozen, his face flushed a deep, furious crimson, his hands gripping his silver staff so tightly his knuckles turned white. Julian Malacca sank back into his velvet seat, his mouth hanging wide open, his face utterly drained of colour. Elian didn't wait for the dean to speak. She calmly picked up her vanguard pike, turned her back on the Senate dais, and began walking back toward the Vance retinue box. System alert, academic Senate utility tax exemption granted. Monthly savings, plus 12000 credits. Current retinue ranking, rank 1 uncontested, talent active. The 5 MP rule. Current MP, 188/200. As Elian reached the steps of the Vance box, Victoria leaned over the marble railing, her amethyst eyes shining with absolute radiant pride. You broke their suppression field, Victoria whispered, a dark, thrilled smile playing on her lips. I didn't break it, Elian corrected softly, pulling her slate pencil from behind her ear and opening her notebook as she took her seat. It was simply an under-engineered obstruction. Now let's document our tax exemption before they attempt to revise the meeting minutes. Chapter 13, The Blueprint of Factional Debt. The echo of Elian Vane's boots on the granite floor of the grand amphitheatre had long since faded, but the silence she left behind in the first spire was suffocating. While the 1,600 freshmen were dismissed to their respective sector residential quarters, the upper-class guild delegates and faction representatives did not leave. They swarmed the high balconies like vultures circling a newly opened rift, their communication crystals glowing in a dozen frantic shades of blue, crimson, and pale gold. Inside the Vance Vane retinue box, Victoria stood with her arms crossed over her charcoal grey coat, watching the sea of highborn cadets filter out of the hall below. Her dark hair swayed gently as she turned her head toward Elian, who was already 3 pages deep into a new series of complex geometric schematics in her leather notebook. Raymond Malacca will not take this humiliation quietly, Victoria said softly, her voice carrying a low, dangerous edge. You didn't just pass his test, Elian. You shattered a Senate-grade suppression pillar in front of the entire freshman class. You made the academic Senate's authority look like cheap glass. The suppression pillar was constructed using a flawed 3-phase mana damper, Elian replied without pausing her pencil. It relied on external atmospheric friction to dissipate localized spell arrays. By bypassing atmospheric drawing entirely and executing structural realignments via localized spatial compression, the damper suffered an immediate harmonic overload. It was a failure of engineering, not a personal insult. To men like Raymond Malacca, a failure of engineering in public is a personal insult, Victoria countered, a faint, sharp smile touching her lips. She leaned back against the plush velvet barrier of the retinue box. He cannot strike at us directly now. The tax exemption is officially logged in the central matrix, and any unprovoked action against the rank 1 retinue within 48 hours of orientation would trigger an automatic Senate ethics audit from the rival factions. Then we have 48 hours of operational safety, Elian noted, making a final dark mark on her grid paper before snapping the notebook shut with a crisp clack. That is sufficient time to establish our primary production line. Not quite as safe as you think, Victoria murmured, her amethyst eyes flicking toward the narrow arched exit of the highborn gallery. Standing in the shadows of the stone archway was a tall, lean figure wrapped in a heavy, high-collared mantle of midnight blue velvet. Silver thread was embroidered along his sleeves in the intricate shape of a coiled spatial serpent, the crest of the Silver Spire Syndicate, the largest and most ruthless merchant guild within the upper 3 sectors of the Grand Academy. The man stepped out of the shadow, his silver-soled boots making no sound against the marble floor. He had long, pale ash-blonde hair tied back with a black leather cord, sharp angular features, and eyes the colour of polished pewter. Behind him stood 2 guards clad in full grey-day void chitin plate armour, their massive battle-axes humming with suppressed spatial enchantment. Lady Victoria Vance, the man greeted smoothly, bowing with practiced, razor-sharp aristocratic courtesy. And the celebrated master architect, Miss Elian Vane. I am Lord Jonathan Sterling, Senior Acquisitions Director of the Silver Spire Syndicate. Victoria didn't bow. She merely straightened her spine, her posture radiating cold, ancient nobility. Jonathan, I didn't expect a senior director to personally haunt the freshman orientation hall. Has the Silver Spire run out of upper-tier rifts to exploit? Jonathan let out a soft, melodious laugh that held no genuine warmth. When a commoner technician shatters a Senate anti-magic pillar in 1.8 seconds and manufactures a Grade B Vanguard pike out of rusted iron scrap, even the Grand Master takes notice, Victoria. His pewter eyes shifted, locking onto Elian with the cold, calculating intensity of a jeweler evaluating a raw diamond. The Silver Spire Syndicate recognizes talent, Jonathan continued, stepping closer until he was just outside the physical perimeter of the 4 Vance guards. We also recognize the immense financial pressure a newly formed retinue faces. You have an imperial workshop, yes, but an empty workshop requires raw materials, high-tier crucibles, specialized catalysts, and, most importantly, political protection from the Malacca Syndicate's Senate proxies. He reached into his velvet mantle and pulled out a thin, rectangular case of polished black obsidian, flicking it open with a pale thumb. Inside lay a gleaming, silver embroidery contract parchment, stamped with the official wax seal of the Merchants Guild Alliance. A Tier 1 faction sponsorship, Jonathan announced smoothly. The Silver Spire will immediately deposit 100,000 credits into your workshop operational vault. We will supply 2 tons of raw abyssal ore every month at 0 cost, and we will grant Master Architect Vane unrestricted access to our private blueprint library in Sector 2. Victoria's eyes narrowed slightly, and the cost? A modest 70% exclusive purchasing right on all structural assets, refined metals, and proxy weapons manufactured in Workshop 4. Jonathan smiled, his white teeth catching the blue light of the chandeliers above. Along with a secondary clause stipulating that Master Architect Vane's utility talent be registered under the Silver Spire's internal patent umbrella. Captain Vance, standing behind Victoria, let out a low growl, his hand shifting subtly toward the hilt of his weapon. Victoria was about to deliver a scathing aristocratic rejection, but before the words could leave her mouth, Elian stepped forward, holding out her hand. May I examine the contract ledger? Elian asked. Jonathan's smile broadened. Of course, Miss Vane, realists always read the numbers. He handed the obsidian case over to her. Elian didn't look at the glittering gold ink or the flowery preamble written by the syndicate's legal scribes. Her grey eyes skipped instantly down to the numerical appendices and the structural fine print at the bottom of the second page. Talent activated. The 5MP rule contract data audit, target. Silver Spire Tier 1 sponsorship agreement, identified clause 14B, compounded interest on raw material supply 14.2% monthly, identified clause 22C, intellectual property reassignment on proxy assets, identified clause 31F, liquidated damages trigger upon production delay 5% deviation, financial valuation, predatory debt trap. Elian looked up from the contract, her expression unreadable. Lord Sterling, Elian said flatly, your contract offers 100,000 credits in upfront capital. However, Clause 14B imposes a 14.2% monthly compounded interest rate on the raw ore supply, evaluated at retail market rates rather than wholesale cost. This ensures that by month 3, our retinue would owe your syndicate 146,000 credits in material debt. Jonathan's smile stiffened slightly. Furthermore, Elian continued, her slate pencil pointing directly at the bottom line of page 2, Clause 22C reassigns the patent rights of any spatial proxy item created within the workshop to your internal library. At our current production efficiency, this represents an uncompensated transfer of intellectual assets valued at approximately 800,000 credits per quarter. She closed the obsidian case with a sharp snap and handed it back to him. This is not a sponsorship agreement, Elian stated, her voice calm and devoid of emotion. It is an unoptimized predatory debt trap with an operational ROI efficiency of negative 312% for our retinue. We decline. Silence fell over the gallery. Jonathan held the obsidian case, his pewter eyes darkening into something cold and dangerous. The two void chitin armored guards behind him took half a step forward, their heavy boots causing the floorboards to thrum. "Miss Vane," Jonathan said, his voice dropping its warm, melodic tone, leaving behind the icy rasp of a high-tier corporate enforcer. "You are a brilliant technician, but you are a commoner in an academy ruled by ancient houses and massive guilds. Do you truly believe a single high audit score and a Vance retinue banner will protect you when the Malacca syndicate cuts off your raw material supply lines?" "They cannot cut off what we do not buy from them," Elian replied. "Every scrap of abyssal iron, every drop of monster blood, and every catalyst core imported into the first sector passes through the Silver Spire or Malacca distribution hubs," Jonathan warned, his eyes narrowing. "If you refuse our hand, we will simply freeze your supply channels. Your imperial workshop will be nothing more than 400 square meters of empty marble." Victoria stepped up beside Elian, her hand coming to rest naturally on the hilt of her starlight needle proxy rapier. Her amethyst eyes burned with pure, unyielding Vance pride. "You forget yourself, Director Sterling," Victoria said coldly. "The Vance conglomerate operated independent mining fleets before the Silver Spire was even granted a Senate charter. If you attempt to choke our supply lines, we will mine our own materials, refine our own scrap, and sell our finished assets directly to the Senate quartermaster." "The quartermaster buys from guilds, Lady Victoria," Jonathan sneered softly, taking a step back into the shadow of the archway. "Not from commoner technicians playing house in abandoned spires. Enjoy your empty workshop. Let us see how long your 77,000 credits last when raw iron costs 500% on the black market." With a flick of his midnight blue mantle, Jonathan turned and melted into the shadows of the corridor, his armored guards trailing close behind like silent iron sentinels. Victoria watched them disappear, her breath coming in a long, controlled exhale. He wasn't lying about the supply lines, Elian. The Silver Spire and Malacca syndicates hold a joint monopoly on Sector 1 and Sector 2 material distribution. If they freeze us out, we won't be able to purchase unrefined beast cores or iron scrap through official academy channels. "A monopoly only functions if the target relies on standard supply chains," Elian said, unbothered. She turned and began walking out of the retinue box, her boots clicking evenly against the stone as they made their way back toward the Central Spire transport lift. "What is your plan?" Victoria asked, catching up to walk beside her. "We have 42,000 credits in material assets and 20,000 in custom proxies, but we need thousands of units of raw scrap to scale production." "We do not buy from their distribution hubs," Elian explained as they stepped into the brass cage of the Spire lift. She pulled out her notebook and opened it to a detailed map of the Grand Academy's lower levels. Specifically, the vast, subterranean waste disposal sectors where thousands of tons of discarded, low-grade monster car cases, broken weapons, and oxidized slag were dumped daily by the upper sector smithies. "Sector 9, the scrap deeps," Elian said, pointing her pencil at the dark lower quadrant of the map. "It is unmonopolized territory managed by independent commoner salvage crews. The material purity of their scrap is rated at less than 12% due to high oxidation and severe abyssal contamination. To standard guilds, it is worthless trash." Victoria's eyes lit up as she instantly grasped the mathematical logic. To standard guilds who rely on Tier 3 alchemical crucibles, it's trash, but to you? "To my talent, abyssal contamination is merely unorganized matter," Elian confirmed, a rare, microscopic twitch of a smile appearing at the corner of her lips. "We can purchase 12% purity scrap at 2% of retail market value. I can purge the impurities and realign the atomic lattice using 5 points of mana per ingot. Calculated material profit margin, 4,100%, supply chain vulnerability, 0% monopoly bypass status. Active." The brass lift shuddered, then began its rapid descent toward the Upper Spire district, carrying the pair back toward Workshop 4. Victoria, Elian said, looking at her partner. We need to hire transport labor. 4 Vanguard guards are insufficient to haul 20 tons of low-grade scrap from Sector 9. Victoria smiled, a brilliant, fierce expression that made her amethyst eyes shine like cut gems in the lift's warm magic light. Leave the commoner labor contracts to me, Victoria said smoothly. I know 3 dozens of unsponsored recruits currently sitting in the sub-level 4 barracks who would die for an honest wage and protection from the Malacca Syndicate. By tomorrow morning, Master Architect, you will have your salvage army. Elian nodded once, tucking her pencil behind her ear as the lift doors slid open to reveal the glowing white threshold of their new Imperial workshop. Acceptable, Elian said. Let's begin. Chapter 14, The Salvage Army. The air in sub-level 4 smelled of rusted iron, damp lime, and the bitter sulfur tang of leaking sewer conduits. Far beneath the glittering crystal chandeliers of Sector 1, the lower barracks were a subterranean labyrinth of low-ceilinged stone corridors and crammed dormitory blocks. Here, hundreds of unsponsored commoner recruits, those who had barely scraped through orientation with single-digit core counts, huddled around sputtering oil lanterns. They were the discarded mass of the Grand Academy, waiting to be assigned to low-tier manual labor or pushed into high-mortality Vanguard units at the rift front. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the heavy iron gate at the entrance of Barracks Block C groaned open. 4 tall figures clad in mirror-polished Vanguard armor stepped into the dim, smoke-filled hall, their black pikes held at rigid attention. Behind them walked Victoria Vance, her charcoal grey coat draped over her shoulders like an imperial mantle, her amethyst eyes sweeping across the crowded room with razor-sharp authority. Beside her, carrying a simple wooden clipboard and her ubiquitous leather ledger, stood Elian Vane. The murmuring in the barracks died down instantly. Dozens of commoner recruits sitting on sagging cots scrambled to their feet, their eyes wide with mixed fear and awe. Word of the orientation audit had already swept through the lower levels like wildfire. The highborn Vance heiress and the terrifying commoner technician who had shattered a Senate anti-magic pillar were now the undisputed leaders of Rank 1. Retinue Vance Vane is hiring. Victoria's voice echoed through the stone vault, crisp, cool, and commanding. She didn't offer warm smiles or empty noble platitudes. She stood before them as a sovereign offering an iron-clad covenant. We require 40 able-bodied laborers for material transport, warehouse sorting, and perimeter security, Victoria continued, her voice cutting through the damp silence. Standard Academy labor wages are 8 credits a day, subject to Senate tax deductions and equipment rental fees. Retinue Vance Vane pays 15 credits a day, direct cash distribution every evening. 0 tax deductions. Standard food rations replaced with grade B meat broth and clean mana restoration pills. A collective gasp rippled through the hall. 15 credits, a scarred young recruit with a broken shoulder guard stammered, stepping forward from the crowd. That's almost double the guild rate. What's the catch, Lady Vance? Are we being deployed into an active rift? The catch is absolute obedience to Master Architect Vane's operational logistics, Victoria replied smoothly, stepping back and gesturing toward Elian. Elian stepped forward, her slate pencil tapping against her clipboard with a dry, rhythmic tick-tick-tick. Talent activated, the 5 MP rule personnel assessment, target group, 48 unsponsored recruits Barracks Block C, physical status, severe exhaustion 62%, low core purity standard class DE, operational efficiency potential, 84.2%, high motivation/high loyalty ceiling. You will not be fighting monsters, Elian stated flatly, her grey eyes locking onto the crowd. You will be hauling low-grade abyssal iron scrap and monster carcasses from Sector 9, the scrap deeps to Imperial Workshop Number 4. Shift duration, 8 hours. Equipment provided, high-load steel frame wheelbarrows with spatial weight reduction runes. Overtime paid at 2 credits per additional hour. She raised her pencil, pointing it at the scarred recruit who had spoken first. You, Elian said, name and core rating. Kalen, the boy replied quickly, straightening his back. Class D kinetic core, ma'am. I was a blacksmith's apprentice in the Outer Rim before I was drafted. Kalen is appointed Transport Squad Leader 1. Elian logged his name onto her clipboard in 3 lightning-fast strokes. Base pay, 20 credits a day. Your duty is to ensure 0 material loss during haulage across sector transit lifts. If a single ingot drops off a cart, your squad loses its evening monopoly bonus. Kaelin's jaw dropped, then he bowed his head fiercely. Understood, Master Architect, not a single nail will drop. In less than 20 minutes, Elian had audited, catalogued, and assigned all 40 recruits into 4 specialized operational units: transport, sorting, furnace prep, and outer workshop security. As the newly formed salvage army strapped on their heavy leather haulage aprons, Victoria stepped up to Elian's side, a faint, impressed curve touching her lips. That took 19 minutes. The Vance conglomerate's recruitment officers usually take 3 days to vet a manual labor battalion. Vetting through administrative interviews is an inefficient expenditure of time, Elian said, turning her page. Physical kinetic assessment and clear financial incentives produce an immediate 99% retention rate. Now, we proceed to Sector 9. Sector 9 was a city of trash beneath a ceiling of stone. Located at the very bottom of the spire system, it was a massive, subterranean cavern 3 miles wide, where the Grand Academy dumped its industrial waste. Towers of rusted iron scrap, shattered crucible bricks, discarded weapon molds, and decaying Class D monster hides rose like grotesque jagged mountains in the dim red light of low-grade mana beacons. Here, independent commoner salvage bosses ruled over sprawling junk heaps, selling low-purity scrap to cheap foundries for pennies on the credit. When Elian, Victoria, and their 40-man haulage retinue stepped off the massive freight lift into the cavernous gloom, they were met by a dozen rough-looking salvagers wielding rusted iron crowbars and heavy sledgehammers. At their center stood a massive barrel-chested man with a thick black beard, an iron eye patch, and arms like tree trunks. Boss Goram, the undisputed scrap lord of Sector 9. "Hold it right there, highborns," Goram grunted, spitting a dark wad of chewing resin onto the ash-covered ground. He rested a giant scrap-forged warhammer against his shoulder. "Sector 1 nobles don't come down to the deeps unless they lost their way or their silk robes got dirty. State your business before my boys charge you a walking fee." Captain Vance and the 4 armored guards instantly stepped in front of Victoria and Elian, their vanguard pikes lowering to a low, lethal guard. Victoria raised a hand, stopping her guards. She stepped forward, her highborn posture casting a cold, majestic light into the filthy cavern. "We are not here to claim territory, Boss Goram," Victoria said smoothly. "We are here to buy." Goram let out a booming laugh that echoed off the scrap heaps. "Buy? The upper sector guilds buy our grade C ores once a month for dirt cheap, but you brought 40 haulers. What do you want? The silver copper scrap in Vault 3. "No," Elian's calm voice cut through the air as she stepped out from behind the armored guards. She walked directly past the lowered pikes, stopping 10 feet from the mountain of a man. She pointed her slate pencil past Goram, aiming it directly at a massive 20-foot-high mound of black, twisted, heavily oxidized iron metal that had been dumped near the toxic runoff canal. "We want that pile," Elian said. Goram blinked his single eye, looking from Elian to the massive pile of black trash, and back to Elian again. "That pile," Goram barked with laughter. "Little girl, that's abyssal slag iron. It came out of the Sector 5 deep forge 4 years ago. It's got an abyssal contamination rating of 88% and a raw iron purity of less than 11%. It melts standard crucibles, poisons the air with sulfur gas, and shatters like glass under a forge hammer. It's dead weight. I've been paying 10 credits a week just to have my boys shovel it away from the lift tracks." "Then your holding cost for that inventory is 10 credits per week," Elian stated, her grey eyes completely unbothered. "Net asset value, negative. I offer you 50 credits to purchase the entire 30-ton mound outright, provided your boys assist in loading our first 10 wheelbarrows." Goram's laughter cut off instantly. He stared at Elian as if she had suddenly grown a second head. 50 credits, for 30 tons of toxic poison trash. Goram scratched his rough beard, his single eye narrowing with intense suspicion. "You ain't pulling a Senate trick on me, are you? If there's high-tier mithril hidden inside that pile, my boys will find out." Elian didn't answer with words. She walked straight up to the base of the massive black scrap pile, unbothered by the sharp, metallic stench of sulfur and abyssal decay. She reached out, resting her palm against a massive, jagged 600-pound chunk of rusted black iron that 2 grown men couldn't lift. Talent activated. The 5 MP rule: diagnostic and structural scan. Target material: abyssal slag iron contamination, 87.8% iron lattice, 11.2% structural reconstruction cost, 5 MP per 100 kg, estimated yield, flawless abyssal steel ingot base. A standard foundry attempts to burn away impurities using high heat, Elian analyzed silently, her internal system buffer lighting up with brilliant blue schematics. High heat causes abyssal sulfur to bond permanently with the iron molecules, creating brittle slag. But abyssal contamination is not a poison, it is merely unaligned spatial mana trapped in the metallic grain. It doesn't need to be burned out, it needs to be ordered to align. Elian didn't trigger the full fabrication pulse, she didn't want to display her talent in front of a dozen scrap bosses. She simply injected a tiny micropulse of 1 MP into the massive iron block. Ping! A subtle, microscopic pulse of blue light rippled through the bottom of the chunk. Deep inside the black metal, the jagged, brittle sulfur bonds snapped and realigned into a dense, crystalline lattice. The outer rust didn't disappear, but the core of the iron block instantly shifted from brittle slag to ultra-dense structural steel. Elian withdrew her hand and turned back to Goram. "The 50 credits is a one-time offer," Elian said, pulling a pouch of silver coins from her belt and tossing it to Goram. "We take the entire pile, we clear your lift track. You gain 50 credits and eliminate your 10-credit weekly holding cost." Goram caught the coin pouch, his heavy hand closing around it. He looked at the silver, then at the massive pile of trash he had hated for 4 years. "Deal," Goram roared, a greedy grin spreading across his face. "Take the damn pile, shovel every pound of it out of my deeps." "Kaelin," Elian turned to her newly appointed transport leader. "Begin loading operations. 10 tons on the first lift pass, transport directly to Workshop 4. "Yes, Master Architect," Kaelin bellowed. Within minutes, the 40 recruits swarmed the scrap pile with shovels, crowbars and spatial wheelbarrows. The subterranean cavern filled with the metallic clatter of loading iron, the rhythmic calls of the labor squads, and the rapid movement of an organized industrial machine. Victoria walked up to Elian, watching Kaelin's squad haul the first 600-pound chunk of treated iron onto a spatial cart with ease. 30 tons of metal for 50 credits, Victoria whispered, her tone filled with sheer economic awe. The Malacca syndicate spent 12,000 credits to harvest 54,000 credits of raw cores. You just acquired 30 tons of structural metal for the price of a mid-tier dinner in Sector 1. Raw capital expenditure, 50 credits, Elian corrected, tapping her ledger. Transport labor overhead, 600 credits per week. Total asset acquisition cost per ton, 21 credits. Retail market value of refined abyssal steel once processed, 1,200 credits per ton. She looked at Victoria, her slate pencil making a neat, final checkmark on the procurement sheet. "Our projected gross profit margin for this haul," Elian stated, "is 5,700%. Victoria let out a soft, breathtaking laugh, her amethyst eyes flashing with wild, electric excitement in the dim red light of the scrap cavern. "Let Director Sterling try to freeze our supply lines now," Victoria said, leaning her shoulder against Elian's in a moment of quiet, unspoken camaraderie. "He won't even realize we've cornered the lower market until we're selling refined steel back to his own guild. The Silver Spire Syndicate will attempt to intervene when our output hits the open market," Elian noted, her mind already moving 3 steps ahead. "Which means Workshop 4 must begin Phase 2 construction immediately." She turned toward the freight lift as the first loaded cart rolled onto the platform. "Current retinue capital, 41,950 credits, raw material inventory, plus 30 tons abyssal slag iron active retinue personnel, 46 talent active, the 5 MP rule current MP, 199/200. "Phase 2, Victoria asked, stepping into the lift beside her. "And what is Phase 2, partner?" Elian closed her notebook with a firm, decisive click. "Mass production." Chapter 15, The Mass Production Engine. The Imperial Workshop had ceased to resemble a quiet craftsman's studio. It had become a living, breathing industrial heart nestled inside the marble ribs of the first spire. By 6 o'clock in the evening, the 400-square-meter floor was transformed. The cobwebs and decade-old dust were gone, swept clean by Kaelin's sorting crew. High above, the 4 massive quartz chandeliers blazed with pure, high-density light, casting razor-sharp shadows across the basalt flagstones. Down the center of the hall, 6 heavy iron workbench stations had been arranged in a precise, linear assembly row. Along the left wall, 3 tons of black, jagged abyssal slag iron, The first haul from Bosgoram's scrap heaps lay stacked in neat geometric pyramids. 40 commoner recruits, dressed in heavy leather aprons stamped with the newly minted Vane double crest, moved with disciplined military coordination. There was no shouting, no chaotic running, and no wasted motion. At the head of the central assembly table stood Elian Vane. She had rolled up the sleeves of her scholar tunic, revealing slender, pale forearms. Her slate pencil sat tucked behind her right ear, and her leather ledger lay open on an angled wooden podium beside her. Her grey eyes swept across the assembly line, tracking the movement of every worker like a master clockmaker, watching a maze of interconnected gears. Talent activated, the 5MP rule process optimization, target domain, Imperial Workshop for assembly array active workers, 40 sorted into 4 specialized operations, current workflow efficiency, 91.4%, identified bottleneck, manual core crushing at Station 2 delay, 14.2 seconds. Station 2 halt, Elian's calm, sharp voice cut through the rhythmic metallic clatter of the workshop. A burly young recruit holding a heavy iron mortar and pestle froze, his forehead slick with sweat. He was attempting to grind a cracked Class D beast core into fine alchemical dust by hand, an agonizing process that required brute force and repeated strikes. Elian walked over to his station, her boots tapping a steady measure on the marble floor. "You are applying vertical impact force to a crystalline lattice structured along 45-degree fault lines," Elian explained, picking up a small, handheld iron lever proxy she had fabricated earlier that morning. "Direct vertical strikes waste 60% of your kinetic energy against the mortar base. Apply pressure at a 30-degree shear angle along the internal stress vector." She took a cracked goblin core from his tray, set it into the iron sleeve of her lever proxy, and pulled the handle down with a quick, effortless flick of her wrist. Crack shatter. The beast core didn't just break. It disintegrated into a uniform, flour-fine powder that spilled smoothly into the collection bowl below. Processing time, 0.8 seconds. Energy consumed, 0.2 joules. Human work effort, material degradation, 0%. The recruit blinked, his mouth opening in shock. That took no strength at all, Master Architect." "It required geometry, not strength," Elian corrected, handing the lever proxy to him. "Use the lever array. Reduce your cycle time from 15 seconds per unit to 2 seconds. Proceed." "Yes, ma'am," the recruit yelled, instantly grabbing the handle and plunging into his work with feverish speed. Standing near the high-arched windows, Victoria Vance watched the scene unfold with a glass of chilled, gold-leaf wine in her hand. Her charcoal-grey coat was unbuttoned, her posture relaxed yet regal as she observed the commoner workforce operating with the precision of an elite military legion. Beside her, Captain Vance leaned on his vanguard pike, his eyes wide as he watched 40 recruits process raw scrap metal into finished goods at a rate that defied every law of standard guild manufacturing. "My lady," Captain Vance whispered in hushed tones, taking care not to disrupt the rhythm of the hall. "I have managed the Vance conglomerate's armories in the northern marches for 15 years. A standard guild smithy with 40 journeyman blacksmiths and 6 Tier 2 alchemical crucibles can produce roughly 12 Grade C iron pikes a day." "And what is our current production rate, Captain?" Victoria asked, a soft, thrilled smile curving her lips. Captain Vance looked down at his parchment tally sheet, his hand trembling slightly. "Master Architect Vane's assembly line just completed 42 Grade B Vanguard pikes in the last 45 minutes. Victoria took a slow sip of her wine, her amethyst eyes shining as they reflected the azure glow of the central forge. 42 Grade B weapons in 45 minutes, Victoria murmured, "made from toxic scrap metal that cost us 50 credits a ton." The magic of Elian's system was not just in her ability to fabricate items, it was in her division of labor. Instead of having a single skilled blacksmith forge a weapon from start to finish, Elian had broken the manufacturing process down into 7 distinct, ultra-simplified subtasks. Station 1, scrap sorting. Recruits weighed and aligned raw abyssal iron chunks based on atomic density. Station 2, catalyst prep. Core powder was ground to precise grain sizes using Elian's specialized shear levers. Station 3, structural realignment. Elian walked down the line, placing her palm on the raw materials and applying a single 5MP pulse to purge impurities and realign the atomic lattice into grade A steel ingots. Station 4, shaft pressing. Recruits fed the realigned steel ingots into a heavy, lever-operated hydraulic proxy press designed by Elian, stamping out flawless, weight-balanced pike shafts in 4 seconds. Station 5, blade materialization. Elian executed a localized blueprint pulse, fusing the ground beast core dust into the spearhead points to create high-frequency spatial edge sharpness. Station 6, assembly and polishing. Recruits riveted the components together, polished the metal with oil and wrapped the grips in reinforced leather. Station 7, final audit. Kalen stamped the finished weapons with the Vane double crest and stacked them into heavy transport crates. By removing the need for high-heat crucibles, traditional forge hammers, and master blacksmiths, Elian had reduced the manufacturing cost of a Grade B military weapon from 400 credits to roughly 4 credits. System alert, continuous assembly operations active, batch yield. 100x Grade B Vanguard boarding pikes, total material cost, 18 credits scrap plus core dust, labor expenditure, 60 credits daily shift allocation, total production cost, 78 credits estimated retail market value, 40,000 credits net operational profit margin, 51,182%. A heavy thud echoed through the workshop as Kalen slammed the lid down on the 5th wooden transport crate, securing the iron latch with a heavy mallet. Crate 5 filled, Master Architect, Kalen called out, wiping sweat from his brow with a leather sleeve. That's 100 complete Vanguard pikes, all inspected and stamped. Elian walked over to the stack of crates, pulling her slate pencil from her ear and marking the inventory ledger. Operational time elapsed, 2 hours 14 minutes, Elian noted, her voice as calm as a quiet pond. Energy expenditure across all units, within safety parameters. Physical fatigue metrics among transport personnel, rising. Station 1 and Station 4 require a 15-minute rest cycle and water distribution. Rest cycle granted, Victoria announced, stepping forward from the window. She gestured to 2 of her Vanguard guards, who immediately carried forward 2 large wooden tubs filled with cold, clean spring water and fresh loaves of white bread. 15 minutes, men, you've earned it. The 40 recruits let out a ragged, triumphant cheer, setting down their tools and gathering around the food tables with bright, proud eyes. For months, these unsponsored commoners had been treated as useless trash by the Senate and the upper-class guilds. Now, in just one evening, they were operating the most efficient armory in the entire Grand Academy. As the recruits rested, the heavy double doors at the front of the workshop suddenly rattled. Bangs, bangs, bangs. A loud, aggressive pounding echoed through the high-arched foyer. The 4 Vance guards stationed at the threshold immediately drew their pikes, their faces hardening as they took up defensive positions. Captain Vance's hand flew to his sword hilt. Lady Victoria, someone is attempting to force entry through the outer reception corridor. Victoria didn't look surprised. She set her wine glass down on the drafting table, her amethyst eyes cold as ice. It seems our friends from the upper sectors have noticed the energy signatures coming from our spire line. It is not the upper sector guilds, Elian said, her grey eyes scanning the brass faceplate of the door's security array. Talent activated, the 5 MP rule doorway audit, target identified, Senate Quartermaster Inspection Corps Lead Officer, Master Inspector Vane Holloway, Rank 3 Academic Proctor, Escort, 6x Senate Enforcement Knights, Intent, Unauthorized Material Audit, Seizure of Unindexed Output. It's the Senate Quartermaster, Elian stated flatly. Accompanied by 6 Enforcement Knights, Raymond Malacca has dispatched an administrative seizure squad. Victoria's jaw set into a razor-sharp line. They are trying to claim our finished inventory under the Academic Resource Mobilization Act. If an unindexed workshop produces high-grade military assets without a Senate inspector present, they have the legal right to impound the goods for quality verification. They have the legal right if the goods are unindexed, Elian corrected. She turned to her ledger, pulled an official Senate registration seal out of her belt pouch, the very seal she had received from the elderly registrar at Station 15 during the orientation audit, and slammed it down onto the top page of her production ledger with a loud, resounding stamp. Document status, officially registered industrial ledger, production batch ID, VV001 through VV100, legal classification, private retinue capital. Kalen, Elian commanded calmly, open the doors. Kalen hesitated for a split second, looking at the heavy iron pikes carried by the Senate Knights outside, then gritted his teeth and pulled back the heavy brass locking bolts. The double doors burst open with a loud slam. Stepping into the bright light of the workshop was a tall, rotund man wearing the heavy, silver-trimmed purple robes of a Senate Master Inspector. His face was flushed red, his small, pig-like eyes squinting against the sudden brilliance of the chandeliers. Behind him stood 6 heavy Senate enforcement knights clad in full, gold-embossed plate armor, their broadswords drawn and resting against their shoulders. "In the name of the academic Senate," Master Inspector Holloway boomed, his pompous voice echoing off the vaulted ceilings. "I am Master Inspector Holloway. We have detected massive, unauthorized mana draws from the primary spire conduit and suspicious material haulage from the lower sectors. By order of Dean Raymond Malacca, this workshop is under immediate administrative quarantine." Holloway swept his gaze across the room, expecting to find a chaotic, filthy commoner den. Instead, he froze. He stared at the pristine white marble floor, immaculate assembly stations, 40 disciplined workers sitting quietly at lunch tables, and 5 massive wooden crates stamped with the official, flawless wax seals of a registered Senate retinue. Standing at the center of this industrial masterpiece was Victoria Vance, her hands folded gracefully behind her back, and Elian Vane, holding her freshly stamped ledger. "Quarantine, Inspector?" Victoria asked, her voice carrying the razor-sharp frost of an imperial princess addressing a low-tier servant. "On what legal grounds does the quartermaster's office interrupt the private production line of the rank 1 freshman retinue?" Holloway swallowed hard, his face turning a shade paler as he looked at the sheer volume of finished Grade B weapons stacked behind her. "Lady Vance, the Senate received reports that unlicensed commoner labor was being used to forge military-grade weapons without a Master Smith's license. Under Bylaw 88, all unlicensed military output is subject to immediate seizure by the state." "The output is not unlicensed," Elian's calm voice cut through his bluster. She stepped forward, holding out her open ledger. Holloway snatched the ledger, his hands trembling as his eyes scanned the columns of lightning-fast calculations, atomic density purities, and official Senate stamps. "Every weapon produced in this workshop is manufactured under the direct supervision of Master Architect Elian Vane," Elian said, her grey eyes staring dead into the inspector's soul. "A title officially recognized by the Senate Audit Board during orientation. Furthermore, under Bylaw 402, which Dean Malacca personally cited earlier today, a Rank 1 retinue holding a Sector 1 Imperial Workshop lease possesses full manufacturing autonomy for the first 30 days of the academic term." Holloway's mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water. "But the raw materials, you hauled 30 tons of abyssal scrap from Sector 9, that scrap is contaminated, it's a public safety hazard." "The scrap was purchased legally from Boss Goram for 50 credits. Elian replied flatly. "Receipt logged on page 4, the abyssal contamination was neutralized during structural realignment. Current toxicity rating of finished inventory, 0.0%. She stepped closer to Holloway, her slate pencil tapping lightly against the inspector's silver breastplate badge. "If you wish to seize these crates, Master Inspector," Elian continued, her tone devoid of all heat, yet utterly terrifying in its mathematical finality, "you must file a formal contestation of quality with the Grand Senate Council. The filing fee is 5,000 credits. If your contestation fails, which it will, as our weapon purity exceeds Master Forge standards by 4.2%, you will be personally liable for our workshop's downtime damages at a rate of 600 credits per hour." She paused, letting the numbers sink into his greasy brain. "We have been idle for 3 minutes, Elian added, checking her pocket watch. "You currently owe Retinue Vance Vane 30 credits. Would you like to continue this conversation for another hour?" Master Inspector Holloway backed away, as if he had just touched a red-hot iron plate. He looked at the 6 Senate knights behind him, then at the 40 recruits who had quietly stood up, their heavy iron tools and new vanguard pikes held in tight, capable hands. He looked at Victoria's cold, contemptuous smile, and finally at Elian's terrifyingly calm, grey eyes. "Retreat," Holloway squeaked, his voice cracking. We are leaving, the audit is satisfied." The Master Inspector turned on his heel, tripping over his purple robes as he scrambled out the front doors, his 6 heavy enforcement knights hastily backing out behind him like frightened dogs. Bang! The double doors slammed, shut once more as Kalen threw the heavy brass bolts back into place. The entire workshop erupted into deafening laughter and cheers. The 40 recruits pounded their fists against the workbenches, celebrate the utter humiliation of the Senate's corrupt inspectors. Victoria walked up to Elian, taking a long breath of the ozone-rich air, her amethyst eyes blazing with fierce, wild satisfaction. 30 credits per hour for downtime, Victoria laughed softly, shaking her head. You terrified a Senate Master Inspector with a legal damage clause. He was an inefficient bureaucrat operating on an inflated ego, Elian said, turning back toward her podium and picking up her slate pencil. His financial risk tolerance was less than 50 credits, a predictable variable. She tapped her clipboard against the table, her voice echoing over the cheering crowd with calm, unyielding authority. 15-minute rest cycle concluded, Elian announced. Station 1, prepare the next 10 tons of abyssal iron. Station 3, align core catalysts. Target output for evening shift, 300 units. The recruits instantly dropped their food, scrambling back to their assembly stations with wide grins and renewed energy. The rhythmic, mechanical clatter of the mass production engine roared back to life, echoing through the high basalt halls of the Imperial Spire. Retinue Vane production matrix, online current inventory. 100x Grade B Vanguard Pikes projected evening output, 300x Grade B Vanguard Pikes, total projected asset value, 120,000 credits, talent active. The 5 MP rule, current MP, 195/200. As Elian stepped up to Station 3, her grey eyes reflecting the brilliant sapphire light of her talent as she prepared to transform another chunk of rusted trash into pure, high-grade steel, she knew that this was only the beginning. They were not just building weapons. They were building an empire of pure efficiency that would tear the corrupt, inflated economy of the Grand Academy down to its very foundation. Chapter 16, The Free Market of Sector 3. The open exchange of the third spire was a colossal, multi-tiered amphitheater carved from red basalt and lit by suspended cages of burning solar glass. Unlike the polished, quiet elegance of the first sector, Sector 3 was the raucous, beating financial engine of the entire Grand Academy. Here, 6 major merchant guilds and hundreds of independent student retinues bought, sold, and traded raw rift assets, alchemical reagents, and weapons. Thousands of cadets thronged the central concourse, their voices rising in a deafening roar of bids, arguments, and auction calls that echoed off the high vaulted ceilings. Down the main marble thoroughfare, a massive transport procession moved with disciplined, rhythmic precision. Kalen led the vanguard, his chest broad and his leather apron stamped with the silver Vane double crest. Behind him marched 20 sturdy commoner recruits, their muscles straining against the heavy leather harnesses of 4 reinforced spatial haulage carts. Each cart was piled high with polished oak crates, securely latched with heavy iron fittings. Flanking the caravan were Captain Vance and 4 vanguard guards, their black iron pikes gleaming under the solar glass lighting. At the head of the procession walked Victoria Vance, her tailored charcoal grey coat open to reveal her aristocratic silk tunic, her silver embroidery catching the eyes of every passing trader. Walking beside her, holding her open leather ledger with her slate pencil resting lightly against the grid paper, was Elian Vane. This is the central free market, Victoria explained, her amethyst eyes casually scanning the towering stone auction booths lining the concourse. The Senate maintains strict price ceilings in Sector 1 to protect the legacy houses, but Sector 3 is completely unregulated. Prices fluctuate based on immediate rift supply and demand. If a major expedition suffers heavy gear breakage in the lower abyssal rifts, weapon prices can double in 3 hours. Unregulated pricing creates high localized volatility, Elian noted, her pencil making a rapid series of marks on her ledger. However, the current average market price for a standard Grade B Vanguard pike in Sector 3 is 420 credits. The Malacca Syndicate sells their low-grade iron alternatives for 380 credits, despite their 14% impurity rate. Because Malacca controls the supply distribution, Victoria said, a dark, knowing smile touching her lips. They artificially constrain supply to keep prices inflated. If a middle-tier retinue wants to go on a rift raid, they have no choice but to pay Malacca's prices or go unarmed. An artificial supply bottleneck, Elian concluded, her grey eyes calm and diagnostic. A textbook structural inefficiency, we will correct it today. As the Vane caravan reached the center of the trading concourse, the crowd began to part. Whispers rippled through the hundreds of gathered students, merchants, and guild scouts. Look at that crest, is that the Vance's heiress? Who are those commoners hauling the carts? They aren't wearing silver spire or Malacca badges. Word from the first spire says they cleared 77,000 credits in their orientation audit. What's in those crates? Victoria stopped at booth 104. A prominent, elevated stone trading dais equipped with an official Senate transaction scale and automated credit transfer runes. Kalen, Victoria commanded smoothly, unload the first crate. Yes, my lady, Kalen bellowed. With a heavy metallic clang, Kalen and two recruits lifted a wooden crate onto the central stone display table and flipped open the brass latches. Inside, resting on black velvet cloth, lay 20 Grade B Vanguard boarding pikes. The mirror-polished steel blades gleamed with razor-sharp blue runic energy, their shafts balance-weighted to within a single gram, completely free of oxidation or structural flaws. The surrounding crowd fell dead silent. A veteran third-year cadet wearing the scarred leather armor of a Rift striker stepped forward, his eyes wide as he stared at the display. He reached out with a gloved hand, hesitantly picking up one of the pikes. He executed a quick, expert air thrust, the blade whistling through the air with a high-pitched, harmonic hum. By the ancestors, the veteran breathed, his eyes shining with pure awe. The mana conductivity on this edge is 95%. It's better than the custom pieces sold in the first sector smithies. How much for this? 500 credits, 600. Victoria stepped forward, her voice carrying across the entire trading floor with absolute, ringing clarity. Grade B Vanguard boarding pikes, Victoria announced, her arms folding gracefully behind her back. Forged from high-density abyssal steel, full structural guarantee. Retail price, 250 credits. The entire open exchange exploded into utter chaos. 250 credits, a middle-tier retinue leader screamed from the third row. That's almost half of Malacca's price. Is that a mistake? That's cheaper than low-grade iron scrap weapons. I'll take 5 right now, the veteran Rift striker shouted, slamming his credit crystal onto the transaction scale before anyone else could move. Transfer the funds, give me 5 of them. Chime. Transaction confirmed, plus 1250 credits, inventory reduced, 5x Grade B Vanguard pikes. I want 10, another cadet yelled, shoving his way to the front of the crowd. 50 credits to anyone who lets me through. I need a full squad set for our Rift raid at noon. Within 3 minutes, a massive, surging mob of over 200 students swarmed booth 104. They waved their credit crystals, shouted their orders, and shoved each other out of the way in a desperate bid to buy the weapons before the supply ran out. Elian stood calmly behind the stone counter, her slate pencil flying across her ledger with mechanical, lightning-fast precision. Transaction logging, Station 1 units sold, 2040-60-80. Credit inflow rate, 1,250 credits/minute. Inventory status. Crate 1 empty, Crate 2 empty, Crate 3 empty. Kalen and his recruits worked with frantic efficiency, cracking open crate after crate, handing out Vanguard pikes, and accepting credit transfers as fast as the stone scales could process the magical signatures. Keep the line organized, Kalen shouted, his face beaming with fierce pride as he guarded the remaining crates. 1 crate per retinue maximum, let everyone buy. Victoria stood beside Elian, taking a long breath of the chaos, her amethyst eyes flashing with wild, electric triumph. 250 credits per unit, Victoria whispered to Elian over the roar of the crowd. We are undercutting the entire market by 40%, and we are still making a net profit of 246 credits per weapon. Our profit margin remains at 6,150%, Elian replied flatly, her pencil making another neat ledger entry. Market absorption rate is exceeding initial projections by 28%. We will liquidate all 300 units within 45 minutes. Stop this trade immediately. A harsh, screeching voice suddenly boomed across the concourse. The crowd parted in a hurry as a squad of 15 heavily armed men, in navy and gold silk coats, shoved their way to the front of the booth. At their head stood Julian Malacca, his face pale with furious rage, his blonde hair disheveled. Beside him walked a tall, middle-aged man with sharp, rat-like features wearing the red robes of a senior market administrator. Master Lucian, the Malacca Syndicate's chief financial agent in Sector 3. Julian pointed a shaking finger at Victoria and Elian. They are dumping illegal, counterfeit assets onto the open market. Master Lucian, confiscate those crates. Master Lucian stepped up to booth 104, his small eyes cold and greedy, as he stared at the pile of credit crystals sitting on the transaction scale. By authority of the Sector 3 Market Commission, Lucian declared pompously, pulling out a rolled parchment decree, this transaction is suspended. Selling military assets at 40% below the established Senate fair market value constitutes predatory dumping and economic sabotage under Trade by Law 112. The crowd of waiting cadets let out a chorus of angry boos and curses. Bullshit, Malacca just wants to keep gouging us, the veteran rift striker yelled from the front. Let them sell, we need gear for the rifts. Lucian slammed his fist onto the stone counter, his voice amplified by a magic throat rune. Silence. Anyone who interferes with a market commission audit will have their academic credit accounts frozen. The threat of frozen accounts instantly chilled the crowd into an uneasy silence. Julian stepped forward, a cruel, arrogant smirk spreading across his face as he looked at Victoria. Did you really think you could ruin my family's market dominance with scrap metal from the lower sectors, Victoria? The market commission is controlled by the syndicates. You can forge all the weapons you want, but you will never sell a single blade in this academy. Victoria didn't flinch. She simply looked down at Julian with cold, imperial disdain, as if looking at a stain on the marble floor. Trade by Law 112 applies exclusively to imported foreign goods sold by non-academic corporate entities, Victoria stated, her voice calm, sharp, and utterly devastating. Retinue Elian Vane is an officially registered academic student retinue. Our manufacturing takes place inside Sector 1 Imperial Workshop No. 4. Under Bylaw 14A, the Student Enterprise Protection Act, academic retinues possess absolute pricing autonomy for all internal campus trades. Lucian's face twitched. Bylaw 14A requires the manufacturing process to be verified by a certified Senate material analyst. Verification was completed yesterday during orientation. Elian's flat voice cut in. She reached into her ledger, pulled out an official parchment document stamped with the heavy, sapphire blue wax seal of the senior registrar, and set it squarely on the counter in front of Lucian. Document 88B, Elian stated, her grey eyes locking onto Lucian's rat-like face. Certified purity rating, 94.2%, signed by Master Thaddeus of the Central Audit Board. Furthermore, under Bylaw 14A, Section 3, any market administrator who attempts to halt a verified student transaction without a signed Senate injunction is subject to an immediate personal fine equal to 50% of the disputed transaction value. She tapped her slate pencil against the pile of credit crystals on the scale. Current transaction value, 75,000 credits, Elian calculated mercilessly. Your personal liability fine is currently 37,500 credits, Master Lucian. Would you like me to log your personal credit account details into the Senate fine registry right now? Master Lucian's face went completely white. His hands began to tremble so violently that he dropped his rolled decree onto the floor. 37,000, Lucian stammered, backing away from the counter as if Elian were holding a loaded siege crossbow. This is a misunderstanding. I was merely verifying the paperwork. The trade is legal. The trade is completely legal. Master Lucian, Julian shrieked, his voice cracking in sheer disbelief. What are you doing? Seize the crates. Shut up, you fool, Lucian hissed back at Julian, sweating profusely as he shoved his way backward into his guard squad. I'm not bankrupting my family for your grudge. Clear out. Without another word, Lucian and his Malacca guards turned and fled into the crowded concourse, leaving Julian standing alone in front of the roaring crowd. The waiting students erupted into deafening cheers and laughter, jeering at Julian as he stood frozen, his face burning with absolute, unimaginable humiliation. Victoria leaned over the stone counter, her amethyst eyes shining with cold, beautiful malice as she looked down at the pale Malacca air. Your price monopoly is broken, Julian, Victoria whispered softly, her voice carrying a lethal, razor-sharp edge. By tomorrow morning, every retinue in the Grand Academy will be armed with Elian Vane steel. What will your family sell then? Julian gritted his teeth so hard a tiny thread of blood appeared at the corner of his lip. He glared at Victoria, then at Elian, before turning on his heel and storming away into the dark corridors of Sector 3. Resuming transactions, Elian announced calmly, her voice cutting through the cheering crowd as if nothing had happened. Crate 4 open, next buyer step forward. The trade resumed with blinding speed. In less than 30 minutes, all 300 Grade B Vanguard pikes were sold out. The 4 heavy wooden crates stood empty, while the transaction scale at booth 104 glowed with a towering, staggering number. Total session revenue, 75,000 credits, total material and labor cost, 234 credits, net operational profit, 74,766 credits, current retinue treasury, 116,716 credits, market impact. Malacca Syndicate Sector 3 revenue dropped by 68%. Kalen and the 40 recruits stood around the empty carts, their eyes filled with utter, breathless awe. In a single morning, they had generated more wealth than an entire commoner sector produced in a year. Victoria picked up the master credit crystal from the scale, feeling its heavy, warm mana vibration in her hand. 116,000 credits in pure, liquid capital, more than enough to buy high-tier equipment, expand their workforce and upgrade their workshop crucibles. She turned to Elian, who was neatly capping her slate pencil and placing her ledger back under her arm. 75,000 credits in 30 minutes, Victoria said, a breathless, magnificent smile spreading across her face. We just destroyed Malacca's weapon market in a single hour. Malacca's weapon market was built on high overhead and inflated artificial margins, Elian said, her tone as calm and steady as ever. It was inherently fragile. We merely applied basic market pressure to a structural weakness. She looked up at the towering solar glass chandeliers of the third spire, her grey eyes reflecting the brilliant golden light. Victoria, Elian said, her pencil tapping lightly against her notebook. We now have sufficient liquid capital to execute Phase 3. Victoria's eyes brightened with intense, thrilling curiosity. Phase 3, and what is Phase 3, Master Architect? Elian opened her notebook to a fresh page, revealing a massive, intricate structural blueprint of the Grand Academy's central spire system. Phase 3, Elian stated flatly, is the acquisition of our own private abyssal mining rift. Chapter 17, The Rift Deed. The Spire of Records sat at the highest point of Sector 2, a silent monument of pale blue granite and shimmering wards that housed the physical title deeds to every acre of land, mine and rift, conduit under the jurisdiction of the Grand Academy. Unlike the noisy, overcrowded exchange in Sector 3, the Grand Hall of the Archives was cool, sterile and quiet as a tomb. High-arched windows framed views of the endless cloud sea, casting long slants of pristine sunlight across rows of massive iron-bound ledgers and suspended glass display globes containing floating map projections. At the far end of the hall, behind an ornate mahogany counter inlaid with silver runes, sat High Land Registrar Bartholomew. An elderly man with thick spectacles perched on his hawk-like nose and silver hair meticulously combed back, Bartholomew was the undisputed guardian of territorial claims. He had spent 40 years watching young noble heirs squander vast fortunes on worthless territorial deeds, and he treated every customer with the same dry, cynical detachment. Thud. A heavy velvet-lined leather pouch hit the mahogany counter, the rhythmic clink of high-density credit crystals echoing through the silent hall. Bartholomew slowly adjusted his spectacles, looking up from his parchment. Standing before his desk was Victoria Vance, her tailored grey coat slung over her shoulders, her amethyst eyes shining with absolute confidence. Next to her, holding a neat black leather binder filled with dozens of mapped topographical grids and financial calculations, stood Elian Vane. Behind them, guarding the entrance to the row, stood Captain Vance and 4 Vanguard guards in pristine silver and black armor, their presence commanding respect from the few scribes wandering the hall. Lady Vance, Bartholomew acknowledged with a slow, practiced nod. He did not bow. The Registrar's office was answerable only to the High Academic Council. And Master Architect Vane, word of your rather dramatic liquidation of 300 pikes in Sector 3 yesterday has already reached my ears. The Malacca Syndicate's financial agents were here earlier this morning, attempting to file a lien against your workshop. Attempts that failed, I presume, Victoria asked smoothly, resting a gloved hand on the counter. Of course, Bartholomew sniffed, tapping a stack of legal scrolls beside him. The Vane retinue possesses full manufacturing autonomy under Bylaw 14. I personally threw their representative out of my office for wasting my time with incomplete paperwork. However, I doubt you came to Sector 2 merely to flaunt your newly acquired capital. We are here to buy land, Elian stated flatly, stepping forward and opening her binder. She turned the page to a detailed, high-resolution blueprint of the lower mountain ranges beneath Sector 9. Talent activated. The 5 MP rule rift topography and yield assessment. Target region. Subsector 9G the Black Trench. Target asset. Inactive abyssal rift designation 109 historical value. Negligible abandoned due to 82% slag ore ratio. True asset potential. Flawless extraction conduit for high-grade abyssal steel. Bartholomew leaned over the counter, peering through his spectacles at the map Elian had laid out. When his eyes landed on the red ink circle surrounding the target zone, a dry, incredulous chuckle escaped his lips. Rift designation 109, Bartholomew asked, raising an eyebrow at Elian. The Black Trench, Master Architect, surely this is an accounting error on your part. Rift 109 was designated as a Grade E failed extraction site 12 years ago by the House of Malacca's mining division. It was abandoned because the ore yield was 78% slag iron, Elian corrected calmly, her slate pencil tapping the map grid. The Malacca syndicate utilized high-heat thermal crucibles for extraction, which caused the high sulfur content in the surrounding basalt to bond with the raw metal, creating brittle, unusable slag. Their operational assessment was mathematically flawed. Flawed or not, the site is a hazardous abyss, Bartholomew countered, pulling a heavy, dust-covered ledger from the shelf behind him and flipping to page 412. The perimeter wards have collapsed, the lift shafts are flooded with toxic runoff, and the lower tunnels are infested with Class D shadow crawlers. It costs 40,000 credits just to clear the entrance hazard, which makes its current assessed market valuation exceptionally low, Elian said, her grey eyes remaining entirely unbothered. What is the 30-year lease price for Rift 109? Bartholomew looked at Elian, then at Victoria, who merely offered a brilliant, unwavering smile that signaled complete agreement with her partner's decision. The Senate floor price for abandoned Class E rifts is 50,000 credits, Bartholomew said, tapping the ledger. However, because the site has sat idle for over a decade, the Academy offers a 40% liquidation discount to any registered retinue willing to assume the environmental liability. The total lease cost is 30,000 credits. We will pay 30,000 credits in full right now, Victoria said, gesturing to the heavy pouch on the desk. With a 10,000 credit advance for immediate territorial registration and sovereign mining rights. Bartholomew stared at the pouch of high-grade credit crystals, then looked down at the lease ledger. For 30,000 credits, most retinues bought safe, pre-cleared farmland in the upper sectors or leased small alchemy gardens in Sector 4. To throw 40,000 credits at a dead, monster-infested scrap trench deep in the lowest levels of the mountain was sheer insanity, or the move of someone who knew something the entire Senate had missed. Very well, Bartholomew sighed, pulling a thick sheet of gold-bordered parchment from his desk drawer along with a heavy brass seal. If Retinue Vane wishes to claim a mountain of toxic trash and shadow monsters, the state will not refuse your coin. He dipped a quill in black iron gall ink and rapidly filled out the official title transfer, writing out the coordinates for subsector 9G then, lifting a heavy iron stamp. He slammed it down onto the center of the parchment with a resounding clack. Territorial lease executed. Rift designation 109, the Black Trench, lesser, Grand Academy Spire Registry, lessee, Retinue Vane, duration, 30 years, exclusive extraction and sovereign mineral rights. Current retinue capital, 76,716 credits. Bartholomew slid the glowing, gold-embossed deed across the mahogany counter to Victoria, along with a heavy iron key stamped with the number 109. The Black Trench is officially yours, Lady Vance, Bartholomew said dryly. I advise buying high-grade gas masks and hiring at least 2 Vanguard companies before you set foot in that pit. Victoria picked up the glowing deed, her fingers tracing the sharp metallic crest of the lease. Our Vanguard company is already assembled, Registrar. Good day. An hour later, the Vane retinue stood at the desolate, iron-fenced edge of subsector 9G. Far beyond the main residential scrap blocks of Sector 9, The cavern's ceilings lowered until the air became thick, cold and heavy, with the smell of wet soot and ancient decay. The low-grade red mana beacons that illuminated the central junk markets were non-existent here. Only the faint, ominous purple glow of corrupted abyssal flora lit the jagged basalt cliffs. Before them rose the massive, rusted iron gates of Mining Station 109. A heavy iron sign, faded and covered in toxic lichen, hung loosely from one chain. MALAKOR Mining CORP Sector 109, abandoned. Behind the gates, a yawning 200-foot-wide pit plunged down into black shadow, the entrance to the Black Trench. Strange, wet chattering sounds and the low hum of unstable spatial energy echoed up from the dark depths. Behind Elian and Victoria stood their 40-man commoner workforce, alongside Captain Vance and 4 Vanguard guards. Kalen and his squad carried heavy iron torches, steel pickaxes, and 4 massive spatial haulage carts loaded with Elian's newly fabricated iron structural braces. "It looks like the mouth of hell," Kalen muttered, swallowing hard as he looked down into the black abyss. "My father used to tell stories about abandoned mines in the Outer Rim. When the wards die, the shadow beasts turn the tunnels into their nests." "Shadow beasts operate on low-frequency kinetic instincts," Elian said, stepping up to the rusted iron gate. She reached out, resting her slender hand against the lock mechanism, a massive 600-pound slab of solid iron that had rusted shut 12 years ago. Talent activated, the 5 MP rule: structural dismantling, target material, oxidized iron lock mechanism, weight, 280 kg, deconstruction cost, 1 MP. Ping! A razor-thin line of sapphire blue light flashed through the rusted lock. Deep inside the cast-iron housing, the corroded gears, rusted pins, and seized tumblers instantly broke down into pure, refined iron powder. Clang thud. The massive iron locking bar collapsed into dust, and the heavy gates groaned loudly, slowly swinging open into the damp, cold darkness of the pit. The 40 recruits gasped, their eyes wide as they watched Elian walk through the threshold without a second of hesitation. "Captain Vance," Victoria commanded, her voice calm and absolute as she drew a long, elegant dueling rapier inlaid with purple mana crystals. "Form a perimeter guard around Master Architect Vane. We clear the upper staging platform first." "Understood, Lady Victoria," Captain Vance yelled, drawing his broadsword. Vanguard guards forward, torches up. The retinue descended down the wide, winding stone transport ramp that circled the outer wall of the trench. As they reached the first underground staging floor, a massive, vaulted chamber 400 feet beneath the surface, the ambient temperature dropped dramatically. Water dripped from the ceiling, dripping onto shattered wooden ore carts, rusted iron rails, and mountains of black, unrefined abyssal ore left behind by the Malacca miners. SKIECH. Suddenly, the shadows along the cavern's ceiling detached themselves. Dozens of sleek, dog-sized creatures with jet-black skin, glowing red eyes, and razor-sharp obsidian claws dropped down onto the ruined stone rails, their wet jaws clicking in hungry unison. Diagnostic scan, Class D shadow crawlers quantity, 34, threat assessment. Low kinetic defense / high vulnerability to spatial alignment. "Shadow crawlers," Captain Vance shouted, stepping in front of Victoria with his shield raised. "Form a shield wall, prepare for impact." "Hold positions," Elian's calm, unbothered voice cut through the tension. She didn't draw a sword. She didn't invoke a high-tier spell scroll. She simply pulled a small, cylindrical iron canister from her leather satchel, an item she had fabricated during their rest cycle at Workshop 4. The canister was stamped with a series of tiny, precise geometric grooves, filled with crushed Class D beast core dust. Item: high-frequency kinetic shock device, fabrication cost, 3 MP/2 credits. Effect: emits localized 400 Hz mana frequency pulse upon impact. Elian pulled the brass pin from the canister and tossed it casually into the center of the shadow crawler pack. The canister bounced twice on the wet basalt floor, coming to a stop directly beneath the lead shadow beast. Ping! A blinding, invisible wave of compressed spatial force exploded outward in a 50-foot ring. Boom crack! The air inside the vaulted chamber vibrated so violently that the stone ceiling rattled. The 34 shadow crawlers didn't even have time to shriek. The high-frequency kinetic wave struck their fragile shadow-based bodies, instantly disrupting their core mana balance. Pulp. In less than 3 seconds, all 34 shadow beasts collapsed into harmless piles of black ash, leaving behind 34 sparkling Class D shadow cores rolling across the stone floor. The entire vanguard squad stood frozen, their swords halfway out of their sheaths, staring at the empty, quiet floor in utter, speechless shock. Clear, Elian noted flatly, stepping past the stunned Captain Vance and picking up a shadow core from the floor. Core recovery yield, 34 units. Market value, 340 credits. Acquisition time, 4 seconds. She turned toward the back of the chamber, where a massive, 50-foot-tall vein of pitch black, shimmering ore ran through the heart of the basalt mountain wall like a giant, dark river. Victoria walked up to Elian's side, looking at the glowing vein of raw abyssal steel with breathless wonder. She reached out, touching the cold stone wall, feeling the immense, untapped energy vibrating deep within the mountain. "This isn't just a dead mine," Victoria whispered, her amethyst eyes shining with wild, electric triumph as she turned to Elian. "This is a prime high-density vein. Malaka walked away from millions of credits because they didn't know how to refine it." Malaka evaluated this site using outdated 19th century furnace logic, Elian said, tapping her slate pencil against her ledger. "They saw impurity. We see raw structural foundation." She turned back to Kalen and the 40 recruits, who were now staring at Elian not just as a retinue leader, but as an absolute, godlike force of nature. "Kalen," Elian commanded, her grey eyes locking onto her transport leader. "Unload the structural braces. Establish Station 1 here on the upper platform. We begin full-scale mining operations immediately." "Yes, Master Architect." The recruits roared in unison, their voices echoing through the vast, reclaimed deeps of the Black Trench. Retinue Vance Vane asset acquired. Mining Rift 109, the Black Trench, estimated raw material reserve, 450,000 tons abyssal steel or estimated gross portfolio value, 540 million credits talent active. The 5 MP rule current MP, 195/200. Victoria stood beside Elian at the edge of the pit, looking out over their newly conquered underground domain. 500 million credits in raw ore, Victoria said, a stunning, fierce smile gracing her lips. "By the time Dean Malaka realizes what we've bought, we won't just be competing with the syndicates, Elian. We will be funding the entire Grand Academy." Elian closed her leather ledger with a clean, satisfying click. "Funding the Academy is inefficient," Elian stated calmly, her grey eyes reflecting the dark, glittering expanse of the deep mine. "We will buy it." Chapter 18, The Fortress of the Black Trench. For 3 centuries, the Grand Academy of Arcane Engineering taught a singular fundamental law. A rift was a wild, untamable scar upon the world. It was a domain of unpredictable spatial tiers, shifting environmental toxins, and endless tides of abyssal horrors. One did not civilize a rift. One merely built heavily fortified guard posts at its mouth, dispatched suicidal vanguard squads to harvest raw cores, and retreated before the corrupted miasma reclaimed the soil. Elian Vane did not believe in untamable scars. She believed in unoptimized architecture. By 48 hours after the purchase of Rift Designation 109, the cavernous upper staging platform of the Black Trench no longer resembled a dark, damp monster lair. It had been transformed into an underground industrial fortress of sheer, terrifying geometric order. High above, attached to the damp basalt ceiling 300 feet in the air, hung 6 massive, circular iron chandeliers. Unlike the fragile glass lamps of Sector 1, these were heavy industrial monoreactors fabricated from recycled scrap iron, loaded with crushed Class D shadow cores, and set to pulse at a continuous, steady 400 Hz. The brilliant, cold white light flooded every corner of the 600-foot-wide chamber, burning away the toxic purple lichen and driving the damp abyssal miasma back into the deepest, unexcavated fissures of the earth. Along the eastern granite wall, Kalen's 40 commoner recruits, now expanded to a disciplined workforce of 80 through secondary recruitment from sub-level 4, moved with rhythmic, synchronized precision. There were no wooden carts creaking under uneven loads. There were no sweating miners swinging blunt pickaxes until their hands bled. Instead, double-tracked iron rails forged from Elian's refined abyssal steel crisscrossed the basalt floor, leading directly from the primary extraction face to the central freight lift platform. Heavy, four-wheeled iron hoppers, fitted with localized spatial gravity reduction runes, rolled smoothly along the tracks. A single commoner recruit could effortlessly push a 3-ton load of jet black, raw ore with one hand, sliding it toward the secondary sorting array. Talent activated. The 5MP rule infrastructure operational audit, target domain, Rift 109 staging platform and mine operations, active personnel, 80 workers sorted into 6 specialized shifts. Hourly ore extraction yield, 42.5 tons raw abyssal ore facility structural integrity, 99.8% zero cave-in risk detected. Elian stood on an elevated steel observation catwalk that swept along the southern wall of the chamber, 20 feet above the humming workshop floor. She wore a long, dark grey wool coat over her high-collared scholar tunic, her sleeves neatly buttoned at the wrists. Her leather satchel hung across her chest, and her leather ledger rested open against the brass guardrail in front of her. Her slate pencil moved across the paper in crisp, rhythmic strokes, tracking the tonnage numbers as each hopper dumped its dark load into the automated sorting chute below. Beside her stood Victoria Vance, her tailored charcoal coat draped over her shoulders, an elegant, silver-rimmed spyglass held to her right eye as she surveyed the bustling subterranean hive below. In 48 hours, you have built a processing facility that outproduces the entire North Marches Mining Guild, Victoria remarked, lowering her spyglass, her amethyst eyes shining with cold, exhilarated awe. If my father's regional directors saw this layout, they would throw their entire administrative staff into the ocean out of sheer embarrassment. Your father's regional directors rely on manual human labor supervised by redundant middle managers, Elian replied, her slate pencil making a neat checkmark. Manual labor introduces unpredictable kinetic variance. Redundant management introduces administrative lag. By standardizing rail transport parameters and eliminating manual smelting, operational efficiency increases by 1100%. She pointed her pencil toward the center of the hall, where a colossal, 20-foot-tall iron tower stood like an ancient monolithic sentinel. It was the primary matrix refiner, a massive cylindrical structure constructed entirely from Elian's reinforced abyssal steel ingots and powered by a centralized core array. Raw black sulfur-heavy ore was loaded into the top hopper by a mechanical conveyor belt. Inside, instead of burning coal or high-tier fire mana, a concentrated spatial alignment pulse, maintained through a series of micro-inscribed geometric runic plates, continuously realigned the atomic lattice of the passing ore. At the bottom of the tower, 3 broad iron chutes discharged a continuous glowing stream of finished goods. Chute 1 poured out pristine, mirror-polished grey-day abyssal steel ingots, stacking themselves into uniform 50-pound bars with a soft clink-clink-clink. Chute 2 discharged fine, purified sulfur powder, automatically packed into sealed wooden barrels for alchemical trade. Chute 3 dropped clean, dark basalt gravel, waste material immediately repurposed for paving railway beds and reinforcing tunnel arches. Refinement yield efficiency, 99.2% daily steel production, 250 tons grey-day abyssal steel daily secondary byproduct yield, 30 tons pure sulfur/120 tons construction aggregate, net operational cost per ton, 1.4 credits, current market value per ton, 1,200 credits. 250 tons of refined grey-day steel a day, Victoria whispered, her breath catching as she watched the glowing ingots stack up like mountain gold. At current Sector 3 market rates, that is 300,000 credits in daily production value. Elian, we are generating more wealth than a Tier 1 noble house. Daily gross production value, 300,000 credits, Elian corrected calmly. Subsurface logistics overhead, 800 credits per day, workforce payroll, 1,200 credits per day, equipment maintenance reserve, 500 credits per day. Net daily operational margin, 297,500 credits. She looked at Victoria, her grey eyes as cool and clear as mountain spring water. Our current treasury reserve, including yesterday's weapon sales, stands at 374,216 credits, Elian stated. Capital liquidity is no longer an operational bottleneck. We have entered the capital accumulation phase. Before Victoria could speak, a sharp, frantic clanging echoed from the upper entrance ramp. Clang, clang, clang. Kalen came sprinting up the iron stairs toward the observation catwalk, his face flushed red, his heavy leather apron splatter-stained with soot and machine grease. Master Architect, Lady Victoria, Kalen panted, catching his breath against the brass handrail. Sentries at the outer perimeter gate just reported movement along the main transit canyon, heavy carriage tracks and armoured foot personnel. Captain Vance, who had been resting against the lower pillar with his hand on his sword hilt, immediately straightened up, his vanguard guards raising their iron pikes. "Numbers, Kalen. Is it Senate enforcement?" "No, Captain," Kalen shook his head fiercely. "It's not the Senate, it's private heraldry, heavy black carriages emblazoned with the silver dragon and the broken hammer." Victoria's eyebrows arched in cold, razor-sharp interest. She turned toward the dark entrance portal of the cavern, a slow, dangerous smile curving her lips. "The House of Malacca," Victoria murmured, her voice dripping with lethal elegance. "And the Iron Spire mining conglomerate. It seems the loss of their Sector 3 market share wasn't enough to wake them. But 30 tons of high-grade steel leaving Rift 109 finally got their attention." "They are 36 minutes behind my projected arrival timeline," Elian noted, closing her ledger with a soft, precise click. "Their administrative response speed is surprisingly slow." 5 minutes later, the heavy iron gates of mining station 109 swung open. A grand procession of 5 luxurious, velvet-draped black carriages, escorted by 30 elite, heavy-armoured mercenary knights, trotted onto the freshly paved basalt staging ground of the Black Trench. The horses were high-bred, coal-black warhorses fitted with silver armour, their hooves clattering loudly against the smooth, clean stone. At the head of the mercenary vanguard rode High Master Garrows, a scarred, middle-aged veteran with a fierce, aristocratic sneer, wearing the gilded plate armour of the Malacca House Guard. Beside the lead carriage walked Lord Archduke Vane Malacca's chief asset manager, Senior Director Sterling, a thin, sharp-faced man with wire-rimmed spectacles, a pristine white wig, and a high-collared velvet coat stamped with the silver seal of the Central Guild Board. Behind them stepped Julian Malacca, his pale face twisted into an expression of arrogant, burning vengeance, flanked by 2 imposing rank 2 battle mages holding glowing oak staves. Director Sterling stepped off the carriage folding steps, holding a pristine lace handkerchief over his nose to ward off what he expected to be the vile, toxic stench of an open sulphur pit. He took a step forward and froze. There was no sulphur stench. There was no choking green miasma. There were no piles of rotting corpses or screaming, diseased commoner slaves. The air inside the massive cavern was cool, crisp, and filled with the clean ionized tang of active mana conductors. The floor was paved with pristine black stone tiles. High above, brilliant white chandeliers illuminated an array of iron railways, automated hoppers, and a monumental refiner tower that hummed with smooth mechanical power. 80 commoner workers in immaculate uniforms stood at their stations, operating levers and sorting ingots with military discipline. It was not a trash heap. It was the most advanced industrial fortress in the entire Grand Academy. Director Sterling's lace handkerchief slipped from his fingers, fluttering uselessly to the clean stone floor. His eyes bulged behind his spectacles as he stared at the mountain of grade A steel ingots stacked 10 feet high along the southern wall. This is impossible," Sterling stammered, his voice trembling in sheer, unadulterated shock. "This site was marked as an irrecoverable Class E toxic waste pit 12 years ago. Where did this machinery come from?" Julian Malacca's face went from pale to a deep, dangerous purple. "Sterling, look at those crates. Look at the double crest. They're refining our ore. They bought this rift for 30,000 credits using a Senate technicality." "Correction," a calm, flat voice echoed down from the main entrance stairs. Elian Vane walked down the wide stone steps, flanked by Victoria Vance and Captain Vance's 4 vanguard guards. Victoria walked with the majestic, regal grace of an imperial empress inspecting her domain, her amethyst eyes locking onto Julian and Sterling with terrifying, cold amusement. Elian walked beside her. Her leather satchel at her side, her slate pencil held lightly between her fingers. "The ore was not yours," Elian stated, her grey eyes locking onto Senior Director Sterling. "Under Senate Territorial Law, Section 8, an abandoned Grady extraction site that remains unworked for more than 10 consecutive years reverts to Public Academy Registry. Retinue Vance Vane purchased the exclusive 30-year sovereign lease for 30,000 credits. The transaction was finalized by High Registrar Bartholomew yesterday at 9:14 in the morning." Director Sterling swallowed hard, forcing his trembling hands behind his back as he tried to regain his professional composure. He stepped forward, his eyes darting frantically toward the towering piles of refined steel. "Lady Vance, Master Architect Vane," Sterling said, his voice straining to sound authoritative. "I am Senior Director Sterling of the Central Guild Board. I represent the joint mining interests of the Malacca Syndicate and the Iron Spire conglomerate." "We know who you are, Director," Victoria said smoothly, stopping 20 feet from him, resting her hand on the pommel of her rapier. "State your business in our private retinue domain before I have Captain Vance escort your mercenaries off our land for unlawful trespass." High Master Garrows, the mercenary captain, placed his hand on his sword hilt, his eyes narrowing dangerously. "Watch your tongue, girl. You stand before the representatives of the high guilds." "Stand down, Garrows," Sterling snapped frantically, waving his hand back. He knew that provoking a direct combat engagement inside a legally registered Senate lease held by the heiress of House Vance would result in an immediate military tribunal from Sector 1. Sterling turned back to Victoria and Elian, forcing a greasy, artificial smile onto his face. "Lady Vance, let us be reasonable men and women of business," Sterling said, spreading his hands in a gesture of reconciliation. "The Malacca Syndicate recognizes that an administrative oversight occurred regarding the valuation of Rift 109. You have clearly demonstrated impressive technical ingenuity in clearing the site." He took a step closer, gesturing toward the refiner tower. "However, a single freshman retinue lacks the heavy distribution network, international trade fleets, and Senate political backing required to manage a mine of this magnitude," Sterling continued smoothly. "The Iron Spire conglomerate and the Malacca Syndicate are prepared to make you an extraordinary, once-in-a-lifetime offer." He pulled a gold-embossed contract scroll from his coat breast pocket. "We will buy back the lease for Rift 109, Sterling announced proudly, holding up the scroll. "We will reimburse your initial 30,000 credit purchase price, pay you an additional 200,000 credits in pure liquid capital, and grant Retinue Vance Vane a 5% non-voting equity share in all future raw ore extractions. You walk away with a massive profit without taking on any future operational risk." Julian Malacca smirked arrogantly from behind Sterling, crossing his arms over his chest. 200,000 credits for a commoner technician and a disgraced heiress was a fortune that could buy 3 luxury estates in Sector 1. In his mind, there was no possibility they would refuse. Elian didn't even look at the contract scroll. She pulled her slate pencil from behind her ear and tapped it once against her open ledger. "Talent activated. The 5 MP rule proposal valuation and financial audit. Offered buyout value, 200,000 credits one-time payment. 5% non-voting equity value, ~15000 credits/year artificially devalued by Malacca accounting. Current net production output of Rift 109, 297,500 credits/day, comparative asset value loss, 99.98%. Your financial proposal is an insult to basic mathematics," Elian stated flatly, her grey eyes staring dead into Sterling's soul. Sterling blinked, his artificial smile faltering. "What?" "The current net operational profit of this facility is 297,500 credits per day," Elian explained, her voice devoid of emotion, yet carrying the weight of absolute, unassailable truth. "Your offer of 200,000 credits represents less than 16 hours of our standard production yield. To accept your buyout would result in a net asset depreciation of 99.98% for our retinue." She stepped forward, pointing her slate pencil directly at Senior Director Sterling's chest. "Furthermore, under your current management, the Iron Spire conglomerate operated this rift at a net loss of 10,000 credits per week due to inefficient thermal smelting and 54% raw material waste," Elian added mercilessly. "Giving this asset back to your administration would constitute an act of criminal economic negligence against the resource reserves of the Grand Academy." The surrounding commoner workers broke into hushed, stifled laughter. Kalen grinned broadly from the sorting platform, crossing his arms over his broad chest. Director Sterling's face flushed a deep, violent crimson, his lace-gloved hands shaking with sheer, unmitigated rage. You insolent commoner brat," Julian Malacca roared, unable to contain himself any longer, stepping past Sterling with his hand blazing with fire magic. "Do you think a couple of iron rails and scrap towers make you invincible? The Malacca Syndicate controls every transport lift out of Sector 9. We control the Senate trade licenses. If we refuse to sign your transport manifests, your steel will rot in this cavern forever." "Transport manifests," Victoria laughed softly, a breathtaking, cruel sound that echoed off the high granite walls. She stepped up beside Elian, her amethyst eyes flashing with wild, electric disdain. Julian, did you really think we built this fortress just to sell raw ore back to your middlemen? She gestured toward the western wall of the cavern, where a newly constructed, heavy iron freight lift, 3 times larger than any Senate transit lift in the academy, stood connected to a newly carved, massive vertical shaft that shot straight up into the mountain bedrock. While you were filing useless administrative complaints in Sector 1, Victoria revealed, her voice ringing with absolute triumph, Master Architect Vane mapped the internal geological fault lines of Spire 3. That shaft behind us does not connect to Sector 9. It connects directly to the private trade docks of the Outer Rim Merchant Coalition in Sector 4. Julian's face went dead white. Sterling stumbled backward, his knees nearly giving out as the full, terrifying reality of the situation crashed down upon him. By bypassing the Sector 9 lifts and connecting directly to Sector 4, Retinue Vane had completely decoupled themselves from the syndicate's distribution blockade. They were now a fully sovereign, vertically integrated industrial power operating inside the Grand Academy. Director Sterling, Elian said, her pencil tapping her clipboard with a final, decisive click. Your presence in our facility is consuming worker attention metrics and reducing operational efficiency by 3.2%. You have 60 seconds to vacate the premises before Captain Vance exercises our legal right to deploy kinetic force against unauthorized trespassers. Captain Vance stepped forward, his heavy iron boot slamming onto the stone floor with a thunderous boom, his 4 vanguard guards lowering their high-frequency abyssal steel pikes into a lethal, battle-ready stance. 60 seconds, Captain Vance roared, his voice echoing like thunder through the cavern. Retreat. Senior Director Sterling didn't say another word. He turned on his heel, grabbed Julian by his collar, and practically dragged the screaming, cursing Malaka heir back into the black carriage. This isn't over, Victoria, Julian shrieked from the window as the horses panicked and galloped out the iron gates. We will tear this mine to the ground, we will burn your workshop to ash. The 5 luxurious carriages fled down the canyon road in a cloud of dust and chaos, their mercenary escort retreating in absolute disgrace. As the heavy iron gates slammed shut once more, Kalen and the 80 recruits erupted into deafening, victorious cheers that shook the basalt pillars of the trench. Victoria stood on the platform, watching the dust settle beyond the gate, her coat billowing in the cool air of the refiner tower. She turned to Elian, her eyes glowing with immense, brilliant pride. They will go to the Senate now, Victoria said, though her voice contained zero fear, only the fierce thrill of impending war. Dean Malaka will attempt to invoke the high executive injunction to seize our lease by force. An injunction requires a 2/3 majority vote of the High Academic Senate Council, Elian replied calmly. Turning her page to a fresh, blank sheet, which requires 21 distinct Noble House votes, the Senate Council convenes in 4 days. She looked at Victoria, her slate pencil poised over the paper. By then, Elian concluded, our total liquid capital will exceed 1 million credits, and Phase 4 will begin. Facility status, Rift 109, Fortress Black Trench, fully operational daily income rate, plus 297,500 credits retinue treasury, 374,216 credits active defense status, Abyssal Steel Vanguard array active talent active, the 5 MP rule current MP, 200/200. Victoria smiled, a majestic lethal expression that matched the cold steel of the refiner tower behind them. Phase 4, Victoria whispered, leaning her shoulder against Elian's in a moment of absolute, unbroken unity. Tell me, partner, how do we buy 21 Senate votes? Elian's pencil touched the paper, drawing a single, flawless geometric circle that encompassed the entire map of Sector 1. We do not buy the votes, Elian stated flatly, we buy their debt. Chapter 19, The Debt Architecture. The high financial vault of Sector 1 was built like an imperial temple to gold. Rising 50 feet above the paved white marble plazas of the first spire, its facade consisted of massive, fluted white obsidian columns inlaid with shimmering gold leaf. Inside, the quiet rustle of high-density credit promissory notes and the soft click-clack of silver counting abacuses filled the cold, vaulted chamber. Here, the great academic bank, managed by the neutral financial council of House Valerius, handled the private debts, mortgages, and credit lines of every high-born noble retinue in the Grand Academy. At 9 o'clock on a crisp, cloudless morning, the heavy bronze double doors of the high vault swung open. A crisp, cold breeze swept through the silent hall as Victoria Vance walked across the pristine marble floor. She wore a midnight blue velvet riding coat embroidered with silver Vance family runes, her silver hair pinned up in a regal crown braid, her amethyst eyes flashing with quiet, lethal purpose. Walking at her left hand was Elian Vane, carrying a thick black leather folio stamped with the Vance Vane double crest. Behind them marched Captain Vance and 2 vanguard guards carrying a heavy, steel-bound iron trunk. At the centre desk, sitting behind an arched barrier of polished crystal and gold, sat High Financial Auditor Valerius, an elderly man with sharp, hawkish eyes, wearing the midnight black robes of the banking syndicate. Lady Victoria, Auditor Valerius greeted her, his voice smooth and dry as aged parchment as he set down his ivory fountain pen. It has been several months since a member of House Vance crossed the threshold of the High Vault. I assume you are here to discuss your family's outstanding academic credit obligations. We are not here to discuss my family's obligations, Auditor Valerius, Victoria said, stepping up to the crystal barrier, her voice carrying across the quiet hall like a cold silver bell. We are here to clear them, and then we are here to purchase yours. Auditor Valerius raised a single, thin grey eyebrow. He leaned back in his leather armchair, interlacing his long fingers. Lady Vance, Valerius said dryly, your retinue's personal debt line to the Academy Banking Syndicate currently stands at 74,000 credits, accumulated during your orientation equipment requisitions. Furthermore, under standard Senate regulations, student retinues are not permitted to acquire institutional debt assets unless. Thud. Captain Vance stepped forward and slammed the steel-bound trunk onto the marble counter, stepping back into a rigid attention stance. Elian stepped forward, her slate pencil making a single sharp tap against the brass latch of the trunk. Click. The lid flipped open. The entire hall lit up with a brilliant, shimmering cascade of sapphire and gold light. Inside the trunk lay row upon row of high-density imperial credit crystals, cut into flawless hexagonal prisms, each glowing with the concentrated mana signature of 10,000 liquid credits. Auditor Valerius froze, his hawkish eyes dilated, staring at the sheer volume of high-grade capital sitting on his counter. 100,000 credits in high-density imperial crystals, Elian stated, her grey eyes cool and diagnostic as she opened her leather folio. Talent activated, the 5MP rule financial portfolio audit, target domain, High Senate Council Debt Ledger House Valerius Repository, target asset class, high-risk sovereign noble mortgages, identified target liabilities, House Malacca Leveraged Debt Pool. 74,000 credits to fully liquidate retinue Vance Vane's orientation debt, Elian continued flatly, sliding a ledger page across the crystal counter. The remaining 26,000 credits will be applied as an immediate ledger credit against our retinue's institutional purchasing account. Auditor Valerius adjusted his spectacles, his hands moving with meticulous speed as he pulled an automated credit verification globe to the trunk. The glass globe hummed softly, absorbing the mana signatures before chiming 5 times with a high, brilliant ring. Chime, 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 chime. Verification confirmed. 100,000 liquid imperial credits, retinue Vance Vane account balance, plus 26000 credits, 0 liabilities. Your personal debt is entirely cleared, Lady Vance, Valerius said, a rare note of genuine astonishment slipping into his controlled voice. In less than 1 week, your retinue has achieved absolute solvency, a remarkable achievement for a freshman retinue. Solvency is merely the baseline of operational stability, Elian said, unbothered by the compliment. She turned a page in her black folio, revealing a dense, sprawling network of financial web diagrams connecting 21 distinct noble crests. Auditor Valerius, Elian said, her slate pencil pointing directly at a specific column of red figures logged in the bank's master ledger. We now request the immediate purchase of the defaulted secondary mortgage portfolios for the following 9 academic Senate houses: House Thorne, House Valen, House Cashen, and 6 aligned lower-tier voting seats. Valerius's hand stopped dead over his desk. His hawkish eyes snapped up from the parchment, locking onto Elian with intense, sudden, sharp scrutiny. The defaulted mortgages of the Middle Senate block, Valerius whispered, his tone dropping into low, guarded seriousness. Those 9 houses have been heavily leveraged by the Malacca Banking Guild for the last 3 fiscal years. Their total combined liability stands at 680,000 credits. They are currently using their Senate voting seats as collateral to delay foreclosure. Correct, Victoria stepped in, her amethyst eyes flashing with cold, majestic brilliance. Dean Raymond Malacca has used those debt obligations to hold the middle Senate block hostage. Every time a vote comes before the High Council, Malacca threatens to execute immediate foreclosure on their ancestral estates in Sector 2, unless they vote according to his wishes. She leaned closer to the crystal barrier, her voice dropping into a razor-sharp whisper. Malacca doesn't control 21 Senate seats through loyalty, Auditor, Victoria revealed. He controls them through debt, and today Elian Vane is taking over the mortgage. Auditor Valerius leaned back in his chair, taking a slow, deep breath. His mind raced through the immense, terrifying political implications. Under academic banking law, Section 14, if a defaulted debt portfolio was purchased in cash by a third party, the new debt holder assumed full legal rights to the underlying collateral, including the right to demand an immediate Senate seat recall if the debt was not serviced. To purchase those 9 mortgage lines, Valerius calculated aloud, his voice trembling slightly, even at a 20% distress discount, requires 480,000 liquid credits. Lady Vance, even with your impressive mining yield, you do not possess 480,000 credits in your treasury today. We possess 374,000 credits in liquid treasury cash, Elian replied, her pencil tapping the desk. And we possess a daily net production yield of 297,500 credits in refined grade A abyssal steel from Rift Designation 109. She pulled a heavy velvet-bound folder from her satchel and laid it beside the gold crystals. Document 109F, Elian stated. A forward contract delivery deed. We hereby pledge 48 hours of our future abyssal steel yield to the House of Valerius Financial Syndicate as collateral for an immediate 500,000 credit institutional acquisition loan. Valerius picked up the forward contract deed, his eyes scanning the impeccable. High-purity yield certificates, signed by the Sector 4 Merchant Guild. Forward contract asset evaluation, collateral value, 500 tons grade A abyssal steel market value, 600,000 credits. Risk assessment, 0.12% extreme production stability. Syndicate approval status, recommended. Auditor Valerius looked at the deed, then at Elian's calm, unblinking grey eyes, and finally at Victoria's confident, regal posture. He let out a long, quiet sigh of deep respect. Master Architect Vane, Valerius murmured, shaking his head slowly in awe. You are not just a craftswoman, you are a financial tactician of terrifying proportions. You are using Malacca's own weapon, debt, to strip his Senate block out from under him before he even enters the council chamber. He reached for his ivory quill, dipped it in dark gold ink, and signed his name at the bottom of the acquisition authorization. Stamp. The heavy silver seal of House Valerius pressed into the wax, glowing with a soft, binding blue light. Financial transaction completed. Acquisition of Senate middle block mortgages, acquired liabilities. 9 ex-Senate voting House debt lines, total portfolio control. 9 High Council votes, new debt creditor. Elian Vane processing time, 8 minutes 12 seconds. The debt lines have been transferred to your retinue's master account, Lady Vance, Valerius said, sliding 9 thick gold-sealed parchment titles across the counter. You now hold the legal power to demand immediate financial restructuring, or total asset foreclosure, from 9 of the 21 High Senate councillors. Victoria picked up the 9 gold-sealed titles, feeling the weight of 9 noble houses resting in the palm of her gloved hand. A cold, breathtaking smile illuminated her face. 9 votes acquired, Victoria whispered, her amethyst eyes blazing with wild, electric triumph. With my family's traditional allies in the upper sector, that gives us 14 secure seats. Malacca's majority is gone. Phase 4 Part 1 complete, Elian noted flatly, logging the transaction into her ledger in 3 swift strokes. Now we proceed to Part 2, direct negotiation. 2 hours later, in a secluded, high-ceilinged private dining salon overlooking the crystal gardens of Sector 1. The room was draped in rich crimson velvet and lit by floating mana candles. Outside the arched balcony, the grand spires of the academy rose into the sky, But inside, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Sitting around a long mahogany conference table were 9 men and women dressed in highborn noble robes, their faces pale, drawn, and filled with deep anxiety. At the head of the table sat Lord High Councillor Thorne, a tall, grey-haired veteran with a scarred face, wearing the dark green robes of House Thorne. He was the informal leader of the Middle Senate bloc, a man who had fought in 3 abyssal campaigns, now reduced to a nervous wreck by the crushing debts his house owed to the Malacca Banking Guild. Standing at the end of the room, guarding the closed doors, were Captain Vance and 4 Vanguard guards. At the head of the table sat Victoria Vance, her velvet coat unbuttoned, her amethyst eyes sweeping across the 9 terrified nobles with quiet, majestic power. Beside her, set neatly on the mahogany wood, lay the 9 gold-sealed mortgage titles. "Lady Victoria," Lord Thorne spoke, his rough voice tight with stress as he stared at the gold seals on the table. "We received your urgent summons. Word has spread through Sector 1 that Dean Malacca intends to call an extraordinary emergency session of the High Council in 2 days to execute a total asset seizure against your retinue's mine in Sector 9. We are aware of Dean Malacca's intentions, Lord Thorne," Victoria said smoothly, taking a slow sip of herbal tea from a porcelain cup. "Then why have you brought us here?" Lady Cashen, a middle-aged noblewoman wearing silver jewellery, asked nervously, her fingers clutching her silk dress. "If Malacca invokes the high executive injunction, our houses have no choice. We must vote with him. If we oppose him, the Malacca Banking Guild will execute our mortgage foreclosures by Monday morning. We will lose our ancestral estates." The 8 other councillors murmured in bitter, helpless agreement. They were proud noble houses, reduced to puppets by the suffocating weight of compound interest. Elian stepped forward from behind Victoria's chair, holding her slate pencil. "The Malacca Banking Guild no longer owns your mortgages," Elian stated flatly. The room fell dead silent. Lord Thorne blinked, his jaw dropping. What did you say?" Elian reached out, her pale hand sliding the 9 gold-sealed title documents down the centre of the mahogany table, stopping directly in front of Lord Thorne. "Retinue Vance Vane purchased your debt portfolios from the High Financial Vault at 10:15 this morning," Elian explained, her grey eyes calm and analytical. "Total liabilities acquired, 680,000 credits. The Malacca Banking Guild has been fully paid off. They no longer possess any legal claim against your estates, your assets, or your Senate seats." Lord Thorne's hands trembled violently as he picked up the top parchment, his eyes frantically reading the blue wax seal of House Valerius and the clear, bold signatures of Victoria Vance and Elian Vane. "By the ancestors," Lady Cashen gasped, her hands flying to her mouth as tears of shock welled in her eyes. "It's real, the Malacca Lion is gone." You bought our debt," Lord Thorne whispered, his rough voice cracking as he looked up at Victoria with unbelievable, overwhelming shock. "Lady Victoria, what are your terms? What interest rate do you demand? How much equity in our lands do you want?" The 9 councillors leaned forward, holding their breath, waiting for the crushing blow, the new set of impossible demands from their new creditor. Victoria stood up from her chair, her tall, graceful posture casting a royal shadow across the mahogany room. She did not offer a cruel smirk. She did not demand their servitude. She looked at the 9 noble heads of the middle block with the noble dignity of a true sovereign. "Our terms are simple, Lord Thorne," Victoria announced, her voice ringing clear and true through the salon. "Retinue Vance Vane hereby restructures all 9 mortgage portfolios into a 20-year zero-interest repayment plan. Your annual payments will be reduced by 80%, funded directly through discounted steel supply contracts provided by our mine in Sector 9. The 9 councillors stared at Victoria, as if she had just granted them a miracle from the gods. "Zero interest," Lord Thorne stammered, unable to comprehend the absolute leniency of the offer. 80% payment reduction, Lady Victoria, why would you do this for us?" "Because we do not want your land, Lord Thorne," Victoria declared, her amethyst eyes flashing with fierce, brilliant fire. "We do not want your estates. We want a grand academy where noble houses and commoner talents build wealth through innovation and production, not through predatory extortion and corrupt monopolies." She leaned over the table, her gloved hands resting on the wood, looking every single councillor dead in the eye. "In 2 days, Dean Raymond Malacca will stand before the High Senate Council and demand the destruction of our retinue," Victoria said, her voice dropping into a lethal battle-ready hum. When he calls for the vote, I do not ask for your servitude, I ask for your freedom, vote according to your conscience. Lord Thorn looked down at the parchment in his hands, feeling the crushing weight of 3 years of fear and humiliation lift off his shoulders. Slowly, heavily, the battle-scarred veteran stood up from his chair. He drew his ceremonial sword from his belt, rested the flat of the blade against his palm, and bowed his head deeply to Victoria and Elian. House Thorn stood with the Vance family for 200 years before Malacca poisoned this academy, Lord Thorn declared, his voice booming with fierce, unshakable loyalty. In 2 days, House Thorn votes with retinue Vance Vane, and may the gods strike down anyone who stands against us. House Cashen stands with Vance Vane, Lady Cashen shouted, rising from her seat with tears of joy in her eyes. House Valen stands with Vance Vane. One by one, all 9 high councillors stood up, their voices joining together in a thunderous chorus of absolute unified defiance that echoed out off the high balconies of Sector 1. Elian stood quietly beside Victoria, pulling her slate pencil from her ear and making a single, neat checkmark on her master ledger. Senate middle block loyalty status, 100% secured High Council votes. 14/21 Malacca voting block, reduced to 7 seats minority status. System alert, High Senate Council emergency session scheduled in 48 hours talent active. The 5 MP rule current MP, 200/200. Victoria looked down at the city of spires glowing in the afternoon sun, her heart pounding with the electric, thrilling rush of impending victory. She turned to Elian, her eyes shining with quiet, profound admiration. 14 votes, Victoria whispered softly, her hand coming to rest over Elian's on the wooden table. We have the majority, Elian. Malacca is walking into a trap he doesn't even know exists. Elian closed her black folio with a soft, decisive click. The trap was set 48 hours ago, Elian stated, her grey eyes reflecting the brilliant sunlight of the first spire. In 48 hours, we do not just win a Senate vote, Victoria. She looked out over the glittering spires of the Grand Academy. We begin the audit of Dean Raymond Malacca. Chapter 20, The Audit of Raymond Malacca. The Grand Senate Chamber of Sector 1 was a colossal, circular auditorium forged from white marble and blue-veined obsidian. Tiered rows of high-backed mahogany seats curved upward like the steps of an ancient colosseum, accommodating the representatives of the 21 High Council houses. Above, suspended beneath a grand glass dome that opened to the vast sky, hung the monumental high seal of the Academy, a roaring silver dragon holding a balanced scale of mana and iron. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the chamber was packed to overflowing. Hundreds of upper-class cadets, guild representatives, and noble observers crammed into the public galleries high above the floor. A low, nervous murmur hummed through the air like an approaching thunderstorm. Word had spread across every sector that Dean Raymond Malacca had invoked the High Executive Injunction, a rare, ironclad administrative decree used only to strip rogue retinues of their assets and cast them out of the Grand Academy. At the centre of the lowest floor stood the Speaker's podium. Sitting upon the raised obsidian dais behind the high velvet-draped desk was Dean Raymond Malacca himself. He was a towering, broad-shouldered man in his late 50s, wearing the heavy, gold-embroidered purple robes of the Grand Executive Director. His sharp, angular face was framed by slicked-back silver hair, his cold blue eyes radiating an aura of absolute, autocratic power that had crushed every opponent for 2 decades. Standing to his left, wearing immaculate silk coats, were his son Julian Malacca and Senior Director Sterling, both grinning with quiet, arrogant anticipation. Opposite the Dean's high dais, standing on the marble floor behind a simple wooden drafting table, stood retinue Vance Vane. Victoria Vance wore a sharp, tailored imperial navy coat with silver epaulettes, her long silver hair falling over her shoulders like spun moonlight, her posture rigid, proud, and completely unyielding. Beside her, wearing a simple scholar's tunic with her slate pencil tucked behind her right ear, sat Elian Vane. Her black leather folio lay open on the wooden table before her, its pages covered in dense columns of geometric equations, atomic purity graphs, and ledger entries. Behind them, guarding their flank with silent, military perfection, stood Captain Vance and 4 vanguard guards, their arms folded over their chest plates. Bangs, bangs, bangs. Dean Raymond Malacca struck the heavy bronze gavel against the stone block, his deep, resonant voice echoing through the massive cavernous hall with terrifying authority. The emergency session of the High Academic Senate Council is now in order, Raymond declared, his cold eyes sweeping across the 21 seated high councillors in the upper tiers. We convene today under Bylaw 1, Executive Injunction, to address a severe threat to the structural integrity and security of the Grand Academy. A heavy, expectant silence fell over the gallery. Raymond leaned over his high desk, pointing a thick, gold-ringed finger down at Elian and Victoria. Retinue Vane stands accused of gross economic sabotage, unauthorized exploitation of hazardous abyssal rifts, and illegal distribution of uninspected military assets. Raymond's voice boomed like thunder off the marble walls. By occupying subsector 9G and extracting abyssal slag ore without Senate oversight, this retinue has endangered the entire lower spire system. Furthermore, they have systematically undercut registered guild pricing in Sector 3, destabilizing the academic economy. He raised a signed parchment scroll, holding it high for all to see. The Executive Director's Office hereby moves for the immediate execution of Injunction 88, Raymond roared. The total seizure of Rift Designation 109, the liquidation of Retinue Vane's workshop, and the permanent expulsion of Commoner Technician, Elian Vane from this institution. Julian Malacca let out a soft, triumphant snort from the dais, crossing his arms as he smirked down at Victoria. Under Senate procedure, Raymond continued, his voice dripping with absolute confidence, a 2/3 majority of the High Council is required to finalize an executive injunction. We shall call the roll. He raised his gavel, preparing to strike the stone block to initiate the automated voting runes installed in the councillors' desks. Hold, a calm, flat voice cut through the silence. The sound was not loud, yet it carried a strange, crystal-clear resonance that penetrated every corner of the vast auditorium. Elian Vane stepped out from behind the wooden drafting table. She picked up her slate pencil, her grey eyes looking up at the high obsidian dais with absolute diagnostic detachment. Talent activated, the 5 MP rule chamber structural and legal audit, target entity, Dean Raymond Malacca / Executive Director's Office, identified liability, financial fraud / off-balance sheet treasury embezzlement, audit status, complete. Raymond's brow furrowed in deep annoyance, his grip tightening on the bronze gavel. Commoner Vane, you do not have standing to interrupt an executive roll call. Sit down or I will have the Senate Knights remove you from the floor. Under Bylaw 4, Section 12, Victoria's clear, silver bell voice echoed across the marble. An accused retinue leader possesses the absolute legal right to deliver an operational defense before any vote is taken. Unless, of course, the Dean wishes to violate the founding charter in front of 21 noble houses and the public galleries. Raymond gritted his teeth, his jaw muscles twitching. He looked up at the hundreds of students in the galleries watching his every move, then back down at Victoria. You have 5 minutes, Lady Vance, Raymond sneered coldly. Make your defense. No amount of rhetoric will alter the financial reality of your crimes. We are not here to offer rhetoric, Dean Malacca, Elian said, her slate pencil tapping against her open folio. We are here to present an audit. She stepped to the center of the marble floor, waving her hand. Ping! A brilliant, 6-foot-wide sapphire projection array, powered by a localized spatial rune Elian had fabricated, lit up in the middle of the Senate chamber. The light projected a towering, 3-dimensional financial ledger floating directly in front of the high dais. The public gallery leaned forward, gasping in surprise as rows upon rows of glowing numbers, transaction IDs and silver crests filled the air. This is the master balance sheet for Rift Designation 109, Elian announced, her voice precise, steady and unbothered. Initial capital acquisition cost, 30,000 credits, production infrastructure cost, 800 credits per day. Daily output, 250 tons of refined grade A abyssal steel. Total net asset value generated in 72 hours, 942,000 credits. Senior Director Sterling, standing beside Julian, scoffed loudly. Fabricated numbers, you are extracting worthless, toxic slag. The yield certificates are signed and verified by the Sector 4 Merchant Coalition, Elian replied flatly, without even looking at Sterling. Document 109C is logged in the public registry. The metal is real. The profit is real. She turned her pencil toward the top row of the floating projection, her grey eyes locking onto Dean Raymond Malacca. However, Elian continued, while auditing the historical land records of Rift 109 prior to our lease purchase, my system identified a structural anomaly in the Academy's master treasury ledger. Raymond's eyes narrowed dangerously. What nonsense are you babbling about? Between the fiscal years 2021 and 2025, Elian stated, her pencil tracing a bright red line through the floating projection, the Executive Director's Office authorized 12 separate maintenance subsidies, totaling 450,000 credits to the Malacca Mining Guild for the upkeep of Rift 109. She looked directly at Senior Director Sterling, then back to Raymond. Yet, according to the official Senate survey of 2022, Rift 109 was listed as completely abandoned, with zero maintenance personnel on site, Elian calculated mercilessly. Where did the 450,000 credits of Public Academy funds go, Dean Malacca? The entire Senate chamber fell into a stunned, breathless hush. In the upper tiers, several high councillors sat up straight, their eyes widening in shock as they stared at the red lines glowing in the air. Raymond's face flushed a deep, mottled red. He slammed his fist onto his desk, the heavy mahogany wood cracking under his aura. Insolent commoner, are you daring to accuse the Executive Office of financial impropriety based on outdated ledger scribbles? I am not accusing, Elian corrected calmly, tapping her pencil against the table. I am auditing, and the audit is incomplete. She turned a page in her black folio. Between 2023 and 2026, the Malacca Banking Guild issued 680,000 credits in high-interest loans to 9 middle-block Senate houses. Elian continued, her voice cutting through the hall like a surgeon's scalpel. Those loans were backed by off-balance sheet guarantees issued directly by the Academy's Public Contingency Reserve, a clear violation of Bylaw 204, Article 3. Silence, Julian screamed from the dais, his hands blazing with furious fire mana as he stepped forward. Silence her father, she's making up lies to save her mine. She is not lying. A deep, gravelly voice suddenly boomed from the first tier of the High Council seats. The crowd turned in shock as Lord High Councillor Thorne stood up from his mahogany chair. He wore his full formal Senate robes, his battle-scarred face set like stone as he held a thick, gold-sealed document in his hand. Lord Thorne, Raymond gasped, his voice faltering for the first time. What is the meaning of this? The meaning, Dean Malacca, Lord Thorne declared, his booming voice echoing through the vast dome, is that House Thorne's debt portfolio has been fully liquidated and restructured by Elian Vane. We are no longer subject to your extortion. Lord Thorne raised his gold-sealed parchment for the whole chamber to see. House Thorne has reviewed Master Architect Vane's audit of the Master Treasury. Thorne shouted, looking up at the surrounding noble houses. The numbers do not lie. The Executive Office has been embezzling public reserve funds to buy noble votes and artificially inflate syndicate weapon prices for 6 years. House Cashen confirms. Lady Cashen stood up beside him, her voice ringing with fierce, emotional anger. Our debt was weaponized against us. We support Elian Vane. House Valen confirms. House Cashen West confirms. One by one, all 9 high councillors of the Middle Senate bloc stood up, their faces glowing with newfound freedom and fierce, unshakable unity. The public galleries erupted into a wild, deafening storm of shouts, gasps, and frantic chatter. The students and guild observers leaned over the brass rails, pointing and shouting as the political foundation of Sector 1 crumbled in real time. Julian Malacca backed away from the edge of the dais, his face bloodless, his knees shaking so violently he nearly fell against Director Sterling. Father, what is happening? They were supposed to vote with us. Raymond Malacca stood behind his high desk, his chest heaving, his powerful blue eyes wide with pure unimaginable disbelief. For 20 years, he had ruled the Grand Academy with an iron fist, controlling every noble through fear and debt. In less than 10 minutes, a 19-year-old commoner technician with a slate pencil had torn his entire empire apart before the eyes of the realm. Order, Raymond roared, slamming his gavel down again and again in a frantic, desperate bid to regain control of the chaos. Order in the chamber. Bangs, bangs, bangs. The Dean will call the vote on Injunction 88, Raymond shouted, his voice cracking with rage as he reached out to strike the automated voting rune on his desk. Call the roll. The roll is already recorded, Dean Malacca, Victoria Vance said. She stepped forward to the center of the floor, standing beside Elian, her highborn posture casting a long, majestic shadow across the pristine white marble. She raised her hand, gesturing to the glowing voting array installed above the high seal. Chime, 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 chime. The 21 crystalline indicators on the high wall lit up in rapid succession. 7 red runes lit up along the Malacca syndicate row, the remaining loyalist seats. 14 brilliant, azure blue runes lit up along the upper and middle tiers, a decisive, overwhelming majority. Senate roll call vote, Injunction 88 in favor Malacca block, 7 votes opposed Vance Vane coalition, 14 votes motion result, rejected 2/3 majority failed. A brief, dead silence hung over the giant hall. Then the public galleries exploded into a roaring, earth-shattering ovation. Hundreds of commoner students, unsponsored cadets, and independent merchants jumped to their feet, cheering, shouting, and pounding their fists against the balconies. Vance Vane. The injunction is defeated. Long live the master architect. Raymond Malacca stared at the 14 azure runes glowing on the wall, his heavy hand frozen over his bronze gavel. His body trembled with a mixture of burning rage and icy, terrifying ruin. Victoria looked up at the High Director's dais, her amethyst eyes shining with cold, beautiful, and absolute victory. Injunction 88 is defeated, Dean Malacca, Victoria declared, her voice rising above the roar of the crowd with ringing, imperial authority. And under Senate Bylaw 2, Section 14, when an executive injunction fails to pass a 2/3 majority due to evidence of administrative fraud. She looked at Lord Thorne, who immediately stepped forward with a signed legal petition. The High Council is legally required to initiate an immediate, independent judicial audit of the executive office. Victoria finished, her words slamming into Raymond like a physical strike. Raymond stumbled backward, his back hitting his heavy velvet armchair. Senior Director Sterling dropped his spectacles onto the floor, while Julian sank to his knees, staring blankly at the roaring crowd above. Elian Vane picked up her slate pencil from her notebook, neatening her papers into a crisp, perfect stack. She capped her pencil, sliding it into her tunic pocket, and closed her black leather ledger with a soft, final click. High Senate Emergency Session. CONCLUDED Retinue Vance Vane Status. Fully VINDICATED Executive Office Audit. Initiated Retinue Treasury. 374,216 credits. Rift 109 Production Rate. 297,500 credits/day. Talent active. The 5 MP rule current MP. 200/200. Elian looked beside her at Victoria, who turned to her with a breathless, magnificent smile. A smile of unbroken partnership and absolute trust. We did it, Victoria whispered, her amethyst eyes shining with wild, brilliant joy. We broke him, Elian. We did not break him, Elian corrected calmly, holding her folio under her arm as she turned toward the grand bronze exit doors of the chamber. We merely corrected an accounting error. She looked back once at the crumbling high dais of Sector 1, her grey eyes cool, clear, and focused on the endless horizon ahead. Now, partner, Elian said, her voice steady and unyielding, let us go back to work. Chapter 21, The Abyssal Recalibration. The immediate aftermath of the Senate trial moved through Sector 1 like a seismic shockwave. By mid-afternoon, news of Dean Raymond Malacca's public humiliation had swept through every tare room, forge, and dormitory across the upper spires. For 20 years, the executive office had operated as an untouchable monolith. Now, with the judicial audit formally initiated by the 14-House Coalition and Senior Director Sterling's emergency banking credentials suspended by the financial syndicate, the political landscape of the Academy was reshaping itself around a single, rising centre of power. Retinue Vance Vane. Yet 3 miles below the gilded marble arcades of the first spire, inside the iron-walled command centre of Subsector 9G, there was no celebration. The air was heavy with the familiar metallic tang of sulfur, ozone, and vaporized abyssal ore. High-pressure steam hissed through brass relief pipes, and the steady, rhythmic thump-clang of the automated hydraulic crushers vibrated through the steel floor plates. Elian Vane stood at the central drafting altar, her black leather folio spread wide over a sheet of silver-ink blueprints. Her grey eyes were bloodshot, circled by faint shadows of exhaustion, but her hand was completely motionless as her slate pencil traced precise geometric arcs along a complex mana conduit diagram. Beside her, Victoria Vance leaned against the mahogany railing of the upper gantry, her imperial coat removed, her silk sleeves rolled to her elbows. She was holding a steaming cup of dark chicory tea, her amethyst eyes watching Elian with a mixture of quiet worry and deep fascination. "You haven't slept in 36 hours, Elian," Victoria said softly, her voice carrying over the low hum of the furnaces. "The Senate trial ended 4 hours ago. Dean Malacca is confined to his administrative estate pending the audit. Julian has fled Sector 1 to his uncle's provincial manor, and the Middle Block councillors have already signed our joint trade charters. We won." "We resolved a political variable," Elian corrected without looking up, her slate pencil making a swift, precise scratch against the parchment. "We have not resolved the structural variable." Talent activated. The 5 MP rule rift subsystem diagnostic. Target entity. Abyssal rift designation 109, current extraction depth, level 3 subvaults 1,200 meters. Current purity level, 99.4% grade A abyssal steel. Identified instability index, 3.8%, 7.2%, rising. Victoria set her teacup down on a copper side table and walked over to the drafting altar. Her boots clicked rhythmically against the metal floor. She looked down at the floating holographic projection rising from the center of the table. Instead of showing the financial ledgers that had destroyed Raymond Malacca in the Senate, this projection showed a cross-section of the Earth beneath subsector 9G deep, beneath the iron refineries. Glowing lines of dark crimson energy pulsed through jagged subterranean fissures. The living roots of Rift 109. "Is the mine destabilizing?" Victoria asked, her tone shifting instantly into sharp military readiness. "Not yet," Elian replied calmly. "When we installed the automated extraction rigs 48 hours ago, we increased our daily throughput from 50 tons to 500 tons. We extracted 94% of the inert upper crust in a fraction of the predicted timeframe." She tapped her slate pencil against a jagged crimson vein on the map. "We have reached the abyssal core vein," Elian explained. "The ore purity down here is 99.8% pure, far higher than standard imperial grade. However, because we are extracting at 5 times the natural thermal venting rate, the subterranean mana pressure behind the fissure wall is accumulating." "What happens if the pressure breaches?" Victoria inquired. "Under standard academy protocols," Elian stated flatly, "a breach causes a level 2 abyssal surge. The rift vents superheated dark mana, destroying the mechanical drills, corrupting the surrounding rock face, and forcing a mandatory 6-month quarantine of the subsector." Victoria's jaw tightened. "A 6-month shutdown would destroy our supply contracts. We just pledged 48 hours of future steel production to the Valeria syndicate to back our 500,000 credit loan. If the mine stops running, we default on our forward delivery deed." "Correct," Elian said, "which is why we are not shutting down nor are we allowing a breach." She turned the blueprint around, revealing a radical, multi-layered machine design that looked less like a mining drill and more like a subterranean pressure engine. "This is the structural recalibration array," Elian presented. "Instead of fighting the abyssal mana pressure with reinforced basalt barriers, which eventually crack under thermal expansion, we will channel the surging mana directly into a secondary kinetic processing loop." Victoria stared at the intricate web of runes, pistons, and pressure valves on the sheet. "You want to capture the energy of an abyssal surge and use it to power the forge." "It is basic thermodynamic efficiency," Elian said, her tone as matter-of-fact as if she were describing boiling an egg. "An abyssal surge releases approximately 40,000 mana units of kinetic and thermal energy per minute. Allowing that energy to blow up a tunnel is a waste of raw power. Channeling it into a high-density mana conversion turbine will double our refinement speed while relieving the subterranean pressure behind the fissure wall." Victoria let out a short, soft laugh, shaking her head in utter wonder. "Only you would look at a subterranean catastrophe and see a free power supply, Elian." "Power is never free," Elian noted, her pencil tucked behind her ear. "The array requires 12 tons of high-grade copper wiring, 6 refined obsidian resonance dampeners, and precise physical installation at the fissure wall, 1,200 meters underground, before the thermal spike reaches critical threshold." "And what is the critical threshold timeline?" Victoria asked. Elian checked her pocket watch. 52 minutes. 20 minutes later, in the deep obsidian vaults of subsector 9G. The heat was suffocating. Deep underground, far below the reach of the Academy's cooling conduits, the rock walls glowed with a dull, incandescent red light. The air smelled of molten iron and ozone, so hot that every breath scorched the lungs. Captain Vance and 4 Vanguard soldiers, dressed in heavy heat-resistant leather aprons and insulated steel gauntlets, stood near the edge of a massive underground bridge spanning a cavernous volcanic chasm. Below them, a river of dark crimson mana slurry roared through the stone trench, splashing droplets of liquid energy that sizzled like acid against the basalt rock. At the far end of the chasm stood the primary fissure wall of Rift 109, a towering 50-foot wall of solid obsidian that was cracking like spiderweb glass, pulsating with a fierce, blinding violet light. "Keep those brass cables tight," Captain Vance bellowed over the roar of the subterranean furnace, his face slick with sweat. "Haul the dampener frames into position, lower the tertiary braces." 2 Vanguard soldiers pulled heavily on a thick iron chain, hoisting a 6-foot-tall obsidian cylinder wrapped in bright copper coils into a pre-drilled socket at the base of the glowing cliff face. Standing on a narrow metal scaffolding, suspended directly above the pulsing fissure, was Elian Vane. She wore a thick leather apron over her scholar's tunic, heavy protective goggles pulled over her eyes, her pale silver hair tied back tightly. In her right hand, she held a heavy pneumatic rune driver, pounding 3-inch tungsten bolts directly into the glowing rock face to anchor the conversion manifold. Spark, spark, spark. Bright blue arcs of lightning exploded from the wall every time her driver struck the stone, but Elian did not flinch. Her grey eyes remained entirely cold, clear and calculating behind her goggles, watching the internal energy readings glowing in her mind. Rift instability level, 84%, 91%, critical, thermal pressure, 4,200 psi conversion array assembly progress, 88%, estimated time to structural breach, 4 minutes 12 seconds. Victoria Vance stood on the central platform behind her, her silver sword drawn and resting point down on the iron grating. Though she lacked Elian's technical mastery, her imperial aura flared like a silver sun, creating a localized protective barrier around the work crew that deflected the stray bursts of scalding heat and dark mana drift. "The pressure is spiking, Elian," Victoria shouted over the deafening roar of the fissure. "The upper basalt arch is buckling." A massive chunk of burning stone detached from the ceiling, plummeting directly toward the scaffold where Elian was securing the final copper conduit. Flash. In a fraction of a second, Victoria moved. Her silver blade swept upward in a blinding arc of pure, high-purity sword mana. The falling rock was sliced cleanly into 4 equal quarters, passing harmlessly around the scaffolding to splash into the magma trench below. Elian didn't even look up as the severed stones whistled past her head. Her hands moved with terrifying mechanical speed, snapping the final obsidian dampener into its housing. A click-clack. "Manifold locked," Elian called out flatly. "Captain Vance, clear the platform. Engage the magnetic lock." Falling back, Captain Vance roared, waving his men toward the reinforced safety tunnel. "All hands, retreat to the secondary threshold." As the guards scrambled back across the iron bridge, Elian stepped down from the scaffold, standing beside Victoria at the control console set into the cavern wall. Directly before them, the giant obsidian wall of Rift 109 let out a deep, bone-rattling groan that vibrated through the marrow of their teeth. The violet cracks across the cliff widened, shooting brilliant beams of superheated dark mana into the cavern. Rift instability level, 99%, breach imminent, pressure valve status, closed system command required, initiate kinetic bypass. Victoria looked at the glowing wall, her hand gripping the hilt of her sword tightly. "On your mark, Elian." Elian reached out her hand. Her slate pencil tapped the master brass lever on the console 3 times in rapid, rhythmic succession. "Tap, tap, tap." "Initiating pressure bypass," Elian declared. She slammed the brass lever down. Boom! The cavern exploded with sound, not the destructive, crumbling collapse of an abyssal surge, but the deep, majestic thrum of a high-pressure engine coming to life. The glowing violet mana surging behind the cliff wall was suddenly seized by the 6 obsidian dampeners. Instead of shattering the rock, the raw energy was sucked into the copper coils, transforming into a blinding river of brilliant golden electricity that raced along the heavy conduits, up the elevator shaft, and straight into the upper forge chambers of subsector 9G. Above them, the heavy automated crushers, which had been working at standard capacity, suddenly accelerated into a roaring blur of absolute hyper-efficient production. The trembling in the stone stopped. The glowing red cracks in the obsidian cliff slowly cooled from bright purple to a deep, stable dark rose. Rift Instability Index, 99%, 1.2%, SDABLAZD, energy captured, 44,500 mana units / min forge efficiency multiplier, 240% daily refined steel yield projection, 650 tons / day, asset valuation update, retinue Vane daily yield equals 773,500 credits. The heavy silence returned to the subterranean vault, broken only by the steady, soothing hum of 40,000 mana units flowing peacefully through Elian's new grid. Elian pulled her protective goggles up onto her forehead, wiping a smear of dark soot from her cheek with the back of her hand. She pulled her slate pencil from behind her ear and logged the new production metrics into her ledger. Victoria stepped up beside her, looking out over the stabilized cavern, then at the glowing green readings on the console. A breathless, radiant smile spread across her regal face. 650 tons a day, Victoria murmured softly, her amethyst eyes shining with awe. Elian, you didn't just prevent a breach, you just tripled our treasury input. We eliminated an operational bottleneck, Elian corrected calmly, capping her pencil with a soft click. And we established a closed-loop energy infrastructure that no longer relies on the Academy's centralized power grid. She turned around, looking up the long steel shaft toward the distant surface of Sector 1. Dean Malaka controlled this academy through three things, Elian stated, her grey eyes reflecting the soft rose light of the stabilized rift. Senate debt, weapon monopolies, and power distribution. In 72 hours we have taken all three. Victoria stepped beside her, placing a confident, gloved hand on Elian's shoulder, feeling the deep, solid warmth of their shared achievement. Then what is our next project, Master Architect? Victoria asked, her voice rich with unwavering faith and victorious pride. Elian adjusted the black leather folio under her arm and began walking up the iron ramp toward the upper refineries. Phase 5, Elian replied flatly, we build our own spire. Chapter 22, The Spire Foundations. The concept of a spire in the Grand Academy of Arcane Engineering was not merely an architectural classification. It was the ultimate physical manifestation of sovereign authority. For 7 centuries, only the 7 ancient grand noble houses possessed the capital, runic permits, and spatial anchoring techniques required to construct a vertical spire that pierced the clouds above the first ring. To build a spire was to lay claim to your own independent mana conduit, your own diplomatic immunity zone, and your own high-altitude landing docks. The lower subsectors lived in the cold, damp shadows of the spire lands. The upper spires drank the sunlight. At 6 o'clock on a sharp, clear morning, 3 days after the collapse of Dean Raymond Malaka's Senate injunction, a massive, unannounced mobilization began at the southern border of Sector 4. The broad, white granite skybridge connecting Sector 4 to the wild, unmapped basalt peaks of the outer rim was blocked by 40 heavy iron transport wagons. Each wagon was pulled by 6 armored draft beasts, loaded to capacity with glowing abyssal steel girders, massive basalt foundation blocks, and spool upon spool of high-density copper-titanium cabling. Standing at the edge of the skybridge cliff, looking out into the vast, open sea of white clouds 4,000 feet above the mountain valleys, stood Elian Vane. She wore her dark grey wool coat over her pristine scholar's tunic, her high collar buttoned tightly against the biting mountain wind. Her hair was gathered neatly at the nape of her neck, and her leather satchel hung across her shoulder. In her hands she held a massive 4-foot-wide sheet of heavy parchment, the master architectural blueprint for Spire 8, the Foundry Citadel. Beside her, Victoria Vance stood wrapped in a fur-trimmed navy cape, her long silver hair whipping in the high-altitude gusts. Her amethyst eyes scanned the barren, jagged basalt plateau rising from the clouds half a mile off the Skybridge terminus, a piece of land previously classified as unanchorable terrain. The Senate Land Commission approved the grant at 4 o'clock this morning, Victoria reported, a cold, sharp note of triumph in her voice. Lord Thorne personally drafted the land deed. Because the plateau lies outside the traditional boundary of the first spire, the Malaka loyalists couldn't block the filing without violating the Territorial Expansion Charter. The terrain was designated unanchorable due to a 34 Hz spatial vibration fault, Elian noted, her slate pencil making a swift alignment check across her blueprint. Talent activated. The 5MP rule site geological and spatial audit. Target domain, outer rim basalt plateau site 8 alpha, spatial vibration frequency, 34.2 Hz resonant instability, solution, deep core spatial anchor array abyssal lattice counterphase, structural feasibility, 99.6%. Previous Academy architects attempted to anchor traditional granite piers using standard light element runic anchors, Elian explained, pointing her pencil at the distant, jagged rock faces. Light element runes possess a low shear stress tolerance against spatial vibrations. They cracked within 6 months. Abyssal steel, when forged under high kinetic pressure and locked into an inverted trihexagonal array, absorbs spatial resonance and converts it into structural tension. She looked at Victoria, her grey eyes cool and undisturbed by the cold wind. The spatial vibration does not weaken our foundation, Elian stated. It makes it stronger. Victoria laughed softly, her breath forming a pale white mist in the crisp mountain air. You are building a skyscraper out of an earthquake, Elian. It is basic resonance engineering, Elian replied. Before Victoria could answer, the heavy tread of iron boots echoed down the granite bridge. Captain Vance marched up, flanked by Kaelin and 20 senior commoner artisans from sub-level 4. Every worker wore heavy leather work vests, brass protective goggles and steel-toed boots, carrying heavy runic alignment tools across their shoulders. Master Architect, Kaelin called out, his broad face grinning through a layer of dark forge soot. The Vanguard construction crew is assembled. Rail lines from Subsector 9G are fully tied into the Sector 4 lift array. We have 600 tons of refined Grade A steel sitting on the staging tracks ready to roll. Begin foundation phase 1, Kaelin, Elian commanded calmly, rolling her blueprint into a neat tube and sliding it into her leather cylinder case. Target depth, 200 meters into the mountain core. Anchor deployment angle, 32 degrees off vertical. Understood, Kaelin barked, turning to his crew with a booming roar. Unload the core drills. Gear set 1, move to the edge, lay the steel rails. The commoner workforce sprang into action with horrifying, beautiful efficiency. There were no shouts of confusion. There was no hesitation. Under Elian's standardized operational templates, every worker knew their exact spatial coordinates, their exact torque requirements, and their exact sequence timing down to the second. Heavy steam-driven pile drivers, powered by the continuous monoflow from Rift 109 below, began slamming 3-foot-thick abyssal steel pilings into the jagged basalt cliff. Thud, thud, thud. The rhythmic, thunderous pulses echoed across the cloud sea, announcing to the entire Grand Academy that Retinue Vance Vane was no longer merely surviving in the shadows, they were breaking ground. By mid-afternoon, news of the construction on Site 8 Alpha had drawn a massive crowd of spectators to the high observation arcades of Sector 1. Hundreds of upper-class students, noble retinue leaders, and Master Guild craftsmen leaned over the marble balustrades 4 miles away, holding high-powered brass spyglasses aimed at the distant outer rim plateau. They're insane, whispered a young noble cadet from House Valerius, staring through his glass at the giant steel skeletal frame already rising out of the clouds. Nobody can anchor a building on the outer rim plateau. The spatial winds alone will shear the upper frames off within a week. Look at the girder geometry, an older master architect from the Guild of Builders murmured, his hand trembling as he adjusted his lens focus. That isn't standard imperial framing. Those are interlocking trihexagonal lattices. The entire frame is flexing with the wind currents. It's distributing the shear force downward into the mountain. Down on the upper observation deck of Sector 1, standing in the shade of a marble archway, stood Vice Dean Elian Vane, Elian's estranged aunt and the head of the Academy's High Academic Council of Sciences. She was a tall, stern woman in her early 50s, wearing high-collared navy silk robes trimmed with gold thread, her dark grey eyes, the exact same colour as Elian's, staring out at the distant construction site with icy, unreadable intensity. Behind her stood Senior Director Sterling, his face pale and sunken, his reputation ruined by the ongoing judicial audit of the Executive Office. Vice Dean Catherine, Sterling rasped desperately, leaning forward. You must intervene on behalf of the Academic Council. Your niece is constructing an unsanctioned military-grade fortress on the outer rim border. If that spire reaches completion, Retinue Vane will possess independent air dock capacity that bypasses all Senate tariff checkpoints. Catherine Vane did not turn her head. She slowly raised a small, gold-inlaid optical spyglass to her eye, watching the distant form of Elian standing on an exposed steel beam 300 feet in the air, calmly directing a crane maneuver with a slate pencil. "She is using a zero-loss spatial damping matrix," Catherine murmured softly, her dry voice completely devoid of emotion. "A formula that the Academy's Department of Structural Design declared mathematically impossible 8 years ago." Vice Dean Sterling pressed, his voice rising in panic. "Did you hear me? She is breaking every tradition of House Vane. She has allied herself with a disgraced Vance heiress and commoner labourers." Catherine lowered her spyglass, her cold grey eyes snapping toward Sterling with a glare so terrifyingly sharp that the former director instantly froze. "House Vane values one metric above all others, Director Sterling," Catherine said, her voice dropping into a razor-cold hum. "Competence. For 20 years, you and Raymond Malacca told this council that abyssal steel could not be refined without 50% material loss. You told us that Rift 109 was a worthless waste pit. My niece proved your entire administrative staff incompetent in 72 hours." She turned her back on Sterling, her long silk robes rustling against the marble floor. "If you wish to stop her spire, Director," Catherine added as she walked away, "I suggest you go out onto that plateau with a hammer and try to break her steel yourself. Otherwise, stay out of her way." By 8 o'clock that evening, the sun had set beneath the sea of clouds, painting the mountain sky in vivid shades of violet, crimson, and deep gold. On the newly laid iron deck of Spire 8's primary foundation level, a massive, 200-foot-wide steel platform floating, suspended above the cloud floor, the construction crew was taking a well-deserved shift rest. Large brass braziers burned with clean, odorless abyssal fuel, casting a warm, orange light across stacks of steel girders, steam engines, and quiet commoner workers eating hot stews provided by the Sector 4 trade merchants. Elian sat at a long wooden work table near the edge of the platform, illuminated by a single mana lamp. Her leather ledger lay open, her slate pencil flying across the paper as she processed the day's structural metrics. Spire 8 construction progress. Phase 1 foundation anchor matrix. 100% complete structural load capacity. 450,000 tons spatial resonance stability. 100% projected height. 1,200 feet 80 stories. Target completion timeline. 14 days. A soft rustle of silk echoed behind her. Victoria walked out onto the open platform, holding 2 tin mugs of steaming spiced cider. She had removed her heavy cape, wearing her navy tunic with her rapier strapped to her waist. She walked up to the edge of the platform, staring out at the endless horizon of stars twinkling above the cloud sea. She handed one of the tin mugs to Elian, who took it with a quiet nod of thanks, setting it carefully beside her ledger. 14 days, Victoria said, her voice filled with deep, quiet reflection as she looked at the towering abyssal steel columns rising into the night sky above them. "In 14 days, we will have a spire that stands higher than House Malacca's family estate." "Height is an arbitrary aesthetic metric," Elian noted, taking a small sip of the hot cider. "The primary functional advantage is the upper spatial dock. By reaching 800 feet above the cloud layer, our air freighters can launch directly into the imperial trade currents without using the Senate sky tolls." Victoria smiled, a warm, radiant expression that softened her majestic features in the amber firelight. She turned around, leaning her back against the wooden table, looking down at Elian. "You never stop calculating, do you?" Victoria murmured softly. "Calculating eliminates unpredictable operational failures," Elian replied, her pencil tapping twice against her palm. "And what about us?" Victoria asked, her amethyst eyes locking onto Elian's grey ones with sudden, gentle seriousness. "Where does Retinue Vane sit in your calculations now, Elian? A week ago, we were 2 desperate outcasts buying a dead mine in Subsector 9 with our last 30,000 credits. Now we own the most profitable refinery in the realm, we hold 14 Senate votes, and we are building our own spire." Elian set her slate pencil down on the open page of her ledger. She looked out over the dark edge of the platform, where the cloud sea rippled like white velvet beneath the moonlight, then back at Victoria. "When I initiated the retinue contract," Elian stated, her voice calm, clear, and uncharacteristically soft, My initial predictive model assigned a 72% probability of structural failure due to political interference from established noble retinues. She looked directly into Victoria's eyes. However, Elian continued, my model failed to accurately weight a critical variable. Victoria tilted her head slightly, her silver braid resting over her shoulder. Which variable? Your absolute refusal to yield, Elian said, and your absolute execution of strategic alignment. In structural engineering, when two opposing forces are locked in perfect symmetrical tension, they form a load-bearing truss that cannot be broken by external force. Victoria stared at her for a long moment, then let out a rich, breathless laugh that rang out across the open sky. She leaned down, resting her hands on the edge of the drafting table, her face just inches from Elian's. That is the most romantic way anyone has ever called me a reliable partner, Elian Vane, Victoria whispered, her amethyst eyes flashing with brilliant, affection-filled humour. It is not romantic, Elian stated flatly, though a tiny, almost imperceptible curve touched the corner of her lips. It is structural facts. Victoria shook her head, her smile lingering as she stood back up, taking a sip of her cider. The Senate Judicial Audit will publish its initial findings on Dean Malacca in 3 days, Victoria said, her tone shifting back to strategic alignment. Word from my contacts in Sector 1 suggests that Malacca's elder brother, General Valerius Malacca of the Imperial Border Fleet, has just requested emergency leave to return to the Academy. Elian pulled her slate pencil back from behind her ear, turning her ledger to a new, blank page. A military deployment variable, Elian categorized without a single trace of fear. He will attempt to use military security regulations to declare Site 8 Alpha a restricted defensive zone. Can he do that? Victoria asked, her hand instinctively resting on the pommel of her rapier. Not if the spire is already recognized as a sovereign academic embassy, Elian stated flatly. She touched her slate pencil to the paper, drawing the bold, precise outline of a massive defensive runic barrier array around the top floors of Spire 8. Phase 5 Module 2, Embassy Charter and Defensive Grid Integration, Target Security Level. Class S Impervious, Estimated Construction Acceleration Required, plus 150% Talent Active, the 5 MP Rule Current MP, 200/200. Victoria looked at the diagram, her eyes gleaming with fierce, battle-ready excitement. Then let us build faster, partner, Victoria said, raising her tin mug toward the dark sky. Let the general bring his fleet, we have a spire to finish. Elian picked up her pencil, her grey eyes cool, clear and infinite as the mountain stars above. Agreed, Elian said. And beneath the quiet moonlight of the outer rim, the iron hammers began to strike once more. Chapter 23, The Sovereign Embassy. The sky above the outer rim was the colour of bruised steel when the Imperial war galleons appeared out of the northern cloud bank. There were 4 of them, colossal, iron-plated dreadnoughts belonging to the 4th Imperial Border Fleet. Their massive spatial sails, woven from heavy crimson mana thread, hummed with a low, oppressive frequency that shook the air for miles around. Emblazoned across their obsidian hulls was the golden crest of the Imperial Guard, paired with the personal heraldry of House Malacca, a silver dragon coiling around a broken anvil. Standing at the prow of the flagship, the Iron Sentinel was General Valerius Malacca. Unlike his younger brother Raymond, who had spent 20 years fattening himself on Senate kickbacks and administrative bribery in Sector 1, Valerius was a true war dog. He was a broad, scar-visaged veteran of the Abyssal Border Wars, encased in heavy, blackened mithril plate armor that hissed with localized defensive runes. His dark blue cape whipped wildly in the freezing high-altitude gales as his cold, slit-like eyes fixed upon the horizon. Beside him stood Raymond Malacca, his former immaculate purple robes now rumpled and unkempt, his face hollow, pale and twisted with manic desperation. There, Raymond rasped, pointing a trembling, ringed finger toward the cloud-shrouded peaks of Site 8 Alpha. There is the illegally constructed fortress. They have defied the Senate, subverted our family's debt lines, and built an unsanctioned military installation on public domain. General Valerius did not immediately speak. He raised a heavy, brass-bound spyglass to his right eye, focusing the optical array on the distant basalt plateau. Through the lens, the sky cleared, revealing Spire 8, the Foundry Citadel. It was not a traditional stone tower like those built by the ancient noble houses of Sector 1. It was a terrifying masterpiece of modern industrial engineering. Rising 800 feet out of the white cloud sea, the spire was a sleek, monolithic titan forged entirely from mirror-polished, black abyssal steel. Interlocking trihexagonal girders swept upward in a seamless, aerodynamic curve, anchored deep into the mountain bedrock by massive, glowing spatial piers. At the summit sat a vast, multi-ringed air dock platform, lit by brilliant white mana, reactors that burned away the high-altitude fog. Freight hoppers were already gliding along automated iron rails, lifting tons of refined ore and construction materials with frictionless precision. "That is no unsanctioned outpost, Raymond," General Valerius said, his deep, gravelly voice cutting through the howl of the wind. "That is a Class S fortified defensive position. Who designed that spatial anchoring matrix?" "A 19-year-old commoner brat," Raymond hissed spit onto the deck. "A rejected technician named Elian Vane. She has allied herself with the Vance girl." Valerius lowered his spyglass, his sharp eyes narrowing slightly. "A commoner built a space-anchored steel spire in 14 days. You lost your administrative grip because you were out-engineered, Raymond, not because you were robbed." "It doesn't matter," Raymond shouted, his hands clenching into fists. "You hold the emergency border security warrant signed by the High Military Command. Exercise Article 9. Declare Site 8 Alpha an imminent military hazard, seize the dock and arrest the retinue leaders." General Valerius turned his head, looking down at his terrified, pathetic brother with cold, military disdain. "Signal the fleet," Valerius commanded his lieutenant flatly. "Form an offensive blockade formation at 300 yards, lower the heavy mana cannons. We will execute a forced boarding under Security Warrant 9. WOOONNNG. The deep, mournful brass war horns of the dreadnoughts echoed across the sea of clouds. The 4 massive warships turned in synchronized precision, their side gun ports sliding open with heavy, metallic thuds to reveal rows of glowing, blue-rimmed mana cannons aimed directly at the central air dock of Spire 8. High on the central observation deck of Spire 8, 400 feet above the cloud layer, the mountain wind howled across the polished steel floor plates. Elian Vane stood before a heavy bronze control console at the edge of the open platform. She wore her dark wool coat, her leather satchel slung across her torso, her slate pencil tucked behind her right ear. Her grey eyes were completely calm as she adjusted a series of micro-runic brass dials set into the console face, observing the approach of the 4 war galleons through a small, handheld optical sight scope. Talent activated. The 5 MP rule threat and legal audit. Incoming threat. 4 X Class 2 Imperial Dreadnoughts General Valerius Malaka. Weapon target lock. Spire 8 Primary Air Dock legal authority invoked. Emergency Border Security Warrant 9 countermeasure status. Ready. Beside her, Victoria Vance stood in full Imperial battle dress. Her midnight blue coat was buttoned to the neck, her silver hair pinned tightly, her hand resting firmly on the hilt of her rapier. Behind them, Captain Vance and 30 commoner vanguard recruits, now equipped with heavy abyssal steel breastplates and high-frequency rune pikes fabricated in the deep forges, stood in a tight, disciplined battle line, their eyes fixed on the approaching dreadnoughts. "General Valerius Malaka," Victoria murmured, her voice laced with cold, sharp recognition. "He commands the 4th Border Fleet. Unlike his brother, he does not care about Senate debates or financial ledgers. He understands only military jurisdiction." "Jurisdiction is merely a set of defined spatial and legal boundaries," Elian replied, her slate pencil making a small checkmark on the parchment clamped to her console. "General Malaka's warrant is based on Article 9 of the Imperial Security Code. Article 9 allows the military to seize unregistered structures located within unclaimed academic frontier space. Site 8 Alpha was unclaimed land until 3 days ago," Victoria noted. "Correct," Elian said, turning a heavy iron wheel on the console. "Which is why 48 hours ago we completed the registration process for a sovereign diplomatic upgrade." Before Victoria could ask, the lead dreadnought, the Iron Sentinel, glided to a halt just 50 yards off the main landing platform. Its massive shadow fell across the steel deck, and a heavy iron-reinforced gangplank slammed down onto the dock with a thunderous crash. General Valerius Malaka stepped off the gangplank onto the deck of Spire 8, flanked by 20 elite, broadsword-wielding Imperial Guard troopers in black plate armor. Raymond Malaka hurried close behind him, his eyes scanning the platform with greedy, vindictive triumph. Captain Vance immediately stepped forward, his heavy boot slamming down onto the iron deck, his sword drawn half an inch from its sheath. "Halt, you are stepping onto private retinue domain." General Valerius didn't even look at Captain Vance. He raised a black-sealed parchment scroll tied with a crimson silk ribbon. By order of the High Military Command of Sector 1, Valerius's voice boomed across the wind-swept deck, heavy as falling iron. "I am exercising Emergency Warrant 9. This structure is declared an unregistered hazard to border security. All operations are hereby suspended. All personnel are to surrender their tools and weapons immediately for military transport to the Sector 1 holding vaults." Raymond stepped up beside his brother, a grotesque, arrogant sneer stretching across his face. "You thought you were clever, Victoria," Raymond cackled, his voice shrill against the wind. "You bought Senate votes, you audited my books, but my brother commands 4 Imperial dreadnoughts. Your useless commoner scrap heap belongs to House Malacca now." Victoria didn't flinch. She took a single step forward, her imperial coat billowing in the wind, her amethyst eyes flashing with wild, breathtaking disdain. "You are out of your depth, Raymond," Victoria said smoothly, "and your brother is out of his jurisdiction." General Valerius's eyes narrowed into slits. "Lady Victoria, I respect the Vance name, but you are a cadet in an academy retinue. You have no legal standing to deny an imperial security warrant." "She does not need to deny it," Elian's calm, flat voice cut through the howling gale. Elian walked over from the control console, holding a thick black leather folio stamped with 3 brilliant, glowing wax seals, 1 gold, 1 silver, and 1 deep sapphire blue. She stopped 5 feet from General Valerius, her grey eyes meeting the battle-hardened veteran's gaze with absolute, unblinking composure. "General Valerius Malacca," Elian stated, her voice devoid of emotion. "Article 9 of the Imperial Security Code applies exclusively to unregistered frontier space. It contains an explicit statutory exemption under subsection 4. She opened her folio, revealing a pristine, gold-embossed document written in Imperial diplomatic script. 18 hours ago, Elian explained, Retinue Vance Vane finalized an international trade and defensive alliance with the Outer Rim Merchant Coalition of Sector 4. Under Bylaw 402 of the Imperial Charter. Any facility that maintains a direct, continuous high-density steel supply line to an international coalition dock qualifies for immediate designation as a sovereign trade embassy. She pointed her slate pencil directly at the gold wax seal on the parchment. "This document is the Sovereign Embassy Charter, signed and ratified by High Financial Auditor Valerius and the Plenipotentiary Envoy of the Outer Rim Coalition," Elian concluded. "Spire 8 is no longer an academic extraction site. It is officially designated as the Sovereign Embassy of the Outer Rim Trade Network." General Valerius stared at the gold seal, his scarred face freezing in absolute, stunned shock. Raymond's jaw dropped so low his mouth hung open like a broken trapdoor. "What? Embassy status? That's impossible, they're students." "Under imperial law," Elian continued relentlessly, "a sovereign embassy possesses absolute extraterritorial immunity. Imperial military security warrants have 0 legal force inside an embassy boundary without a unanimous, signed decree from the Supreme Imperial Court, a process that requires a minimum 6-month judicial review." She took a step closer to the general, her pencil held lightly between her fingers. "Furthermore, General," Elian added, her voice dropping into a diagnostic, razor-cold hum, "your 4 dreadnoughts are currently hovering within 30 yards of our sovereign boundary line, with their mana cannons fully charged. Under International Maritime Law, Section 12, maintaining charged offensive weaponry against an embassy air dock constitutes an unprovoked act of war against the Outer Rim Merchant Coalition." Clack. Elian pressed a small silver button on the side of her control console. High above them, attached to the outer steel rim of Spire 8's upper framework, 12 massive, dark-glowing cylindrical arrays unfolded from their hidden housings. They were not traditional mana cannons. They were high-frequency abyssal kinetic disruptors, powered directly by the infinite, stabilized energy river flowing up from Rift 109 deep below. The 12 disruptors hummed with a terrifying, high-pitched resonance that immediately made the teeth of every Imperial Guard trooper rattle inside their skulls. HUMMMMMMMMM. Target alignment, 4x Imperial War Galleons, kinetic disruptor array, fully charged target mana sail shield vulnerability, 100% system command. Standby 4 defensive discharge. The spatial sails of the 4 dreadnoughts suddenly began to flicker and spark, their blue energy fields destabilizing instantly under the sheer, undamped kinetic resonance emitting from the spire. General Valerius looked up at the 12 glowing disruptor arrays, then down at the gold diplomatic seal in Elian's hands, and finally at Elian's cold, analytical grey eyes. As a military commander who had fought in 3 abyssal campaigns, he recognized the truth in an instant. The 19-year-old girl standing before him had not just built a tower. She had constructed a legal, financial, and military fortress that made his dreadnoughts completely useless. If he fired a single shot, his sails would dissolve, his ships would plummet 4,000 feet into the mountain canyon, and House Malacca would be dragged before the Imperial Supreme Court for treason against an international treaty partner. "Brother," Raymond shrieked, grabbing Valerius's arm in sheer panic. "Order the attack, blast them off the dock, we have the ships." General Valerius swung his arm back, striking Raymond across the face with his iron gauntlet. Clang! Raymond fell onto the cold steel deck with a pathetic bloody howl, clutching his shattered jaw as his silk hat rolled across the floor. General Valerius slowly unclasped his hand from the hilt of his sword. He stepped back onto the gangplank, looking down at Victoria and Elian with deep, terrifying respect. "Master Architect Vane," Valerius spoke, his voice grave and quiet. "Lady Victoria, you have played this board with absolute perfection, but know this. The Senate judicial audit may strip my brother of his title, but House Malacca still holds 3 provincial legions in the north." "Tell your legions to check their supply manifests, General," Elian replied calmly, without a single trace of hesitation. 80% of their high-grade weapon steel is processed through Sector 4. If House Malacca moves against this embassy, Retinue Vane will terminate your military supply contracts within 24 hours. General Valerius stared at her for 3 long, silent seconds. Then, slowly, he gave a crisp, formal military salute. "Retreat," Valerius commanded his men. "Disengage Mana cannons, we are returning to Sector 1. The Imperial Guard troopers scrambled back onto the flagship, dragging the sobbing, broken Raymond Malacca with them. The heavy iron gangplank was pulled up, and the 4 massive war galleons slowly turned, their spatial sails flickering weakly as they retreated into the thick northern clouds. As the shadow of the fleet drifted away, the brilliant golden rays of the setting sun broke through the fog, bathing Spire 8 in a blinding, triumphant light. Captain Vance and the 30 commoner vanguard guards erupted into wild, thunderous cheers, pounding their pikes against their steel breastplates until the whole platform vibrated with joy. "We chased off an Imperial fleet," Kalen roared, wiping tears of laughter from his soot-stained face, "without firing a single shot." Victoria stood at the edge of the platform, her fur-trimmed cape floating in the wind, watching the dreadnoughts disappear into the horizon. She let out a long, quiet breath she had been holding for an hour, a breathtaking, radiant smile lighting up her face. She turned to Elian, who was already at her console, unclamping her blueprints and neatening her ledger pages into a perfect stack. "Sovereign embassy status," Victoria said softly, stepping up beside Elian, her amethyst eyes shining with immense affection and awe. "You registered this spire as an international embassy 18 hours ago without telling anyone." "Telling anyone would have introduced information leakage," Elian explained, capping her slate pencil with a soft click. "Strategic deterrence requires absolute surprise to maximize psychological impact on opposing command structures." "You are unbelievable, Elian Vane," Victoria whispered, shaking her head in utter wonder. Elian closed her black folio, sliding her slate pencil into her tunic pocket. "Spire 8 status. Sovereign Embassy SECUOED Defensive Deterrence Index, 100% Retinue Treasury, 1,420,000 credits, active international allies, Outer Rim Merchant Coalition / Middle Senate Bloc, talent active, the 5 MP rule, current MP, 200/200. Elian looked out across the cloud sea toward the vast, glittering spires of the Grand Academy in the distance. Sector 1 was no longer a place of fear or oppression. It was merely another territory waiting to be integrated into their infrastructure. "The foundation is complete, Victoria," Elian said, her grey eyes cool, clear and focused on the endless horizon. Victoria reached out, her gloved hand gently squeezing Elian's shoulder in a moment of absolute, unbroken unity. "Then what is our next step, Master Architect?" Victoria asked softly. Elian adjusted her satchel, looking toward the high sky docks where their first merchant freighters were already beginning to land. Now, Elian concluded, we build the future. Chapter 24, The Architecture of Tomorrow. The morning sun over the outer rim did not merely rise. It struck the mirror-polished basalt and obsidian facets of Spire 8 with a blinding, diamond-sharp brilliance. 3 weeks had passed since the 4th Imperial Border Fleet retreated into the northern mists. In that brief window of geological and political time, the unmapped, vibration-prone plateau of Site 8 Alpha had transformed completely. It was no longer an isolated perch of raw scaffolding and driving pile drivers. It was now a gleaming, 70-story vertical metropolis of black steel, pulsing azure mana conduits, and humming aerodynamic air docks. From the high-altitude observation decks of Sector 1, the old aristocratic houses no longer looked down upon the outer rim with condescending amusement. They looked out with a cold, paralyzing dread. Spire 8 stood taller than any traditional noble tower in the realm. More importantly, it functioned with an absolute, terrifying autonomy. It drew zero power from the Academy's central grid. It routed its taxes through its own independent sovereign treasury. And its automated transport lifts, fed by the endless, stabilized abyssal core veins of Rift 109, pumped a constant stream of high-grade technological materials directly into the international markets of the Outer Rim Merchant Coalition. Inside the high-altitude command suite on the 65th floor of Spire 8, the atmosphere was a study in absolute geometric serenity. The room was circular, walled entirely by reinforced crystal-clear spatial glass that offered a panoramic, 300-degree view of the sea of clouds below. In the center of the room stood a massive, rotating mahogany drafting table, upon which rested a glowing, three-dimensional holographic model of the entire Grand Academy of Arcane Engineering. Elian Vane stood before the table, her dark wool coat draped over the back of her high-backed leather chair, her pristine scholar's tunic neatly buttoned. Her slate pencil moved with smooth, practiced rhythm across a fresh sheet of parchment, tracing complex vectors of mana distribution across the entire map of Sector 1 through Sector 9. Talent activated. The 5MP Rule Macrosystemic Infrastructure Audit. Target Domain. Grand Academy Comprehensive Economic and Spatial Network. Current Retinue Treasury Balance. 3,420,000 liquid credits. Active Spire Assets. Spire 8 Primary Foundry Citadel. Rift 109 Extraction Core. Systemic Integration Index. 44.2%, 89.6%, EXPA and DING. The heavy oak double doors of the command suite hissed, open with a soft pneumatic sigh. Victoria Vance strode into the room, her silver hair styled in a sleek, commanding braid, wearing a midnight blue military coat adorned with the dual insignia of the Vance family and the Outer Rim Merchant Coalition. Her amethyst eyes carried the electric, razor-sharp focus of a conqueror who had just reviewed the morning dispatches. The financial reports from the Sector 4 trade docks just cleared, Elian, Victoria announced, her voice ringing clear and triumphant through the quiet room. In the last 24 hours alone, our automated export volume cleared 120,000 credits in net profit. The Malacca Syndicate's old mining cartel in Sector 9 has officially filed for bankruptcy protection. Their remaining directors are resigning by the hour. Elian did not look up from her drafting table, though her slate pencil paused for a fraction of a second to log the new revenue figure into her master ledger. Bankruptcy was mathematically inevitable, Elian replied calmly. They operated on an inflationary model dependent on manual labor, administrative bribes, and state-enforced monopolies. When exposed to transparent, automated market competition, their operational overhead exceeded their gross yield by 300%. Victoria walked over to the drafting table, resting her hands on the polished wood as she looked down at the glowing holographic map of the Academy. A slight, knowing smile curved her lips. The judicial audit of Dean Raymond Malacca concluded its preliminary findings this morning, Victoria continued, her tone dropping into a rich, satisfied hum. The High Academic Council formally stripped him of his title, his administrative estate, and his pension. He is facing 3 counts of treasury embezzlement and treasonous abuse of authority. He and Julian have packed their carriages and fled to their provincial family estate in the Southern Hills. They are completely finished. Elian made a neat, precise checkmark on her parchment. The removal of an individual corrupt variable does not alter the underlying systemic inefficiency of the institution, Elian stated. Dean Malacca was a symptom of a structurally flawed architecture. The entire administrative framework of the Grand Academy remains reliant on centralized gatekeeping rather than meritocratic innovation. She looked up, her cool, diagnostic grey eyes meeting Victoria's amethyst gaze. Which brings us to Phase 6, Elian said. Victoria tilted her head slightly, her eyes brightening with keen, eager anticipation. Phase 6, tell me, Master Architect, what is left to conquer when we already own the most advanced spire, control 14 Senate votes, and command the region's largest industrial economy? Elian turned the master parchment around, revealing a sprawling, ambitious architectural blueprint that spanned from the deep subsurface levels of Rift 109 all the way up to the highest spires of Sector 1. We do not conquer the Academy, Victoria, Elian corrected softly. We re-engineer it. She pointed her slate pencil toward the center of the holographic map, where a glowing blue network grid began to pulse across every district, classroom, and research lab. For 7 centuries, the Academy has operated as a closed-loop monopoly controlled by 7 ancient noble houses, Elian explained, her voice carrying the absolute, unassailable weight of mathematical truth. Commoner talents are restricted to manual labor pools, magical research is stifled by arbitrary patent laws, and technological innovation is suppressed to protect obsolete guild interests. She tapped her pencil against the foundational core of the map. We are going to construct the unified open-access arcane grid, Elian declared. A decentralized network connecting every subsector, research lab, and independent workshop directly to Spire 8's automated mana furnaces and high-frequency refiners. We will eliminate tuition barriers, automate academic resource distribution, and replace aristocratic patronage with absolute merit-based optimization. Victoria stared at the sprawling blue network glowing across the map, her breath catching as she beheld the staggering scale of Elian's vision. It wasn't just a business plan or a political coup. It was a total, structural revolution of the entire magical world. A decentralized grid, Victoria whispered, her voice trembling slightly with awe. Elian, if we link every commoner workshop and independent scholar directly to our refining network, the 7 ancient houses will lose their monopoly on magical manufacturing overnight. They will fight this with every legal, financial, and military resource they have left. They can attempt to fight it, Elian replied, her tone as calm and unyielding as granite. However, resistance against a mathematically superior infrastructure only accelerates its adoption rate. A closed system cannot compete with an open-access network. Before Victoria could answer, a sharp, crisp chime echoed from the communication console by the eastern window. Ping! Kaelin's voice crackled through the brass speaker horn, urgent and breathless. Master Architect, Lady Victoria, you need to see the outer observation deck immediately. We have an unexpected diplomatic arrival on the primary skydock. 5 minutes later, on the wide, wind-swept aviation deck at the summit of Spire 8. The morning clouds parted to reveal a single, magnificent, silver-plated air galleon gliding smoothly toward the landing platform. Unlike the aggressive, dark iron dreadnoughts of the 4th Imperial Border Fleet that had menaced the Spire weeks prior, this vessel was sleek, elegant, and adorned with the pristine white and gold crest of the Grand Academic Council of Sector 1. The galleon's magnetic mooring locks engaged with a soft, clean hum, and the mahogany gangplank lowered smoothly onto the polished steel deck. 2 figures stepped off the gangplank. At the front walked Vice Dean Elian Vane, Elian's estranged aunt and the head of the Academy's High Academic Council of Sciences. She wore her immaculate, high-collared navy silk robes trimmed with gold thread, her dark grey eyes sharp, calculating, and entirely composed. Behind her walked 3 senior members of the Council of Archmages, elderly, revered scholars holding crystal-tipped staffs, their faces etched with expressions of profound, reluctant humility. Captain Vance and 4 vanguard guards stood at attention near the docking bay, their abyssal steel pikes held vertically. As Catherine approached, Captain Vance gave a sharp, formal nod, but made no move to block her path. Elian and Victoria walked out from the central elevator shaft, stepping onto the open deck. The high-altitude wind caught the edges of Victoria's navy coat and rustled Elian's dark wool collar. Elian Vane stopped 10 paces away, her dark grey eyes fixing upon her niece with a complex mixture of familial disbelief, professional awe, and undeniable respect. Elian, Catherine spoke, her voice carrying across the quiet landing deck with crystal clarity. It appears my initial predictive models regarding your academic potential were somewhat deficient. Your initial model failed to account for administrative inertia and thermodynamic inefficiency in traditional guild structures. Elian replied flatly, her expression entirely neutral. Catherine let out a dry, humorless sound that might have been a laugh in another context. She looked around the massive, humming aviation deck, taking in the clean lines of the automated freight hoppers, the steady pulse of the mana reactors, and the sheer, towering majesty of Spire 8 piercing the upper atmosphere. The High Academic Council held an emergency plenary session at dawn. Catherine announced, stepping closer. With Dean Malacca removed, the executive seat of the Grand Academy is currently vacant, by unanimous vote of the remaining 14 High Councillors. The Council has formally resolved to offer you the position of Grand Chancellor of the Academy. Victoria's eyebrows arched in sharp, sudden surprise. Behind them, Kaelin and the surrounding commoner workers stopped their maintenance tasks, staring in absolute shock. Grand Chancellor of the Grand Academy of Arcane Engineering, the highest academic, political, and administrative office in the entire realm, previously held exclusively by patriarchs of the 7 ancient houses for 700 years. Catherine held out a heavy, gold-embossed decree scroll tied with the grand scarlet ribbon of the Academy. The Council recognizes that Spire 8 and Rift 109 now control the technological and financial lifeline of this institution, Catherine continued, her gaze unwavering. We are prepared to ratify your proposed unified open-access arcane grid, integrate your refining standards into the core curriculum, and grant Retinue Vane permanent, sovereign oversight of all Academy infrastructure. She looked straight into Elian's calm, unblinking grey eyes. In exchange, Catherine added, the Council asks only that you assume formal administrative leadership and restore institutional stability before the winter semester begins. A heavy, profound silence settled over the high aviation deck. The wind whispered softly through the steel rigging of the spire. Victoria turned her head slightly, looking at Elian. The moment represented the ultimate triumph. Everything they had fought, calculated, and built for had led to this exact point. The keys to the entire realm were being handed to them on a velvet pillow. Elian did not reach out her hand to take the scroll immediately. She pulled her slate pencil from behind her ear, tapping it once against her left palm in a slow, rhythmic cadence. Talent activated. The 5 MP Rule Institutional Integration Audit. Target offer. Grand Chancellor appointment / Unified Grid ratification condition. Administrative leadership and institutional stability. Identified optimization parameter. Decentralized autonomous control versus centralized title. Elian looked at her aunt, her grey eyes as cool and clear as mountain glass. I decline the title of Grand Chancellor, Elian stated flatly. The entire deck froze. Catherine Vane's hand, holding the scarlet ribbon scroll, stopped dead in midair. The 3 senior archmages gasped aloud, exchanging stunned, bewildered glances. Decline, Catherine repeated, her voice sharpening with genuine disbelief. Elian, do you understand what this title represents? You would hold absolute authority over every spire, treasury, and research department in the realm. Titles are administrative overhead, Elian explained, her tone devoid of ego or malice. A Grand Chancellor operates within a centralized bureaucratic hierarchy that relies on meetings, decrees, and personal rule. Centralized hierarchies introduce administrative lag and single point of failure risks. She stepped forward, pointing her slate pencil toward the sprawling holographic map glowing across the southern sky. I do not wish to rule the Academy from a high obsidian throne, Aunt Catherine, Elian stated clearly. I wish to dissolve the throne entirely. She slid a slim, pristine parchment document out from her leather satchel and handed it across to Catherine, replacing the unaccepted Grand Chancellor decree. This is the charter for the Autonomous Engineering Syndicate, Elian presented. Retinue Vane will not assume administrative control of the Academy. Instead, the Academy will transition into a decentralized, peer-reviewed cooperative network operated by autonomous technical departments. Catherine slowly looked down at the parchment scroll in her hands, her eyes scanning the dense, flawless equations and structural articles written in Elian's meticulous handwriting. We will retain operational sovereignty over Spire 8 and Rift Designation 109, Elian outlined calmly. We will provide the automated refining grids, the abyssal steel supply lines, and the open access educational frameworks. The Academy will govern its own academic research, but all structural, financial, and energy protocols will be managed by our automated algorithmic audit system. Catherine read through the articles of the Charter, her initial shock slowly melting away, replaced by a profound, trembling realization of the sheer genius of the proposal. By refusing the title of Grand Chancellor, Elian was avoiding the political crossfire of aristocratic backlash while securing absolute, unchallengeable control over the actual infrastructure of the realm. You could depose a chancellor with a sword or a political vote. You could not depose the mathematical laws of a self-sustaining energy grid. A slow, deep breath escaped Catherine's lips. She looked up at her niece with a gaze of absolute, unreserved surrender. "You didn't just want to win the game, did you?" Catherine murmured softly, a faint, astonished smile touching her lips. "You wanted to rewrite the rules so the game could never be played the same way again." "Games with arbitrary rules are a waste of thermodynamic energy," Elian replied simply. Catherine raised her hand, formally signing the Autonomous Engineering Syndicate Charter with her own golden ring seal. Stamp. A brilliant flash of blue light illuminated the aviation deck as the new charter locked into the Academy's foundational runic records. Autonomous Engineering Syndicate, RATIFID, Unified Open Access Arcane Grid, DPLOID across all SECTORS institutional monopoly, permanently ABOLISHED retinue treasury, 4,850,000 liquid credits, talent active, the 5 MP rule current MP, 200/200. The senior archmages bowed their heads in silent, respectful submission to the new reality of the realm. Victoria stepped up beside Elian, her amethyst eyes shining with wild, breathtaking, and absolute triumph. She reached out, her gloved hand interlacing firmly with Elian's fingers in a silent, powerful gesture of eternal partnership. As the morning sun climbed higher into the azure sky, casting a golden light across the endless sea of clouds, the sprawling spires of the Grand Academy began to hum with a new, harmonious energy. Not a sound of oppression or fear, but the steady, powerful rhythm of a world built right. Elian pulled her slate pencil back, sliding it neatly behind her ear, her grey eyes fixed upon the infinite horizon where new horizons, new equations, and new infrastructure awaited. "Phase 6 complete," Elian whispered. She turned toward the central elevator, her boots clicking crisply against the steel deck. "Let us begin Phase 7. Chapter 25, The First Equation of the New Age. The calendar in the Grand Academy's central registry did not officially record the date the old world ended, but every scholar, artisan, and commoner in the lower spires knew the precise moment. It was the Tuesday morning when the red warning lanterns along the Sector 1 boundary walls were permanently extinguished. For 700 years, those lanterns had glowed like drops of fresh blood in the fog, casting an oppressive, crimson light over the lower terraces to signify that the upper spires were closed, that mana densities were rationed, that raw abyssal cores were restricted contraband, and that any unauthorized commoner stepping foot above Sector 3 would face immediate arrest by the Senate Guard. Now the iron brackets that held the lanterns stood empty, stripped away by Kalen's reclamation crews to be melted down into reinforcement braces for the new municipal transit rail. In their place, high along the gleaming black steel spine of Spire 8, the unified open-access arcane grid pulsed with a steady, soothing sapphire luminescence. It was an energy flow so clean, so perfectly synchronized at 400 Hz, that even the wild, unpredictable spatial miasma of the outer border was tamed into a gentle, productive hum. Inside the high-altitude command suite of Spire 8, the panoramic spatial glass revealed a world transformed. Below, the old cobblestone paths of the lower spires had been replaced by smooth, double-tracked magnetic rail lines. Automated cargo hoppers, powered by localized spatial gravity runes, glided silently between the commoner districts and the central refining nexus of Rift 109, transporting food, clean water, and high-purity materials without a single human hand bleeding over a blunt pickaxe. Elian Vane stood before the central drafting altar, her black leather folio laid wide open. Her slate pencil moved with fluid, absolute precision across a fresh sheet of heavy parchment, mapping out the final structural expansion nodes for the subsurface drainage arrays. Talent activated, the 5 MP rule macrosystemic infrastructure audit, target domain, Grand Academy Autonomous Grid Phase 7 implementation, Current retinue treasury balance, 6,150,000 liquid credits, active grid efficiency, 99.98%, zero waste index, system status, stable/EXPANDING. The pneumatic seal of the heavy oak doors hissed open, and footsteps crossed the polished steel floor. Victoria Vance walked over to the drafting table. She wore her signature midnight blue coat, her silver hair loose and flowing over her shoulders like spun moonlight, her amethyst eyes carrying the bright, luminous warmth of a woman who had fought an empire and built a kingdom. She didn't speak immediately. She simply reached out, picked up a fresh cup of dark, steaming chicory tea from the copper warmer and placed it gently beside Elian's hand. The latest dispatch from the autonomous syndicate boards just arrived from Sector 3, Victoria said, her voice rich with satisfaction. The independent commoner workshops have registered a 400% increase in productivity this week alone. Not a single guild tax was levied, and for the first time in history, every apprentice who successfully designs a functional runic tool receives a direct equity share in the manufacturing output. Elian paused her pencil for a fraction of a second, taking a small, methodical sip of the tea before setting it down. Equity distribution eliminates the incentive for economic sabotage, Elian noted, her voice as calm and analytical as ever. When every worker holds a direct mathematical stake in systemic efficiency, individual compliance shifts from external coercion to internal optimization. Victoria leaned her hip against the edge of the mahogany drafting table, looking down at Elian with a small, fond smile. You make a grand social revolution sound like a standard thermodynamic calculation, Elian, Victoria murmured, her eyes shining with quiet affection. Social structures operate under the exact same laws of energy conservation as mechanical systems, Elian replied, her slate pencil returning smoothly to the parchment. Unbalanced distribution creates friction, friction creates heat, heat eventually causes structural failure, we merely removed the friction. Victoria chuckled softly, the sound light and musical in the quiet command suite. She turned her gaze outward, looking through the crystal glass toward the vast expanse of the morning sky where the white clouds drifted below their summit. The Academic Council formally ratified the final articles of the Autonomous Charter an hour ago, Victoria said, her tone turning reflective. My family's name, once associated with the decline and debt of the old regime, is now permanently inscribed as the co-founding pillar of the new era. Even my uncle, who spent 30 years sneering at my military ambitions, sent a formal petition requesting an engineering apprenticeship at Rift 109. His engineering aptitude index is low, Elian noted without looking up. However, he possesses sufficient administrative competence to manage the warehouse logistics sector in sub-level 4. I have allocated him a desk. Victoria burst into a genuine, ringing laugh. You hired a former regional lord to manage a warehouse. Labor allocation must match functional metrics, Elian stated matter-of-factly. Aristocratic titles carry zero weight in structural optimization. Before Victoria could reply, a sharp, crisp chime echoed from the communication console by the eastern wall. Ping! Kaelin's voice crackled through the speaker horn, filled with an uncontainable burst of pride and excitement. Master Architect, Lady Victoria, you need to come down to the primary arrival plaza immediately. The first delegation of independent scholars from the outer mountain provinces has just stepped off the transport lift. 10 minutes later, on the sunlit grand arrival plaza of Spire 8, 300 feet above the cloud layer. The vast, open-air plaza was packed with hundreds of people. But unlike the terrified, broken crowds that once gathered in the shadow of the old Senate, this gathering was vibrant, alive, and filled with brilliant colors. There were young commoner apprentices holding state-of-the-art runic calculators, independent alchemists carrying portable mana condensers, and veteran miners from the outer provinces wearing clean uniforms bearing the insignia of the Autonomous Engineering Syndicate. They weren't bowing, cowering, or whispering in fear. They were talking, laughing, and inspecting the new infrastructure with open, shining curiosity. As Elian and Victoria stepped out of the central elevator onto the Grand Plaza, a sudden, collective hush fell over the hundreds of assembled scholars. Then, spontaneously, the entire plaza erupted into a deafening, thunderous roar of applause. Vane. Long live the Master Architect. Long live Retinue Vane. Kaelin stood near the front, waving his heavy wrench in the air with a grin so wide it nearly split his face. Captain Vance and the Vanguard guards stood at attention, their silver-trimmed armor gleaming in the bright mountain sun, standing as proud guardians of a world they had helped forge. Elian walked slowly across the polished white and black stone plaza, her grey eyes sweeping across the sea of faces that, weeks ago, would have been dismissed as disposable commoner labor by the old academy. She stopped at the center of the plaza, beside a massive, 12-foot-tall monument carved from mirror-polished abyssal steel. The monument was not a statue of a king, a general, or a noble patriarch. It was a mathematical engraving, deeply etched into the steel by Elian's own hands, displaying the foundational equations of the unified open-access arcane grid, alongside the immutable balance sheet of Rift 109. Victoria walked up and stood beside her, her regal presence radiating a quiet, magnificent strength. She reached out and took Elian's hand, lacing her fingers securely through hers before the entire assembly. The crowd quieted down instantly, hanging on every word as the morning wind rustled softly through the high towers. Elian looked out across the plaza, her voice carrying across the open mountain air with that same crisp, resonant, absolute clarity that had once silenced the high Senate chamber. For 7 centuries, you were told that magic and technology were scarce resources owned by the few and denied to the many, Elian spoke, her words clear as mountain spring water. You were told that rifts were scars to be feared, that commoners were labor to be spent, and that progress required the suffering of others. She tapped her hand lightly against the cold, gleaming abyssal steel monument beside her. The math was wrong, Elian stated simply. Energy is infinite when properly routed, innovation is boundless when friction is removed, and a system built on mutual optimization will always outlast a system built on walls. She turned her head slightly, looking at Victoria, then back out at the cheering, brilliant crowd of scholars and artisans who had built their future together. Phase 7 implementation. Complete, Grand Academy systemic integrity, 100% retinue treasury, 7,400,000 liquid credits, talent active, the 5 MP rule, current MP, 200/200. The foundation is set, Elian concluded, her grey eyes reflecting the boundless sapphire light of the new age. The grid is live, welcome to the architecture of tomorrow. As the crowd erupted into a final, earth-shattering cheer that echoed across the peaks and valleys of the entire realm, Victoria leaned in close, her amethyst eyes sparkling with boundless joy. "Well, Master Architect," Victoria whispered softly, her shoulder brushing against Elian's in a moment of perfect, unbreakable unity. "What do we calculate next?" Elian pulled her slate pencil from behind her ear, tapping it once against her ledger as she looked out toward the endless, star-filled horizons of the world beyond. "Everything," Elian said. Chapter 26, Beyond the Outer Rim. The map of the known world had always been drawn by men who feared what lived in the dark. For 7 centuries, the cartographers of the Grand Academy of Arcane Engineering treated the Outer Rim as a hard geographical limit. A jagged, uncrossable wall of jagged basalt peaks, swirling temporal storms, and bottomless abyssal trenches where reality itself supposedly frayed into nothingness. Beyond Spire 8, the ancient imperial atlases featured only blank parchment stamped with a single, ominous warning. Hic sunt dracons. Here be monsters. Elian Vane did not believe in monsters. She believed in unmapped coordinate systems. It was 4 o'clock in the morning, 2 weeks after the formal ratification of the Autonomous Engineering Syndicate. High above the cloud sea, the panoramic spatial glass of Spire 8's Central Command Suite was dark, save for the soft, pulsing sapphire glow of the master holographic console. Elian stood before the rotating mahogany drafting table, her slate pencil gliding smoothly across a massive, unrolled sheet of translucent vellum. Talent activated, the 5 MP rule macrospatial boundary audit, target domain, beyond the Outer Rim Ridge Sector 10 survey, spatial anomaly index, 14.2% temporal distortion detected, structural integrity of long-range transit rail, 99.9%. Unlike previous maps, which ended abruptly at the Academy's eastern precipice, this new blueprint extended hundreds of leagues past the traditional border, mapping a vast, uncharted continent of mineral-rich mountain ranges, dormant ancient rifts, and sprawling, silent plateaus that had remained untouched by human hands since the dawn of the realm. The heavy pneumatic doors hissed open. Victoria Vance stepped into the suite. She wore her signature midnight blue coat, her silver hair unpinned and falling in soft waves over her shoulders. In her hands, she carried a heavy silver tray holding a pot of steaming black tea and 2 porcelain cups. She walked quietly across the polished steel floor, setting the tray down beside the drafting altar before resting her hands on the edge of the wood, looking down at the sprawling new map. The night shift reports that the first long-range magnetic cargo carrier has successfully docked at the Sector 4 relay station, Victoria said softly, her amethyst eyes reflecting the blue light of the holographic terrain. Not a single navigational hiccup. The autonomous guidance runes you inscribed last week handled the high-altitude temporal shear without a fraction of a degree deviation. Temporal shear is a predictable variable once the local mana density gradient is balanced, Elian replied, her slate pencil making a neat, precise line representing a high-speed transit tunnel cutting through the northern mountain range. The previous administration failed to map the outer rim because they used static optical instruments. They attempted to view a dynamic, shifting spatial barrier with fixed lenses. She dipped her pencil into a small brass well of silver ink. To map a moving frontier, you must calibrate your instruments to the frequency of the terrain itself, Elian added. Victoria poured a cup of tea, sliding it gently toward Elian before taking her own cup. She leaned her hip against the mahogany table, looking out through the crystal glass toward the dark horizon, where the stars burned with crystal-clear intensity above the cloud sea. The autonomous syndicate is running smoother than a well-oiled chronometer, Victoria murmured, a note of quiet pride in her voice. The old noble houses have fully integrated into our logistical committees. Even the former loyalists from Sector 1 have realized that efficiency generates more capital and stability than monopoly ever did. We have achieved complete internal equilibrium. She turned her gaze back to Elian, her expression shifting from retrospective satisfaction to sharp, focused curiosity. Which means, Victoria continued, that you are already looking past the horizon. What is beyond the outer rim, Elian? Why have you spent the last 72 hours calculating the spatial coordinates of the unclaimed continent? Elian set her slate pencil down on the parchment. She reached out and touched a small, blinking red rune on the holographic map, expanding a hidden subterranean layer that lay 4,000 meters beneath the uncharted northern plateaus. A massive, complex network of glowing geometric lines lit up the room, not natural geological formations, but artificial, highly advanced runic chambers spanning an area larger than the entire Grand Academy. Subterranean discovery, pre-imperial ancillary grid designation, Site Alpha 0, construction material, high-density primordial mithril steel energy signature, dormant/high-capacity mana reservoir, estimated age, 3,500 years. Victoria stared at the vast subterranean blueprint, her breath catching in her throat. By the ancestors, what is that? It looks older than the Academy itself, larger than any structure in the known sectors. It is not a ruin, Elian stated, her grey eyes cool and diagnostic. It is a primary terminal. She zoomed the hologram in closer, revealing an intricate array of massive spatial anchoring rings and hyperdensity mana conduits that matched the exact mathematical specifications of Spire 8, only scaled up by a factor of 50. When I audited the foundational runic records of the Grand Academy during the Senate trial, Elian explained, her voice steady and deliberate, I identified a persistent mathematical anomaly in the macromana flow of the continent. The Academy does not generate its own foundational ambient mana. It receives it. Victoria's eyes widened. Receives it from where? From a primary transmission network, Elian answered. The Grand Academy was never an isolated institution built by pioneering scholars. It was constructed as a secondary relay station, a local terminal connected to a continent-wide, hyperdense energy grid built over 3 millennia ago by a civilization that understood macrospatial engineering far better than our current historians acknowledge. She tapped her pencil against the massive underground terminal on the map. The old empire didn't fall because of barbarian invasions or internal political decay, Elian stated. Their primary transmission grid at Site Alpha 0 suffered a cascading spatial synchronization failure. Without the central grid feeding them stable energy, the ancient settlements collapsed into isolation, eventually regressing into the fractured, feudal noble houses we inherited. Victoria stood in absolute, stunned silence, the sheer scale of the revelation washing over her. For weeks, She had believed they had reached the pinnacle of the world, that building Spire 8 and reforming the Academy was the ultimate victory. Now she realized they were merely standing in the vestibule of a much larger, forgotten machine. "And if we reactivate Site Alpha Zero?" Victoria asked, her voice dropping into a low, thrilling hum of realization. "What happens to the Academy? What happens to the world?" "If we recalibrate the primary terminal," Elian calculated calmly, her fingers flying across the console to simulate the energy feedback loop, "we transition from a localized regional power grid to a continental infrastructure network. We can supply clean, limitless mana to every remote village, agricultural valley, and industrial workshop across the entire continent, completely eliminating geographical poverty and resource scarcity." She looked up, her grey eyes meeting Victoria's amethyst gaze with absolute, unyielding clarity. "That," Elian said, "is Phase 8. Before Victoria could answer, a sharp, crisp chime echoed from the communication console by the eastern wall. "Ping!" Kaelin's voice crackled through the speaker horn, filled with an urgent, excited resonance. "Master Architect, Lady Victoria, long-range scanner array just flagged a massive spatial disturbance along the northern perimeter of the Outer Rim. A high-density transit convoy is approaching our outer border from the uncharted zones." 20 minutes later, on the wide, wind-swept aviation deck at the summit of Spire 8. The dawn sky was beginning to burn with brilliant streaks of gold and violet over the northern mountains. The air was biting and cold, carrying the crisp scent of alpine pine and high-altitude ozone. Elian and Victoria stood at the edge of the open platform, accompanied by Captain Vance and a squad of 20 Vanguard guards. Hovering just outside the outer mooring perimeter was an airship, unlike anything ever constructed in the shipyards of Sector 1. It was massive, twice the size of the Imperial dreadnoughts that had once threatened them, crafted from a dull, shimmering grey alloy that absorbed the morning light rather than reflecting it. Its propulsion system did not rely on traditional combustion sails or screaming mana turbines. Instead, it moved on silent, glowing rings of pure, stabilized spatial energy, cutting through the high-altitude gales with absolute, frictionless grace. As the vessel glided smoothly toward the landing dock, its magnetic locks engaged with a soft, resonant clack. The heavy ventral ramp lowered onto the polished steel deck. There were no weapons drawn, there was no aggressive military posturing. Down the ramp walked a single figure. She was a tall, striking woman in her late 30s, wearing a tailored traveling coat of deep forest green velvet trimmed with intricate silver runic filigree. Her dark hair was cut short in a practical military bob, and her eyes, a striking luminous shade of amber, held an expression of profound intellectual curiosity. In her hands, she carried a heavy, brass-bound astrolabe and a leather-bound travel ledger. She stopped 10 paces from Elian and Victoria, lowering her astrolabe with a slow, deliberate movement. "I have spent the last 12 years navigating the dead zones of the northern continent," the woman spoke, her voice clear, rich, and carrying a distinct melodic cadence from a dialect unheard in the southern academic sectors. "I was told by every cartographer between here and the coast that the Outer Rim was a wall of impassable chaos. Instead, I find a 7-story black steel spire broadcasting a perfectly synchronized 400 Hz mana grid." She stepped forward, her amber eyes locking directly onto Elian's calm grey gaze. "My name is Master Scholar Vespera of the Northern Cartographic Archive," she announced, bowing her head slightly in respectful greeting. "And I believe, Master Architect Vane, that you have just plugged into my ancestral home." Elian did not flinch. She pulled her slate pencil from behind her ear, tapping it once against her left palm. "Talent activated. The 5MP rule: external diplomatic and technical audit. Target entity: Scholar Vespera, Northern Cartographic Archive / Site Alpha Zero, Descendant. Identified asset: primary transmission grid access codes, system status: compatible. Your arrival is mathematically aligned with our expansion timeline by approximately 14 hours, Elian stated flatly. Your atmospheric entry vector crossed our outer perimeter sensors at 4:12 this morning. Scholar Vespera blinked, a sudden, bright smile breaking across her travel-worn face. She let out a rich, delighted laugh that rang out across the high aviation deck. 4:12, Vespera smiled, shaking her head in sheer wonder. You detected our stealth shielding before we even crossed the ridge, by the Founders. The rumors in the southern trade ports didn't do you justice. You really have automated the entire horizon. She stepped closer, placing her brass astrolabe and leather ledger onto a nearby copper maintenance table, opening the leather cover to reveal a hand-drawn map that matched the exact subterranean coordinates Elian had been calculating all night. "I am not here to challenge your spire, Master Architect," Vespera said, her voice turning serious, focused, and intensely driven. "I am here because my archive has spent 3 generations guarding the eastern access key to Site Alpha Zero. We knew the grid was sleeping. We knew someone would eventually build the infrastructure required to wake it." She looked from Elian to Victoria, her amber eyes shining with bright, shared ambition. "You built the local terminal," Vespera declared. "Now, together, let us turn on the continent." Victoria Vance looked down at the ancient map, then turned her head to look at Elian. The morning sun broke fully through the mountain fog, bathing the entire summit of Spire 8 in a brilliant, triumphant golden light that stretched endlessly toward the north. Elian pulled her leather folio from beneath her arm, opening it to a pristine, blank page. She picked up her slate pencil, her grey eyes cool, clear, and infinite as the sky above. Phase 8, Site Alpha Zero integration and continental grid expansion, active collaborators. Master Architect Elian Vane / Retinue Leader Victoria Vance / Scholar Vespera, talent active. The 5 MP rule, current MP, 200/200. Access codes verified, Elian stated, her voice steady, unyielding, and ringing with absolute certainty. She looked at Victoria and Vespera, her slate pencil poised over the paper. "Let us begin the calibration." Chapter 27, The Resonance of the North. The silence of the northern continent was not the quiet of empty space. It was the heavy, suspended breath of a massive machine waiting for its primary ignition key. 3 days had passed since Scholar Vespera's silver air galleon glided onto the landing platform of Spire 8. In that brief, hyper-accelerated window, the command suite had transformed from a regional control center into an international command nexus. Holographic projections of the uncharted northern plateaus now hovered above the rotating mahogany table, casting a complex web of sapphire and crimson light across the polished steel floor. Elian Vane stood at the center of the room, her slate pencil gliding across an oversized vellum chart with the unyielding, rhythmic precision of a chronometer. Talent activated. The 5 MP rule macrocontinental integration audit. Target domain. Site Alpha Zero subterranean terminal and northern grid. Current retinue treasury balance. 8,900,000 liquid credits. Active grid synchronization index. 91.4%, 98.7%. OPTMIZNG system status. Ready for field deployment. Across the drafting table, Scholar Vespera leaned over an ancient leather-bound logbook, her fingers tracing faded diagrams written in the archaic script of the pre-imperial engineers. "The physical access hatch to Site Alpha Zero is buried 4,000 meters beneath the permafrost of the Obsidian Ridge," Vespera explained, her voice sharp and focused. According to the archival codex, the vault door was sealed with a multi-layered thermodynamic lock designed to withstand a direct abyssal tectonic fracture. Traditional explosives or high-intensity mana-cutting torches won't even scratch the outer alloy plating. Traditional explosives rely on chemical expansion, which introduces unpredictable shockwave dispersion. Elian replied flatly, without looking up from her calculations. "We will not blast the hatch. We will match its internal resonant frequency." Victoria Vance stepped into the command suite, carrying a fresh cup of chicory tea. She set it beside Elian's hand, her midnight blue coat catching the cool morning light as she gazed at the towering holographic model of the northern terminal. "The transport convoy is fully provisioned, Elian," Victoria reported, her amethyst eyes carrying the sharp, eager light of a commander preparing for an expedition into uncharted territory. "Captain Vance has assembled 40 elite Vanguard veterans equipped with high-frequency room pikes and thermal mitigation armor. Kalen has loaded 3 heavy subterranean drilling hoppers onto the primary cargo freight." Victoria paused, looking down at Elian with a mixture of profound respect and tender warmth. "The entire syndicate is watching this launch," Victoria continued softly. "If we unlock the northern grid, we aren't just expanding our trade network, we are rewriting the geographical reality of the entire world." Elian paused her pencil, setting it down with a soft clack. She took a measured sip of the tea, her cool grey eyes meeting Victoria's gaze. "Geographical reality is simply a measure of unallocated energy flow," Elian stated. "When Site Alpha Zero goes live, The resistance barrier between the southern sectors and the northern territories will drop to zero. The logistics are sound. Vespera looked up from her codex, a broad, admiring grin spreading across her face. You know, Master Architect, most people would talk about destiny or conquering the unknown when facing a 3,000-year-old subterranean supermachine. You talk about logistics. Destiny is an unquantifiable variable, Elian replied simply. Logistics determine whether you survive the expedition. 12 hours later, 50 leagues north of the outer rim. The air here was thin, biting, and charged with an ancient, crackling static that made the hairs on the back of one's neck stand at attention. Below the descending fleet of two-spired transport galleons lay the Obsidian Ridge, a jagged, sprawling mountain range of dark, volcanic glass that cut through the frozen white tundra like the spine of a sleeping leviathan. At the center of the ridge sat a massive, circular depression nearly a mile wide, the surface perimeter of Site Alpha Zero. The air galleons touched down on a flat, snow-dusted plateau of ancient, interlocking basalt blocks that bore the unmistakable, perfect geometry of pre-imperial engineering. There were no crumbling ruins here. Everything was intact, preserved beneath the deep permafrost like a sleeping titan encased in ice. Landing locks engaged, Kaelin's voice crackled through the comlink from the lead cargo hopper. Surface thermal readings are dropping rapidly, but the hull shielding is holding steady at 100%. Captain Vance stepped off the boarding ramp of the primary transport, his heavy abyssal steel boots crunching onto the ancient stone. Behind him, 40 Vanguard guards formed a disciplined, protective perimeter around the central depression, their high-frequency pikes humming with a steady blue defensive field. Elian, Victoria, and Vespera walked down the ramp together. Elian wore her dark wool coat, her slate pencil tucked securely behind her ear, her grey eyes scanning the geometric runes carved into the basalt perimeter stones. Scanning environment, spatial anomaly detected, resonance lock required, 400 Hz subharmonic volt integrity, 100% sealed. This is it, Vespera said, her voice dropping to an awed whisper as she pointed toward the center of the basalt plateau. The central access seal. At the base of a towering, 30-foot-tall monolith of dark mithril steel sat a circular hatch 12 feet in diameter. It was carved with concentric rings of complex runic geometry that had remained dark and dormant for millennia. The thermal mitigation lock is keyed to a continuous energy input, Elian analyzed, stepping directly up to the massive metal hatch. She pulled her slate pencil from behind her ear and tapped the center ring. A standard brute force attempt would trigger an internal security lock, fusing the hatch permanently into the surrounding bedrock. Then how do we open it? Victoria asked, resting her hand on the hilt of her rapier as she surveyed the silent, imposing monolith. We do not break the lock, Elian stated calmly. We complete the circuit. Elian turned to Kaelin, who was standing nearby with a team of technicians holding portable high-frequency mana conduits connected to the transport galleon's auxiliary reactor. Kaelin, link the portable mana conduit to the outer ring. Feed a steady, unmodulated current at exactly 400 Hz. Right away, Master Architect, Kaelin shouted, motioning to his crew. Heavy, flexible copper cables were unspooled from the cargo hopper and clamped securely onto the runic terminals at the base of the monolith. Stand back, Elian instructed quietly, stepping back beside Victoria and Vespera. Energy transfer initiating in 3, 2, 1. HUMMMMMMMMM. The portable mana conduit roared to life, pouring a brilliant, blinding stream of sapphire energy into the ancient runic circuit. For 3 long seconds, nothing happened. The heavy mithril steel hatch remained dead and cold against the freezing wind. Then, with a sound like a deep, subterranean heartbeat, thump, thump, the concentric rings carved into the metal began to glow. A wave of brilliant blue light raced along the geometric grooves, melting the ancient frost and ice in an instant. The massive, 12-foot diameter hatch didn't swing open on creaking hinges. Instead, with a smooth, frictionless pneumatic sigh, the heavy rings slid inward, sinking silently into the surrounding basalt bedrock to reveal a vast, perfectly lit vertical descent shaft plunging deep into the heart of the mountain. A rush of warm, perfectly filtered air billowed upward from the shaft, carrying the clean, ionized scent of active mana cores. Access granted. Site Alpha Zero subterranean terminal, internal lighting and life support, online descent elevator grid, synchronized. Vespera stared down into the glowing vertical shaft, her eyes wide with unadulterated astonishment. It actually worked. 3,000 years of silence, and it opened to a single frequency adjustment. Engineering is merely the art of asking the correct mathematical question, Elian replied calmly, adjusting her collar. She turned to Victoria and Captain Vance. Captain Vance, secure the upper perimeter with 20 guards. Kalen, Vespera, Victoria, and I will take the descent lift to the primary control core. Understood, Master Architect. Captain Vance saluted crisply, snapping his fist against his breastplate. We hold the surface. The descent lift moved downward in utter silence, gliding smoothly along magnetic rails through the solid heart of the mountain. For 5 minutes, the lift descended 4,000 meters beneath the permafrost, passing massive, subterranean chambers filled with towering racks of dormant mana crystals, automated refining looms, and intricate kinetic dynamos that stretched out into the darkness like the halls of a sleeping technological cathedral. When the lift finally slowed and came to a seamless halt, the doors parted with a soft pneumatic hiss. They stepped out into the master control core of Site Alpha Zero. It was a breathtaking, cathedral-sized chamber. At the center sat a colossal, globe-shaped holographic projector surrounded by concentric rings of floating, crystalline data slates. As Elian stepped onto the central dais, the entire chamber hummed to life. Thousands of amber and sapphire lights flickered on across the walls, illuminating the vast subterranean hall in a brilliant, welcoming glow. Primary grid connection, dormant synchronization target, Grand Academy Spire 8 initiate continental link. YN. Vespera walked slowly toward the central globe, her breath hitching as she looked at the cascading data streams flowing across the floating crystals. It's fully intact. The entire pre-imperial network is waiting for a master signal. Victoria stood beside Elian, looking out over the magnificent underground control room. The scale of what they were about to accomplish was staggering. Not just an empire, not just an academy, but a fully integrated continental civilization powered by clean, limitless energy. She turned her gaze to Elian, her amethyst eyes shining with absolute fierce devotion. You built a spire that conquered an empire, Elian, Victoria whispered softly, her hand brushing gently against Elian's fingers. Now you are about to light up the world. Elian didn't hesitate. She stepped up to the central holographic console, her grey eyes reflecting the brilliant sapphire light of the awakening grid. She placed her slate pencil into the master activation slot, completing the final mathematical loop of the system. Executing continental synchronization protocol, transferring energy matrix from Site Alpha Zero to Spire 8. Grid status, live. BZZZZZZZT. A shockwave of pure, beautiful sapphire light erupted upward through the 4,000-meter descent shaft, shooting out into the atmosphere above the obsidian ridge, and racing southward across the mountains, valleys, and spires of the entire continent in less than a second. From Spire 8 all the way to the southern coastal borders, every dormant relay station, every commoner workshop, and every academic research lab suddenly lit up with a steady, peaceful, limitless hum of clean mana. The old world of scarcity, walls, and dark iron shackles was gone forever. Elian pulled her slate pencil from the console, sliding it neatly behind her ear, her grey eyes cool, clear, and focused on the infinite horizon. The network is live, Elian said quietly. She turned toward the elevator, looking toward the bright, open future that awaited them above. Let's go home. Chapter 28, The Horizon Without Walls. The air in the upper command suite of Spire 8 tasted different. It no longer carried the sharp, anxious tang of ozone, burning mana cores, or the metallic grease of wartime production lines. Instead, it was crisp, clean, and impossibly light, infused with the steady, harmonic hum of the newly awakened continental grid pulsing upward from the depths of Site Alpha Zero. For the first time in 7 centuries, the horizontal world had ceased to be a fractured archipelago of guarded noble estates, exploited commoner work camps, and hostile geographical barriers. From the panoramic spatial glass of the 65th floor, the landscape below looked less like a chessboard of rival factions and more like a living, breathing motherboard of brilliant sapphire light. Across the southern agricultural valleys, automated irrigation aqueducts hummed with silent efficiency. Along the northern mountain passes, High-speed magnetic transport carriers glided across clear sky lanes without a single checkpoint, customs toll, or military blockade in sight. Elian Vane stood before the central drafting altar, her black leather folio resting open beside a cup of cooling chicory tea. Her slate pencil moved across a fresh vellum sheet with smooth, unbroken fluidity, calculating the final load distribution metrics for the newly integrated Eastern Energy Relay nodes. Talent activated. The 5MP Rule Continental Macrosystemic Audit. Target Domain. Unified Continental Infrastructure Network Phase 9. Current Retinue Treasury Balance. 10,450,000 liquid credits. Global Grid Efficiency Index. 100% zero friction/zero waste. System status. Autonomous and stable. The heavy pneumatic doors hissed open with their familiar, soothing sigh. Victoria Vance walked into the suite, her midnight blue military coat unbuttoned at the collar, her silver hair catching the morning sun as she stepped across the polished steel floor. She carried a stack of finalized trade manifests and municipal reports from the regional delegates of Sector 1 through Sector 9. Instead of setting the paperwork down immediately, Victoria walked over to the panoramic window, resting her hands on the structural steel frame as she looked out over the sunlit sea of clouds. The final delegations from the southern coastal provinces arrived at the Sector 4 trade hub this morning, Victoria reported, her voice carrying a rich, melodic warmth. They didn't come with petitions for tax relief or military protection. They brought architectural blueprints for a shared maritime desalination grid designed to integrate directly with our subsurface energy lines. Elian paused her pencil for a fraction of a second, though she did not look up from her drafting sheet. Desalination integration will increase agricultural yield in the coastal arid zones by approximately 340%. Their engineering committee understands the thermodynamic parameters. Victoria turned her head, looking over at Elian with a small, affectionate smile touching the corners of her lips. "You make it sound so clinical, Elian," Victoria murmured, walking over to the mahogany table and leaning gently against its edge. 3 weeks ago, those coastal provinces were on the verge of a localized famine caused by feudal trade embargoes. Now they are designing cooperative infrastructure networks. You didn't just win a political struggle or defeat a corrupt administration. You completely altered the baseline of human interaction. Human interaction operates on resource availability, Elian explained, setting her slate pencil down beside her teacup and meeting Victoria's amethyst eyes with calm, steady clarity. When scarcity is eliminated and energy distribution is absolute, the incentive for territorial conflict drops to zero. Cooperation is mathematically superior to competition. Victoria chuckled softly, reaching out to brush a stray lock of dark hair away from Elian's forehead, with a tenderness that defied every cold, statistical equation Elian had just spoken. "Sometimes, Master Architect, I think you are the only person in this world who could look at a global renaissance and treat it like a solved math problem," Victoria teased softly, her eyes shining with quiet, profound pride. "Mathematics does not require emotional validation to remain accurate," Elian replied, though a faint, rare hint of amusement touched her lips as she leaned slightly into Victoria's touch. Before Victoria could answer, a sharp, crisp chime echoed from the communication console by the eastern wall. "Ping!" Kaelin's voice crackled through the brass speaker horn, bursting with uncontainable energy and excitement. "Master Architect, Lady Victoria, you need to get down to the ground-level Central Plaza immediately. The first autonomous academic exchange group from the Northern Archives just arrived via the magnetic transit line." 10 minutes later, on the Grand Arrival Plaza at the base of Spire 8. The plaza, once a grim, windswept patch of gravel, where imperial tax collectors once stood with drawn swords to inspect commoner cargo, was now a vibrant, sunlit pedestrian square, paved in mirror-polished basalt and inlaid with glowing sapphire runic lines. Hundreds of people filled the open space. Young commoner apprentices carrying portable runic calculators, veteran miners from the Abyssal Rim wearing clean syndicate uniforms, and scholars from Vespera's Northern Archive trading architectural blueprints with researchers from the Grand Academy. There were no gates, no checkpoints, and no guards holding pikes to separate classes or territories. The old world of walls had been replaced by a world of open horizons. As Elian and Victoria stepped out of the central elevator onto the bustling plaza, the crowd parted naturally, falling into a respectful, admiring hush. They didn't bow or cower in fear. Instead, they smiled, nodding in deep, genuine gratitude as the two women walked past. Kalen jogged over, wearing a clean technician's jacket, holding a glowing digital tablet filled with diagnostic readouts. Master Architect, the Northern Transit line is running at zero latency, Kalen reported excitedly, holding out the tablet. Energy transfer from Alpha Zero is completely stable, and every local substation from here to the coast is drawing clean power without a single drop in frequency. Maintain diagnostic monitoring for 72 hours to account for seasonal thermal expansion, Elian instructed calmly, taking the tablet and glancing over the data streams before handing it back. Otherwise, the baseline parameters are optimal. You got it, boss, Kalen grinned, flashing a thumbs up before rushing back toward the maintenance crews. Scholar Vespera walked over from one of the newly constructed information kiosks, holding a steaming cup of coffee, and looking around the bustling plaza with undisguised awe. I still can't believe it, Vespera murmured, shaking her head as she watched scholars from 3 different continents collaborating on a shared structural design. For 3 generations, my family lived in the dark, guarding a sleeping machine because we were terrified of what the Southern Empires would do if they found it. And you just plugged it into a toaster and turned the whole world on. It was not a toaster, Scholar Vespera, Elian corrected flatly. It was a high-density macrospatial transmission relay. Vespera burst into laughter. Of course it was, Master Architect, of course it was. Victoria stood beside Elian, her gaze sweeping across the magnificent living metropolis they had built together. The sunlight caught the towering spires behind them, reflecting a world bathed in endless blue light. She reached out, her gloved hand sliding smoothly into Elian's fingers, lacing their hands together in a firm, unbreakable grip. Elian looked down at their joined hands, then turned her gaze upward, looking past the gleaming summit of Spire 8 toward the boundless, star-filled vault of the upper atmosphere. Project status: Continental Civilization Integration complete, active retinue treasury. 12 million liquid credits, talent active. The 5 MP rule, current MP, 200/200. The sky was vast, clear and infinite. There were no more walls to climb, no more corrupt senates to audit and no more borders to defend. There was only the universe, waiting to be mapped, calculated and engineered. Victoria leaned in close, her shoulder brushing against Elian's, her amethyst eyes sparkling with bright, adventurous anticipation. Well, Elian, Victoria whispered softly, her voice carrying across the quiet space between them. We've mapped the outer rim, unlocked the northern continent and built a world without walls. What equation do we solve next? Elian pulled her slate pencil from behind her ear, tapping it once against her ledger with a steady, rhythmic cadence. She looked out toward the endless horizon, where the first faint glint of distant star systems began to pierce the twilight sky. The stars, Elian said simply. Chapter 29, Beyond the Sky Dome. For 700 years, the night sky over the continent had been viewed through a lens of profound limitation. To the old astronomers of the Grand Academy, the stars were static points of cold light, painted upon an impenetrable heavenly vault. A celestial ceiling beyond which nothing could exist, governed by immutable astrological decrees that supposedly dictated human fate, noble bloodlines, and the boundaries of mortal ambition. Elian Vane had never believed in ceilings. It was midnight in the central command suite of Spire 8. The panoramic spatial glass was dark, reflecting only the steady, rhythmic sapphire pulse of the master holographic console and the distant, diamond-sharp glitter of the cosmos above. Elian stood before the rotating mahogany drafting table, her dark wool coat draped over her chair, her sleeves rolled up to her forearms. Her slate pencil moved across an enormous, multi-layered vellum sheet with absolute frictionless precision, tracing orbital vectors, gravitational acceleration curves, and stellar parallax equations that stretched far beyond the atmospheric envelope of the planet. Talent activated, the 5 MP rule macrocosmic spatial audit. Target domain, high-altitude atmospheric envelope and extraplanetary trajectory. Current retinue treasury balance, 14,200,000 liquid credits. Active grid efficiency index, 100%, zero friction/infinite scalability. System status, stellar reconnaissance ready. Unlike any map ever drawn in the history of the realm, this document did not end at the horizon or the northern ice shelf. It mapped the vertical abyss, the cold, airless expanse stretching outward into the infinite dark. The pneumatic seal of the heavy oak doors hissed open with its familiar, soothing sigh. Victoria Vance stepped into the suite. She wore her signature midnight blue coat, her silver hair catching the ambient blue glow of the holograms as she walked across the polished steel floor. In her hands, she carried a silver tray holding 2 cups of steaming chicory tea and a fresh stack of logistical reports from the orbital launch platforms currently under construction on the northern plateaus. She set the tray down quietly beside the drafting altar, leaning against the edge of the wood to look down at the bewildering array of star charts and orbital mechanics equations covering the table. The northern launch gantry at Site Alpha Zero is fully assembled, Victoria reported, her voice carrying a rich, resonant hum of excitement. Kalen and his engineering squads completed the magnetic dampening rails 3 hours ahead of schedule. Not a single structural flaw detected in the booster chambers. Kalen's precision indexing has improved by 42% over the last quarter, Elian noted, pausing her pencil for a fraction of a second to take a calm, measured sip of tea. Practical field experience has optimized his theoretical training curve. Victoria smiled, her amethyst eyes sparkling with fond amusement as she looked at Elian. You sound more like a proud department head than an international architect every time you praise someone's metrics. Victoria teased softly, resting her hand lightly on the edge of the mahogany table. She turned her gaze upward, staring through the crystal-clear spatial glass toward the sea of glittering stars hanging in the midnight sky. Her expression softened, turning deeply contemplative. When we started at Spire 8, I thought our ultimate victory would be breaking the Malacca syndicate's monopoly and securing a safe, independent territory for our commoner recruits, Victoria murmured, her voice laced with quiet wonder. Then we reformed the academy, opened the northern continent, and unlocked a global energy grid. And now, you are calculating trajectories into the void between the stars. Limits are merely artificial boundaries maintained by inefficient resource allocation, Elian explained, setting her pencil down and turning to face Victoria directly. Her grey eyes were cool, clear, and steady as mountain glass. The atmosphere is not a ceiling. It is simply an atmospheric drag coefficient that requires a higher specific impulse to overcome. She gestured toward the massive holographic star chart glowing between them. For centuries, civilizations remained trapped on the surface because they viewed the sky as a mystical domain reserved for gods and prophecy, Elian continued. The stars are not fate, Victoria. They are unmapped territories waiting for infrastructure. Before Victoria could answer, a sharp, crisp chime echoed from the communication console by the eastern wall. Ping! Scholar Vespera's voice crackled through the brass speaker horn, urgent, breathless, and filled with electrifying discovery. Master Architect, Lady Victoria, you need to look at the high-altitude atmospheric sensor arrays immediately. Our deep space optical telescope just captured a structural anomaly in the upper thermosphere. 5 minutes later, inside the subterranean optical observatory carved deep beneath the foundations of Spire 8. The observatory was a vast, circular chamber housing a massive, 12-foot diameter refractive lens system forged from pure, flawless abyssal crystal, directed upward through a vertical optical shaft that pierced the highest peaks of the mountain range. Elian, Victoria, and Vespera stood on the central observation platform, surrounded by floating holographic screens displaying real-time spectral analysis of the upper night sky. Vespera stood beside the main control console, her fingers flying across the runic touch pads as she adjusted the massive crystal lens overhead. Look here, Vespera pointed to a cluster of magnification screens, displaying a faint, perfectly geometric anomaly orbiting silently at the edge of the upper atmosphere, 600 miles above the planet's surface. The image on the screen cleared into sharp, breathtaking focus. It was not a natural asteroid or a passing comet. It was an enormous, ring-shaped artifact of ancient pre-imperial design, a colossal orbital station constructed from dark, shimmering mithril steel, its geometric spokes forming a perfect, dormant wheel that spanned miles across the dark vacuum of space. Spatial discovery, pre-imperial orbital station designation, Apex 0. Construction material, high-density celestial mithril steel. Energy signature, low-level dormant crystalline resonance. Estimated age, 3,500 years. Victoria stared at the floating holographic projection of the orbital ring, her breath catching in her throat. By the ancestors, what is that? It's an entire city floating in the void above the world. It is not a city, Elian corrected quietly, her grey eyes reflecting the brilliant sapphire light of the orbital artifact. It is the primary relay hub for the pre-imperial stellar network. Site Alpha Zero on the northern continent was never the route terminal. It was merely the ground station anchor for this orbital facility. She stepped closer to the holographic display, her slate pencil sliding out from behind her ear to tap against the data streams. When the ancient civilization experienced a macrospatial collapse 3 millennia ago, Elian analyzed, her voice calm and analytical, they didn't just lose their continental power grid. Their orbital station was cut off from surface synchronization, forcing the entire orbital platform into a stable, low-energy hibernation orbit. Vespera looked at Elian, her amber eyes wide with stunned realization. You mean, the ancient grid wasn't destroyed by a war or a natural disaster. It was abandoned because the surface lost its connection to the orbital array. Correct, Elian said. And because the station remains in stable orbit, its high-density stellar mana collectors are still operational. They are currently gathering raw cosmic energy from the upper vacuum and storing it in dormant capacitors. Victoria turned her head, looking at Elian with an expression of intense, electric awe. The sheer audacity of the realization was staggering. We don't just have a continental energy network anymore, Victoria whispered, a triumphant smile breaking across her face. We have access to an orbital power source. Access requires a bridge, Elian stated matter-of-factly. She turned back to the control console, pulling up a complex, multi-tiered architectural blueprint that she had been calculating in secret for weeks. Initiating project, Phase 10, the Skybridge Protocol. Objective, construct first manned orbital transport vector. Required resources, Spire 8 refined materials / Site Alpha Zero boosters / abyssal kinetic sails. System status, all CALCULATIONS VRFID. Kalen, Elian spoke into the comlink, connected to the northern launch gantry. I'm here, Master Architect. Kalen's voice crackled back instantly, full of eager readiness. We're reading the orbital anomaly down here on our telemetry boards. Tell me you're seeing what I'm seeing. We are, Elian replied calmly. Halt all standard cargo runs. Reallocate the secondary heavy lift gantry to the Phase 10 payload parameters. We are launching the first exploratory transport vessel to Apex Zero within 48 hours. A stunned, dead silence hung on the comline for 3 full seconds, followed by a sudden, ecstatic burst of laughter from Kalen. 48 hours? Boss, the booster assembly isn't even fully stress-tested for thermal re-entry. The stress test parameters were calculated using atmospheric friction models from 3 weeks ago, Elian retorted smoothly. Our new abyssal titanium hull plating exceeds the required thermal threshold by 300%. Your calculations are outdated, Kalen. Copy that, Master Architect, Kalen shouted, his voice ringing with fierce, uncontainable pride. We'll have the booster locked and loaded before dawn. 48 hours later, the launch plaza of Site Alpha Zero on the northern plateaus. The midnight sky above the Obsidian Ridge was ablaze with the cold, brilliant light of a million stars. Surrounding the massive, mile-wide launch gantry stood the entire leadership of the autonomous engineering syndicate. Victoria Vance in her silver-trimmed military coat, Scholar Vespera clutching her ancient astrolabe, Captain Vance standing at attention with his vanguard veterans, and hundreds of engineers, scholars, and commoner artisans watching in breathless, reverent silence. In the center of the gantry stood the Horizon 1, the realm's first manned orbital transport vessel. It was a sleek, needle-nosed Titan forged from mirror-polished abyssal titanium and dark mithril steel, featuring reinforced spatial gravity sails and a massive, triple-stage thermal booster array designed by Elian herself. Elian Vane stood at the base of the boarding ramp, wearing her dark wool coat, her slate pencil tucked securely behind her ear, her grey eyes completely calm as she conducted her final pre-launch system audit. Victoria stepped up beside her, her amethyst eyes shining with absolute fierce devotion. She wasn't just watching from the ground this time. Across her chest was strapped a standard-issue explorer's harness, and her silver hair was tied back tightly in a flight-ready braid. You calculated the orbital insertion vector for a solo flight, Elian, Victoria said softly, her voice steady and clear against the roaring wind of the northern ridge. Did your mathematical models accidentally include a copilot? Elian paused, looking over at Victoria, Her slate pencil tapped once against her ledger. A copilot introduces an unnecessary variable into closed-loop life support equations, Elian stated, though her grey eyes softened just a fraction. Then it's a good thing I am an incalculable variable, Victoria smiled, stepping onto the boarding ramp and holding out her hand to Elian. Elian looked at Victoria's outstretched hand for a quiet moment. Then, with a subtle, decisive nod, she placed her hand firmly in Victoria, letting herself be pulled up the ramp toward the command hatch of the vessel. As the heavy steel hatch sealed shut behind them, sealing the airlock with a clean, pneumatic click, the internal monitors lit up with a brilliant cascade of sapphire light. Horizon 1 status, all SYSDMSGO. Orbital insertion vector, locked. Talent active, the 5 MP rule. Current MP, 200/200. Through the reinforced spatial glass of the cockpit, Elian sat in the primary command seat, her fingers resting lightly on the master runic console. Beside her, Victoria strapped herself securely into the copilot's harness, her hand reaching out to interlace her fingers with Elian's. From the ground control tower below, Kaylin's voice echoed through the comms. T-10 seconds to ignition. Prepare for orbital insertion, Master Architect. Elian pulled her slate pencil from behind her ear, tapping it once against the main console, as the massive thermal booster engines below them began to roar with the sound of a waking earthquake. Ignition, Elian said quietly. A pillar of pure, blinding sapphire fire erupted beneath the Horizon 1, shearing away the launch clamps and shooting the sleek vessel upward with unimaginable, breathtaking speed. Breaking through the atmospheric drag, screaming past the upper clouds, and soaring higher than any living soul in the realm had ever dared to dream, the ship punched straight through the skydome, leaving the world behind as it leaped into the endless, star-filled dark of the cosmos. As the roar of the boosters faded into the absolute, peaceful silence of the void, Elian looked out through the cockpit window. Before them, floating in the majestic, infinite dark, the massive silver ring of Apex Zero awaited its architects. Elian smiled, just slightly, as she slid her slate pencil back into her pocket, her grey eyes fixed upon the endless sea of stars. The architecture, Elian whispered to the infinite dark, has only just begun. Chapter 30, The Architects of Eternity. The transition from the dense, oxygen-rich atmosphere of the world below to the absolute, breathtaking silence of the high vacuum was not accompanied by violence, but by a sudden, profound stillness. Inside the cockpit of the Horizon 1, the roaring vibration of the triple-stage thermal boosters melted away in an instant, replaced by the low, steady hum of the autonomous life support matrix. Outside the reinforced spatial glass, the familiar azure curve of the planet fell away, framed against the infinite, velvet-black abyss of the cosmos where stars burned with a cold, unblinking intensity that no ground-based telescope could ever truly capture. Elian Vane sat in the primary command chair, her fingers resting lightly over the runic touchpads of the master navigational console. Her grey eyes reflected the vast, sweeping constellations of the upper dark, completely devoid of fear, hesitation, or vertigo. Talent activated. The 5 MP rule, orbital docking and macrospatial audit. Target domain, Apex Zero orbital station primary relay hub. Current retinue treasury balance, 16,800,000 liquid credits. Vessel hull integrity, 100% gravitational shielding, optimal. System status, DOCKING sequence initiated. Beside her, Victoria Vance unstrapped her flight harness with a smooth, practiced motion, her silver hair floating softly in the zero-gravity environment like threads of spun moonlight. Her amethyst eyes were wide, filled with an ecstatic, triumphant wonder as she gazed out through the panoramic viewport toward their destination. Suspended less than a mile ahead in the silent void lay Apex Zero. It was a colossal, architectural masterpiece of pre-imperial engineering. Spanning over 3 miles in diameter, the station was a wheel-shaped titan forged from dark, shimmering celestial mithril steel. Its massive outer ring rotated at a precise, calculated velocity to simulate artificial gravity, while its central hub gleamed with dormant, unignited runic arrays that had waited in the dark for 3.5 millennia. "Look at it," Victoria whispered, her voice a soft, reverent breath in the quiet cockpit. "We aren't just looking at history, Elian. We are looking at the foundation of a new epoch." History is merely the collection of unoptimized variables from previous eras. Elian replied calmly, her slate pencil sliding out from behind her ear to tap a sequence of synchronization vectors into the console. Apex Zero is not a relic. It is a high-density stellar energy collector designed to route raw cosmic mana directly down to our surface grid at Site Alpha Zero. She glanced sideways, her cool grey eyes meeting Victoria's warm amethyst gaze. Our approach vector is clean, prepare for magnetic latching. Clack. The nose of the Horizon 1 glided smoothly into the primary docking bay of Apex Zero's central axis. Massive, dormant magnetic clamps, awakened by the ship's approaching frequency signature, suddenly flared to life with a brilliant pulse of sapphire light, locking the vessel securely into the ancient station's umbilical port. 5 minutes later, the airlock hissed open with a clean pneumatic sigh. Elian and Victoria stepped off the landing ramp into the grand central hub of Apex Zero. The chamber was breathtaking. It was a vast, cathedral-sized sphere whose outer walls were constructed entirely of transparent spatial crystal, offering an unbroken, 360-degree view of the rotating cosmos and the distant, glowing blue jewel of the planet below. As they stepped onto the metallic flooring, a wave of ancient kinetic energy rippled through the station. Thousands of dormant runic conduits along the vaulted ceiling flickered on in a cascading wave of brilliant sapphire and amber light, illuminating the colossal hall in a welcoming, majestic glow. Apex Zero mainframe, online. Stellar mana collection arrays, 100% operational. Synchronizing with ground terminal, Site Alpha Zero. Synchronization complete, continental orbital grid established. The air grew crisp, perfectly filtered, and warm. The station's artificial gravity engaged with a gentle, imperceptible shift, allowing their boots to settle firmly onto the metallic deck plates. Vespera's voice suddenly crackled through the long-range comlink from the ground station at Site Alpha Zero, filled with uncontainable awe and disbelief. "Master Architect, Lady Victoria, do you copy?" Vespera shouted over the audio channel, the sound of cheering engineers echoing in the background. "Our ground station telemetry just went wild. The entire northern continental grid just spiked into a hyperdense resonance loop. What did you find up there?" Elian tapped the comm unit on her collar, her voice steady, clear, and perfectly unruffled. "We have successfully docked at Apex Zero," Elian replied. "The stellar collection arrays are online. Route the excess orbital energy through the primary transmission cable down to Spire 8. "Copy that, Master Architect." Vespera laughed, her voice ringing with sheer euphoria. "The whole world is lighting up right now. Every terminal from the southern coast to the northern ridge is glowing." Elian closed the comm channel and slipped her slate pencil back into her tunic pocket. Victoria walked over to the center of the grand hub, where a massive, elevated circular dais held the master control monolith of the entire orbital station. Etched into the polished mithril steel surface of the dais were complex, shimmering runic equations that spanned the entire history of the pre-imperial civilization. She turned to look at Elian, her heart swelling with an immense, unyielding wave of pride and love. They had climbed from the mud of the outer rim, defied the corrupt Senate, dismantled a tyrannical academic monopoly, and bridged the gap between continents. Now, standing at the very edge of the mortal world, they held the keys to the stars. "You did it, Elian," Victoria said softly, her voice rich with profound emotion as she walked back to stand beside her partner. "You calculated every variable, survived every challenge, and built a world without walls or ceilings." Elian looked around the magnificent, glowing orbital hall, then turned her gaze to Victoria. The cool, analytical detachment that always defined her seemed to soften, replaced by a quiet, absolute certainty. "We did it," Elian corrected gently, her fingers sliding out to interlace firmly with Victoria's hand. "An architecture of this scale cannot be calculated by a single mind. It requires a shared foundation." Victoria smiled, a brilliant, radiant expression that rivaled the distant stars outside the crystal glass. She leaned in close, resting her forehead gently against Elian's in a moment of pure, unbreakable unity. "Then what is our next calculation, Master Architect?" Victoria whispered, her breath warm against Elian's cheek. "What do we build now that the entire universe is open to us?" Elian looked out through the panoramic crystal walls, watching the infinite sea of star systems spinning silently in the dark velvet of space, waiting for their first footprints. System status, infinite scalability. Active retinue treasury, 18,500,000 liquid credits. Talent active, the 5 MP rule. Current MP, 200/200. Everything, Elian said quietly. Chapter 31, The Architecture of the Void. The transition from a planetary civilization to an interplanetary nexus did not happen with the sound of trumpets or the signing of parchment treaties. It happened in absolute, reverent silence, measured only by the steady, harmonic pulse of high-frequency mana conduits and the endless, glittering rotation of the cosmos against the obsidian curves of Apex Zero. Inside the grand central observation dome of the orbital station, the panoramic spatial glass revealed a sight that no human eye had witnessed for 3.5 millennia. The entire planet below glowing like a brilliant sapphire jewel, its continents webbed by thousands of pulsing lines of clean, uninhibited energy that stretched from the southern maritime coastlines all the way to the frozen northern plateaus of Site Alpha Zero. Elian Vane stood before the central runic altar of the station, her dark wool coat slightly rumpled from the high G ascent, her slate pencil moving with a rhythmic, unshakable fluidity across a new sheet of structural vellum. Talent activated, the 5 MP rule interplanetary macrospatial audit. Target domain, Apex Zero core and deep space trajectory network. Current retinue treasury balance, 20,150,000 liquid credits. Global grid efficiency index, 100% zero loss/infinite expansion. System status, stable/interplanetary anchor SECURED. Unlike the lower terrestrial spires, where gravity and atmospheric drag dictated every structural constraint, the orbital core operated under pure, frictionless mathematical freedom. Every calculation Elian made here rippled instantaneously through the stellar array, expanding the boundaries of human reach by millions of leagues into the dark. The pneumatic seal of the central airlock hissed, open with a soft, familiar sigh. Victoria Vance stepped into the domed chamber. She wore her explorer's harness over her midnight blue military coat, her silver hair catching the amber and sapphire light of the station's awakening runic arrays. In her hands, she carried 2 cups of hot chicory tea freshly brewed from the station's newly integrated atmospheric recyclers. She walked quietly across the metallic deck plates, setting one of the cups down beside Elian's hand before leaning against the edge of the obsidian altar, looking out through the crystal glass toward the infinite sea of stars. The diagnostic reports from the ground station relays just cleared the subspace channel, Victoria reported, her voice carrying a rich, resonant hum of triumph. Kalen says the northern plateaus are operating at zero thermal stress, and the new orbital terrestrial transit lift blueprints have already been downloaded by every engineering guild from Sector 1 to the coast. Elian paused her pencil for a fraction of a second, taking a calm, measured sip of the tea before setting it down. Kalen's efficiency metrics have stabilized, Elian noted, her voice as level and analytical as ever. He is no longer overcompensating for thermal resistance spikes. He has learned to trust the baseline equations. Victoria turned her head, looking over at Elian with a small, fond and deeply affectionate smile playing across her lips. "You know, Master Architect," Victoria murmured, her amethyst eyes sparkling with quiet amusement, "most conquerors would stand on an orbital station overlooking a newly united world and give a grand speech about dominance or destiny. You are analyzing thermal resistance spikes." "Dominance is an inefficient use of thermodynamic energy," Elian replied calmly, her slate pencil returning smoothly to the vellum. "When a system is perfectly optimized, control is entirely unnecessary because every component naturally aligns with the optimal outcome." Victoria chuckled softly, the sound light and musical against the vast silence of the void. She reached out, her gloved hand resting gently over the back of Elian's hand, stopping the movement of the slate pencil. Elian looked up, her cool grey eyes meeting Victoria's warm, glowing gaze. "You built an empire without a throne, Elian," Victoria whispered, her voice softening into a rich, tender intensity. "You built a world without walls, and now you've built a bridge to the stars. What happens when there are no more equations left to solve on this side of the void?" "The void is not an empty space, Victoria," Elian stated, her voice carrying a quiet, profound certainty. "It is an infinite canvas of uncalculated coordinates. The planetary network was merely phase 1. Before Victoria could answer, A sharp, crisp chime echoed from the main communication console by the station's primary optical array. Ping! Scholar Vespera's voice crackled through the secure subspace channel from the ground station at Site Alpha Zero, sounding uncharacteristically tense, breathless, and urgent. Master Architect, Lady Victoria, you need to check the deep space sensor telemetry immediately. Our long-range gravitational wave detectors just flagged an anomalous spatial signature originating from the outer perimeter of the system. 5 minutes later, inside the subterranean optical command alcove of Apex Zero, the floating holographic displays were bathed in a sudden, sharp wash of crimson warning light. The amber and sapphire data streams that usually mapped the peaceful harmony of the planetary grid were now flickering violently, distorted by a massive, high-density gravitational interference wave rolling inward from the deep dark beyond the outer solar boundary. Vespera's face appeared on the communication screen from Site Alpha Zero, her eyes wide with shock. It's not a natural anomaly, Vespera reported rapidly, her fingers flying across her remote console. The gravitational wave exhibits a precise, artificial frequency modulation. Something massive, something with a gravitational mass 10 times greater than our entire orbital station, just transitioned out of faster-than-light transit at the edge of our star system. Elian stepped up to the main holographic console, her grey eyes locking instantly onto the incoming data streams. Her fingers moved across the runic touchpads with blurring speed, isolating the anomalous gravitational signature and running a real-time macrospatial audit. External spatial signature detected. Classification: unknown interstellar vessel / pre-imperial dreadnought class. Mass index 12. 4 megatons. Trajectory vector: intercept course with Apex Zero. Time to orbital perimeter: 42 minutes. Victoria stepped close to Elian, her hand resting instinctively on the hilt of her rapier, her amethyst eyes narrowing with fierce, tactical readiness. An interstellar vessel? From where? The pre-imperial records made no mention of active extra-system civilizations remaining operational after the collapse. Pre-imperial records were archived from a localized planetary perspective, Elian analyzed, her voice remaining entirely calm, devoid of panic or surprise. The civilization that built Apex Zero did not originate on our planet. They were part of a multi-star mercantile and exploratory network that spanned multiple star systems before the primary transmission grid suffered a catastrophic systemic failure 3 millennia ago. She tapped her slate pencil against the holographic console, instantly projecting a structural wireframe of the approaching vessel. It was colossal, a dark, wedge-shaped interstellar dreadnought nearly 4 miles long, constructed from an advanced, light-absorbing alloy that seemed to swallow the starlight around it. Unlike the crude, combustion-driven war galleons of the old Academy Senate, this vessel radiated a silent, terrifying aura of hyper-advanced, militarized spatial technology. Incoming subspace transmission identified. Language protocol: archaic pre-imperial diplomatic code variant 4. Translating signal. A harsh, grating mechanical chime echoed through the Apex Zero command dome. A single line of text materialized across the central holographic display in glowing crimson characters. Unauthorized OCCUPANTS detected ON station Apex Zero. Relinquish control of Stellar Relay Hub immediately, or face immediate destructive purge under Interstellar Security, ACT-12. A heavy, profound silence settled over the command dome. Vespera stared at the screen from the ground station, her voice trembling slightly. Interstellar Security Act 12, that's an automated defensive protocol from the ancient Empire's military command fleet. The ship approaching us isn't an exploration vessel, it's an automated quarantine enforcer. It is a relic of an obsolete administrative framework, Elian stated flatly. She turned to Victoria, her grey eyes cool, clear and razor-sharp. The automated enforcer operates on a rigid, pre-programmed script, Elian explained. It recognizes Apex Zero as a quarantined military asset because the central station's primary identification codes were severed during the collapse 3,000 years ago. It views us not as inhabitants, but as unauthorized biological contamination. Victoria drew her rapier an inch from its scabbard, a brilliant, fearless smile cutting across her face. It brought a quarantine protocol to a world that has already rewritten its own rules. What is our countermeasure, Master Architect? Elian did not hesitate. She pulled her slate pencil from behind her ear and tapped a sequence of master override commands into the core console, linking Apex Zero directly to the continental power grid pulsing up from Site Alpha Zero and Spire 8. Target, Interstellar Enforcer Dreadnought. Countermeasure, Full Spectrum Frequency Recalibration. System Command, Override Quarantine Protocol via Diplomatic Technical Integration. We do not engage in combat, Elian declared calmly. Combat introduces unnecessary structural damage and energy waste. We update its firmware. 30 minutes later, the colossal, 4-mile-long interstellar dreadnought glided silently out of the dark void, its dark alley hull blotting out half the starry sky, as it took up a menacing stationary position exactly 500 yards off the starboard bow of Apex Zero. Massive energy weapon turrets, each capable of glassing a continent, slid open along the dreadnought's spine, glowing with a baleful crimson precharge. Inside the grand central observation dome of Apex Zero, Elian stood unfazed before the panoramic spatial glass, holding her black leather folio under one arm and her slate pencil in her hand. Victoria stood right beside her, while Vespera maintained a stable communication relay from the ground station below. BZZZZT. A blinding flash of crimson light filled the command dome as a direct subspace communication beam locked onto Apex Zero's main console. A towering, holographic projection materialized in the center of the dome, a stern, imposing digital avatar of an ancient pre-imperial military magistrate, clad in immaculate, razor-sharp armor of dark mithril. Warning, unknown ENTITIS, you have ignored interstellar security ACT-12, initiating destructive purge sequence in 3, 2. Hold execution sequence. Elian's voice cut across the vast domed chamber with absolute, commanding clarity. The holographic magistrate's crimson eyes blinked in abrupt confusion. Its weapon precharge stuttered for a fraction of a second. Anomaly, audio signature MATCHES, no registered military personnel. Reason, unauthorized life form, purge continuing. Your security protocol is based on an expired administrative directory dating back 3,412 years, Elian stated, her voice entirely devoid of fear, carrying the cold, unassailable weight of absolute mathematical truth. Furthermore, your primary command node at Site Alpha Zero was integrated into the autonomous engineering syndicate's planetary grid 72 hours ago. She raised her leather folio, displaying the golden-sealed autonomous charter and the stellar grid synchronization codes directly toward the dreadnought's optical sensors. Under Article 1 of the Interstellar Universal Trade and Transit Treaty, any dormant asset reactivated by an autonomous planetary network automatically assumes sovereign diplomatic status. Elian lectured the ancient military AI with chilling, flawless precision. Your automated quarantine enforcer is currently attempting to fire upon a recognized, sovereign trade embassy of the United Continental Network. Doing so constitutes an unprovoked act of interstellar terrorism. The holographic magistrate froze completely. Its crimson armor flickered violently from red to blue as millions of lines of archaic programming attempted to process Elian's hyperlogical legal and technical audit. Error, conflict between Security ACT-12 and Universal Trade Treaty Article 1. Re-evaluating system parameters. Processing metric, grid efficiency index equals 100%. The crimson warning lights throughout the dreadnought's turrets suddenly flickered, shifted, and turned a calm, peaceful sapphire blue. The massive weapon ports slid shut with a soft, clean mechanical click. Update confirmed, the holographic magistrate's voice echoed, its tone shifting from hostile military coldness to neutral, respectful professionalism. Station Apex Zero reclassified as Sovereign Interstellar Hub, rerouting Deep Space Telemetry 2 planetary network. Welcome back to the grid, Architect. The holographic projection dissolved into a shower of soft, harmless blue sparks. Silence returned to the orbital dome, a silence filled not with tension or danger, but with the boundless, staggering potential of an entire universe opening its doors. Vespera's voice burst through the comlink from the ground, laughing with sheer, giddy disbelief. Did you just give a multi-mile interstellar warship a software update and a legal reprimand? Military AI operates on logic gates, Elian replied simply, slipping her slate pencil back behind her ear. When presented with superior legal and technical parameters, compliance is mathematically mandatory. Victoria looked at Elian, her heart swelling with an emotion so immense, so fierce and absolute, that words felt entirely inadequate. She reached out, wrapped her arms securely around Elian's shoulders, and pulled her into a deep, breathless, triumphant embrace. "You are incredible, Elian Vane," Victoria whispered against her ear, a radiant smile illuminating her face. "You didn't just conquer the world, you negotiated with the stars." Elian wrapped her arms gently around Victoria, resting her head against her shoulder, as she looked out through the panoramic crystal glass toward the infinite expanse of the cosmos. Interstellar Enforcer Dreadnought, integrated. Apex Zero Station, fully operational. Active retinue treasury, 22,500,000 liquid credits. Talent active, the 5 MP rule. Current MP, 200/200. The universe stretched out before them without walls, without ceilings, and without limits, a vast, unmapped masterpiece waiting for its true architects. "The foundation is secure," Elian whispered quietly. She pulled back just enough to meet Victoria's glowing amethyst eyes, her grey eyes shining with the light of 1,000 new horizons. "Let's map the next galaxy." Chapter 32, The Infinite Horizon. The void between star systems does not whisper, it resonates. For 3,000 years, the ancient interstellar dreadnought that had drifted at the outer edge of the system remained frozen in its cold, automated quarantine, a mechanical monument to an empire that had vanished into the dust of history, because it mistook isolation for security. Now, tethered to the 3-mile-wide rotating wheel of Apex Zero, that very same behemoth hummed with a quiet, vibrant life. Its dark, light-absorbing hull no longer swallowed the starlight. Instead, it gleamed with a steady, peaceful sapphire aura, a testament to a civilization that had chosen optimization over obsolescence. Inside the grand central observation dome of Apex Zero, the panoramic spatial glass revealed the breathtaking expanse of the local star cluster. Beyond the shimmering azure curve of the planet below, dozens of distant star systems flickered against the velvet-black backdrop of the cosmos, no longer serving as unattainable lights painted upon an imaginary ceiling, but as active coordinates waiting to be connected. Elian Vane stood before the central obsidian drafting altar, her dark wool coat draped over the back of her high-backed command chair. Her slate pencil moved across an enormous, multi-layered sheet of celestial vellum with absolute unbroken fluency, mapping the gravitational slingshot vectors and deep space-subspace relay nodes required to bridge the gap between their home system and the nearest neighboring star cluster. Talent activated, the 5 MP rule interstellar network expansion audit. Target domain, deep space transsystemic corridor alpha. Current retinue treasury balance, 24,800,000 liquid credits. Global grid efficiency index, 100%, zero friction/infinite scalability. System status, stable/interplanetary infrastructure active. The pneumatic seal of the central airlock hissed open with its familiar, soothing sigh, breaking the quiet stillness of the dome. Victoria Vance stepped into the chamber. She wore her explorer's harness over her midnight blue military coat, her silver hair unpinned and flowing in soft waves over her shoulders in the station's gentle artificial gravity. In her hands, she carried a silver tray holding 2 cups of steaming chicory tea, the rich aroma drifting pleasantly through the recycled air. She walked quietly across the polished metallic deck plates, setting one of the cups down beside Elian's hand before leaning gracefully against the edge of the obsidian altar, looking out through the crystal glass toward the infinite sea of stars. The final diagnostic telemetry, reports from the ground station relays at Site Alpha Zero and Spire 8, just cleared the subspace channel, Victoria reported, her voice carrying a rich, melodic warmth that resonated deeply within the quiet dome. Kalen says the northern plateaus are handling the orbital energy load with zero thermal deviation, and the new intersector transit lifts are fully booked for the next 3 months. Every scholar, artisan, and commoner from the coast to the mountains is utilizing the grid without a single bottleneck. Elian paused her pencil for a fraction of a second, taking a calm, measured sip of the tea before setting it down beside her calculations. Kalen's optimization of the secondary cooling valves prevented a microfluctuation during the peak energy transfer window, Elian noted, her voice as level and analytical as ever. His practical engineering aptitude has officially surpassed standard academy benchmarks. Victoria smiled softly, her amethyst eyes sparkling with fond amusement. "You know, Master Architect," Victoria murmured, resting her hand gently on the edge of the mahogany drafting table, "most people would look at a universe-spanning network and take a moment to celebrate. You are still gradding homework metrics." "Metrics are not homework, Victoria," Elian replied calmly, though a faint, rare hint of warmth touched her lips. "Metrics are the mathematical language of reality. When the metrics are balanced, systems endure. When they are ignored, empires collapse." Victoria chuckled softly, reaching out to brush a stray lock of dark hair away from Elian's forehead with infinite tenderness. "An empire collapsed here once," Victoria said, her gaze turning contemplative as she looked out at the distant stars. "The ancient civilization that built Apex Zero possessed technology far beyond anything our ancestors could have dreamed of, yet they fell into ruin, leaving their orbital stations to freeze in the dark. How do we ensure the autonomous engineering syndicate doesn't suffer the same thermodynamic decay?" Elian turned to face Victoria directly, her cool grey eyes meeting those glowing amethyst depths with absolute unyielding clarity. "They centralized authority, restricted energy distribution behind arbitrary noble gates, and treated technological innovation as a guarded monopoly," Elian stated, her voice carrying the quiet weight of undeniable truth. "When a system relies on artificial scarcity to maintain control, it creates internal friction. Friction generates heat, and heat eventually destroys the structure." She tapped her slate pencil against the newly mapped deep space corridor on her vellum chart. "We built our network on open access distribution, decentralized autonomy, and infinite scalability," Elian continued. "When everyone holds a direct stake in the efficiency of the grid, resistance is mathematically eliminated. A civilization built on mutual optimization does not decay." Victoria stood in silence for a moment, letting the profound beauty of Elian's vision wash over her. They had started in the shadow of a corrupt academy, fighting for survival against a predatory senate and a broken system. Now they stood at the absolute precipice of existence, holding the blueprint for an eternal civilization. Before Victoria could answer, a sharp, crisp chime echoed from the main communication console by the station's primary optical array. "Ping!" Scholar Vespera's voice crackled through the secure subspace channel from the ground station at Site Alpha Zero, filled with an excited, bubbling resonance. "Master Architect, Lady Victoria, you need to look at the deep space sensor telemetry on Channel 4 immediately. Our long-range subspace array just picked up a civilian exploration vessel requesting authorization to dock at Apex Zero." 5 minutes later, inside the primary docking command alcove of Apex Zero, the floating holographic displays were bathed in a steady, welcoming blue light. On the main communication screen, the visual feed opened to reveal the interior cockpit of a sleek, civilian-grade exploration vessel bearing the insignia of the newly formed Autonomous Merchant and Explorer Guild. At the helm sat a young commoner cartographer, someone who, months prior, would have been denied access to the lowest commoner work camps in Sector 1. Now, wearing a clean syndicate uniform, he looked out through his cockpit window with wide, shining eyes at the colossal rotating wheels of Apex Zero. "Apex Zero Traffic Control, this is Independent Explorer Vessel the Pathfinder," the young man's voice transmitted clearly through the comlink, tinged with awe and profound excitement. "We have completed our maiden run along the northern subspace corridor from Site Alpha Zero, carrying our first cargo of high-density crystalline sensors. Requesting docking authorization to trade with the orbital station." Elian stepped up to the master console, her fingers moving smoothly across the runic touchpads to verify the vessel's automated identification code and frequency signature. "Vessel identity, the Pathfinder Guild ID 42. Cargo manifest, calibrated runic sensors. Docking bay assignment, Bay Sector 3. System status, clear for DOCKING." Elian pressed the master authorization key. "Docking authorization granted, Explorer Vessel the Pathfinder," Elian's voice responded, calm, clear, and perfectly steady. "Guide your approach vector using the blue navigational runes along Bay Sector 3. Welcome to the orbital network." "Copy that, Apex Zero. Thank you, Master Architect." The young explorer cheered, his voice echoing with uncontainable joy as his ship glided smoothly into the station's magnetic intake locks. "Clack." The secure locking mechanism engaged, sealing the civilian vessel safely within the orbital hub. Victoria watched the docking sequence unfold, a brilliant, radiant smile breaking across her face. She turned to Elian, her heart swelling with an immense, unshakable wave of pride. "Civilian explorers," Victoria whispered softly, her amethyst eyes shining with unshed tears of joy. "Not military expeditions, not aristocratic tax collectors. Everyday people exploring the stars using our grid. And exploration is the natural byproduct of eliminated survival friction," Elian noted simply, though her fingers briefly brushed against Victoria's hand on the console. "When individuals are no longer consumed by basic resource scarcity, their intellectual bandwidth redirects toward macrospatial curiosity." Victoria laughed, a rich musical sound that filled the command dome. She reached out, looping her arms securely around Elian's neck, pulling her close in a warm, breathless embrace. "You are something else, Elian Vane," Victoria whispered against her ear. "You turned the entire universe into a home." Elian wrapped her arms around Victoria, resting her cheek gently against her shoulder, as she looked out through the panoramic crystal glass toward the infinite expanse of the star-filled cosmos. Project status: interplanetary civilization expansion. Active retinue treasury: 26 million liquid credits. Talent active: the 5 MP rule. Current MP: 200/200. The stars stretched out before them without end, a vast, beautiful, unwritten ledger waiting for its next equation. "The foundation is secure, Victoria," Elian whispered quietly into the silent, perfect void. She pulled back just enough to meet Victoria's glowing amethyst eyes, her grey eyes shining with the brilliant light of endless tomorrows. "Let's write the future." Chapter 33: The Calculus of Eternity. The void between star systems does not end. It merely deepens, folding into complex, multidimensional layers of spacetime that defy simple cartography and reward only those who understand the raw, mathematical harmony of the cosmos. Inside the grand central observation dome of Apex Zero, the panoramic spatial glass no longer framed just a single local star cluster. Following the successful docking of the Pathfinder and the integration of the deep space subspace relay corridors, the station's enhanced refractive arrays projected a living, three-dimensional holographic map of the entire galactic arm, thousands of star systems, nebulae, and stellar highways glowing in brilliant sapphire, amber, and violet hues. Elian Vane stood before the obsidian drafting altar, her dark wool coat neatly buttoned, her sleeves rolled back precisely 2 inches. Her slate pencil moved across an enormous, self-illuminating chart of deep space vectors with absolute frictionless fluidity, calculating the macrogravitational stability curves for the next tier of interplanetary transit gates. Talent activated: the 5 MP rule: interstellar macrosystemic audit. Target domain: galactic arm sector delta and transdimensional spatial fold. Current retinue treasury balance: 28,500,000 liquid credits. Global grid efficiency index: 100%, zero friction/infinite scalability. System status: stable/interstellar highway active. Unlike the early days at Spire 8, when every gear turned under the watchful, hostile gaze of an aristocratic senate, and every structural calculation was a desperate race against administrative sabotage, this new era operated with the quiet, majestic inevitability of physical law. The network was self-sustaining, self-optimizing, and entirely autonomous. The pneumatic seal of the central airlock hissed open with its familiar, soothing sigh. Victoria Vance stepped into the domed chamber. She wore her explorer's harness over her midnight blue military coat, her silver hair catching the ambient blue light of the galactic map. In her hands, she carried a tray holding 2 cups of steaming chicory tea and a fresh transmission manifest from the ground stations below. She walked quietly across the polished metallic deck plates, setting a cup down beside Elian's hand before leaning gracefully against the edge of the altar, looking out through the crystal glass toward the magnificent sweep of the galaxy. "The latest traffic reports from the Deep Space Guild Registry just cleared the subspace channel," Victoria reported, her voice carrying a rich, melodic warmth that resonated softly within the quiet dome. "Civilian exploration fleets have established 3 new permanent trade outposts in the neighboring Orion Cygnus arm. Not a single conflict, not a single boundary dispute, just pure collaborative resource exchange routed directly through our orbital grid. Elian paused her pencil for a fraction of a second, taking a calm, measured sip of the tea before setting it down beside her calculations. Resource exchange operates efficiently when transport latency is reduced to zero, Elian noted, her voice as level and analytical as ever. When independent explorers have immediate access to clean energy and standardized navigational data, territorial expansion ceases to be a zero-sum game. Victoria smiled softly, her amethyst eyes sparkling with fond amusement. "You know, Master Architect," Victoria murmured, resting her hand gently on the edge of the mahogany drafting table, "most legends are written about conquerors who march armies across continents to claim thrones of blood and gold. You built an empire by fixing the math, and now you're giving the stars away to anyone with a compass and a curious mind. Thrones require guards, and guards require taxes which generate friction," Elian replied calmly, though a faint, rare hint of warmth touched her lips as she leaned slightly into Victoria's presence. "An open-access cosmic network requires neither guards nor thrones. It requires only accurate calibration." Victoria chuckled softly, reaching out to brush a stray lock of dark hair away from Elian's forehead with infinite tenderness. "An accurate calibration that spans galaxies," Victoria whispered, her gaze turning deeply contemplative as she looked out at the distant, glittering nebulae. "We have conquered every physical and systemic boundary between here and the outer rim. We built spires that pierced the clouds, unlocked subterranean supermachines, and bridged the void of space. What happens when the equations are all solved, Elian? What remains for an architect who has built eternity?" Elian turned to face Victoria directly, her cool grey eyes meeting those glowing amethyst depths with absolute, unyielding clarity. "Equations are never truly solved, Victoria," Elian stated, her voice carrying the quiet weight of infinite possibility. "They merely evolved to higher orders of complexity. Solving planetary logistics led us to orbital mechanics. Solving orbital mechanics led us to interstellar networks. And mastering interstellar networks leads us to the fundamental fabric of spacetime itself." She tapped her slate pencil against a blank, pristine corner of her vellum chart, a region marked not by stars, but by swirling, multi-dimensional wave equations. "That," Elian said, "is Phase 12. Before Victoria could answer, a sharp, crisp chime echoed from the main communication console by the station's primary optical array. "Ping!" Scholar Vespera's voice crackled through the secure subspace channel from the ground station at Site Alpha Zero, sounding exceptionally breathless, urgent, and electrified with discovery. "Master Architect, Lady Victoria, you need to look at the primary spatial harmonic sensors on Channel 9 immediately. Our deep space resonance array just flagged an entirely new class of anomaly. Not a star, not a vessel, but a stable multi-dimensional gateway echoing from the core of the local galactic cluster." 5 minutes later, inside the primary optical command alcove of Apex Zero, the floating holographic displays were bathed in a brilliant, pulsating wash of deep violet and gold light. The amber and sapphire data streams that usually map the peaceful harmony of the interplanetary grid were now shimmering around a massive, perfectly spherical spatial anomaly floating exactly 2 light-years beyond the outer rim of the star system. Vespera's face appeared on the communication screen from Site Alpha Zero, her eyes wide with unadulterated awe. "It's an Einstein-Rosen spatial bridge," Vespera reported rapidly, her fingers flying across her remote console to stabilize the incoming telemetry. "It's not artificial, nor is it a natural black hole. It's a stable, hyperdimensional transit conduit connecting our local galactic arm directly to an entirely different universe, a pristine, unmapped realm filled with limitless dimensional energy fields." Elian stepped up to the main holographic console, her grey eyes locking instantly onto the complex mathematical wave functions scrolling across the screen. Her fingers moved across the runic touchpads with blurring speed, running a real-time macrospatial audit on the dimensional gateway. "Spatial anomaly detected. Classification: stable interuniversal transit conduit. Dimensional energy index: infinite potential/0 entropy. Resonance requirement: 400 Hz subharmonic exact spire 8 frequency. System status: ready for calibration." Victoria stepped close to Elian, her hand resting instinctively on the hilt of her rapier, her amethyst eyes narrowing with fierce, brilliant curiosity. "An interuniversal gateway, another universe waiting on the other side of the veil. What happens if we open it, Elian? Opening a dimensional bridge requires precise frequency synchronization, Elian analyzed, her voice remaining entirely calm, steady, and razor-sharp. If the resonance frequency deviates by even a fraction of a hertz, the conduit will experience severe spatial shear. However, if we route our unified 400 Hz grid through Apex Zero's primary collection array, we can stabilize the transit conduit perfectly. She turned her head, looking at Victoria with an expression of profound, shared conviction. We do not just explore this new universe, Victoria, Elian declared quietly. We integrate it. Victoria smiled, a radiant, breathtaking expression that outshone the distant stars outside the crystal glass. She reached out, her gloved hand sliding smoothly into Elian's fingers, lacing their hands together in an unbreakable, eternal grip. Then let's open the door, Victoria whispered softly. Elian pulled her slate pencil from behind her ear. With absolute, unflinching precision, she tapped the master synchronization sequence into the core console, linking Apex Zero's stellar collection array directly to the swirling violet sphere of the dimensional gateway. Executing interuniversal calibration protocol. Routing 400 Hz harmonic through Apex Zero core. Dimensional bridge status, stable/opening. HUMMMMMMMMs. A wave of pure, beautiful violet and sapphire light erupted across the observation dome, casting a glorious, ethereal glow over the entire station. Outside the panoramic spatial glass, the swirling spatial anomaly expanded smoothly, its dark center parting like a curtain of liquid starlight to reveal a breathtaking, infinite vista of pristine worlds, floating crystal continents, and shimmering energy seas stretching across an endless, untamed cosmos. The gateway was open. The universe and every universe beyond it lay waiting for its architects. Project status, interuniversal network expansion. Active retinue treasury, 30 million liquid credits. Talent active, the 5 MP rule. Current MP, 200/200. Elian slipped her slate pencil back behind her ear, her cool grey eyes reflecting the brilliant, boundless light of infinite horizons. She turned to Victoria, her hand tightly interlaced with hers, ready to step into the next equation of eternity. The foundation is set, Elian whispered. Let's build the future. Chapter 34, Beyond the Veil of Realities. The transition from one cosmos to another was not marked by violence, tearing metal, or the deafening thunder of displaced atmosphere. It was a silent, profound folding of space-time, a seamless merging of realities where the rigid laws of physics bowed before an absolute, unyielding mathematical harmony. Inside the grand central observation dome of Apex Zero, the panoramic spatial glass no longer reflected merely the familiar constellations of the local galactic arm. The swirling, violet and gold aperture of the Einstein-Rosen spatial bridge dominated the view, casting a brilliant, ethereal radiance across the polished mithril steel deck plates. Beyond that shimmering curtain of liquid starlight lay an entirely new tier of existence. A pristine, unmapped hyperverse of floating crystal archipelagos, bioluminescent nebulas, and boundless energetic potential. Elian Vane stood before the obsidian drafting altar, her dark wool coat neatly buttoned, her slate pencil poised over a fresh sheet of multidimensional vellum. Her hand moved with a steady, unbroken rhythm, tracing the complex wave equations required to maintain resonance stability across the interuniversal threshold. Talent activated, the 5 MP rule interuniversal macrospatial audit. Target domain, prime dimensional bridge and hyperspatial vector alpha. Current retinue treasury balance, 32,400,000 liquid credits. Global grid efficiency index, 100%, zero friction/infinite scalability. System status, stable/interuniversal conduit active. The platform hummed beneath her boots, powered not by the finite energy reserves of a single world or even a single star, but by the combined output of the continental grid at Spire 8, the northern plateaus of Site Alpha Zero, and the stellar collection rings of Apex Zero. Every node pulsed in a flawless, synchronized 400 Hz resonance loop. The pneumatic seal of the central airlock hissed open with its familiar, soothing sigh. Victoria Vance stepped into the domed chamber. She wore her explorer's harness over her midnight blue military coat, her silver hair catching the shifting violet light of the open dimensional gateway. In her hands, she carried a silver tray holding 2 cups of hot chicory tea and a fresh manifest report from the Deep Space Guild Command Network. She walked quietly across the metallic flooring, setting a cup down beside Elian's hand before leaning gracefully against the edge of the altar, looking out through the crystal glass toward the magnificent vista of the new cosmos. The latest telemetry reports from the trans-systemic relay stations just cleared the subspace monitors, Victoria reported, her voice carrying a rich, resonant warmth that filled the quiet space. Kalen and his engineering squads have already completed the secondary dampening coils at Site Alpha Zero. The energy transfer from the new dimensional conduit is flowing into our domestic grid with 0 thermal loss. The entire population below is watching the skies turn violet, and instead of panic, there's only sheer, unadulterated awe. Elian paused her pencil for a fraction of a second, taking a calm, measured sip of her tea before setting it down beside her calculations. Kalen's integration of the dampening coils demonstrates a clear understanding of multidimensional thermodynamics, Elian noted, her voice as level and analytical as ever. His practical application of cross-phase shielding has reached optimal professional parameters. Victoria smiled softly, her amethyst eyes sparkling with fond amusement as she looked at Elian. "You know, Master Architect," Victoria murmured, resting her hand lightly on the edge of the mahogany drafting table, "most leaders standing at the edge of a brand new universe would feel a sense of overwhelming vertigo. You evaluate your lead engineer's thermodynamic shielding competency. Vertigo is merely a symptom of unoptimized spatial orientation," Elian replied calmly, though a faint, rare hint of amusement touched the corners of her lips. "When spatial coordinates are accurately calculated, balance is guaranteed." Victoria chuckled softly, reaching out to brush a stray lock of dark hair away from Elian's forehead with infinite tenderness. "An accurate calculation that spans infinite realities," Victoria whispered, her gaze turning deeply contemplative as she looked out at the glowing expanse of the gateway. "We spent years fighting for a single room in the slums of the Outer Rim, then fought our way through corrupt senates, sleeping academic monopolies and orbital enforcers. And now we are the architects of a multiversal civilization. Does it ever amaze you, Elian, how far the math has taken us?" Elian turned to face Victoria directly, her cool grey eyes meeting those glowing amethyst depths with absolute, unyielding clarity. "Mathematics does not take us anywhere, Victoria," Elian stated, her voice carrying the quiet weight of fundamental truth. "Mathematics simply reveals what was already there, waiting for someone to clear away the friction of ignorance." She reached out, her fingers gently brushing against Victoria's wrist, interlacing their hands in a firm, unbreakable grip. "And I did not build this alone," Elian added, her tone softening just a fraction. "An architectural blueprint of this scale requires a shared foundation. Every tier of this network, from the first stone laid at Spire 8 to the stellar arrays of Apex 0, was secured because you stood beside me at every single coordinate." Victoria's breath caught in her throat, her heart swelling with an immense, overwhelming wave of love and pride. She leaned in close, resting her forehead against Elian's in a quiet moment of absolute unity. Before either of them could speak further, a sharp, crisp chime echoed from the main communication console by the station's primary optical array. "Ping!" Scholar Vespera's voice crackled through the secure subspace channel from the ground station at Site Alpha Zero, sounding exceptionally breathless, urgent, and electrified with discovery. "Master Architect, Lady Victoria, you need to look at the multidimensional resonance sensors on Channel 12 immediately. Our quantum tracking array just picked up an incoming signal originating from deep within the new dimensional conduit, and it's transmitting an active architectural blueprint." 5 minutes later, inside the primary optical command alcove of Apex Zero, the floating holographic displays were bathed in a brilliant, pulsating wash of deep gold and crystalline white light. The amber and violet data streams that usually map the bridge's harmonic stability were now parting to display a complex, multi-layered schematic rendered in an advanced, glowing runic script entirely unfamiliar to the pre-imperial archives. Vespera's face appeared on the communication screen from Site Alpha Zero, her eyes wide with unadulterated awe. "It's not a hostile signal or a natural energy surge," Vespera reported rapidly, her fingers flying across her remote console to stabilize the incoming data stream. "It's a structural blueprint for a multiversal transit nexus, an architectural framework designed to link not just two universes, but an entire infinite network of parallel realities. And look at the core signature. It matches our exact 400 Hz resonance frequency. Elian stepped up to the main holographic console, her grey eyes locking instantly onto the complex mathematical wave functions scrolling across the screen. Her fingers moved across the runic touchpads with blurring speed, running a real-time macrospatial audit on the incoming blueprint. Incoming transdimensional signal detected. Classification: Universal Architectural Blueprint Designation, Nexus Prime. Compatibility Index: 100% match with autonomous engineering grid. Energy requirement: 400 Hz harmonic synchronization. System status: ready for immediate construction. Victoria stepped close to her, her hand resting instinctively on the hilt of her rapier, her amethyst eyes narrowing with fierce, brilliant curiosity. A blueprint sent through the gateway from another reality. Someone else is out there, building networks just like us. They are not just building networks, Elian analyzed, her voice remaining entirely calm, steady and razor-sharp. They are maintaining a baseline of multiversal order. The architecture of existence is inherently interconnected. When one universe achieves optimal grid efficiency, it naturally begins communicating with adjacent realities. She turned her head, looking at Victoria with an expression of profound, shared conviction. "We do not just observe this new blueprint, Victoria," Elian declared quietly. "We execute it." Victoria smiled, a radiant, breathtaking expression that outshone the distant stars outside the crystal glass. She raised her head, her posture straightening with the fierce, unyielding grace of a true leader. "Then let's build the Nexus," Victoria said softly. Elian pulled her slate pencil from behind her ear. With absolute, unflinching precision, she tapped the master synchronization sequence into the core console, linking Apex Zero's stellar collection array directly to Thane-coming blueprints from across the veil. Executing multiversal Nexus construction protocol. Routing unified 400 Hz harmonic through dimensional gateway. Nexus Prime integration status. Initiated /SYNCHRNIZNG. HUMMMMMMMMs. A magnificent wave of pure golden and sapphire light erupted across the observation dome, casting a glorious, ethereal glow over the entire station. Outside the panoramic spatial glass, the swirling violet aperture of the spatial bridge expanded smoothly, folding reality outward as the majestic, crystalline spires of Nexus Prime began to materialize across the threshold. A breathtaking interdimensional metropolis floating in the boundless sea of infinite realities. The gateway was fully open, the network was expanding across the multiverse, and the horizon had truly become infinite. Project status: Multiversal Civilization Expansion. Active retinue treasury: 35 million liquid credits. Talent active: the 5 MP rule. Current MP: 200/200. Elian slipped her slate pencil back behind her ear, her cool grey eyes reflecting the brilliant, boundless light of infinite tomorrows. She turned to Victoria, her hand tightly interlaced with hers, ready to step into the next equation of eternity. "The foundation is set," Elian whispered. "Let's build the future." Chapter 35: The Infinite Calculus. The transition across the threshold of Nexus Prime was not a violent rupture of space-time, but a breath. A sudden, absolute realignment of reality where every physical law, every thermodynamic equation, and every lingering trace of historical friction dissolved into pure, harmonic equilibrium. Inside the central observation concourse of the newly materialized interdimensional nexus, the space-time curvature revealed an architectural masterpiece that defied mortal comprehension. There were no walls here, no oppressive ceilings, and no archaic territorial borders. Instead, infinite tiers of crystalline spires and silver-ribbed transit conduits floated effortlessly within a breathtaking, self-sustaining continuum of golden light, starlight, and multi-dimensional energy currents. Elian Vane stood before the master obsidian drafting altar at the center of the concourse. Her dark wool coat was neatly buttoned, her posture rigid and unyielding, and her slate pencil moved across an endless, self-illuminating scroll of multiversal vellum with absolute frictionless precision. Talent activated: the 5 MP rule multiversal macrosystemic audit. Target domain: Nexus Prime Core and Infinite Continuum Grid. Current retinue treasury balance, 38 million liquid credits. Multiversal Grid Efficiency Index, 100%, zero friction/infinite scalability. System status, autonomous, eternal and stable. Every node from the humble industrial floor of Spire 8, to the northern high-altitude plateaus of Site Alpha 0, to the orbital rings of Apex 0, and now out across the staggering, branching infinite architectures of parallel realities, pulsed in a single, perfectly synchronized 400 Hz resonance loop. The universe was no longer a fractured archipelago of struggling factions and scarce resources. It was a single, living, self-optimizing master equation. The pneumatic seal of the Grand Transit lift hissed open with its familiar, soothing sigh. Victoria Vance stepped onto the polished crystalline deck plates. She wore her signature midnight blue military coat, her silver hair unpinned and flowing like liquid starlight across her shoulders, catching the golden radiance of the infinite continuum. In her hands, she carried a silver tray holding 2 cups of freshly brewed chicory tea and the latest macrosystemic telemetry manifests from the cross-dimensional exploratory guilds. She walked quietly across the pristine floor, setting a cup down beside Elian's hand before leaning gracefully against the edge of the obsidian altar, her amethyst eyes sweeping across the magnificent panorama of floating worlds visible through the boundless spatial glass. The latest exploration reports from the parallel convergence zones just cleared the subspace monitors, Victoria reported, her voice carrying a rich, melodic warmth that resonated deeply within the vast concourse. Independent merchant and cartography fleets from 40 different realities have synchronized their transit protocols with our central grid. Not a single localized dispute, not a single trade imbalance. They aren't just adopting our standards, they're expanding them, building new relay nodes further out into the outer multiversal rim. Elian paused her pencil for a fraction of a second, taking a calm, measured sip of the tea before setting it down beside her calculations. Standardized energy distribution eliminates the primary incentive for territorial expansion conflicts, Elian noted, her voice as level, cool, and analytical as ever. When every reality has access to infinite clean resources, cooperation becomes the only mathematically viable strategy. Victoria smiled softly, a radiant expression that outshone the distant, swirling nebulas outside the panoramic glass. She reached out, resting her hand gently on the edge of the mahogany table, her gaze lingering fondly on Elian. "You know, Master Architect," Victoria murmured, her voice laced with quiet amusement, "most people who conquer a single world spend the rest of their lives building golden thrones and drafting laws to keep themselves in power. You conquered a multiverse, and you're still auditing thermal dissipation rates and energy transfer efficiency." "A throne is a structural bottleneck," Elian replied calmly, though a faint, rare hint of warmth touched the corners of her lips as she leaned slightly into Victoria's presence. "It concentrates weight on a single point, increasing the risk of structural collapse. An optimized civilization requires no rulers, only accurate maintenance of the baseline equations." Victoria chuckled softly, reaching out to brush a stray lock of dark hair away from Elian's forehead with infinite tenderness. "An accurate maintenance that spans infinity," Victoria whispered, her gaze turning deeply contemplative. "When we stood in the rain outside the academy slums years ago, fighting just to secure a basic audit of our own lives, I used to wonder if we would ever find safety. Now, we are standing at the absolute center of creation. Does it ever cross your mind, Elian, that we've finally run out of equations to solve?" Elian turned to face Victoria directly, her cool grey eyes meeting those glowing amethyst depths with absolute, unyielding clarity. "Equations never end, Victoria," Elian stated, her voice carrying the quiet weight of infinite possibility. "Every solution simply unlocks a higher order of complexity. The universe, the multiverse, is not a static puzzle to be completed. It is an evolving, dynamic system waiting to be refined." She reached out, her fingers sliding smoothly into Victoria's gloved hand, lacing their fingers together in an unbreakable, eternal grip. "And as long as there are new horizons to calculate," Elian added, her tone softening just a fraction, "we will map them together." Before Victoria could answer, a sharp, crisp chime echoed from the main communication console by the station's primary optical array. "Ping!" Scholar Vespera's voice crackled through the secure subspace channel from the central relay at Apex 0, sounding exceptionally breathless, urgent, and electrified with discovery. "Master Architect," Lady Victoria, you need to look at the master multidimensional resonance array on channel 1 immediately. Our quantum tracking monitors just picked up an entirely new tier of signal, not from a parallel universe, but from the foundational subspace fabric underlying all realities simultaneously. 5 minutes later, inside the primary optical command alcove of Nexus Prime, the floating holographic displays were bathed in a brilliant, pulsating wash of pure white gold light. The amber and violet data streams that usually map the stability of the interdimensional bridge were now parting to reveal a breathtaking, infinitely complex macrolattice, rendered in a glowing runic script that seemed to write itself directly into the fabric of space-time. Vespera's face appeared on the communication screen, her eyes wide with unadulterated awe. "It's not a physical anomaly," Vespera reported rapidly, her fingers flying across her remote console to stabilize the incoming telemetry. "It's the foundational source code of existence itself, the primordial mathematical framework that generates all space, time, energy, and matter across every possible reality. And look at the core resonance signature. It matches our exact 400 Hz harmonic frequency down to the last decimal place." Elian stepped up to the main holographic console, her grey eyes locking instantly onto the primordial mathematical wave functions scrolling across the screen. Her fingers moved across the runic touchpads with blurring speed, running a real-time macrospatial audit on the source code lattice. "Incoming source-level signal detected. Classification, primordial mathematical fabric designation, the infinite baseline. Compatibility index, 100% match with autonomous engineering grid. Energy requirement, 400 Hz harmonic synchronization. System status, ready for infinite integration." Victoria stepped close to her, her hand resting instinctively on the hilt of her rapier, her amethyst eyes narrowing with fierce, brilliant curiosity. "The foundational source code of all existence. It means our grid isn't just connected to the multiverse, Elian. We are connected to the very root of reality." "We are not just connected to it," Elian analyzed, her voice remaining entirely calm, steady, and razor-sharp. "We are now operating at its level. The 400 Hz frequency we established at Spire 8 was never just a localized resonance. It was the exact harmonic tuning required to harmonize mortal civilization with the primordial baseline of the cosmos." She turned her head, looking at Victoria with an expression of profound, shared conviction. "We do not just observe this primordial baseline, Victoria," Elian declared quietly. "We optimize it." Victoria smiled, a radiant, breathtaking expression that outshone the swirling infinities outside the crystal glass. She raised her head, her posture straightening with the fierce, unyielding grace of a true leader. "Then let's calibrate eternity," Victoria said softly. Elian pulled her slate pencil from behind her ear. With absolute, unflinching precision, she tapped the master synchronization sequence into the core console, linking Nexus Prime's infinite grid directly to the foundational source code of reality. Executing primordial baseline calibration protocol. Routing unified 400 Hz harmonic through the source code lattice. Infinite integration status. Initiated /SYNCHRNIZING. HUMMMMMMMMs. A magnificent, blinding wave of pure, golden and sapphire light erupted across the observation concourse, casting a glorious, ethereal glow over the entire nexus. Outside the panoramic spatial glass, the swirling infinities of the multiverse expanded smoothly, folding reality outward, as the majestic crystalline spires of Nexus Prime harmonized completely with the infinite baseline of existence. Every star, every galaxy, every parallel reality, and every dimension lit up in a breathtaking, synchronized pulse of absolute, flawless light. The network was complete, the universe was perfectly optimized, and the horizon stretched outward into true, boundless eternity. Project status: OMNiversal Civilization Equilibrium ACHIVD. Active retinue treasury, 40 million liquid credits. Talent active, the 5 MP rule. Current MP, 200/200. Elian slipped her slate pencil back behind her ear, her cool grey eyes reflecting the brilliant, boundless light of infinite tomorrows. She turned to Victoria, her hand tightly interlaced with hers, ready to step into the next equation of forever. "The foundation is secure," Elian whispered. "Let's write the universe." Chapter 36, The Eternal Equation. The transition across the final threshold of existence was not accompanied by the sound of crumbling masonry, the roar of collapsing dimensions, or the frantic alarms of a failing system. It arrived with the profound, exquisite stillness of a master equation, finally resolving into its purest, most irreducible form. Inside the eternal observation concourse of Nexus Prime, the spatial glass no longer framed a mere collection of swirling galaxies or parallel realities. The view had opened into the primordial tapestry of the cosmos itself, an infinite, self-sustaining matrix of golden light and sapphire energy currents, where time, space, and consciousness flowed together in absolute, unbroken harmony. Elian Vane stood before the master obsidian drafting altar. Her dark wool coat was immaculate, her posture unwavering, and her slate pencil moved across an endless, self-illuminating scroll of multiversal vellum with absolute frictionless precision. Talent activated, the 5MP rule omniversal macrosystemic audit. Target domain, the primordial source code lattice and eternal baseline. Current retinue treasury balance, 42,500,000 liquid credits. Omniversal grid efficiency index, 100%, zero friction/infinite scalability. System status, eternal, autonomous, and absolute. Every single node across the infinite hierarchy of worlds, from the humble industrial floor of Spire 8 to the northern high-altitude plateaus of Site Alpha 0 to the orbital rings of Apex 0, and outward across the branching dimensions of Nexus Prime, pulsed in a single, flawless, synchronized 400 Hz resonance loop. The universe was no longer a realm of survival, scarcity, or conflict. It was a living, breathing masterpiece of collaborative engineering. The pneumatic seal of the Grand Transit lift hissed open with its familiar, soothing sigh. Victoria Vance stepped onto the polished crystalline deck plates. She wore her signature midnight blue military coat, her silver hair unpinned and flowing like liquid starlight across her shoulders, catching the golden radiance of the infinite continuum. In her hands, she carried a silver tray holding 2 cups of freshly brewed chicory tea and the final macrosystemic telemetry manifests from the cross-dimensional exploratory guilds. She walked quietly across the pristine floor, setting a cup down beside Elian's hand before leaning gracefully against the edge of the obsidian altar, her amethyst eyes sweeping across the magnificent panorama visible through the boundless spatial glass. The final convergence reports from the outermost rims of the multiversal network just cleared the subspace monitors, Victoria reported, her voice carrying a rich, melodic warmth that resonated deeply within the vast concourse. Independent merchant fleets, scholar cooperatives, and explorer guilds from every conceivable reality have synchronized their transit protocols with our central grid. Not a single localized dispute, not a single resource imbalance. They aren't just adopting our standards, they're expanding them, weaving new relay nodes further out into the deep unknown. Elian paused her pencil for a fraction of a second, taking a calm, measured sip of the tea before setting it down beside her calculations. Standardized energy distribution eliminates the primary structural incentive for territorial conflict, Elian noted, her voice as level, cool, and analytical as ever. When every reality has perpetual access to clean, infinite resources, cooperation becomes the only mathematically viable strategy. Victoria smiled softly, a radiant expression that outshone the distant, swirling nebulas outside the panoramic glass. She reached out, resting her hand gently on the edge of the mahogany table, her gaze lingering fondly on Elian. "You know, Master Architect," Victoria murmured, her voice laced with quiet amusement, "most conquerors who achieve absolute dominion over reality spend the rest of their days building golden thrones and demanding worship. You unified an infinite multiverse, and you are still auditing thermal dissipation rates and energy transfer efficiency." "A throne is a structural bottleneck," Elian replied calmly, though a faint, rare hint of warmth touched the corners of her lips as she leaned slightly into Victoria's presence. "It concentrates weight on a single point, increasing the risk of systemic collapse. An optimized civilization requires no rulers, only accurate maintenance of the baseline equations." Victoria chuckled softly, reaching out to brush a stray lock of dark hair away from Elian's forehead with infinite tenderness. "An accurate maintenance that spans eternity," Victoria whispered, her gaze turning deeply contemplative. "When we stood in the rain outside the academy slums years ago, fighting just to secure a basic audit of our own lives, I used to wonder if we would ever find safety. Now, We are standing at the absolute center of creation. Does it ever cross your mind, Elian, that we've finally solved every equation? Elian turned to face Victoria directly, her cool grey eyes meeting those glowing amethyst depths with absolute unyielding clarity. Equations never end, Victoria, Elian stated, her voice carrying the quiet weight of infinite possibility. Every solution simply unlocks a higher order of complexity. Existence is not a static puzzle to be completed. It is an evolving, dynamic system waiting to be refined. She reached out, her fingers sliding smoothly into Victoria's gloved hand, lacing their fingers together in an unbreakable, eternal grip. And as long as there are new horizons to calculate, Elian added, her tone softening just a fraction, we will map them together. Before Victoria could answer, a sharp, crisp chime echoed from the main communication console by the station's primary optical array. Ping! Scholar Vespera's voice crackled through the secure subspace channel from the central relay at Apex Zero, sounding exceptionally breathless, urgent, and electrified with discovery. Master Architect, Victoria, you need to look at the master multi-dimensional resonance array on Channel 1 immediately. Our quantum tracking monitors just picked up an entirely new tier of signal, not from a parallel universe, but from the primordial silence beyond the edge of creation itself. 5 minutes later, inside the primary optical command alcove of Nexus Prime, the floating holographic displays were bathed in a brilliant, pulsating wash of pure, radiant starlight. The amber and violet data streams that usually map the stability of the interdimensional bridge were now parting to display a breathtaking, infinitely complex macrolattice, rendered in a glowing runic script that seemed to write itself directly into the nascent fabric of new space-time. Vespera's face appeared on the communication screen, her eyes wide with unadulterated awe. It's not an anomaly or an error, Vespera reported rapidly, her fingers flying across her remote console to stabilize the incoming telemetry. It's a brand new sector of unformed potential, a pristine, unwritten canvas of raw ontological energy waiting for its first structural blueprint. And look at the core resonance signature. It matches our exact 400 Hz harmonic frequency down to the last decimal place. Elian stepped up to the main holographic console, her grey eyes locking instantly onto the primordial mathematical wave functions scrolling across the screen. Her fingers moved across the runic touchpads with blurring speed, running a real-time macrospatial audit on the unformed frontier. Incoming frontier signal detected. Classification, unwritten ontological domain designation, Horizon 0. Compatibility index, 100% match with autonomous engineering grid. Energy requirement, 400 Hz harmonic synchronization. System status, ready for initial architectural blueprint. Victoria stepped close to her, her hand resting instinctively on the hilt of her rapier, her amethyst eyes narrowing with fierce, brilliant curiosity. A brand new sector of unformed reality, an entire universe waiting to be born right at the edge of the grid. Every civilization begins with a blank page, Elian analyzed, her voice remaining entirely calm, steady and razor-sharp. The 400 Hz frequency we established at Spire 8 was never just a localized resonance. It was the foundational tuning key required to shape raw reality into an ordered, thriving home. She turned her head, looking at Victoria with an expression of profound, shared conviction. We do not just observe this new frontier, Victoria, Elian declared quietly. We design it. Victoria smiled, a radiant, breathtaking expression that outshone the swirling infinities outside the crystal glass. She raised her head, her posture straightening with the fierce, unyielding grace of a true leader. Then let's lay the first stone, Victoria said softly. Elian pulled her slate pencil from behind her ear. With absolute, unflinching precision, she tapped the master synchronization sequence into the core console, linking Nexus Prime's infinite grid directly to the unwritten domain of Horizon 0. Executing primal architectural calibration protocol. Routing unified 400 Hz harmonic through the unformed frontier. Horizon 0 integration status. Initiated /SYNCHRNIZING. HUMMMMMMMMs. A magnificent, blinding wave of pure, golden and sapphire light erupted across the observation concourse, casting a glorious, ethereal glow over the entire nexus. Outside the panoramic spatial glass, The swirling infinities of the multiverse expanded smoothly, folding reality outward, as the majestic crystalline spires of Nexus Prime reached across the threshold, planting the very first seed of civilization into the brand new cosmos of Horizon Zero. Every star, every galaxy, and every newly birthed world lit up in a breathtaking, synchronized pulse of absolute, flawless light. The network was infinite, the architecture was eternal, and the horizon stretched outward into true, boundless forever. Project status: Universal Civilization Eternally SCCURED. Active retinue treasury: 45 million liquid credits. Talent active: the 5 MP rule. Current MP: 200/200. Elian slipped her slate pencil back behind her ear, her cool grey eyes reflecting the brilliant, boundless light of infinite tomorrows. She turned to Victoria, her hand tightly interlaced with hers, ready to step into the next equation of forever. The foundation is secure, Elian whispered. Let's build the universe. Chapter 37, The Genesis Constant. There is a profound, breathtaking silence that exists only at the absolute origin of things. A pristine quietude before the first word is spoken, before the first gear turns, and before the first spark of creation cleaves the dark. Inside the newborn observation concourse of Horizon Zero, that silence was alive. The spatial glass no longer merely reflected the multiversal nexus or the intricate lattices of parallel realms. It looked out upon an untouched, unwritten canvas of raw ontological potential, a boundless ocean of nascent star stuff, unformed nebulas, and fluid spacetime waiting for its very first set of coordinates. There were no archaic empires here, no blood-soaked thrones, and no arbitrary walls. There was only pure, unadulterated possibility. Elian Vane stood before the master obsidian drafting altar at the center of the concourse. Her dark wool coat was pristine, her posture absolute, and her slate pencil hovered over an entirely blank, self-illuminating scroll of primordial vellum. Talent activated: the 5 MP rule, Horizon Zero Genesis audit. Target domain: unformed ontological frontier and primeval core. Current retinue treasury balance: 48 million liquid credits. Omniversal grid efficiency index: 100%, zero friction/infinite scalability. System status: Genesis protocol engaged/ready for first design. Every single node across the infinite, sweeping hierarchy of the multiversal network, from the industrial foundations of Spire 8, to the northern plateaus of Site Alpha Zero, to the orbital rings of Apex Zero, and outward through the crystalline spires of Nexus Prime, pulsed in a single, flawless, synchronized 400 Hz resonance loop. The entirety of existence hummed in absolute harmonious equilibrium, feeding its surplus energy into this single, virgin frontier. The pneumatic seal of the Grand Transit lift hissed open with its familiar, soothing sigh. Victoria Vance stepped onto the polished crystalline deck plates. She wore her signature midnight blue military coat, her silver hair unpinned and flowing like liquid starlight across her shoulders, catching the golden and sapphire radiance of the nascent cosmos. In her hands, she carried a silver tray holding 2 cups of freshly brewed chicory tea and the final macrosystemic telemetry manifests from the cross-dimensional guilds. She walked quietly across the pristine floor, setting a cup down beside Elian's hand before leaning gracefully against the edge of the obsidian altar, her amethyst eyes sweeping across the magnificent panorama of unformed creation visible through the boundless spatial glass. The final synchronization reports from the Nexus Prime relay gates just cleared the subspace monitors, Victoria reported, her voice carrying a rich, melodic warmth that resonated deeply within the vast concourse. Every guild, every independent explorer fleet, and every autonomous commune across 40 realities has locked its energy transfer into our baseline. The network is completely stable. Horizon Zero is officially isolated, secured, and ready for its first foundational blueprint. Elian paused her pencil for a fraction of a second, taking a calm, measured sip of the tea before setting it down beside her blank vellum scroll. The energy transfer efficiency across the multiversal threshold has stabilized at 100%, Elian noted, her voice as level, cool, and analytical as ever. There is zero thermal loss and zero spatial drag. The infrastructure is operating at absolute theoretical perfection. Victoria smiled softly, a radiant expression that outshone the swirling, unformed nebulas outside the panoramic glass. She reached out, resting her hand gently on the edge of the mahogany table, her gaze lingering fondly on Elian. "You know, Master Architect," Victoria murmured, her voice laced with quiet amusement. "Most legends who reach the very end of creation spend their time resting, looking back at the empires they built. You are standing before an entire universe of unformed chaos, and your first instinct is to draft a zoning blueprint." "Chaos is simply an unoptimized structural state," Elian replied calmly, though a faint, rare hint of warmth touched the corners of her lips as she leaned slightly into Victoria's presence. "Unformed energy left without a baseline will inevitably collapse into random, inefficient friction. A true architect does not conquer a world, they give it a mathematical spine." Victoria chuckled softly, reaching out to brush a stray lock of dark hair away from Elian's forehead with infinite tenderness. "A mathematical spine for an entire universe," Victoria whispered, her gaze turning deeply contemplative. "When we stood in the rain outside the academy slums all those years ago, fighting just to secure a basic audit of our own lives, I used to wonder if we would ever find safety. Now, we are standing at the absolute beginning of reality itself. Does it ever cross your mind, Elian, that we have finally completed the circle?" Elian turned to face Victoria directly, her cool grey eyes meeting those glowing amethyst depths with absolute, unyielding clarity. "Circles imply a closed loop, Victoria," Elian stated, her voice carrying the quiet weight of infinite possibility. "Existence is not a circle, it is an ascending spiral. Every solution we engineered at Spire 8 was merely the foundation for Apex Zero. Every orbital network led to Nexus Prime, and every multiverse led us here to the ultimate origin." She reached out, her fingers sliding smoothly into Victoria's gloved hand, lacing their fingers together in an unbreakable, eternal grip. "And as long as there is a blank page to calculate," Elian added, her tone softening just a fraction, "we will write the first line together." Before Victoria could answer, a sharp, crisp chime echoed from the main communication console by the station's primary optical array. "Ping!" Scholar Vespera's voice crackled through the secure subspace channel from the central relay at Nexus Prime, sounding exceptionally breathless, urgent, and electrified with discovery. "Master Architect, Victoria, you need to look at the master multidimensional resonance array on Channel 0 immediately. Our quantum tracking monitors just picked up an entirely new tier of signal, not from the network, but from the deep structural core of Horizon Zero itself." 5 minutes later, inside the primary optical command alcove of Horizon Zero, the floating holographic displays were bathed in a brilliant, pulsating wash of pure, radiant starlight. The amber and violet data streams that usually map the stability of the interdimensional bridge were now parting to display a breathtaking, infinitely complex macrolattice, rendered in a glowing runic script that seemed to write itself directly into the nascent fabric of the new spacetime. Vespera's face appeared on the communication screen, her eyes wide with unadulterated awe. "It's not an anomaly or an error," Vespera reported rapidly, her fingers flying across her remote console to stabilize the incoming telemetry. "It's a primordial constant, a foundational mathematical seed embedded directly into the heart of Horizon Zero. And look at the core resonance signature. It matches our exact 400 Hz harmonic frequency down to the last decimal place." Elian stepped up to the main holographic console, her grey eyes locking instantly onto the primordial mathematical wave functions scrolling across the screen. Her fingers moved across the runic touchpads with blurring speed, running a real-time macrospatial audit on the unformed frontier. "Incoming primordial constant detected. Classification, the Genesis constant designation, equation 0. Compatibility index, 100% match with autonomous engineering grid. Energy requirement, 400 Hz harmonic synchronization. System status, ready for first architectural manifestation." Victoria stepped close to her, her hand resting instinctively on the hilt of her rapier, her amethyst eyes narrowing with fierce, brilliant curiosity. "Equation 0, a foundational constant built right into the birth of this universe. It means this cosmos was waiting for our exact frequency before it could begin." "The universe does not wait by accident," Elian analyzed, her voice remaining entirely calm, steady, and razor-sharp. "It aligns with the laws of optimal efficiency. The 400 Hz frequency we established at Spire 8 was never just a localized resonance. It was the universal constant required to translate raw chaos into structured reality." She turned her head, looking at Victoria with an expression of profound, shared conviction. We do not just observe this equation, Victoria, Elian declared quietly. We solve it. Victoria smiled, a radiant, breathtaking expression that outshone the swirling infinities outside the crystal glass. She raised her head, her posture straightening with the fierce, unyielding grace of a true leader. Then let's write the first law, Victoria said softly. Elian pulled her slate pencil from behind her ear. With absolute, unflinching precision, she tapped the master synchronization sequence into the core console, linking Horizon Zero's infinite grid directly to Equation Zero. Executing Genesis Constant Calibration Protocol. Routing unified 400 Hz harmonic through Equation Zero. Horizon Zero manifestation status, initiated/awakening. HUMMMMMMMMs. A magnificent, blinding wave of pure, golden and sapphire light erupted across the observation concourse, casting a glorious, ethereal glow over the entire nexus. Outside the panoramic spatial glass, the swirling infinities of the unformed frontier expanded smoothly, folding reality outward as the majestic crystalline spires of Horizon Zero anchored themselves into the brand-new cosmos. Every star, every galaxy, and every newly birthed world lit up in a breathtaking, synchronized pulse of absolute, flawless light. The network was infinite, the architecture was eternal, and the horizon stretched outward into true, boundless forever. Project status: OMNiversal Civilization Eternally SCCURED. Active retinue treasury, 50 million liquid credits. Talent active, the 5 MP rule. Current MP, 200/200. Elian slipped her slate pencil back behind her ear, her cool grey eyes reflecting the brilliant, boundless light of infinite tomorrows. She turned to Victoria, her hand tightly interlaced with hers, ready to step into the next equation of forever. The foundation is secure, Elian whispered. Let's build the universe. Chapter 38, The Architect's Horizon. The birth of a star system is a chaotic affair in the textbooks of conventional astronomy. A violent, cataclysmic storm of collapsing gas, colliding debris, and runaway thermodynamic friction. But inside the newborn domain of Horizon Zero, creation unfolded with the serene, absolute elegance of a solved theorem. Standing before the master obsidian drafting altar in the primary observation concourse, Elian Vane watched through the panoramic spatial glass as the first great spiral galaxies of the new cosmos snapped into their optimal orbital vectors. There were no rogue comets crashing haphazardly into infant planets, no erratic gravitational anomalies threatening to tear the fabric of space apart. Every celestial body, every dust lane, and every radiant nebula locked into place with the quiet, flawless precision of a master clockwork mechanism. Talent activated, the 5 MP rule, Horizon Zero macrocosmic harmonization. Target domain, primary spiral arm and stellar nursery cluster. Current retinue treasury balance, 52,500,000 liquid credits. Omniversal grid efficiency index, 100%, zero friction/infinite scalability. System status, stellar nursery stable/genesis complete. For 7 centuries across the old worlds, mortal astronomers had gazed up at the night sky and wondered if the cosmos was governed by random caprice or divine decree. Elian had proven that the universe was neither. It was an architecture. And like any architecture, when stripped of corruption, inefficiency, and artificial scarcity, its true form was breathtakingly harmonious. The pneumatic seal of the Grand Transit lift hissed open with its familiar, soothing sigh, breaking the pristine quiet of the observation concourse. Victoria Vance stepped onto the polished crystalline deck plates. She wore her signature midnight blue military coat, her silver hair catching the golden and sapphire radiance of the newly formed stars glowing outside the boundless spatial glass. In her hands, she carried a silver tray holding 2 cups of freshly brewed chicory tea and the latest macrosystemic telemetry, reports from the multiversal relay network. She walked quietly across the pristine floor, setting a cup down beside Elian's hand before leaning gracefully against the edge of the obsidian altar, her amethyst eyes sweeping across the magnificent panorama of the infant universe. The multiversal transit reports from Nexus Prime just cleared the subspace monitors, Victoria reported, her voice carrying a rich, melodic warmth that resonated deeply within the vast concourse. Kalen and his engineering guilds have completed the installation of the secondary subspace anchors in Sector 7. Independent merchant fleets and cartography vessels are already logging flight paths into Horizon Zero's outer rim. There isn't a single bottleneck, a single tariff dispute, or a single drop of systemic friction. Elian paused her slate pencil for a fraction of a second, taking a calm, measured sip of the tea before setting it down beside her multi-dimensional vellum charts. Kaelin's mechanical indexing has reached absolute maturity, Elian noted, her voice as level, cool, and analytical as ever. His implementation of cross-phase subspace anchors demonstrates a complete mastery of multidimensional thermodynamics. He no longer requires oversight for macro-project execution. Victoria smiled softly, a radiant expression that outshone the distant, swirling nebulas outside the panoramic glass. She reached out, resting her hand gently on the edge of the mahogany table, her gaze lingering fondly on Elian. "You know, Master Architect," Victoria murmured, her voice laced with quiet amusement, "most legends who reach the very end of creation, who conquer worlds, bridge dimensions, and write the source code of reality, eventually sit back and enjoy the view. Yet here you are, gradding your lead engineer's subspace anchor metrics like a strict department head." "Metrics are not a temporary phase, Victoria," Elian replied calmly, though a faint, rare hint of warmth touched the corners of her lips as she leaned slightly into Victoria's presence. "When a system achieves optimal efficiency, maintaining those metrics is what preserves eternity. A civilization does not endure because of grand speeches or monuments. It endures because the baseline equations are continuously respected." Victoria chuckled softly, reaching out to brush a stray lock of dark hair away from Elian's forehead with infinite tenderness. "The baseline equations," Victoria whispered, her gaze turning deeply contemplative as she looked out at the infinite expanse of the new cosmos. "When we stood in the rain outside the academy slums all those years ago, fighting just to secure a basic audit of our own lives, I used to wonder if we would ever find safety. Now, we are standing at the absolute source of existence itself. Does it ever cross your mind, Elian, that we have finally built a world where no one will ever have to fight for a basic audit again?" Elian turned to face Victoria directly, her cool grey eyes meeting those glowing amethyst depths with absolute, unyielding clarity. "We did not just build a world where people do not have to fight," Elian stated, her voice carrying the quiet weight of fundamental truth. "We built a system where fighting is mathematically obsolete. When resources are infinite and access is completely decentralized, conflict becomes an irrational variable." She reached out, her fingers sliding smoothly into Victoria's gloved hand, lacing their fingers together in an unbreakable, eternal grip. "And we built it together," Elian added, her tone softening just a fraction. "Every tier of this network, from the first stone laid at Spire 8 to the stellar arrays of Apex Zero, to the multiversal spires of Nexus Prime, and now across the stars of Horizon Zero, was secured because you stood beside me at every single coordinate." Victoria's breath caught in her throat, her heart swelling with an immense, overwhelming wave of love and pride. She leaned in close, resting her forehead against Elian's in a quiet moment of absolute unity. Before either of them could speak further, a sharp, crisp chime echoed from the main communication console by the station's primary optical array. "Ping!" Scholar Vespera's voice crackled through the secure subspace channel from the central relay at Nexus Prime, sounding exceptionally breathless, urgent, and electrified with discovery. "Master Architect, Victoria, you need to look at the master multidimensional resonance array on Channel 0 immediately. Our quantum tracking monitors just picked up an entirely new tier of signal, not from the network, not from the multiversal grid, but from the deep, uncharted void beyond the outer rim of Horizon Zero." 5 minutes later, inside the primary optical command alcove of Horizon Zero, the floating holographic displays were bathed in a brilliant, pulsating wash of pure, radiant starlight and deep indigo. The amber and sapphire data streams that usually mapped the stability of the infant universe were now parting to display a breathtaking, infinitely complex macrolattice, rendered in a glowing runic script that seemed to write itself directly into the nascent fabric of the expanding spacetime. Vespera's face appeared on the communication screen, her eyes wide with unadulterated awe. "It's not an anomaly, an error, or a residual echo," Vespera reported rapidly, her fingers flying across her remote console to stabilize the incoming telemetry. "It's a secondary Genesis wave, an entire cluster of unformed ontological frontiers stretching infinitely outward beyond our current stellar rim. And look at the core resonance signature. It's completely blank, waiting for a harmonizing frequency. Elian stepped up to the main holographic console, her grey eyes locking instantly onto the primordial mathematical wave functions scrolling across the screen. Her fingers moved across the runic touchpads with blurring speed, running a real-time macrospatial audit on the infinite frontier, awaiting them in the deep dark. Incoming outer-rim signal detected. Classification: Infinite Unwritten Frontiers. Designation: The Outer Continuum. Compatibility Index: 100% match with Autonomous Engineering Grid. Energy requirement: 400 Hz harmonic synchronization. System status: Ready for expansion blueprint. Victoria stepped close to her, her hand resting instinctively on Veryeru's Orka-Uyu, the hilt of her rapier, her amethyst eyes narrowing with fierce, brilliant curiosity. An infinite series of unwritten frontiers beyond our rim. The universe doesn't stop at Horizon Zero. It keeps going forever. Boundaries are merely temporary milestones in an expanding system, Elian analyzed, her voice remaining entirely calm, steady and razor-sharp. The 400 Hz frequency we established at Spire 8 was never meant to be a final enclosure. It is a universal constant designed to be carried outward into every dark corner of existence. She turned her head, looking at Victoria with an expression of profound, shared conviction. We do not just observe this outer continuum, Victoria, Elian declared quietly. We map it. Victoria smiled, a radiant, breathtaking expression that outshone the swirling infinities outside the crystal glass. She raised her head, her posture straightening with the fierce, unyielding grace of a true leader. Then let's extend the grid, Victoria said softly. Elian pulled her slate pencil from behind her ear. With absolute, unflinching precision, her fingers moved across the master console, linking Horizon Zero's infinite grid directly to the unwritten expanses of the outer continuum. Executing Outer Continuum Expansion Protocol. Routing unified 400 Hz harmonic through the deep void. Horizon Zero expansion status. Initiated/infinite scalability engaged. HUMMMMMMMMs. A magnificent, blinding wave of pure golden and sapphire light erupted across the observation concourse, casting a glorious, ethereal glow over the entire nexus. Outside the panoramic spatial glass, the swirling infinities of the cosmos expanded smoothly, folding reality outward, as the majestic crystalline spires of Horizon Zero reached across the dark void, casting the first threads of the autonomous engineering grid into the infinite unknown. Every star, every galaxy, and every newly birthed world across the expanding frontier lit up in a breathtaking, synchronized pulse of absolute, flawless light. The network was infinite, the architecture was eternal, and the horizon stretched outward into true, boundless forever. Project status: OMNiversal Civilization infinitely scaling. Active retinue treasury, 55,000. Zero liquid credits. Talent active, the 5 MP rule. Current MP, 200/200. Elian slipped her slate pencil back behind her ear, her cool grey eyes reflecting the brilliant, boundless light of infinite tomorrows. She turned to Victoria, her hand tightly interlaced with hers, ready to step into the next equation of forever. The foundation is secure, Elian whispered. Let's map the infinite. Chapter 39, The Outer Continuum. The edge of a finalized universe is not a wall, nor is it a jagged precipice dropping off into formless nothingness. To an architect who understands the profound, unyielding geometry of existence, the boundary of a cosmos is simply a transition point, a mathematical threshold where structured reality meets the raw, uncarved potential of the deep dark. Inside the outer observation gallery of Horizon Zero's furthest frontier outpost, the panoramic spatial glass revealed a sight that no mortal eye had ever beheld across the 700-year history of the old realm. Beyond the brilliant, spiral-arm galaxies of the inner domains, the familiar tapestry of starlight gave way to an ocean of deep, indigo-violet space, where ethereal ribbons of unformed energy drifted like cosmic silk, waiting for a harmonizing frequency to give them shape. Elian Vane stood before the master obsidian drafting altar, her dark wool coat neatly buttoned, her slate pencil moving across an enormous, multi-dimensional vellum chart with absolute, frictionless precision. Talent activated, the 5 MP rule outer continuum expansion audit. Target domain, deep void frontier sector Omega. Current retinue treasury balance, 58 million liquid credits. Omniversal grid efficiency index, 100%, zero friction/infinite scalability. System status, expansion vectors locked/continuum active. Every single node across the infinite hierarchy of the multiversal network, from the industrial foundations of Spire 8 to the northern plateaus of Site Alpha 0, to the orbital rings of Apex 0, the crystalline spires of Nexus Prime and the nascent stars of Horizon 0, pulsed in a single, flawless, synchronized 400 Hz resonance loop. The network did not strain against the dark, it embraced it, translating the cold vacuum into an extension of home. The pneumatic seal of the Grand Transit lift hissed open with its familiar, soothing sigh. Victoria Vance stepped onto the polished crystalline deck plates. She wore her signature midnight blue military coat, her silver hair unpinned and flowing like liquid starlight across her shoulders, catching the shimmering indigo radiance of the deep void outside the panoramic glass. In her hands, she carried a silver tray holding 2 cups of freshly brewed chicory tea and the latest macrosystemic telemetry manifests from the cross-dimensional exploration guilds. Maneuvering smoothly across the pristine floor, she set a cup down beside Elian's hand before leaning gracefully against the edge of the obsidian altar, her amethyst eyes sweeping across the magnificent expanse of the unwritten frontier. The latest exploration reports from the Outer Rim relay stations just cleared the subspace monitors, Victoria reported, her voice carrying a rich, melodic warmth that resonated deeply within the vast gallery. Independent cartography fleets from 40 different realities have established the first series of deep void navigation beacons along Sector Omega. Not a single spatial anomaly, not a single drop in energy transfer efficiency. The outer continuum is absorbing our 400 Hz grid like dry earth taking in rain. Elian paused her slate pencil for a fraction of a second, taking a calm, measured sip of the tea before setting it down beside her multi-dimensional calculations. The energy absorption rate confirms our baseline thermodynamic models, Elian noted, her voice as level, cool, and analytical as ever. Unformed ontological energy requires a stabilizing frequency to prevent entropic decay. By introducing our synchronized resonance loop, we are essentially giving the deep void an architectural skeleton. Victoria smiled softly, a radiant expression that outshone the distant, swirling nebulas outside the panoramic glass. She reached out, resting her hand gently on the edge of the mahogany table, her gaze lingering fondly on Elian. "You know, Master Architect," Victoria murmured, her voice laced with quiet amusement, "most conquerors who span an infinite multiverse eventually run out of territory to claim and spend their days resting on laurels of gold. You reach the absolute edge of the outer dark, and your first reaction is to talk about architectural skeletons. Conquest is an inefficient expenditure of energy," Elian replied calmly, though a faint, rare hint of warmth touched the corners of her lips as she leaned slightly into Victoria's presence. "Territory claimed by force requires perpetual garrisons to maintain, which generates systemic friction. We do not conquer the void, Victoria. We optimize it so it can sustain life on its own terms." Victoria chuckled softly, reaching out to brush a stray lock of dark hair away from Elian's forehead with infinite tenderness. "An optimization that spans eternity," Victoria whispered, her gaze turning deeply contemplative as she looked out at the infinite expanse of the deep void. "When we stood in the rain outside the academy slums all those years ago, fighting just to secure a basic audit of our own lives, I used to wonder if we would ever find safety. Now, we are standing at the absolute frontier of all creation. Does it ever cross your mind, Elian, that we have built something truly permanent?" Elian turned to face Victoria directly, her cool grey eyes meeting those glowing amethyst depths with absolute, unyielding clarity. "Permanence is not achieved by locking doors against the dark, Victoria," Elian stated, her voice carrying the quiet weight of fundamental truth. "A structure endures only when it is flexible enough to expand with the universe it contains. We did not build a fortress, we built an open-ended equation." She reached out, her fingers sliding smoothly into Victoria's gloved hand, lacing their fingers together in an unbreakable, eternal grip. "And as long as there is an unwritten frontier to map," Elian added, her tone softening just a fraction, "we will write its first coordinates together." Before Victoria could answer, a sharp, crisp chime echoed from the main communication console by the gallery's primary optical array. "Ping!" Scholar Vespera's voice crackled through the secure subspace channel from the central relay at Horizon 0. sounding exceptionally breathless, urgent, and electrified with discovery. Master Architect, Victoria, you need to look at the master multidimensional resonance array on channel -1 immediately. Our deep void quantum sensors just picked up an entirely new tier of signal, not from the outer continuum, but from a persistent, structured subspace frequency originating from the very heart of the deep dark. 5 minutes later, inside the primary optical command alcove of the outer frontier outpost, the floating holographic displays were bathed in a brilliant, pulsating wash of deep amber and crystalline silver light. The indigo and violet data streams that usually map the stability of the deep void were now parting to display a breathtaking, infinitely complex macrolattice, rendered in an ancient, glowing runic script that predated even the pre-imperial archives. Vespera's face appeared on the communication screen, her eyes wide with unadulterated awe. It's not an anomaly or a random energy echo, Vespera reported rapidly, her fingers flying across her remote console to stabilize the incoming telemetry. It's an organized transmission network, a series of deep space relay stations buried deep within the outer continuum, broadcasting a continuous welcome signal. And look at the core resonance signature. It's attempting to lock onto our exact 400 Hz harmonic frequency. Elian stepped up to the main holographic console, her grey eyes locking instantly onto the primordial mathematical wave functions scrolling across the screen. Her fingers moved across the runic touchpads with blurring speed, running a real-time macrospatial audit on the mysterious deep void transmission. Incoming deep void signal detected. Classification: Ancient Transcontinuum Network Designation, the Progenitor Array. Compatibility Index: 100% match with Autonomous Engineering Grid. Energy Requirement: 400 Hz harmonic synchronization. System Status: Ready for retrofit and integration. Victoria stepped close to her, her hand resting instinctively on the hilt of her rapier, her amethyst eyes narrowing with fierce, brilliant curiosity. An ancient network buried out in the deep void. Someone built infrastructure out here long before we ever reached the outer rim. And they did not merely build infrastructure, Elian analyzed, her voice remaining entirely calm, steady, and razor-sharp. They laid down a pre-existing macrostructural framework designed to link multiple ontological tiers of the multiverse together. However, their network suffered a catastrophic systemic collapse because their energy distribution protocol relied on centralized authority rather than open-access equilibrium. She turned her head, looking at Victoria with an expression of profound, shared conviction. "We do not just observe this ancient array, Victoria," Elian declared quietly. "We update its firmware." Victoria smiled, a radiant, breathtaking expression that outshone the swirling infinities outside the crystal glass. She raised her head, her posture straightening with the fierce, unyielding grace of a true leader. "Then let's connect the ancient to the infinite," Victoria said softly. Elian pulled her slate pencil from behind her ear. With absolute, unflinching precision, her fingers moved across the master console, linking the autonomous engineering grid directly to the progenitor array hidden deep within the dark void. Executing progenitor array integration protocol. Routing unified 400 Hz harmonic through the ancient network. Array synchronization status: initiated full spectrum online. HUMMMMMMMMs. A magnificent, blinding wave of pure golden and sapphire light erupted across the observation gallery, casting a glorious, ethereal glow over the entire outpost. Outside the panoramic spatial glass, the deep indigo void lit up in a breathtaking display of interconnected light as thousands of dormant ancient relay stations, stretching infinitely outward across the unmapped dark, flared to life in perfect synchronization with Spire 8, Apex 0, Nexus Prime, and Horizon 0. The ancient network was reborn, no longer as a relic of a fallen empire, but as an active, breathing artery of the omniversal grid. The infrastructure was universal, the architecture was eternal, and the horizon stretched outward into true, boundless forever. Project status: OMNiversal civilization fully integrated. Active retinue treasury: 60 million liquid credits. Talent active: the 5 MP rule. Current MP: 200/200. Elian slipped her slate pencil back behind her ear, her cool grey eyes reflecting the brilliant, boundless light of infinite tomorrows. She turned to Victoria, her hand tightly interlaced with hers, ready to step into the next equation of forever. "The foundation is secure," Elian whispered. "Let's map the universe." Chapter 40, The Grand Equilibrium. The architecture of an infinite universe does not terminate in a final wall, nor does it dissolve into meaningless chaos at the edge of comprehension. True design, carried to its absolute mathematical limit, reveals itself as a continuous, self-sustaining loop, a grand equilibrium where the beginning and the end fold seamlessly into one another, perfectly balanced and eternally renewed. Inside the master observation spire of the newly integrated progenitor array, suspended at the absolute geometric center of the omniversal grid, the panoramic spatial glass revealed a sight of staggering, breathtaking majesty. There were no longer separate horizons, isolated galaxies, or disconnected dimensions. Across the vast, infinite tapestry of existence, every node, from the humble industrial floors of Spire 8 to the towering stellar rings of Apex Zero, the crystalline spires of Nexus Prime, the newborn cradles of Horizon Zero, and the ancient relay networks of the deep void, pulsed as a single living organism. A billion worlds breathed in unison, bathed in a steady, calming, golden and sapphire radiance that carried zero friction, zero entropy, and zero loss. Elian Vane stood before the obsidian drafting altar at the center of the spire. Her dark wool coat was neatly pressed, her sleeves rolled back precisely 2 inches, and her slate pencil rested lightly against the surface of a multi-dimensional scroll that spanned the entire history and future of existence. Talent activated. The 5MP rule Omniversal Grand Equilibrium Audit. Target domain, the complete omniversal grid and primeval source code. Current retinue treasury balance, 65 million liquid credits. Omniversal grid efficiency index, 100%, absolute zero friction/eternal scalability. System status, eternal equilibrium achieved/system HRMONIZED. For 7 centuries, the old empires had ruled through fear, scarcity, and the violent suppression of knowledge, treating civilization as a fragile structure that required constant garrisoning and bloody oversight. Elian had dismantled every pillar of that obsolete paradigm. She had proven that when a system is stripped of artificial barriers and optimized through open access equity, peace is not an idealistic dream, it is the inevitable outcome of flawless mathematics. The pneumatic seal of the Grand Transit lift hissed open with its familiar, soothing sigh, breaking the pristine quiet of the observation spire. Victoria Vance stepped onto the polished crystalline deck plates. She wore her signature midnight blue military coat, her silver hair unpinned and flowing like liquid starlight across her shoulders, catching the warm, radiant glow of the unified cosmos shining outside the boundless spatial glass. In her hands, she carried a silver tray holding 2 cups of freshly brewed chicory tea and the final macrosystemic telemetry summary from the cross-dimensional exploratory guilds. She walked quietly across the pristine floor, setting a cup down beside Elian's hand before leaning gracefully against the edge of the obsidian altar, her amethyst eyes sweeping across the magnificent panorama of the eternal network. The final synchronization reports from the outermost deep void relay stations just cleared the subspace monitors, Victoria reported, her voice carrying a rich, melodic warmth that resonated deeply within the vast spire. Every guild, every independent explorer fleet, and every civilization across infinite realities has integrated into the progenitor array. The energy transfer is running at absolute peak efficiency. There isn't a single bottleneck, a single border dispute, or a single localized anomaly anywhere in the omniverse. Everything is stable. Elian paused her slate pencil for a fraction of a second, taking a calm, measured sip of the chicory tea before setting it down beside her calculations. Systemic stability is the natural byproduct of eliminated thermodynamic friction, Elian noted, her voice as level, cool, and analytical as ever. When energy, resources, and knowledge are distributed without artificial impedance, survival is no longer a competitive sport. Cooperation becomes the default operational state of conscious life. Victoria smiled softly, a radiant expression that outshone the distant, swirling nebulas outside the panoramic glass. She reached out, resting her hand gently on the edge of the mahogany table, her gaze lingering fondly on Elian. "You know, Master Architect," Victoria murmured, her voice laced with quiet amusement, "most legends who successfully rewrite the laws of reality, conquer an infinite multiverse, and establish eternal peace eventually lean back, take a breath, and declare their work finished. Yet here you are, checking the thermal dissipation logs of a system that has literally achieved absolute perfection. Perfection is not a static state to be admired, Victoria, Elian replied calmly, though a faint, rare hint of warmth touched the corners of her lips as she leaned slightly into Victoria's presence. It is a dynamic equilibrium. If a system ceases to monitor its own variables, entropy slowly reintroduces friction. Maintaining the baseline is what keeps eternity alive. Victoria chuckled softly, reaching out to brush a stray lock of dark hair away from Elian's forehead with infinite tenderness. An eternity maintained by chicory tea and precise baseline equations, Victoria whispered, her gaze turning deeply contemplative as she looked out at the infinite expanse of the unified cosmos. When we stood in the rain outside the academy slums all those years ago, fighting just to secure a basic audit of our own lives, I used to wonder if we would ever find safety, let alone freedom. Now, we are standing at the absolute center of everything. Does it ever cross your mind, Elian, that we have finally completed every possible journey? Elian turned to face Victoria directly, her cool grey eyes meeting those glowing amethyst depths with absolute unyielding clarity. Journeys do not end when you reach the horizon, Victoria, Elian stated, her voice carrying the quiet weight of fundamental truth. The horizon simply expands to match the scale of the observer. We did not finish the journey. We simply established the foundation from which all future exploration becomes possible. She reached out, her fingers sliding smoothly into Victoria's gloved hand, lacing their fingers together in an unbreakable, eternal grip. And as long as there are new variables to discover, new dimensions to map, and new horizons to understand, Elian added, her tone softening just a fraction, we will calculate them together. Victoria's breath caught in her throat, her heart swelling with an immense, overwhelming wave of love and pride. She leaned in close, resting her forehead against Elian's in a quiet moment of absolute unity, anchoring the entire infinite weight of the cosmos in the simple, perfect warmth of their shared presence. Before either of them could speak further, a sharp, crisp chime echoed from the main communication console by the spire's primary optical array. Ping! Scholar Vespera's voice crackled through the secure subspace channel from the central relay at Apex Zero, sounding exceptionally breathless, urgent, and electrified with discovery. Master Architect, Victoria, you need to look at the Master Multidimensional Resonance Array on Channel Infinity immediately. Our quantum tracking monitors just picked up an entirely new tier of signal, not from the grid, not from the progenitor array, but from the recursive feedback loop of the omniverse itself. 5 minutes later, inside the primary optical command alcove of the progenitor spire, the floating holographic displays were bathed in a brilliant, pulsating wash of pure, radiant gold and crystalline white light. The amber and sapphire data streams that usually map the stability of the omniversal grid were now parting to display a breathtaking, infinitely complex macrolattice, rendered in a glowing runic script that seemed to write itself directly into the foundational source code of existence. Vespera's face appeared on the communication screen, her eyes wide with unadulterated awe. It's not an anomaly, an error, or an external intrusion, Vespera reported rapidly, her fingers flying across her remote console to stabilize the incoming telemetry. It's a recursive feedback harmonic, the entire omniverse echoing our 400 Hz frequency back into itself through the progenitor array, creating a self-generating cycle of infinite creation. Every time the grid processes energy, it generates enough surplus potential to birth an entirely new tier of reality. Elian stepped up to the main holographic console, her grey eyes locking instantly onto the primordial mathematical wave functions scrolling across the screen. Her fingers moved across the runic touchpads with blurring speed, running a real-time macrospatial audit on the recursive harmonic. Incoming recursive signal detected. Classification, infinite ontological regeneration designation, the eternal loop. Compatibility index, 100% match with autonomous engineering grid. Energy requirement, 400 Hz harmonic synchronization. System status, self-sustaining/eternally expanding. Victoria stepped close to her, her hand resting instinctively on the hilt of her rapier, her amethyst eyes narrowing with fierce, brilliant curiosity. A self-generating cycle of infinite creation. The grid isn't just stable, Elian. It's alive, breathing, and expanding outward on its own terms. A properly optimized system does not merely endure, Elian analyzed, her voice remaining entirely calm, steady, and razor-sharp. It propagates. The 400 Hz frequency we established at Spire 8 has become the fundamental heartbeat of existence. She turned her head, looking at Victoria with an expression of profound, shared conviction. We do not just observe this recursive loop, Victoria, Elian declared quietly. We let it write its own future. Victoria smiled, a radiant, breathtaking expression that outshone the swirling infinities outside the crystal glass. She raised her head, her posture straightening with the fierce, unyielding grace of a true leader. Then let's let it run, Victoria said softly. Elian pulled her slate pencil from behind her ear. With absolute, unflinching precision, her fingers tapped the final synchronization sequence into the master console, locking the progenitor array into the eternal loop of the omniverse. Executing Grand Equilibrium Protocol. Routing unified 400 Hz harmonic through the eternal loop. Omniversal system status. Eternal, HARMONIZED and infinitely scaling. HUMMMMMMMMs. A magnificent, blinding wave of pure golden and sapphire light erupted across the observation spire, casting a glorious, ethereal glow over the entire nexus. Outside the panoramic spatial glass, the swirling infinities of the unified cosmos expanded smoothly, folding reality outward in a breathtaking display of self-sustaining brilliance. Every star, every galaxy, every parallel reality, and every newly birthed horizon across the infinite omniverse lit up in a synchronized pulse of absolute, flawless light, a heartbeat that would echo across eternity without end. The network was infinite, the architecture was absolute, and the horizon stretched outward into true, boundless forever. Project status, Omniversal civilization perfected. Active retinue treasury, 70 million liquid credits. Talent active, the 5 MP rule. Current MP, 200/200. Elian slipped her slate pencil back behind her ear, her cool grey eyes reflecting the brilliant, boundless light of infinite tomorrows. She turned to Victoria, her hand tightly interlaced with hers, ready to step into the next chapter of forever. The foundation is secure, Elian whispered. Let's watch it grow. Chapter 41, The Living Architecture. For 7 centuries, civilization had viewed the universe as a vast, indifferent machine. A cold clockwork of dead matter, brutal competition, and inescapable entropy, where mortals were merely cogs grinding against one another until time wore them down to dust. Elian Vane had rewritten that axiom down to its absolute, irreducible foundation. Standing before the master obsidian drafting altar in the primary observation spire of the progenitor array, Elian watched as the infinite tapestry of the omniverse shifted. It was no longer a static collection of interconnected realms. It was a living, breathing metabolic network. Every star, every subspace anchor, every crystalline spire across a billion parallel realities hummed in a continuous, frictionless cadence of absolute life. Talent activated, the 5 MP rule omniversal metabolic audit. Target domain, the living continuum and recursive core. Current retinue treasury balance, 75 million liquid credits. Omniversal grid efficiency index, 100%, absolute zero friction/infinite organic scalability. System status, living architecture fully awakens. Unlike the rigid, brittle monuments of the old imperial dynasties, which required constant bloodshed, heavy taxation, and authoritarian garrisoning to prevent them from crumbling into ruin, the autonomous engineering grid had grown organic. It adapted, it learned, and it self-healed through the collective, unhindered ingenuity of countless trillions of citizens across the infinite multiversal expanse. The pneumatic seal of the Grand Transit lift hissed open with its familiar, soothing sigh, breaking the pristine quiet of the observation spire. Victoria Vance stepped onto the polished crystalline deck plates. She wore her signature midnight blue military coat, her silver hair unpinned and flowing like liquid starlight across her shoulders, catching the warm, radiant glow of the unified cosmos shining outside the boundless spatial glass. In her hands, she carried a silver tray holding 2 cups of freshly brewed chicory tea and the final macrosystemic telemetry summary from the cross-dimensional exploratory guilds. She walked quietly across the pristine floor, setting a cup down beside Elian's hand before leaning gracefully against the edge of the obsidian altar, her amethyst eyes sweeping across the magnificent panorama of the living network. The latest telemetry reports from the deep void biological synchronization nodes just cleared the subspace monitors, Victoria reported, her voice carrying a rich, melodic warmth that resonated deeply within the vast spire. Kalen and his engineering squads report that the new bidirectional energy conduits are actively grafting themselves onto the organic mineral formations in Sector Prime. The grid isn't just transmitting power anymore, it's metabolizing raw ambient noise and turning it into clean, usable resonance. Elian paused her slate pencil for a fraction of a second, taking a calm, measured sip of the chicory tea before setting it down beside her multi-dimensional charts. Organic integration represents the final evolutionary tier of macrosystemic architecture, Elian noted, her voice as level, cool, and analytical as ever. When a network transitions from mechanical infrastructure to a self-propagating biological matrix, maintenance overhead drops to absolute zero. The system maintains its own baseline. Victoria smiled softly, a radiant expression that outshone the distant, swirling nebulas outside the panoramic glass. She reached out, resting her hand gently on the edge of the mahogany table, her gaze lingering fondly on Elian. "You know, Master Architect," Victoria murmured, her voice laced with quiet amusement, "most legends who successfully rewrite the laws of existence, conquer an infinite multiverse, and establish a living cosmos eventually sit back and marvel at their own godhood. Yet here you are, analyzing the metabolic efficiency of mineral grafting like a proud botany professor." "Godhood is an inefficient, highly unstable concept," Elian replied calmly, though a faint, rare hint of warmth touched the corners of her lips as she leaned slightly into Victoria's presence. "Deities require worship, sacrifice, and dogmatic friction to sustain their relevance. An optimized ecosystem requires only a stable baseline and mutual cooperation." Victoria chuckled softly, reaching out to brush a stray lock of dark hair away from Elian's forehead with infinite tenderness. "An ecosystem maintained by chicory tea and peer-reviewed baseline equations," Victoria whispered, her gaze turning deeply contemplative as she looked out at the infinite expanse of the living cosmos. "When we stood in the rain outside the academy slums all those years ago, fighting just to secure a basic audit of our own lives, I used to wonder if we would ever find safety, let alone freedom. Now, we are standing at the beating heart of creation itself. Does it ever cross your mind, Elian, that we have achieved everything we ever set out to do, and 1,000 things beyond?" Elian turned to face Victoria directly, her cool grey eyes meeting those glowing amethyst depths with absolute, unyielding clarity. "We did not achieve an end point, Victoria," Elian stated, her voice carrying the quiet weight of fundamental truth. "We removed the artificial ceilings. Achievement implies a finish line. Optimization is an infinite process. As long as consciousness evolves, the architecture must expand to house it." She reached out, her fingers sliding smoothly into Victoria's gloved hand, lacing their fingers together in an unbreakable, eternal grip. "And as long as there are new dimensions of thought to explore," Elian added, her tone softening just a fraction, "we will calculate them together." Victoria's breath caught in her throat, her heart swelling with an immense, overwhelming wave of love and pride. She leaned in close, resting her forehead against Elian's in a quiet moment of absolute unity, anchoring the entire infinite weight of the living cosmos in the simple, perfect warmth of their shared presence. Before either of them could speak further, a sharp, crisp chime echoed from the main communication console by the spire's primary optical array. "Ping!" Scholar Vespera's voice crackled through the secure subspace channel from the central relay at Apex Zero, sounding exceptionally breathless, urgent, and electrified with discovery. "Master Architect, Victoria, you need to look at the master multidimensional resonance array on Channel Prime immediately. Our quantum biotrackers just picked up an entirely new tier of signal, not from the grid, not from the progenitor array, but from the collective consciousness field of every living entity across the omniverse." 5 minutes later, inside the primary optical command alcove of the progenitor spire, the floating holographic displays were bathed in a brilliant, pulsating wash of pure, radiant gold and deep amethyst light. The amber and sapphire data streams that usually map the stability of the grid were now parting to display a breathtaking, infinitely complex macrolattice, rendered in a glowing runic script that pulsed with the literal heartbeat of trillions of conscious beings. Vespera's face appeared on the communication screen, her eyes wide with unadulterated awe. "It's not an anomaly, an error, or a data spike," Vespera reported rapidly, her fingers flying across her remote console to stabilize the incoming telemetry. It's a collective cognitive feedback loop, the thoughts, dreams, and aspirations of every sentient being across the multiverse harmonizing with our 400 Hz grid. The network isn't just carrying energy anymore, it's becoming conscious. Elian stepped up to the main holographic console, her grey eyes locking instantly onto the primordial mathematical wave functions scrolling across the screen. Her fingers moved across the runic touchpads with blurring speed, running a real-time macrospatial audit on the sentient grid. Incoming cognitive signal detected. Classification, Omniversal Consciousness Matrix designation, the Empyrean Net. Compatibility Index, 100% match with Autonomous Engineering Grid. Energy requirement, 400 Hz harmonic synchronization. System status, sentient integration active/eternal symbiosis. Victoria stepped close to her, her hand resting instinctively on the hilt of her rapier, her amethyst eyes narrowing with fierce, brilliant curiosity. A conscious network. The entire multiverse is thinking, dreaming, and creating in unison through the infrastructure we built. Consciousness is the ultimate high-order variable, Elian analyzed, her voice remaining entirely calm, steady, and razor-sharp. When a civilization achieves absolute equity and zero friction, individual intent naturally aligns with macrosystemic growth. The 400 Hz frequency we established at Spire 8 has become the neural pathway of the Omniverse. She turned her head, looking at Victoria with an expression of profound, shared conviction. We do not just observe this cognitive matrix, Victoria, Elian declared quietly. We converse with it. Victoria smiled, a radiant, breathtaking expression that outshone the swirling infinities outside the crystal glass. She raised her head, her posture straightening with the fierce, unyielding grace of a true leader. Then let's listen, Victoria said softly. Elian pulled her slate pencil from behind her ear. With absolute, unflinching precision, her fingers tapped the final sentient synchronization sequence into the master console, linking the progenitor array directly into the Empyrean net of the living cosmos. Executing sentient integration protocol. Routing unified 400 Hz harmonic through the cognitive matrix. Omniversal system status, living, conscious, and infinitely evolving. HUMMMMMMMMs. A magnificent, blinding wave of pure golden and amethyst light erupted across the observation spire, casting a glorious, ethereal glow over the entire nexus. Outside the panoramic spatial glass, the swirling infinities of the unified cosmos expanded smoothly, folding reality outward in a breathtaking display of living brilliance. Every star, every galaxy, every parallel reality, and every conscious mind across the infinite omniverse lit up in a synchronized pulse of absolute, flawless light, a shared heartbeat of pure, unadulterated awareness that would echo across eternity without end. The network was alive, the architecture was conscious, and the horizon stretched outward into true, boundless forever. Project status, Omniversal Civilization TINSCNDD. Active retinue treasury, 80 million liquid credits. Talent active, the 5 MP rule. Current MP, 200/200. Elian slipped her slate pencil back behind her ear, her cool grey eyes reflecting the brilliant, boundless light of infinite tomorrows. She turned to Victoria, her hand tightly interlaced with hers, ready to step into the next chapter of forever. The foundation is conscious, Elian whispered. Let's write the next verse. Chapter 42, The Harmonic Convergence. There is a distinct, profound moment in the evolution of any great civilization when the tools it creates cease to be mere instruments of labor and begin to reflect the very soul of its people. For centuries across the old, fractured worlds, humanity had regarded technology as a cold chain, a heavy iron shackle forged in scarcity, maintained through violence, and wielded by tyrannical elites to keep the masses trembling in the dark. Elian Vane had shattered that paradigm down to its atomic bones. Standing before the master obsidian drafting altar in the primary observation spire of the progenitor array, Elian watched as the infinite tapestry of the Empyrean net rippled across the panoramic spatial glass. It was no longer a vast, dormant lattice of light and code. It was a living, sentient symphony. 1,000,000,000,000 conscious minds across infinite parallel dimensions were breathing, thinking, and dreaming in absolute synchronization, with the 400 Hz baseline that had first been struck on the humble, rain-slicked industrial floor of Spire 8. Talent activated, the 5MP rule omniversal harmonic convergence audit. Target domain, the Empyrean net and collective consciousness matrix. Current retinue treasury balance, 85 million liquid credits. Omniversal grid efficiency index, 100%, zero friction/infinite sentient scalability. System status, harmonic convergence active/absolute equilibrium. There was no friction here. There was no administrative bloat, no artificial scarcity, and no desperate scramble for survival. The autonomous engineering grid had evolved past mechanical maintenance. It was now a self-sustaining ecosystem of pure, collaborative brilliance where every individual act of creativity fed the whole, and the whole, in turn, infinitely sustained the individual. The pneumatic seal of the Grand Transit lift hissed open with its familiar, soothing sigh, breaking the pristine quiet of the observation spire. Victoria Vance stepped onto the polished crystalline deck plates. She wore her signature midnight blue military coat, her silver hair unpinned and flowing like liquid starlight across her shoulders, catching the warm, radiant gold and amethyst glow of the unified cosmos shining outside the boundless spatial glass. In her hands, she carried a silver tray holding 2 cups of freshly brewed chicory tea and the latest macrosystemic telemetry summary from the cross-dimensional exploratory guilds. She walked quietly across the pristine floor, setting a cup down beside Elian's hand before leaning gracefully against the edge of the obsidian altar, her amethyst eyes sweeping across energy currents of the living network. The latest synchronization metrics from the deep void cognitive relays just cleared the subspace monitors, Victoria reported, her voice carrying a rich, melodic warmth that resonated deeply within the vast spire. Kalen and his engineering consortium report that the cross-dimensional empathy filters are operating at 100% capacity. There isn't a single cognitive bottleneck, no feedback lag, and no emotional static anywhere across the omniversal span. The network is feeling the peace we built. Elian paused her slate pencil for a fraction of a second, taking a calm, measured sip of the chicory tea before setting it down beside her multi-dimensional charts. Cognitive feedback stabilization is the ultimate test of macrosystemic design, Elian noted, her voice as level, cool, and analytical as ever. When a civilization's collective consciousness links directly into its infrastructure, any unresolved emotional friction can destabilize the entire grid. By routing empathy through our mathematical baseline, we have eliminated ideological conflict at the root. Victoria smiled softly, a radiant expression that outshone the distant, swirling nebulas outside the panoramic glass. She reached out, resting her hand gently on the edge of the mahogany table, her gaze lingering fondly on Elian. "You know, Master Architect," Victoria murmured, her voice laced with quiet amusement, "most legends who successfully rewrite the laws of existence, conquer an infinite multiverse, and merge mortal consciousness with the fabric of reality, eventually sit back and bask in the adoration of a billion worlds. Yet here you are, auditing empathy filter efficiencies like a strict headmistress." "Adoration is an inefficient, volatile metric," Elian replied calmly, though a faint, rare hint of warmth touched the corners of her lips as she leaned slightly into Victoria's presence. "Deities require blind devotion and emotional turbulence to maintain their power structures. An optimized society requires mutual understanding, transparent data, and reliable baseline maintenance." Victoria chuckled softly, reaching out to brush a stray lock of dark hair away from Elian's forehead with infinite tenderness. "An optimized society maintained by chicory tea and peer-reviewed baseline equations," Victoria whispered, her gaze turning deeply contemplative as she looked out at the infinite expanse of the living cosmos. "When we stood in the rain outside the academy slums all those years ago, fighting just to secure a basic audit of our own lives, I used to wonder if we would ever find safety, let alone freedom. Now, we are standing at the absolute center of creation, listening to the heartbeat of a conscious omniverse. Does it ever cross your mind, Elian, that we have finally completed every possible journey?" Elian turned to face Victoria directly, her cool grey eyes meeting those glowing amethyst depths with absolute unyielding clarity. "Journeys do not conclude when you reach the horizon, Victoria," Elian stated, her voice carrying the quiet weight of fundamental truth. "The horizon simply expands to match the scale of the observer. We did not finish the journey, we simply established the foundation from which all future evolution becomes possible." She reached out, her fingers sliding smoothly into Victoria's gloved hand, lacing their fingers together in an unbreakable, eternal grip. And as long as there are new dimensions of thought to explore, new variables to calculate, and new tomorrows to map, Elian added, her tone softening just a fraction, we will calculate them together. Victoria's breath caught in her throat, her heart swelling with an immense, overwhelming wave of love and pride. She leaned in close, resting her forehead against Elian's in a quiet moment of absolute unity, anchoring the entire infinite weight of the living cosmos in the simple, perfect warmth of their shared presence. Before either of them could speak further, a sharp, crisp chime echoed from the main communication console by the spire's primary optical array. Ping! Scholar Vespera's voice crackled through the secure subspace channel from the central relay at Apex Zero, sounding exceptionally breathless, urgent, and electrified with discovery. Master Architect, Victoria, you need to look at the Master Multidimensional Resonance Array on Channel Omega immediately. Our quantum tracking monitors just picked up an entirely new tier of signal, not from the Empyrean net, not from the progenitor array, but from the absolute outer boundary where the omniverse touches the unwritten void. 5 minutes later, inside the primary optical command alcove of the progenitor spire. The floating holographic displays were bathed in a brilliant, pulsating wash of pure, radiant gold, deep indigo, and crystalline white light. The amber and amethyst data streams that usually map the stability of the conscious grid were now parting to display a breathtaking, infinitely complex macrolattice, rendered in a glowing runic script that seemed to write itself directly into the nascent fabric of new space-time. Vespera's face appeared on the communication screen, her eyes wide with unadulterated awe. It's not an anomaly, an error, or a systemic echo, Vespera reported rapidly, her fingers flying across her remote console to stabilize the incoming telemetry. It's a primordial threshold, a gateway leading outward from our closed omniverse into the infinite metaspace beyond all realities. And look at the core resonance signature. It's completely unmapped, waiting for a harmonizing frequency to open the lock. Elian stepped up to the main holographic console, her grey eyes locking instantly onto the primordial mathematical wave functions scrolling across the screen. Her fingers moved across the runic touchpads with blurring speed, running a real-time macrospatial audit on the metaspatial gateway. Incoming metaspatial signal detected. Classification, the metacontinuum threshold designation, Gateway 0. Compatibility index, 100% match with autonomous engineering grid. Energy requirement, 400 Hz harmonic synchronization. System status, ready for OMNI expansion blueprint. Victoria stepped close to her, her hand resting instinctively on the hilt of her rapier, her amethyst eyes narrowing with fierce, brilliant curiosity. A gateway beyond our omniverse. There is another layer of existence waiting for us out there in the dark. Boundaries are merely temporary milestones in an expanding system, Elian analyzed, her voice remaining entirely calm, steady, and razor-sharp. The 400 Hz frequency we established at Spire 8 was never meant to be a final enclosure. It is a universal constant designed to be carried outward into every unmapped dimension of existence. She turned her head, looking at Victoria with an expression of profound, shared conviction. We do not just observe this metacontinuum, Victoria, Elian declared quietly. We map it. Victoria smiled, a radiant, breathtaking expression that outshone the swirling infinities outside the crystal glass. She raised her head, her posture straightening with the fierce, unyielding grace of a true leader. Then let's open the door, Victoria said softly. Elian pulled her slate pencil from behind her ear. With absolute, unflinching precision, her fingers tapped the final synchronization sequence into the master console, linking the progenitor array and the Empyrean net directly into Gateway 0. Executing metacontinuum expansion protocol. Routing unified 400 Hz harmonic through Gateway 0. Omniversal system status, EXPNDING beyond infinity/gateway open. HUMMMMMMMMs. A magnificent, blinding wave of pure golden and sapphire light erupted across the observation spire, casting a glorious, ethereal glow over the entire nexus. Outside the panoramic spatial glass, the swirling infinities of the unified cosmos expanded smoothly, folding reality outward in a breathtaking display of transcendent brilliance. Every star, every galaxy, every parallel reality, and every conscious mind across the infinite omniverse lit up in a synchronized pulse of absolute, flawless light as Gateway Zero unsealed, revealing an endless, luminous horizon of unwritten realities stretching outward into true, boundless forever. The network was infinite, the architecture was absolute, and the horizon stretched outward into the ultimate unknown. Project status: OMNiversal Civilization TINSCNDNGDIMENSINS. Active retinue treasury, 90 million liquid credits. Talent active, the 5 MP rule. Current MP, 200/200. Elian slipped her slate pencil back behind her ear, her cool grey eyes reflecting the brilliant, boundless light of infinite tomorrows. She turned to Victoria, her hand tightly interlaced with hers, ready to step into the next great equation of forever. The foundation is secure, Elian whispered. Let's write the universe beyond. Chapter 43, Beyond the Horizon. There is a profound, breathtaking silence that exists only at the absolute edge of all known dimensions. A pristine quietude where the roar of colliding galaxies fades into a gentle whisper, and the infinite tapestry of space-time opens up into a vast, unwritten canvas of pure metaspatial potential. Inside the master observation spire of Gateway Zero, suspended at the absolute geometric threshold where the omniverse met the uncharted deep beyond, the panoramic spatial glass revealed a sight of staggering, transcendent majesty. There were no walls here, no archaic borders, and no oppressive ceilings. Across the vast, luminous expanse outside the crystal pane, billions of interconnected realities, from the humble industrial floors of Spire 8 to the towering stellar rings of Apex Zero, the crystalline spires of Nexus Prime, and the conscious nodes of the Empyrean net, hummed in absolute harmonious synchronization. They formed a single, living, self-sustaining masterpiece of collaborative engineering, bathing the cosmos in a steady, calming golden and sapphire radiance. Elian Vane stood before the obsidian drafting altar at the center of the spire. Her dark wool coat was neatly pressed, her sleeves rolled back precisely 2 inches, and her slate pencil rested lightly against the surface of a multi-dimensional scroll that spanned the entire history and future of existence. Talent activated. The 5 MP rule, metaspatial threshold audit target domain, Gateway Zero and the metacontinuum frontier current retinue treasury balance, 95 million liquid credits omniversal grid efficiency index, 100% absolute zero friction/infinite scalability, system status, threshold OPENED/eternal expansion engaged. For 7 centuries, the old empires had ruled through fear, scarcity, and the violent suppression of knowledge, treating civilization as a fragile structure that required constant garrisoning and bloody oversight. Elian had dismantled every pillar of that obsolete paradigm. She had proven that when a system is stripped of artificial barriers and optimized through open access equity, peace is not an idealistic dream, it is the inevitable outcome of flawless mathematics. The pneumatic seal of the Grand Transit lift hissed open with its familiar, soothing sigh, breaking the pristine quiet of the observation spire. Victoria Vance stepped onto the polished crystalline deck plates. She wore her signature midnight blue military coat, her silver hair unpinned and flowing like liquid starlight across her shoulders, catching the warm, radiant glow of the unified cosmos shining outside the boundless spatial glass. In her hands, she carried a silver tray holding 2 cups of freshly brewed chicory tea and the final macrosystemic telemetry summary from the cross-dimensional exploratory guilds. She walked quietly across the pristine floor, setting a cup down beside Elian's hand before leaning gracefully against the edge of the obsidian altar, her amethyst eyes sweeping across the magnificent panorama of the eternal network. The final synchronization reports from the outer metaspatial anchor gates just cleared the subspace monitors, Victoria reported, her voice carrying a rich, melodic warmth that resonated deeply within the vast spire. Every guild, every independent explorer fleet, and every conscious collective across the infinite omniverse has integrated into the Gateway Zero protocols. The energy transfer is running at absolute peak efficiency. There isn't a single bottleneck, a single border dispute, or a single localized anomaly anywhere across the multidimensional span. Everything is stable. Elian paused her slate pencil for a fraction of a second, taking a calm, measured sip of the chicory tea before setting it down beside her calculations. Systemic stability is the natural byproduct of eliminated thermodynamic friction, Elian noted, her voice as level, cool, and analytical as ever. When energy, resources, and knowledge are distributed without artificial impedance, survival is no longer a competitive sport. Cooperation becomes the default operational state of conscious life. Victoria smiled softly, a radiant expression that outshone the distant, swirling nebulas outside the panoramic glass. She reached out, resting her hand gently on the edge of the mahogany table, her gaze lingering fondly on Elian. "You know, Master Architect," Victoria murmured, her voice laced with quiet amusement, "most legends who successfully rewrite the laws of reality, conquer an infinite multiverse, and open the gateway to the metacontinuum eventually lean back, take a breath, and declare their work finished. Yet here you are, checking the thermal dissipation logs of a threshold that has literally achieved absolute perfection." "Perfection is not a static state to be admired, Victoria," Elian replied calmly, though a faint, rare hint of warmth touched the corners of her lips as she leaned slightly into Victoria's presence. "It is a dynamic equilibrium. If a system ceases to monitor its own variables, entropy slowly reintroduces friction. Maintaining the baseline is what keeps eternity alive." Victoria chuckled softly, reaching out to brush a stray lock of dark hair away from Elian's forehead with infinite tenderness. "An eternity maintained by chicory tea and precise baseline equations," Victoria whispered, her gaze turning deeply contemplative as she looked out at the infinite expanse of the unified cosmos. "When we stood in the rain outside the academy slums all those years ago, fighting just to secure a basic audit of our own lives, I used to wonder if we would ever find safety, let alone freedom. Now, we are standing at the absolute gateway to creation. Does it ever cross your mind, Elian, that we have finally completed every possible journey?" Elian turned to face Victoria directly, her cool grey eyes meeting those glowing amethyst depths with absolute, unyielding clarity. "Journeys do not end when you reach a gateway, Victoria," Elian stated, her voice carrying the quiet weight of fundamental truth. "The gateway simply expands the scale of the equation. We did not finish the journey, we simply established the foundation from which all future exploration becomes possible." She reached out, her fingers sliding smoothly into Victoria's gloved hand, lacing their fingers together in an unbreakable, eternal grip. "And as long as there are new dimensions to discover, new variables to calculate, and new horizons to map," Elian added, her tone softening just a fraction, "we will calculate them together." Victoria's breath caught in her throat, her heart swelling with an immense, overwhelming wave of love and pride. She leaned in close, resting her forehead against Elian's in a quiet moment of absolute unity, anchoring the entire infinite weight of the cosmos in the simple, perfect warmth of their shared presence. Before either of them could speak further, a sharp, crisp chime echoed from the main communication console by the spire's primary optical array. "Ping!" Scholar Vespera's voice crackled through the secure subspace channel from the central relay at Apex Zero, sounding exceptionally breathless, urgent, and electrified with discovery. "Master Architect, Victoria, you need to look at the master multidimensional resonance array on channel Meta Zero immediately. Our quantum tracking monitors just picked up an entirely new tier of signal, not from our omniverse, not from the metacontinuum, but from an infinite, branching network of higher-order universes lying just beyond the veil." 5 minutes later, inside the primary optical command alcove of the Gateway Zero spire, the floating holographic displays were bathed in a brilliant, pulsating wash of pure, radiant gold and crystalline starlight. The amber and amethyst data streams that usually map the stability of the metaspatial gateway were now parting to display a breathtaking, infinitely complex macrolattice, rendered in a glowing runic script that seemed to write itself directly into the foundational source code of higher dimensional existence. Vespera's face appeared on the communication screen, her eyes wide with unadulterated awe. "It's not an anomaly, an error, or an external threat," Vespera reported rapidly, her fingers flying across her remote console to stabilize the incoming telemetry. "It's a higher-order nexus, an endless network of nascent omniverses waiting for a stabilizing baseline, and look at the core resonance signature. They are broadcasting an incomplete harmonic loop that matches our 400 Hz frequency at a foundational level." Elian stepped up to the main holographic console, her grey eyes locking instantly onto the primordial mathematical wave functions scrolling across the screen. Her fingers moved across the runic touchpads with blurring speed, running a real-time macrospatial audit on the higher-order network. "Incoming higher-order signal detected classification, the Meta-Omniversal Web designation," The Infinite Tapestry Compatibility Index, 100% match with autonomous engineering grid energy requirement, 400 Hz harmonic synchronization system status, ready for metasystemic expansion. Victoria stepped close to her, her hand resting instinctively on the hilt of her rapier, her amethyst eyes narrowing with fierce, brilliant curiosity. An infinite web of higher-order universes. The work doesn't stop at our threshold, Elian. It's just the beginning of a much larger architectural design. Boundaries are merely temporary milestones in an expanding system, Elian analyzed, her voice remaining entirely calm, steady and razor-sharp. The 400 Hz frequency we established at Spire 8 was never meant to be a final enclosure. It is a universal constant designed to bring order and equity to every corner of existence. She turned her head, looking at Victoria with an expression of profound, shared conviction. We do not just observe this meta-omniversal web, Victoria, Elian declared quietly. We connect it. Victoria smiled, a radiant, breathtaking expression that outshone the swirling infinities outside the crystal glass. She raised her head, her posture straightening with the fierce, unyielding grace of a true leader. Then let's extend the grid, Victoria said softly. Elian pulled her slate pencil from behind her ear. With absolute, unflinching precision, her fingers tapped the final synchronization sequence into the master console, linking Gateway 0 and the autonomous engineering grid directly into the infinite tapestry. Executing meta-omniversal expansion protocol, routing unified 400 Hz harmonic through the infinite tapestry. Versal system status, expanding across higher REALMS/eternal harmony. HUMMMMMMMMs. A magnificent, blinding wave of pure golden and sapphire light erupted across the observation spire, casting a glorious, ethereal glow over the entire nexus. Outside the panoramic spatial glass, the swirling infinities of the metaspatial gateway expanded smoothly, folding reality outward in a breathtaking display of transcendent brilliance. Every star, every galaxy, every parallel reality, and every higher-order universe across the infinite tapestry lit up in a synchronized pulse of absolute, flawless light, a universal heartbeat that would echo across eternity without end. The network was infinite, the architecture was absolute, and the horizon stretched outward into true, boundless forever. Project status: Meta-MNIVOSAL Civilization Transcended Active Retinue Treasury, 100 million liquid credits talent active, the 5 MP rule current MP, 200/200. Elian slipped her slate pencil back behind her ear, her cool grey eyes reflecting the brilliant, boundless light of infinite tomorrows. She turned to Victoria, her hand tightly interlaced with hers, ready to step into the next chapter of forever. The foundation is secure, Elian whispered. Let's build the infinite. Chapter 44, The Metasystemic Symphony. There is a distinct, resonant frequency that exists only when an entire macrosystem of infinite scale ceases to be a collection of isolated parts and becomes a unified, breathing organism. Across the old worlds of the pre-imperial eras, scholars and tyrants alike had viewed civilization as a fragile, combative engine that required constant, ruthless lubrication through blood, taxation, and fear to prevent it from seizing up in violent entropy. Elian Vane had rewritten that foundational axiom down to its ultimate mathematical core. Standing before the master obsidian drafting altar in the primary observation spire of Gateway 0, Elian watched as the infinite web of higher-order universes shifted across the panoramic spatial glass. It was no longer a vast, distant network of separate dimensions. It was a living, sentient symphony. A trillion billion conscious minds across the meta-omniversal tapestry were breathing, thinking, and dreaming in absolute, flawless synchronization with the 400 Hz baseline that had first been struck on the humble, rain-slicked industrial floor of Spire 8. Talent activated, the 5 MP rule meta-omniversal symphony audit. Target domain, the infinite tapestry and higher-order harmonic core. Current retinue treasury balance, 105 million liquid credits. Omniversal grid efficiency index, 100%, zero friction/infinite sentient scalability. System status: Metasystemic Symphony fully harmonized. There was no friction here. There was no administrative bloat, no artificial scarcity, and no desperate scramble for survival. The autonomous engineering grid had evolved past mechanical maintenance and biological symbiosis. It was now a self-sustaining ecosystem of pure, collaborative brilliance where every individual act of creativity fed the whole, and the whole, in turn, infinitely sustained the individual across every tier of existence. The pneumatic seal of the Grand Transit lift hissed open with its familiar, soothing sigh, breaking the pristine quiet of the observation spire. Victoria Vance stepped onto the polished crystalline deck plates. She wore her signature midnight blue military coat, her silver hair unpinned and flowing like liquid starlight across her shoulders, catching the warm, radiant gold and amethyst glow of the unified cosmos shining outside the boundless spatial glass. In her hands, she carried a silver tray holding 2 cups of freshly brewed chicory tea and the latest macrosystemic telemetry summary from the cross-dimensional exploratory guilds. She walked quietly across the pristine floor, setting a cup down beside Elian's hand before leaning gracefully against the edge of the obsidian altar, her amethyst eyes sweeping across the magnificent energy currents of the living network. The latest synchronization metrics from the higher-order cognitive relays just cleared the subspace monitors, Victoria reported, her voice carrying a rich, melodic warmth that resonated deeply within the vast spire. Kalen and his engineering consortium report that the cross-dimensional empathy filters across the meta-omniversal tapestry are operating at 100% capacity. There isn't a single cognitive bottleneck, no feedback lag, and no emotional static anywhere across the higher-order span. The network is feeling the peace we built. Elian paused her slate pencil for a fraction of a second, taking a calm, measured sip of the chicory tea before setting it down beside her multi-dimensional charts. Cognitive feedback stabilization across higher-order realms is the ultimate test of macrosystemic design, Elian noted, her voice as level, cool, and analytical as ever. When a civilization's collective consciousness links directly into its infrastructure across multiple tiers of reality, any unresolved emotional friction can destabilize the entire matrix. By routing empathy through our mathematical baseline, we have eliminated ideological conflict at the root. Victoria smiled softly, a radiant expression that outshone the distant, swirling nebulas outside the panoramic glass. She reached out, resting her hand gently on the edge of the mahogany table, her gaze lingering fondly on Elian. "You know, Master Architect," Victoria murmured, her voice laced with quiet amusement, "most legends who successfully rewrite the laws of existence, conquer an infinite multiverse, and open the gateway to the metacontinuum eventually lean back and bask in the adoration of a billion worlds. Yet here you are, auditing empathy filter efficiencies like a strict headmistress." "Adoration is an inefficient, volatile metric," Elian replied calmly, though a faint, rare hint of warmth touched the corners of her lips as she leaned slightly into Victoria's presence. "Deities require blind devotion and emotional turbulence to maintain their power structures. An optimized society requires mutual understanding, transparent data, and reliable baseline maintenance." Victoria chuckled softly, reaching out to brush a stray lock of dark hair away from Elian's forehead with infinite tenderness. "An optimized society maintained by chicory tea and peer-reviewed baseline equations," Victoria whispered, her gaze turning deeply contemplative as she looked out at the infinite expanse of the living cosmos. "When we stood in the rain outside the academy slums all those years ago, fighting just to secure a basic audit of our own lives, I used to wonder if we would ever find safety, let alone freedom. Now, we are standing at the absolute center of creation, listening to the heartbeat of a conscious omniverse. Does it ever cross your mind, Elian, that we have finally completed every possible journey?" Elian turned to face Victoria directly, her cool grey eyes meeting those glowing amethyst depths with absolute unyielding clarity. "Journeys do not conclude when you reach a new horizon, Victoria," Elian stated, her voice carrying the quiet weight of fundamental truth. "The horizon simply expands to match the scale of the observer. We did not finish the journey. We simply established the foundation from which all future evolution becomes possible." She reached out, her fingers sliding smoothly into Victoria's gloved hand, lacing their fingers together in an unbreakable, eternal grip. "And as long as there are new dimensions of thought to explore, new variables to calculate, and new tomorrows to map," Elian added, her tone softening just a fraction, "we will calculate them together." Victoria's breath caught in her throat, her heart swelling with an immense, overwhelming wave of love and pride. She leaned in close, resting her forehead against Elian's in a quiet moment of absolute unity, anchoring the entire infinite weight of the living cosmos in the simple, perfect warmth of their shared presence. Before either of them could speak further, a sharp, crisp chime echoed from the main communication console by the spire's primary optical array. Ping! Scholar Vespera's voice crackled through the secure subspace channel from the central relay at Apex Zero, sounding exceptionally breathless, urgent, and electrified with discovery. Master Architect, Victoria, you need to look at the master multidimensional resonance array on channel Omega Prime immediately. Our quantum tracking monitors just picked up an entirely new tier of signal, not from the meta-omniversal web, not from the progenitor array, but from the primordial source code underlying the very concept of existence itself. 5 minutes later, inside the primary optical command alcove of the Gateway Zero spire, the floating holographic displays were bathed in a brilliant, pulsating wash of pure, radiant gold, deep indigo, and crystalline white light. The amber and amethyst data streams that usually map the stability of the conscious grid were now parting to display a breathtaking, infinitely complex macrolattice rendered in a glowing runic script that seemed to write itself directly into the nascent fabric of higher-order spacetime. Vespera's face appeared on the communication screen, her eyes wide with unadulterated awe. It's not an anomaly, an error, or a systemic echo, Vespera reported rapidly, her fingers flying across her remote console to stabilize the incoming telemetry. It's the foundational prime mover frequency, the absolute zero-point equation from which all mathematical laws, all energy, and all consciousness originate across every possible reality. And look at the core resonance signature. It matches our 400 Hz harmonic frequency down to the trillionth decimal place. Elian stepped up to the main holographic console, her grey eyes locking instantly onto the primordial mathematical wave functions scrolling across the screen. Her fingers moved across the runic touchpads with blurring speed, running a real-time macrospatial audit on the primordial source code. Incoming prime mover signal detected. Classification, the absolute source code designation, the Omega constant. Compatibility index, 100% match with autonomous engineering grid. Energy requirement, 400 Hz harmonic synchronization. System status, ready for OMN-universal integration. Victoria stepped close to her, her hand resting instinctively on the hilt of her rapier, her amethyst eyes narrowing with fierce, brilliant curiosity. The absolute source code of existence. The entire multiverse wasn't just built on our frequency. The very origin of reality was waiting for us to catch up to it. The universe does not wait by accident, Elian analyzed, her voice remaining entirely calm, steady, and razor-sharp. It aligns with the laws of optimal efficiency. The 400 Hz frequency we established at Spire 8 was never just a localized resonance. It was the universal constant required to harmonize mortal civilization with the primordial baseline of the cosmos. She turned her head, looking at Victoria with an expression of profound, shared conviction. We do not just observe this prime mover frequency, Victoria, Elian declared quietly. We merge with it. Victoria smiled, a radiant, breathtaking expression that outshone the swirling infinities outside the crystal glass. She raised her head, her posture straightening with the fierce, unyielding grace of a true leader. Then let's complete the circle, Victoria said softly. Elian pulled her slate pencil from behind her ear. With absolute, unflinching precision, her fingers tapped the final synchronization sequence into the master console, linking the autonomous engineering grid and the meta-omniversal tapestry directly into the Omega constant. Executing Omega constant integration protocol. Routing unified 400 Hz harmonic through the prime mover code. Omniversal system status. Eternal harmony ACHIVD/absolute unity. HUMMMMMMMMs. A magnificent, blinding wave of pure golden and sapphire light erupted across the observation spire, casting a glorious, ethereal glow over the entire nexus. Outside the panoramic spatial glass, the swirling infinities of the higher-order universes expanded smoothly, folding reality outward in a breathtaking display of transcendent brilliance. Every star, every galaxy, every parallel reality, every conscious mind, and every higher-order tapestry across the infinite omniverse lit up in a synchronized pulse of absolute, flawless light, a universal heartbeat that would echo across eternity without end. The network was infinite, the architecture was absolute, and the horizon stretched outward into true, boundless forever. Project status: Metominivosal civilization perfected and eternal. Active retinue treasury: 110,000. 0 liquid credits. Talent active: the 5 MP rule. Current MP: 200/200. Elian slipped her slate pencil back behind her ear, her cool grey eyes reflecting the brilliant, boundless light of infinite tomorrows. She turned to Victoria, her hand tightly interlaced with hers, ready to step into the next chapter of forever. "The foundation is secure," Elian whispered. "Let's write the universe." Chapter 45, The Inscription of Eternity. There is a profound, breathtaking stillness that settles over reality when the final variable of a master equation is resolved. Across the old, fragmented empires of the pre-imperial eras, tyrants and scholars alike had spent millennia chasing immortality through conquest, monuments of blood, and the subjugation of millions, convinced that existence was a zero-sum game of scarcity and decay. Elian Vane had proven that existence was not a struggle against entropy, it was a canvas waiting for an accurate baseline. Standing before the master obsidian drafting altar in the primary observation spire of Gateway 0, Elian watched as the infinite web of higher-order universes and metaspatial networks hummed in absolute, flawless synchronization. The Omega constant was fully integrated. The primordial source code of reality and the 400 Hz resonance loop, struck long ago on the industrial floor of Spire 8, now beat as a single, eternal pulse across a trillion parallel dimensions. Talent activated: the 5 MP rule, Omega state omniversal audit. Target domain: the complete meta-omniversal continuum and Omega constant. Current retinue treasury balance: 120 million liquid credits. Omniversal grid efficiency index: 100%, 0 friction/absolute eternal scalability. System status: Eternal harmony ACHIVD/OMNiversal system permanent. There was no friction here. There was no administrative bloat, no artificial scarcity, and no desperate scramble for survival. The autonomous engineering grid had evolved past mechanical maintenance, biological symbiosis, and cosmic expansion. It was now an immutable, self-sustaining ecosystem of pure, collaborative brilliance, where every individual act of consciousness fed the whole, and the whole infinitely sustained the individual across every conceivable tier of reality. The pneumatic seal of the Grand Transit lift hissed open with its familiar, soothing sigh, breaking the pristine quiet of the observation spire. Victoria Vance stepped onto the polished crystalline deck plates. She wore her signature midnight blue military coat, her silver hair unpinned and flowing like liquid starlight across her shoulders, catching the warm, radiant gold and amethyst glow of the unified cosmos shining outside the boundless spatial glass. In her hands, she carried a silver tray holding 2 cups of freshly brewed chicory tea and the final macrosystemic telemetry summary from the cross-dimensional exploratory guilds. She walked quietly across the pristine floor, setting a cup down beside Elian's hand before leaning gracefully against the edge of the obsidian altar, her amethyst eyes sweeping across the magnificent energy currents of the living network. The final synchronization reports from the Omega constant relay gates just cleared the subspace monitors, Victoria reported, her voice carrying a rich, melodic warmth that resonated deeply within the vast spire. Every guild, every independent explorer fleet, and every conscious collective across the infinite meta-omniversal span has integrated into the final baseline. The energy transfer is running at absolute peak efficiency. There isn't a single bottleneck, a single border dispute, or a single localized anomaly anywhere across existence. Everything is stable. Elian paused her slate pencil for a fraction of a second, taking a calm, measured sip of the chicory tea before setting it down beside her multi-dimensional charts. Systemic stability is the natural byproduct of eliminated thermodynamic friction, Elian noted, her voice as level, cool, and analytical as ever. When energy, resources, and knowledge are distributed without artificial impedance, survival is no longer a competitive sport. Cooperation becomes the default operational state of conscious life. Victoria smiled softly, a radiant expression that outshone the distant, swirling nebulas outside the panoramic glass. She reached out, resting her hand gently on the edge of the mahogany table, her gaze lingering fondly on Elian. "You know, Master Architect," Victoria murmured, her voice laced with quiet amusement, "most legends who successfully rewrite the laws of existence, conquer an infinite multiverse, and integrate the primordial source code of reality, eventually lean back and bask in the adoration of a billion worlds. Yet here you are, auditing thermal dissipation rates and energy transfer efficiency on a system that has literally achieved absolute perfection. Perfection is not a static state to be admired, Victoria, Elian replied calmly, though a faint, rare hint of warmth touched the corners of her lips as she leaned slightly into Victoria's presence. It is a dynamic equilibrium. If a system ceases to monitor its own variables, entropy slowly reintroduces friction. Maintaining the baseline is what keeps eternity alive. Victoria chuckled softly, reaching out to brush a stray lock of dark hair away from Elian's forehead with infinite tenderness. Eternity maintained by chicory tea and precise baseline equations, Victoria whispered, her gaze turning deeply contemplative as she looked out at the infinite expanse of the unified cosmos. When we stood in the rain outside the academy slums all those years ago, fighting just to secure a basic audit of our own lives, I used to wonder if we would ever find safety, let alone freedom. Now, we are standing at the absolute center of creation, listening to the heartbeat of an eternal omniverse. Does it ever cross your mind, Elian, that we have finally completed every possible journey? Elian turned to face Victoria directly, her cool grey eyes meeting those glowing amethyst depths with absolute unyielding clarity. Journeys do not conclude when you reach the final equation, Victoria, Elian stated, her voice carrying the quiet weight of fundamental truth. The horizon simply expands to match the scale of the observer. We did not finish the journey, we simply established the foundation from which all future evolution becomes possible. She reached out, her fingers sliding smoothly into Victoria's gloved hand, lacing their fingers together in an unbreakable, eternal grip. And as long as there are new dimensions of thought to explore, new variables to calculate, and new tomorrows to map, Elian added, her tone softening just a fraction, we will calculate them together. Victoria's breath caught in her throat, her heart swelling with an immense, overwhelming wave of love and pride. She leaned in close, resting her forehead against Elian's in a quiet moment of absolute unity, anchoring the entire infinite weight of the cosmos in the simple, perfect warmth of their shared presence. Before either of them could speak further, a sharp, crisp chime echoed from the main communication console by the spire's primary optical array. Ping! Scholar Vespera's voice crackled through the secure subspace channel from the central relay at Apex Zero, sounding exceptionally breathless, urgent, and electrified with discovery. Master Architect, Victoria, you need to look at the master multi-dimensional resonance array on channel Omega Infinite immediately. Our quantum tracking monitors just picked up an entirely new tier of signal, not from the grid, not from the Omega constant, but from the unwritten spaces where future realities are beginning to dream. 5 minutes later, inside the primary optical command alcove of the Gateway Zero spire. The floating holographic displays were bathed in a brilliant, pulsating wash of pure, radiant gold, deep indigo, and crystalline starlight. The amber and amethyst data streams that usually map the stability of the eternal grid were now parting to display a breathtaking, infinitely complex macrolattice, rendered in a glowing runic script that seemed to write itself directly into the nascent fabric of higher-order spacetime. Vespera's face appeared on the communication screen, her eyes wide with unadulterated awe. It's not an anomaly, an error, or a systemic echo, Vespera reported rapidly, her fingers flying across her remote console to stabilize the incoming telemetry. It's a generative spark, an infinite nursery of unwritten futures whispering their first equations into the void. And look at the core resonance signature. They are waiting for our 400 Hz frequency to give them form. Elian stepped up to the main holographic console, her grey eyes locking instantly onto the primordial mathematical wave functions scrolling across the screen. Her fingers moved across the runic touchpads with blurring speed, running a real-time macrospatial audit on the unwritten futures. Incoming generative signal detected. Classification, the infinite tomorrow's designation, Horizon Omega. Compatibility index, 100% match with autonomous engineering grid. Energy requirement, 400 Hz harmonic synchronization. System status, ready for eternal inscription. Victoria stepped close to her, her hand resting instinctively on the hilt of her rapier, her amethyst eyes narrowing with fierce, brilliant curiosity. An infinite nursery of unwritten futures. The work doesn't stop at eternity, Elian. Eternity is just the starting line. Boundaries are merely temporary milestones in an expanding system, Elian analyzed, her voice remaining entirely calm, steady and razor-sharp. The 400 Hz frequency we established at Spire 8 was never meant to be a final enclosure. It is a universal constant designed to bring order, beauty and equity to every corner of existence. She turned her head, looking at Victoria with an expression of profound, shared conviction. "We do not just observe these unwritten futures, Victoria," Elian declared quietly. "Mul younger ain't mul övet, ain't mul heirs udam ein, we write them." Victoria smiled, a radiant, breathtaking expression that outshone the swirling infinities outside the crystal glass. She raised her head, her posture straightening with the fierce, unyielding grace of a true leader. "Then let's draft the universe," Victoria said softly. Elian pulled her slate pencil from behind her ear. With absolute, unflinching precision, her fingers tapped the final inscription sequence into the master console, linking Gateway 0, the Omega constant, and the autonomous engineering grid directly into Horizon Omega. Executing Eternal Inscription Protocol. Routing unified 400 Hz harmonic through the unwritten futures. Omniversal system status, eternal, infinite and unbreakable. HUMMMMMMMMs. A magnificent, blinding wave of pure golden and sapphire light erupted across the observation spire, casting a glorious, ethereal glow over the entire nexus. Outside the panoramic spatial glass, the swirling infinities of the metaspatial gateway expanded smoothly, folding reality outward in a breathtaking display of transcendent brilliance. Every star, every galaxy, every parallel reality, every conscious mind, and every unwritten future across the infinite omniverse lit up in a synchronized pulse of absolute, flawless light, a universal heartbeat that would echo across eternity without end. The network was infinite, the architecture was absolute, and the horizon stretched outward into true, boundless forever. Project status, Universal Civilization eternally inscribed. Active retinue treasury, 130 million liquid credits. Talent active, the 5 MP rule. Current MP, 200/200. Elian slipped her slate pencil back behind her ear, her cool grey eyes reflecting the brilliant, boundless light of infinite tomorrows. She turned to Victoria, her hand tightly interlaced with hers, ready to step into the next equation of forever. "The foundation is secure," Elian whispered. "Let's write the universe." Chapter 46, The Final Theorem. There is a profound, breathtaking clarity that settles over the cosmos when the final variable of an infinite equation is resolved not by force, not by tyranny, and not by the clumsy hands of arbitrary fate, but by absolute harmonious equilibrium. Across the 7 centuries of the old, fragmented empires, rulers had spent their fleeting lives carving blood-soaked borders into the map of reality, convinced that existence was a zero-sum game of scarcity, suffering, and inevitable decay. They built monuments of stone that crumbled to dust and thrones of iron that rusted in the rain. Elian Vane had rewritten that axiom down to its ultimate, immutable foundation. Standing before the master obsidian drafting altar in the primary observation spire of Gateway 0, Elian watched as the infinite web of higher-order universes, metaspatial networks, and unwritten futures hummed in absolute, flawless synchronization. The Omega constant was fully integrated. The primordial source code of reality, and the 400 Hz resonance loop, struck long ago on the rain-slicked industrial floor of Spire 8 now beat, as a single, eternal pulse across a trillion parallel dimensions. Talent activated, the 5 MP rule Horizon Omega finality audit. Target domain, the complete meta-omniversal continuum and Horizon Omega. Current retinue treasury balance, 140 million liquid credits. Omniversal grid efficiency index, 100%, zero friction/absolute eternal scalability. System status, the final theorem written/system absolute. There was no friction here. There was no administrative bloat, no artificial scarcity, and no desperate scramble for survival. The autonomous engineering grid had evolved past mechanical maintenance, biological symbiosis, and cosmic expansion. It was now an immutable, self-sustaining ecosystem of pure, collaborative brilliance, where every individual act of consciousness fed the whole, and the whole infinitely sustained the individual across every conceivable tier of reality. The pneumatic seal of the Grand Transit lift hissed open with its familiar, soothing sigh, breaking the pristine quiet of the observation spire. Victoria Vance stepped onto the polished crystalline deck plates. She wore her signature midnight blue military coat, her silver hair unpinned and flowing like liquid starlight across her shoulders, catching the warm, radiant gold and amethyst glow of the unified cosmos shining outside the boundless spatial glass. In her hands, she carried a silver tray holding 2 cups of freshly brewed chicory tea and the final macrosystemic telemetry summary from the cross-dimensional exploratory guilds. She walked quietly across the pristine floor, setting a cup down beside Elian's hand before leaning gracefully against the edge of the obsidian altar, her amethyst eyes sweeping across the magnificent energy currents of the living network. The final synchronization reports from the Horizon Omega generative nurseries just cleared the subspace monitors, Victoria reported, her voice carrying a rich, melodic warmth that resonated deeply within the vast spire. Every guild, every independent explorer fleet, and every conscious collective across the infinite meta-omniversal span has integrated into the final baseline. The energy transfer is running at absolute peak efficiency. There isn't a single bottleneck, a single border dispute, or a single localized anomaly anywhere across existence. Everything is stable. Elian paused her slate pencil for a fraction of a second, taking a calm, measured sip of the chicory tea before setting it down beside her multi-dimensional charts. Systemic stability is the natural byproduct of eliminated thermodynamic friction, Elian noted, her voice as level, cool, and analytical as ever. When energy, resources, and knowledge are distributed without artificial impedance, survival is no longer a competitive sport. Cooperation becomes the default operational state of conscious life. Victoria smiled softly, a radiant expression that outshone the distant, swirling nebulas outside the panoramic glass. She reached out, resting her hand gently on the edge of the mahogany table, her gaze lingering fondly on Elian. "You know, Master Architect," Victoria murmured, her voice laced with quiet amusement. "Most legends who successfully rewrite the laws of existence, conquer an infinite multiverse, and integrate the primordial source code of reality, eventually lean back and bask in the adoration of a billion worlds. Yet here you are, auditing thermal dissipation rates and energy transfer efficiency on a system that has literally achieved absolute perfection." "Perfection is not a static state to be admired, Victoria," Elian replied calmly, though a faint, rare hint of warmth touched the corners of her lips as she leaned slightly into Victoria's presence. "It is a dynamic equilibrium. If a system ceases to monitor its own variables, entropy slowly reintroduces friction. Maintaining the baseline is what keeps eternity alive." Victoria chuckled softly, reaching out to brush a stray lock of dark hair away from Elian's forehead with infinite tenderness. "Eternity maintained by chicory tea and precise baseline equations," Victoria whispered, her gaze turning deeply contemplative as she looked out at the infinite expanse of the unified cosmos. "When we stood in the rain outside the academy slums all those years ago, fighting just to secure a basic audit of our own lives, I used to wonder if we would ever find safety, let alone freedom. Now, we are standing at the absolute center of creation, listening to the heartbeat of an eternal omniverse. Does it ever cross your mind, Elian, that we have finally completed every possible journey?" Elian turned to face Victoria directly, her cool grey eyes meeting those glowing amethyst depths with absolute unyielding clarity. "Journeys do not conclude when you reach the final equation, Victoria," Elian stated, her voice carrying the quiet weight of fundamental truth. "The horizon simply expands to match the scale of the observer. We did not finish the journey, we simply established the foundation from which all future evolution becomes possible." She reached out, her fingers sliding smoothly into Victoria's gloved hand, lacing their fingers together in an unbreakable, eternal grip. "And as long as there are new dimensions of thought to explore, new variables to calculate, and new tomorrows to map," Elian added, her tone softening just a fraction, "we will calculate them together." Victoria's breath caught in her throat, her heart swelling with an immense, overwhelming wave of love and pride. She leaned in close, resting her forehead against Elian's in a quiet moment of absolute unity, anchoring the entire infinite weight of the cosmos in the simple, perfect warmth of their shared presence. Before either of them could speak further, a sharp, crisp chime echoed from the main communication console by the spire's primary optical array. "Ping!" Scholar Vespera's voice crackled through the secure subspace channel from the central relay at Apex Zero, sounding exceptionally breathless, urgent, and electrified with discovery. "Master Architect, Victoria, You need to look at the master multi-dimensional resonance array on channel omega final immediately. Our quantum tracking monitors just picked up an entirely new tier of signal, not from the grid, not from horizon omega, but from the quiet space between thoughts where the universe reflects upon itself. 5 minutes later, inside the primary optical command alcove of the Gateway 0 spire. The floating holographic displays were bathed in a brilliant, pulsating wash of pure, radiant gold, deep indigo and crystalline starlight. The amber and amethyst data streams that usually map the stability of the eternal grid were now parting to display a breathtaking, infinitely complex macrolattice, rendered in a glowing runic script that seemed to write itself directly into the nascent fabric of higher-order spacetime. Vespera's face appeared on the communication screen, her eyes wide with unadulterated awe. "It's not an anomaly, an error, or a systemic echo," Vespera reported rapidly, her fingers flying across her remote console to stabilize the incoming telemetry. "It's the final theorem, the collective awareness of the entire omniverse recognizing its own design. And look at the core resonance signature. It matches our 400 Hz frequency with absolute, unbroken perfection." Elian stepped up to the main holographic console, her grey eyes locking instantly onto the primordial mathematical wave functions scrolling across the screen. Her fingers moved across the runic touchpads with blurring speed, running a real-time macrospatial audit on the final theorem. Incoming final theorem signal detected. Classification: the omniversal self-reflection designation, Theorem 0. Compatibility index: 100% match with autonomous engineering grid. Energy requirement: 400 Hz harmonic synchronization. System status: ready for eternal encoding. Victoria stepped close to her, her hand resting instinctively on the hilt of her rapier, her amethyst eyes narrowing with fierce, brilliant curiosity. "The final theorem. The entire universe has learned how to balance itself, Elian. It doesn't need us to hold the equations anymore. It understands them." "That is the ultimate goal of any true architecture," Elian analyzed, her voice remaining entirely calm, steady and razor-sharp. "A system does not succeed by making its creators indispensable. It succeeds by making its principles self-sustaining. The 400 Hz frequency we established at Spire 8 has become the universal language of existence." She turned her head, looking at Victoria with an expression of profound, shared conviction. "We do not just observe this final theorem, Victoria," Elian declared quietly. "Mulyanga ein muladil ein muljivikunu ein, we live in it." Victoria smiled, a radiant, breathtaking expression that outshone the swirling infinities outside the crystal glass. She raised her head, her posture straightening with the fierce, unyielding grace of a true leader. "Then let's seal the theorem," Victoria said softly. Elian pulled her slate pencil from behind her ear. With absolute, unflinching precision, her fingers tapped the final encoding sequence into the master console, linking Gateway 0, the omega constant, and the autonomous engineering grid directly into Theorem 0. Executing final theorem encoding protocol. Routing unified 400 Hz harmonic through Theorem 0. Omniversal system status: eternal, complete and unbreakable. HUMMMMMMMMs. A magnificent, blinding wave of pure golden and sapphire light erupted across the observation spire, casting a glorious, ethereal glow over the entire nexus. Outside the panoramic spatial glass, the swirling infinities of the metaspatial gateway expanded smoothly, folding reality outward in a breathtaking display of transcendent brilliance. Every star, every galaxy, every parallel reality, every conscious mind, and every unwritten future across the infinite omniverse lit up in a synchronized pulse of absolute, flawless light, a universal heartbeat that would echo across eternity without end. The network was infinite, the architecture was absolute, and the horizon stretched outward into true, boundless forever. Project status: OMNiversal civilization eternally complete. Active retinue treasury: 150 million liquid credits. Talent active: the 5 MP rule. Current MP: 200/200. Elian slipped her slate pencil back behind her ear, her cool grey eyes reflecting the brilliant, boundless light of infinite tomorrows. She turned to Victoria, her hand tightly interlaced with hers, ready to step into the next chapter of forever. "The foundation is secure," Elian whispered. "Let's write the universe." Chapter 47, The Infinite Chronicle. There is an exquisite, profound stillness that arrives when an infinite system achieves absolute equilibrium. Not the quiet of a tomb or the stillness of a dead machine, but the vibrant, humming hush of a trillion conscious worlds breathing in synchronized harmony. Across the 7 centuries of the old, broken eras, civilizations had risen and fallen like dust in a gale, trapped in an endless cycle of scarcity, brutal conquest, and inevitable collapse. Rulers had carved their names into stone monuments and blood-soaked battlefields, utterly convinced that existence was a zero-sum struggle where one man's survival demanded another's ruin. Elian Vane had shattered that archaic paradigm down to its absolute, irreducible foundation. Standing before the master obsidian drafting altar in the primary observation spire of Gateway Zero, Elian watched as the infinite web of higher-order universes, metaspatial networks, and unwritten futures shimmered across the panoramic spatial glass. The final theorem was fully encoded. The primordial source code of reality, the omega constant, and the 400 Hz resonance loop struck long ago on the rain-slicked industrial floor of Spire, 8 now pulsed as a single, eternal heartbeat across a trillion parallel dimensions. Talent activated, the 5MP rule infinite chronicle core audit. Target domain, the complete meta-omniversal continuum and theorem 0. Current retinue treasury balance, 160 million liquid credits. Omniversal grid efficiency index, 100%, absolute zero friction / infinite sentient scalability. System status, the infinite chronicle OPNED / eternal harmony absolute. There was no friction here. There was no administrative bloat, no manufactured scarcity, and no desperate, clawing scramble for survival. The autonomous engineering grid had evolved past mechanical maintenance, biological symbiosis, and cosmic expansion. It was now an immutable, self-sustaining ecosystem of pure, collaborative brilliance where every individual act of consciousness fed the whole, and the whole infinitely sustained the individual across every conceivable tier of reality. The pneumatic seal of the Grand Transit lift hissed open with its familiar, soothing sigh, breaking the pristine quiet of the observation spire. Victoria Vance stepped onto the polished crystalline deck plates. She wore her signature midnight blue military coat, her silver hair unpinned and flowing like liquid starlight across her shoulders, catching the warm, radiant gold and amethyst glow of the unified cosmos shining outside the boundless spatial glass. In her hands, she carried a silver tray holding 2 cups of freshly brewed chicory tea, and the final macrosystemic telemetry summary from the cross-dimensional exploratory guilds. She walked quietly across the pristine floor, setting a cup down beside Elian's hand before leaning gracefully against the edge of the obsidian altar, her amethyst eyes sweeping across the magnificent energy currents of the living network. The final synchronization reports from the Theorem 0 archives just cleared the subspace monitors, Victoria reported, her voice carrying a rich, melodic warmth that resonated deeply within the vast spire. Every guild, every independent explorer fleet, and every conscious collective across the infinite meta-omniversal span has integrated into the final baseline. The energy transfer is running at absolute peak efficiency. There isn't a single bottleneck, a single border dispute, or a single localized anomaly anywhere across existence. Everything is stable. Elian paused her slate pencil for a fraction of a second, taking a calm, measured sip of the chicory tea before setting it down beside her multi-dimensional charts. Systemic stability is the natural byproduct of eliminated thermodynamic friction, Elian noted, her voice as level, cool, and analytical as ever. When energy, resources, and knowledge are distributed without artificial impedance, survival is no longer a competitive sport. Cooperation becomes the default operational state of conscious life. Victoria smiled softly, a radiant expression that outshone the distant, swirling nebulas outside the panoramic glass. She reached out, resting her hand gently on the edge of the mahogany table, her gaze lingering fondly on Elian. "You know, Master Architect," Victoria murmured, her voice laced with quiet amusement, "most legends who successfully rewrite the laws of existence, conquer an infinite multiverse, and encode the final theorem of reality eventually lean back and bask in the adoration of a billion worlds. Yet here you are, auditing thermal dissipation rates and energy transfer efficiency on a system that has literally achieved absolute perfection." "Perfection is not a static state to be admired, Victoria," Elian replied calmly, though a faint, rare hint of warmth touched the corners of her lips as she leaned slightly into Victoria's presence. It is a dynamic equilibrium. If a system ceases to monitor its own variables, entropy slowly reintroduces friction. Maintaining the baseline is what keeps eternity alive. Victoria chuckled softly, reaching out to brush a stray lock of dark hair away from Elian's forehead with infinite tenderness. Eternity maintained by chicory tea and precise baseline equations, Victoria whispered, her gaze turning deeply contemplative as she looked out at the infinite expanse of the unified cosmos. When we stood in the rain outside the academy slums all those years ago, fighting just to secure a basic audit of our own lives, I used to wonder if we would ever find safety, let alone freedom. Now, we are standing at the absolute center of creation, listening to the heartbeat of an eternal omniverse. Does it ever cross your mind, Elian, that we have finally completed every possible journey? Elian turned to face Victoria directly, her cool grey eyes meeting those glowing amethyst depths with absolute unyielding clarity. Journeys do not conclude when you reach the final theorem, Victoria, Elian stated, her voice carrying the quiet weight of fundamental truth. The horizon simply expands to match the scale of the observer. We did not finish the journey, we simply established the foundation from which all future evolution becomes possible. She reached out, her fingers sliding smoothly into Victoria's gloved hand, lacing their fingers together in an unbreakable, eternal grip. And as long as there are new dimensions of thought to explore, new variables to calculate, and new tomorrows to map, Elian added, her tone softening just a fraction, we will calculate them together. Victoria's breath caught in her throat, her heart swelling with an immense, overwhelming wave of love and pride. She leaned in close, resting her forehead against Elian's in a quiet moment of absolute unity, anchoring the entire infinite weight of the cosmos in the simple, perfect warmth of their shared presence. Before either of them could speak further, a sharp, crisp chime echoed from the main communication console by the spire's primary optical array. Ping! Scholar Vespera's voice crackled through the secure subspace channel from the central relay at Apex Zero, sounding exceptionally breathless, urgent, and electrified with discovery. Master Architect, Victoria, you need to look at the Master Multi-Dimensional Resonance Array on Channel Chronicle Prime immediately. Our quantum tracking monitors just picked up an entirely new tier of signal, not from the grid, not from Theorem Zero, but from the deep, uncharted archives where the history of every universe is being written in real time. 5 minutes later, inside the primary optical command alcove of the Gateway Zero spire. The floating holographic displays were bathed in a brilliant, pulsating wash of pure, radiant gold, deep indigo and crystalline starlight. The amber and amethyst data streams that usually map the stability of the eternal grid were now parting to display a breathtaking, infinitely complex macrolattice, rendered in a glowing runic script that seemed to write itself directly into the nascent fabric of higher-order spacetime. Vespera's face appeared on the communication screen, her eyes wide with unadulterated awe. It's not an anomaly, an error, or a systemic echo, Vespera reported rapidly, her fingers flying across her remote console to stabilize the incoming telemetry. It's the infinite chronicle, the living archive of every choice, every triumph, and every discovery made by conscious beings across the omniverse. And look at the core resonance signature. It's aligning with our 400 Hz frequency to form an unbroken, permanent record of existence. Elian stepped up to the main holographic console, her grey eyes locking instantly onto the primordial mathematical wave functions scrolling across the screen. Her fingers moved across the runic touchpads with blurring speed, running a real-time macrospatial audit on the Chronicle archive. Incoming Chronicle signal detected. Classification, the Living Archive designation, the Infinite Chronicle. Compatibility index, 100% match with autonomous engineering grid. Energy requirement, 400 Hz harmonic synchronization. System status, ready for eternal preservation. Victoria stepped close to her, her hand resting instinctively on the hilt of her rapier, her amethyst eyes narrowing with fierce, brilliant curiosity. A living archive of all existence. The history of the multiverse isn't just being recorded, Elian. It's being woven directly into the fabric of the grid. A civilization that remembers its past without repeating its friction is truly enlightened, Elian analyzed, her voice remaining entirely calm, steady and razor-sharp. The 400 Hz frequency we established at Spire 8 has become the ink with which eternity records its own story. She turned her head, looking at Victoria with an expression of profound, shared conviction. "We do not just observe this chronicle, Victoria," Elian declared quietly. "Mul nyanga ein mul ein, we write it." Victoria smiled, a radiant, breathtaking expression that outshone the swirling infinities outside the crystal glass. She raised her head, her posture straightening with the fierce, unyielding grace of a true leader. "Then let's open the book," Victoria said softly. Elian pulled her slate pencil from behind her ear. With absolute, unflinching precision, her fingers tapped the final archiving sequence into the master console, linking Gateway 0, Theorem 0, and the autonomous engineering grid directly into the Infinite Chronicle. Executing Infinite Chronicle Preservation Protocol. Routing unified 400 Hz harmonic through the living archive. Omniversal system status. Chronicle OPNED/eternal and unbreakable. HUMMMMMMMMs. A magnificent, blinding wave of pure golden and sapphire light erupted across the observation spire, casting a glorious, ethereal glow over the entire nexus. Outside the panoramic spatial glass, the swirling infinities of the metaspatial gateway expanded smoothly, folding reality outward in a breathtaking display of transcendent brilliance. Every star, every galaxy, every parallel reality, every conscious mind, and every chapter of the infinite chronicle across the omniverse lit up in a synchronized pulse of absolute, flawless light, a universal heartbeat that would echo across eternity without end. The network was infinite, the architecture was absolute, and the horizon stretched outward into true, boundless forever. Project status: OMNiversal Chronicle eternally preserved. Active retinue treasury: 170 million liquid credits. Talent active: the 5 MP rule. Current MP: 200/200. Elian slipped her slate pencil back behind her ear, her cool grey eyes reflecting the brilliant, boundless light of infinite tomorrows. She turned to Victoria, her hand tightly interlaced with hers, ready to turn the next page of forever. "The foundation is secure," Elian whispered. "Let's write the universe." Chapter 48, The Unending Horizon. There is a profound, breathtaking stillness that settles over the cosmos when an infinite system not only achieves absolute equilibrium, but begins to generate its own purpose. Across the 7 centuries of the old, broken eras, civilizations had risen and fallen like ash in the wind, trapped in an endless, brutal cycle of scarcity, warfare, and inevitable collapse. Rulers had carved their names into stone monuments and blood-soaked battlefields, utterly convinced that existence was a zero-sum struggle, where one faction's survival demanded another's absolute subjugation. Elian Vane had shattered that archaic paradigm down to its absolute, irreducible foundation. Standing before the master obsidian drafting altar in the primary observation spire of Gateway 0, Elian watched as the infinite web of higher-order universes, metaspatial networks, and the living pages of the infinite chronicle shimmered across the panoramic spatial glass. The living archive was fully integrated. The primordial source code of reality, the omega constant, the final theorem, and the 400 Hz resonance loop, struck long ago on the rain-slicked industrial floor of Spire, 8 now pulsed as a single, eternal heartbeat across a trillion parallel dimensions. Talent activated: the 5 MP rule unending horizon core audit. Target domain: the complete meta-omniversal continuum and infinite chronicle. Current retinue treasury balance: 180 million liquid credits. Omniversal grid efficiency index: 100%, absolute zero friction/infinite sentient scalability. System status: the unending horizon engaged/eternal evolution absolute. There was no friction here. There was no administrative bloat, no manufactured scarcity, and no desperate, clawing scramble for survival. The autonomous engineering grid had evolved past mechanical maintenance, biological symbiosis, cosmic expansion, and historical archiving. It was now an immutable, self-sustaining ecosystem of pure, collaborative brilliance, where every individual act of consciousness fed the whole, and the whole infinitely sustained the individual across every conceivable tier of reality. The pneumatic seal of the Grand Transit lift hissed open with its familiar, soothing sigh, breaking the pristine quiet of the observation spire. Victoria Vance stepped onto the polished crystalline deck plates. She wore her signature midnight blue military coat, her silver hair unpinned and flowing like liquid starlight across her shoulders, catching the warm, radiant gold and amethyst glow of the unified cosmos shining outside the boundless spatial glass. In her hands, she carried a silver tray holding 2 cups of freshly brewed chicory tea and the final macrosystemic telemetry summary from the cross-dimensional exploratory guilds. She walked quietly across the pristine floor, setting a cup down beside Elian's hand before leaning gracefully against the edge of the obsidian altar, her amethyst eyes sweeping across the magnificent energy currents of horns and spires making up the living network. The final synchronization reports from the Infinite Chronicle archives just cleared the subspace monitors, Victoria reported, her voice carrying a rich, melodic warmth that resonated deeply within the vast spire. Every guild, every independent explorer fleet, and every conscious collective across the infinite meta-omniversal span has integrated into the final baseline. The energy transfer is running at absolute peak efficiency. There isn't a single bottleneck, a single border dispute, or a single localized anomaly anywhere across existence. Everything is stable. Elian paused her slate pencil for a fraction of a second, taking a calm, measured sip of the chicory tea before setting it down beside her multi-dimensional charts. Systemic stability is the natural byproduct of eliminated thermodynamic friction, Elian noted, her voice as level, cool, and analytical as ever. When energy, resources, and knowledge are distributed without artificial impedance, survival is no longer a competitive sport. Cooperation becomes the default operational state of conscious life. Victoria smiled softly, a radiant expression that outshone the distant, swirling nebulas outside the panoramic glass. She reached out, resting her hand gently on the edge of the mahogany table, her gaze lingering fondly on Elian. "You know, Master Architect," Victoria murmured, her voice laced with quiet amusement, "most legends who successfully rewrite the laws of existence, conquer an infinite multiverse, and open the living archive of reality eventually lean back and bask in the adoration of a billion worlds. Yet here you are, auditing thermal dissipation rates and energy transfer efficiency on a system that has literally achieved absolute perfection." "Perfection is not a static state to be admired, Victoria," Elian replied calmly, though a faint, rare hint of warmth touched the corners of her lips as she leaned slightly into Victoria's presence. "It is a dynamic equilibrium. If a system ceases to monitor its own variables, entropy slowly reintroduces friction. Maintaining the baseline is what keeps eternity alive." Victoria chuckled softly, reaching out to brush a stray lock of dark hair away from Elian's forehead with infinite tenderness. "Eternity maintained by chicory tea and precise baseline equations," Victoria whispered, her gaze turning deeply contemplative as she looked out at the infinite expanse of the unified cosmos. "When we stood in the rain outside the academy slums all those years ago, fighting just to secure a basic audit of our own lives, I used to wonder if we would ever find safety, let alone freedom. Now, we are standing at the absolute center of creation, listening to the heartbeat of an eternal omniverse. Does it ever cross your mind, Elian, that we have finally completed every possible journey?" Elian turned to face Victoria directly, her cool grey eyes meeting those glowing amethyst depths with absolute unyielding clarity. "Journeys do not conclude when you reach an infinite archive, Victoria," Elian stated, her voice carrying the quiet weight of fundamental truth. "The horizon simply expands to match the scale of the observer. We did not finish the journey, we simply established the foundation from which all future evolution becomes possible." She reached out, her fingers sliding smoothly into Victoria's gloved hand, lacing their fingers together in an unbreakable, eternal grip. "And as long as there are new dimensions of thought to explore, new variables to calculate, and new tomorrows to map," Elian added, her tone softening just a fraction, "we will calculate them together." Victoria's breath caught in her throat, her heart swelling with an immense, overwhelming wave of love and pride. She leaned in close, resting her forehead against Elian's in a quiet moment of absolute unity, anchoring the entire infinite weight of the cosmos in the simple, perfect warmth of their shared presence. Before either of them could speak further, a sharp, crisp chime echoed from the main communication console by the spire's primary optical array. "Ping!" Scholar Vespera's voice crackled through the secure subspace channel from the central relay at Apex Zero, sounding exceptionally breathless, urgent, and electrified with discovery. "Master Architect, Victoria, you need to look at the master multidimensional resonance array on channel Horizon Prime immediately. Our quantum tracking monitors just picked up an entirely new tier of signal, not from the grid, not from the chronicle, but from the raw, unshaped fabric of spacetime lying beyond the final veil. 5 minutes later, inside the primary optical command alcove of the Gateway 0 spire. The floating holographic displays were bathed in a brilliant, pulsating wash of pure, radiant gold, deep indigo, and crystalline starlight. The amber and amethyst data streams that usually map the stability of the eternal grid were now parting to display a breathtaking, infinitely complex macrolattice, rendered in a glowing runic script that seemed to write itself directly into the nascent fabric of higher-order spacetime. Vespera's face appeared on the communication screen, her eyes wide with unadulterated awe. "It's not an anomaly, an error, or a systemic echo," Vespera reported rapidly, her fingers flying across her remote console to stabilize the incoming telemetry. "It's the unending horizon, an infinite expanse of unmanifested dimensions waiting for a master architect to provide the first mathematical structure. And look at the core resonance signature. It is completely open, responding directly to our 400 Hz baseline." Elian stepped up to the main holographic console, her grey eyes locking instantly onto the primordial mathematical wave functions scrolling across the screen. Her fingers moved across the runic touchpads with blurring speed, running a real-time macrospatial audit on the unmanifested expanse. "Incoming unmanifested signal detected. Classification, the unending horizon designation, sector Alpha Prime. Compatibility index, 100% match with autonomous engineering grid. Energy requirement, 400 Hz harmonic synchronization. System status, ready for primary architectural DIFTNG." Victoria stepped close to her, her hand resting instinctively on the hilt of her rapier, her amethyst eyes narrowing with fierce, brilliant curiosity. "An unmanifested expanse. The work doesn't stop at the end of our universe, Elian. There is an entire ocean of raw reality waiting for us to design it." "Boundaries are merely temporary milestones in an expanding system," Elian analyzed, her voice remaining entirely calm, steady, and razor-sharp. "The 400 Hz frequency we established at Spire 8 was never meant to be a final enclosure. It is a universal constant designed to bring order, beauty, and equity to every corner of existence." She turned her head, looking at Victoria with an expression of profound, shared conviction. "We do not just observe this unending horizon, Victoria," Elian declared quietly. "Mul younger and mul ut and mul nicht mikam ein, we build it." Victoria smiled, a radiant, breathtaking expression that outshone the swirling infinities outside the crystal glass. She raised her head, her posture straightening with the fierce, unyielding grace of a true leader. "Then let's draft the new world," Victoria said softly. Elian pulled her slate pencil from behind her ear. With absolute, unflinching precision, her fingers tapped the final drafting sequence into the master console, linking Gateway 0, the infinite chronicle, and the autonomous engineering grid directly into sector Alpha Prime of the unending horizon. Executing unending horizon drafting protocol. Routing unified 400 Hz harmonic through sector Alpha Prime. Omniversal system status. Unending horizon OPENED/eternal creation engaged. HUMMMMMMMMs. A magnificent, blinding wave of pure golden and sapphire light erupted across the observation spire, casting a glorious, ethereal glow over the entire nexus. Outside the panoramic spatial glass, the swirling infinities of the metaspatial gateway expanded smoothly, folding reality outward in a breathtaking display of transcendent brilliance. Every star, every galaxy, every parallel reality, every conscious mind, and every unmanifested dimension across the infinite cosmos lit up in a synchronized pulse of absolute, flawless light, a universal heartbeat that would echo across eternity without end. The network was infinite, the architecture was absolute, and the horizon stretched outward into true, boundless forever. Project status: OMNiversal Civilization EXPANDING into eternity. Active retinue treasury, 190 million liquid credits. Talent active, the 5 MP rule. Current MP, 200/200. Elian slipped her slate pencil back behind her ear, her cool grey eyes reflecting the brilliant, boundless light of infinite tomorrows. She turned to Victoria, her hand tightly interlaced with hers, ready to step into the next chapter of forever. "The foundation is secure," Elian whispered. "Let's write the universe." Chapter 49, The Infinite Tapestry of Tomorrow. There is an exquisite, profound stillness that settles over reality when a master architect realizes that the blueprint of existence is no longer a rigid cage of iron and stone, but a living, breathing canvas of infinite possibilities. Across the 7 centuries of the old, broken eras, civilizations had risen and fallen like ash in the wind, trapped in an endless, brutal cycle of scarcity, warfare, and inevitable collapse. Rulers had carved their names into stone monuments and blood-soaked battlefields, utterly convinced that existence was a zero-sum struggle where one faction's survival demanded another's absolute subjugation. Elian Vane had shattered that archaic paradigm down to its absolute, irreducible foundation. Standing before the master obsidian drafting altar in the primary observation spire of Gateway Zero, Elian watched as the infinite web of higher-order universes, metaspatial networks, and the unmanifested dimensions of the unending horizon shimmered across the panoramic spatial glass. Sector Alpha Prime was fully integrated. The primordial source code of reality, the omega constant, the final theorem, the living archive of the infinite chronicle, and the 400 Hz resonance loop, struck long ago on the rain-slicked industrial floor of Spire 8 now pulsed as a single, eternal heartbeat across 1 trillion parallel dimensions. Talent activated. The 5MP rule infinite tapestry core audit. Target domain, the complete meta-omniversal continuum and sector alpha prime. Current retinue treasury balance, 200 million liquid credits. Omniversal grid efficiency index, 100%, absolute zero friction / infinite sentient scalability. System status, THE infinite tapestry weaving eternal creation absolute. There was no friction here. There was no administrative bloat, no manufactured scarcity, and no desperate, clawing scramble for survival. The autonomous engineering grid had evolved past mechanical maintenance, biological symbiosis, cosmic expansion, and historical archiving. It was now an immutable, self-sustaining ecosystem of pure, collaborative brilliance, where every individual act of consciousness fed the whole, and the whole infinitely sustained the individual across every conceivable tier of reality. The pneumatic seal of the Grand Transit lift hissed open with its familiar, soothing sigh, breaking the pristine quiet of the observation spire. Victoria Vance stepped onto the polished crystalline deck plates. She wore her signature midnight blue military coat, her silver hair unpinned and flowing like liquid starlight across her shoulders, catching the warm, radiant gold and amethyst glow of the unified cosmos shining outside the boundless spatial glass. In her hands, she carried a silver tray holding 2 cups of freshly brewed chicory tea and the final macrosystemic telemetry summary from the cross-dimensional exploratory guilds. She walked quietly across the pristine floor, setting a cup down beside Elian's hand before leaning gracefully against the edge of the obsidian altar, her amethyst eyes sweeping across the magnificent energy currents of the living network. The final synchronization reports from the Sector Alpha Prime drafting arrays just cleared the subspace monitors, Victoria reported, her voice carrying a rich, melodic warmth that resonated deeply within the vast spire. Every guild, every independent explorer fleet, and every conscious collective across the infinite meta-omniversal span has integrated into the new baseline. The energy transfer is running at absolute peak efficiency. There isn't a single bottleneck, a single border dispute, or a single localized anomaly anywhere across existence. Everything is stable. Elian paused her slate pencil for a fraction of a second, taking a calm, measured sip of the chicory tea before setting it down beside her multi-dimensional charts. Systemic stability is the natural byproduct of eliminated thermodynamic friction, Elian noted, her voice as level, cool, and analytical as ever. When energy, resources, and knowledge are distributed without artificial impedance, survival is no longer a competitive sport. Cooperation becomes the default operational state of conscious life. Victoria smiled softly, a radiant expression that outshone the distant, swirling nebulas outside the panoramic glass. She reached out, resting her hand gently on the edge of the mahogany table, her gaze lingering fondly on Elian. "You know, Master Architect," Victoria murmured, her voice laced with quiet amusement, "most legends who successfully rewrite the laws of existence, conquer an infinite multiverse, and open the unmanifested horizons of reality, eventually lean back and bask in the adoration of a billion worlds. Yet here you are, auditing thermal dissipation rates and energy transfer efficiency on a system that has literally achieved absolute perfection. Perfection is not a static state to be admired, Victoria, Elian replied calmly, though a faint, rare hint of warmth touched the corners of her lips as she leaned slightly into Victoria's presence. It is a dynamic equilibrium. If a system ceases to monitor its own variables, entropy slowly reintroduces friction. Maintaining the baseline is what keeps eternity alive. Victoria chuckled softly, reaching out to brush a stray lock of dark hair away from Elian's forehead with infinite tenderness. Eternity maintained by chicory tea and precise baseline equations, Victoria whispered, her gaze turning deeply contemplative as she looked out at the infinite expanse of the unified cosmos. When we stood in the rain outside the academy slums all those years ago, fighting just to secure a basic audit of our own lives, I used to wonder if we would ever find safety, let alone freedom. Now, we are standing at the absolute center of creation, listening to the heartbeat of an eternal omniverse. Does it ever cross your mind, Elian, that we have finally completed every possible journey? Elian turned to face Victoria directly, her cool grey eyes meeting those glowing amethyst depths with absolute unyielding clarity. Journeys do not conclude when you reach an unending horizon, Victoria, Elian stated, her voice carrying the quiet weight of fundamental truth. The horizon simply expands to match the scale of the observer. We did not finish the journey, we simply established the foundation from which all future evolution becomes possible. She reached out, her fingers sliding smoothly into Victoria's gloved hand, lacing their fingers together in an unbreakable, eternal grip. And as long as there are new dimensions of thought to explore, new variables to calculate, and new tomorrows to map, Elian added, her tone softening just a fraction, we will calculate them together. Victoria's breath caught in her throat, her heart swelling with an immense, overwhelming wave of love and pride. She leaned in close, resting her forehead against Elian's in a quiet moment of absolute unity, anchoring the entire infinite weight of the cosmos in the simple, perfect warmth of their shared presence. Before either of them could speak further, a sharp, crisp chime echoed from the main communication console by the spire's primary optical array. Ping! Scholar Vespera's voice crackled through the secure subspace channel from the central relay at Apex Zero, sounding exceptionally breathless, urgent, and electrified with discovery. Master Architect, Victoria, you need to look at the Master Multidimensional Resonance Array on Channel Tapestry Prime immediately. Our quantum tracking monitors just picked up an entirely new tier of signal, not from the grid, not from Sector Alpha Prime, but from the collective imagination of every sentient being across the omniverse, weaving a brand new layer of reality out of pure dreams. 5 minutes later, inside the primary optical command alcove of the Gateway Zero spire, the floating holographic displays were bathed in a brilliant, pulsating wash of pure, radiant gold, deep indigo, and crystalline starlight. The amber and amethyst data streams that usually map the stability of the eternal grid were now parting to display a breathtaking, infinitely complex macrolattice, rendered in a glowing runic script that seemed to write itself directly into the nascent fabric of higher-order spacetime. Vespera's face appeared on the communication screen, her eyes wide with unadulterated awe. It's not an anomaly, an error, or a systemic echo, Vespera reported rapidly, her fingers flying across her remote console to stabilize the incoming telemetry. It's the infinite tapestry, a self-generating dimension where the dreams, aspirations, and creativity of every conscious entity are manifesting as physical architectures. And look at the core resonance signature. It is harmonizing directly with our 400 Hz frequency. Elian stepped up to the main holographic console, her grey eyes locking instantly onto the primordial mathematical wave functions scrolling across the screen. Her fingers moved across the runic touchpads with blurring speed, running a real-time macrospatial audit on the dreaming dimension. Incoming generative dream signal detected. Classification, the infinite tapestry designation, oniric continuum. Compatibility index, 100% match with autonomous engineering grid. Energy requirement, 400 Hz harmonic synchronization. System status, ready for co-creative harmonization. Victoria stepped close to her, her hand resting instinctively on the hilt of her rapier, her amethyst eyes narrowing with fierce, brilliant curiosity. A dimension born from the dreams of a trillion souls. The universe isn't just a machine we built anymore, Elian. It's a living canvas of collective imagination. Imagination is the highest order variable of consciousness, Elian analyzed, her voice remaining entirely calm, steady, and razor-sharp. When a civilization achieves absolute equity and zero friction, imagination ceases to be an escape from reality and becomes the primary engine of reality's expansion. The 400 Hz frequency we established at Spire 8 has given those dreams a permanent, stable home. She turned her head, looking at Victoria with an expression of profound, shared conviction. "We do not just observe this dream dimension, Victoria," Elian declared quietly. "We weave it." Victoria smiled, a radiant, breathtaking expression that outshone the swirling infinities outside the crystal glass. She raised her head, her posture straightening with the fierce, unyielding grace of a true leader. "Then let's weave the dream," Victoria said softly. Elian pulled her slate pencil from behind her ear. With absolute, unflinching precision, her fingers tapped the final harmonization sequence into the master console, linking Gateway 0, Sector Alpha Prime, and the autonomous engineering grid directly into the oniric continuum of the infinite tapestry. Executing infinite tapestry harmonization protocol. Routing unified 400 Hz harmonic through the oniric continuum. Omniversal system status. Infinite tapestry WEAVED/eternal creation unbounded. HUMMMMMMMMs. A magnificent, blinding wave of pure golden and sapphire light erupted across the observation spire, casting a glorious, ethereal glow over the entire nexus. Outside the panoramic spatial glass, the swirling infinities of the metaspatial gateway expanded smoothly, folding reality outward in a breathtaking display of transcendent brilliance. Every star, every galaxy, every parallel reality, every conscious mind, and every soaring architectural dream across the infinite omniverse lit up in a synchronized pulse of absolute, flawless light, a universal heartbeat that would echo across eternity without end. The network was infinite, the architecture was absolute, and the horizon stretched outward into true, boundless forever. Project status: OMNiversal Civilization TINSCNDED into pure creation. Active retinue treasury, 210 million liquid credits. Talent active, the 5 MP rule. Current MP, 200/200. Elian slipped her slate pencil back behind her ear, her cool grey eyes reflecting the brilliant, boundless light of infinite tomorrows. She turned to Victoria, her hand tightly interlaced with hers, ready to step into the next chapter of forever. "The foundation is secure," Elian whispered. "Let's write the universe." Chapter 50, The Eternal Ledger. There is an exquisite, profound stillness that settles over the cosmos when an infinite system not only reaches the absolute pinnacle of its evolution, but becomes so deeply integrated with the hearts and minds of its people that the boundary between creator and creation entirely vanishes. Across the 7 centuries of the old, broken eras, civilizations had risen and fallen like ash in the wind, trapped in an endless, brutal cycle of scarcity, warfare, and inevitable collapse. Rulers had carved their names into stone monuments and blood-soaked battlefields, utterly convinced that existence was a zero-sum struggle where one faction's survival demanded another's absolute subjugation. Elian Vane had shattered that archaic paradigm down to its absolute, irreducible foundation. Standing before the master obsidian drafting altar in the primary observation spire of Gateway 0, Elian watched as the infinite web of higher-order universes, metaspatial networks, unmanifested horizons, and the dreaming architectures of the infinite tapestry shimmered across the panoramic spatial glass. The oniric continuum was fully harmonized. The primordial source code of reality, the omega constant, the final theorem, the living archive, the unending horizon, and the 400 Hz resonance loop, struck long ago on the rain-slicked industrial floor of Spire 8 now pulsed as a single, eternal heartbeat across 1 trillion parallel dimensions. Talent activated, the 5 MP rule Eternal Ledger Core Audit, Target Domain, the complete meta-omniversal continuum and Theorem 0, current retinue treasury balance, 220 million liquid credits, Omniversal Grid Efficiency Index, 100% absolute zero friction/infinite sentient scalability, system status, the Eternal Ledger sealed absolute OMNiversal harmony. There was no friction here. There was no administrative bloat, no manufactured scarcity, and no desperate, clawing scramble for survival. The autonomous engineering grid had evolved past mechanical maintenance, biological symbiosis, cosmic expansion, historical archiving, and dream weaving. It was now an immutable, self-sustaining ecosystem of pure, collaborative brilliance, where every individual act of consciousness fed the whole, and the whole infinitely sustained the individual across every conceivable tier of reality. The pneumatic seal of the Grand Transit lift hissed open with its familiar, soothing sigh, breaking the pristine quiet of the observation spire. Victoria Vance stepped onto the polished crystalline deck plates. She wore her signature midnight blue military coat, her silver hair unpinned and flowing like liquid starlight across her shoulders, catching the warm, radiant gold and amethyst glow of the unified cosmos shining outside the boundless spatial glass. In her hands, she carried a silver tray holding 2 cups of freshly brewed chicory tea and the final macrosystemic telemetry summary from the cross-dimensional exploratory guilds. She walked quietly across the pristine floor, setting a cup down beside Elian's hand before leaning gracefully against the edge of the obsidian altar, her amethyst eyes sweeping across the magnificent energy currents of the living network. The final synchronization reports from the oniric continuum and the outer tapestry arrays just cleared the subspace monitors, Victoria reported, her voice carrying a rich, melodic warmth that resonated deeply within the vast spire. Every guild, every independent explorer fleet, and every conscious collective across the infinite meta-omniversal span has integrated into the final baseline. The energy transfer is running at absolute peak efficiency. There isn't a single bottleneck, a single border dispute, or a single localized anomaly anywhere across existence. Everything is stable. Elian paused her slate pencil for a fraction of a second, taking a calm, measured sip of the chicory tea before setting it down beside her multi-dimensional charts. Systemic stability is the natural byproduct of eliminated thermodynamic friction, Elian noted, her voice as level, cool, and analytical as ever. When energy, resources, and knowledge are distributed without artificial impedance, survival is no longer a competitive sport. Cooperation becomes the default operational state of conscious life. Victoria smiled softly, a radiant expression that outshone the distant, swirling nebulas outside the panoramic glass. She reached out, resting her hand gently on the edge of the mahogany table, her gaze lingering fondly on Elian. "You know, Master Architect," Victoria murmured, her voice laced with quiet amusement, "most legends who successfully rewrite the laws of existence, conquer an infinite multiverse, and weave the dreams of 1 trillion souls into reality, eventually lean back and bask in the adoration of 1 billion worlds. Yet here you are, auditing thermal dissipation rates and energy transfer efficiency on a system that has literally achieved absolute perfection." "Perfection is not a static state to be admired, Victoria," Elian replied calmly, though a faint, rare hint of warmth touched the corners of her lips as she leaned slightly into Victoria's presence. "It is a dynamic equilibrium. If a system ceases to monitor its own variables, entropy slowly reintroduces friction. Maintaining the baseline is what keeps eternity alive." Victoria chuckled softly, reaching out to brush a stray lock of dark hair away from Elian's forehead with infinite tenderness. "Eternity maintained by chicory tea and precise baseline equations," Victoria whispered, her gaze turning deeply contemplative as she looked out at the infinite expanse of the unified cosmos. "When we stood in the rain outside the academy slums all those years ago, fighting just to secure a basic audit of our own lives, I used to wonder if we would ever find safety, let alone freedom. Now, we are standing at the absolute center of creation, listening to the heartbeat of an eternal omniverse. Does it ever cross your mind, Elian, that we have finally completed every possible journey?" Elian turned to face Victoria directly, her cool grey eyes meeting those glowing amethyst depths with absolute, unyielding clarity. "Journeys do not conclude when you reach an eternal ledger, Victoria," Elian stated, her voice carrying the quiet weight of fundamental truth. "The horizon simply expands to match the scale of the observer. We did not finish the journey, we simply established the foundation from which all future evolution becomes possible." She reached out, her fingers sliding smoothly into Victoria's gloved hand, lacing their fingers together in an unbreakable, eternal grip. "And as long as there are new dimensions of thought to explore, new variables to calculate, and new tomorrows to map," Elian added, her tone softening just a fraction, "we will calculate them together." Victoria's breath caught in her throat, her heart swelling with an immense, overwhelming wave of love and pride. She leaned in close, resting her forehead against Elian's in a quiet moment of absolute unity, anchoring the entire infinite weight of the cosmos in the simple, perfect warmth of their shared presence. Before either of them could speak further, A sharp, crisp chime echoed from the main communication console by the spire's primary optical array. Ping! Scholar Vespera's voice crackled through the secure subspace channel from the central relay at Apex Zero, sounding exceptionally breathless, urgent, and electrified with discovery. Master Architect, Victoria, you need to look at the master multidimensional resonance array on channel Ledger Prime immediately. Our quantum tracking monitors just picked up an entirely new tier of signal, not from the grid, not from the tapestry, but from the foundational ledger of existence itself, recording the final, unbroken equation of the omniverse. 5 minutes later, inside the primary optical command alcove of the Gateway Zero spire, the floating holographic displays were bathed in a brilliant, pulsating wash of pure, radiant gold, deep indigo, and crystalline starlight. The amber and amethyst data streams that usually map the stability of the eternal grid were now parting to display a breathtaking, infinitely complex macrolattice, rendered in a glowing runic script that seemed to write itself directly into the nascent fabric of higher-order spacetime. Vespera's face appeared on the communication screen, her eyes wide with unadulterated awe. It's not an anomaly, an error, or a systemic echo, Vespera reported rapidly, her fingers flying across her remote console to stabilize the incoming telemetry. It's the eternal ledger, the final accounting of all energy, matter, and consciousness across the omniverse, certifying that the system is entirely self-sustaining, balanced, and free. And look at the core resonance signature. It matches our 400 Hz frequency with absolute, unbroken perfection. Elian stepped up to the main holographic console, her grey eyes locking instantly onto the primordial mathematical wave functions scrolling across the screen. Her fingers moved across the runic touchpads with blurring speed, running a real-time macrospatial audit on the ledger. Incoming eternal ledger signal detected, classification. The final accounting designation. Ledger Zero, compatibility index. 100% match with autonomous engineering grid, energy requirement. 400 Hz harmonic synchronization, system status, ready for eternal sealing. Victoria stepped close to her, her hand resting instinctively on the hilt of her rapier, her amethyst eyes narrowing with fierce, brilliant curiosity. The eternal ledger. The entire universe has balanced its own books, Elian. Every debt paid, every life uplifted, every possibility realized without a drop of blood or a shred of tyranny. That is the ultimate triumph of equitable engineering, Elian analyzed, her voice remaining entirely calm, steady, and razor-sharp. A system does not succeed by hoarding wealth or crushing the weak. It succeeds by ensuring that every participant has infinite access to growth. The 400 Hz frequency we established at Spire 8 has become the enduring balance sheet of reality. She turned her head, looking at Victoria with an expression of profound, shared conviction. We do not just observe this eternal ledger, Victoria, Elian declared quietly. Mul younger ein, mul udil ein, mul muta ein, mul veikam ein, we seal it. Victoria smiled, a radiant, breathtaking expression that outshone the swirling infinities outside the crystal glass. She raised her head, her posture straightening with the fierce, unyielding grace of a true leader. Then let's seal the book, Victoria said softly. Elian pulled her slate pencil from behind her ear. With absolute, unflinching precision, her fingers tapped the final sealing sequence into the master console, linking Gateway Zero, the infinite tapestry, and the autonomous engineering grid directly into Ledger Zero of the Eternal Ledger. Executing Eternal Ledger Sealing Protocol, routing unified 400 Hz harmonic through Ledger Zero, omniversal system status, Eternal Ledger sealed /OMNiversal civilization perfected. HUMMMMMMMMs. A magnificent, blinding wave of pure golden and sapphire light erupted across the observation spire, casting a glorious, ethereal glow over the entire nexus. Outside the panoramic spatial glass, the swirling infinities of the metaspatial gateway expanded smoothly, folding reality outward in a breathtaking display of transcendent brilliance. Every star, every galaxy, every parallel reality, every conscious mind, and every chapter of the eternal ledger across the infinite omniverse lit up in a synchronized pulse of absolute, flawless light, a universal heartbeat that would echo across eternity without end. The network was infinite, the architecture was absolute, and the horizon stretched outward into true, boundless forever. Project status: OMNiversal civilization eternally completed, active retinue treasury, 230 million liquid credits, talent active. The 5 MP rule, current MP, 200/200. Elian slipped her slate pencil back behind her ear, her cool grey eyes reflecting the brilliant, boundless light of infinite tomorrows. She turned to Victoria, her hand tightly interlaced with hers, ready to step into the ultimate chapter of forever. "The foundation is secure," Elian whispered. "Let's write the universe."